Chapter 1. I am Xian, blessed with extraordinary insight. Who am I? Where am I? Lying upon the bed, Xian slowly opened his eyes, confusion swirling within them, and a dull ache lingering in his head. An overwhelming torrent of memories surged into his mind. After a while, the flood of recollection subsided, and Xian sat up gradually, his face a canvas of disbelief. I have traversed dimensions. Indeed, Xian had crossed over. In his previous life, he had met an untimely demise while acting heroically, only to awaken in the world of White Snake, a floating life, where he had become the protagonist, Xian himself. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. You have awakened the memories of your past life. Blue Star honors your bravery and rewards you with supreme talent, granting you unparalleled insight henceforth. As soon as the voice faded, Xian felt an unparalleled clarity enveloping his mind. The memories of both his past and present life crystallized like vivid images. All the texts he had read and the people and events he had encountered were etched in his memory with striking clarity. At this moment, his mind resembled that of a supercomputer with but a thought. Countless inspirations and ideas blossomed within him, allowing him to forge various techniques and skills. This extraordinary insight is my golden finger indeed. It is a bit otherworldly. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xian's lips. Had he lacked this extraordinary boon, he might have followed the original narrative, inevitably encountering by Su, marrying her, yet still being mercilessly torn apart by the formidable monk Fahai of Jinshan Temple. But now, with his extraordinary insight, he possessed a significant chance to alter the trajectory of the original tale. In this life, I shall protect by Su and Shaoqing, steering my own destiny and vanquishing that bald-headed old monk Fahai. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, rummaging through the vast array of texts he had encountered throughout his past and present lives, beginning to meditate and create. You have perused 3,000 medical texts, synthesizing ancient and modern knowledge, grasping the supreme art of medicine. From the martial texts of your past and present lives, you have attained sudden enlightenment, crafting a path for martial cultivation. In the world of White Snake, a floating life, Xian was not only a physician but also a scholar. Drawing upon the wealth of knowledge from his previous life, he managed to conjure 3 supernatural abilities from these memories. The supreme art of medicine elevated Xian's already considerable healing skills by several magnitudes. To say he surpassed the renowned Hua Tuo of the present day would not be an exaggeration. In fact, he might even eclipse him. The martial cultivation method he had devised became the ladder for ordinary individuals to transform into warriors, even ascending to immortality. With this martial cultivation method, Xian was no longer the mere scholar he once was. He was determined to cultivate and grow stronger. The martial cultivation method delineated several realms: unranked, third rank, second rank, first rank, diamond, mystical finger, celestial phenomenon, and earthly immortal. Upon circulating this cultivation method through his body, Xian directly ascended to the third rank, becoming a true third-rank martial artist. What a thrill! One day, Xian would ascend to the rank of earthly immortal and crush Fahai. The muscle transformation and bone strengthening technique was a method for enhancing one's innate qualities and fortifying one's physique. Xian's swift rise to the third rank owed much to this technique, which proved immensely beneficial for his training. At this moment, Xian appeared radiant and robust. Feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him, he even believed he could fell a bull with a single punch. From this day forth, I, Xian, am no longer that feeble scholar incapable of lifting even a chicken. With his extraordinary insight and newfound status as a martial artist, Xian felt an overwhelming surge of confidence and hope for the future. Just then, the door creaked open, and a dark-skinned man clad in coarse garments hobbled in. Dr. Su, you are awake. Oh, what good fortune! You have finally awakened. It is a relief. Upon seeing Xian up and about, the dark-skinned man wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression one of profound relief. Uncle Nyo, I am fine, merely a superficial injury. Thank you, Xian replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor as warm as a spring breeze. From his memories, Su Xian recognized this man as his neighbor, known as Dinyo, a simple farmer who often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood for his family. Today, Su Xian's former self had gone to the mountains to forage for herbs, only to suffer a fall and lose consciousness. It was Dinyo who had discovered him and carried him back. Su Xian felt truly grateful to Dinyo had it not been for him. His former self might have perished in the jaws of a wild beast. Eh? Dinyo suddenly expressed surprise, hobbling around Su Xian and wearing an utterly astonished expression. The Su Xian he saw now appeared vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the frail and unconscious figure he had encountered earlier. Haha, seeing Dr. Su in better spirits puts my mind at ease, Dinyo chuckled, likely attributing Su Xian's swift recovery to his own self-medication after awakening. Dinyo couldn't help but give Su Xian a thumbs up. Dr. Zu's medical skills are truly remarkable. Su Xian could surmise Dinyo's thoughts and chose not to explain further. His gaze shifted to Dinyo's injured leg, and he suddenly declared, "Uncle Nyo, your leg is injured, and farming must be strenuous for you. I have recently gained some insights into my medical skills allow me to try and treat you." The honest and simple Dinyo had saved Su Xian's life. Su Xian, being kind-hearted and clear about debts of gratitude, felt compelled to repay him, especially now that he had grasped the supreme art of medicine with confidence in his ability to heal Dinyo's leg. Dinyo was taken aback by Su Xian's words. Then he chuckled wryly and waved his hand. "Dr. Su, your kindness is appreciated, but my lameness is congenital. I have seen many doctors before, and they all said it was a natural affliction, beyond remedy." Dinyo's lameness was indeed a born condition, one that could not be treated in this era. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to despair. He had toiled diligently in farming, eventually saving enough to marry by the age of 30. "Dr. Su, I'm over 30 years old now. There isn't much time left for me." "Let it be," Dinyo said, understanding Su Xian's good intentions, but also recognizing the futility of hope. Yet Su Xian remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering, exuding an air of confidence. "How can you know unless you try? Uncle Nyo, have faith. I am confident in my abilities." With that, Dinyo, half-heartedly resisting, found himself gently pushed onto the sickbed. As Su Xian said, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. How could one know without trying? Having been ridiculed as a cripple since childhood, Dinyo longed for a sound body. It was a dream he had cherished. However, Dinyo still harbored little hope in his heart. "Uncle Nyo, just lie still and do not move." "All right, Dr. Su, I will follow your lead. I shall do as you say." Once Dinyo was settled, Su Xian went to his medicinal herb cabinet and prepared an anesthetic. With his supreme medical skills, crafting an anesthetic was a trivial task. After applying the anesthetic to Dinyo's leg, Su Xian retrieved a sharp dagger from the drawer to serve as a surgical tool. Incision, cutting tendons, bloodletting, realigning bones, reconnecting tendons, and bandaging. The procedure flowed seamlessly, completed in mere minutes. As he sheathed the dagger and wrapped the wound in white cloth, the operation was successfully concluded. All done. The surgery completed, Dinyo, who had laid on the sickbed, felt scarcely anything at all. He widened his eyes, utterly bewildered. The knife has already been used. Finished? Chapter 2 is Dr. Su still unmarried. Dinyo was taken aback, turning his head to glance at his own lame foot, which was already wrapped with a thick layer of white cloth. Securely bandaged without a trace of blood seeping through, that he felt not the slightest pain from the recent surgery. In mere minutes, Su Xian had silently, like a flowing stream, cured his limp. The congenital ailment that had left other doctors helpless was effortlessly treated by Su Xian. His medical skills could only be described as miraculous. "Uncle Nyo, do not move just yet. I will prepare 10 days' worth of medicine for you to..." Su Xian began rummaging through his supplies, meticulously measuring out 10 portions of herbs, grinding them into powder and wrapping each packet, labeling them with the order of consumption, 0.1 packet a day, taken in sequence, and avoid heavy labor during this period. "You'll be fully healed in 10 days. Su Xian spoke as if it were a trivial matter, but to Dinyo, it struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly astonished. The prospect of regaining the use of his foot, which had been lame for over 30 years, meant he would no longer be the subject of ridicule. He would be reborn. He had no doubts about Su Xian's integrity, The doctor's reputation was well known in the neighborhood, and he would never deceive or take advantage of others. The Dr. Su, I didn't know, stammered, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, his face alight with emotion. If it weren't for the recent surgery, I would bow down before you right now. Uncle Nyo, please do not get too excited. Be cautious of your wound, Su Xian said as he assisted Nyo into a sitting position. Nyo grasped Su Xian's hands tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Dr. Su, you have granted me a second chance at life. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I still have 30 taels of silver saved up at home. I will fetch it for you. Even in the most prosperous capital city, 30 taels of silver could scarcely hire a renowned physician, let alone cure his limp. Therefore, in Nyo's eyes, Su Xian's miraculous treatment warranted offering his entire fortune. Su Xian merely smiled and waved his hand. Uncle Nyo, there is no need for such measures. It was a simple task. Moreover, you saved me from unconsciousness on the mountain this morning. I owe you a debt of gratitude myself. To be honest, Su Xian had embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation and was already a third-tier warrior. Thus he held little interest in worldly wealth. It seems I still owe Fengla Tower 300 taels. Even if he were interested, he would never demand Nyo's entire life savings. His motivation for treating Nyo stemmed more from a desire to resolve this karmic debt. That cannot be, Dr. Su, Nyo attempted to protest. But Su Xian raised his hand to interrupt. Uncle Nyo, please do not bring it up again. I will assist you home. Your wife must be anxiously awaiting your return. Su Xian helped Nyo to his feet. Although Nyo had just undergone surgery and felt no pain due to the anesthesia, he still could not walk freely. His home was only a couple of 100 meters away, not far at all. Furthermore, with Su Xian's current strength as a third-tier warrior, supporting Nyo home was hardly taxing. Knock, knock. Nyo rapped on his own door. Wife, I'm back. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a young woman of about 20. Her face partly concealed by a towel, beneath which was a large red birthmark. Wife, this is Dr. Su, Nyo said warmly as he introduced her. Once a cripple, Nyo had finally married after years of hard labor. And though his wife was not conventionally beautiful, in his heart, she was forever gentle, kind, and thrifty. The best wife in the world, Dr. Su. The young woman looked up and was immediately struck by Su Xian's extraordinary visage. With defined features and a refined yet slightly masculine aura, causing her to lower her gaze shyly and bow in greeting. Greetings, Dr. Su. Su Xian smiled in return. Madam, you honor me. His smile made the young woman lower her head even further. Nyo then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, my wife. Let me tell you, Dr. Su is not only handsome, but also extraordinarily skilled. He has cured my ailment, and in 10 days, I shall no longer be a cripple. Ha ha! Nyo was elated, eager to share this joy with his wife. Upon seeing the bandaged foot and hearing his words, the young woman could hardly contain her disbelief, for congenital lameness was widely regarded as untreatable in the Song dynasty. Yet here was Nyo proclaiming that Su Xian had healed him and that he would be restored in 10 days. That it was simply unbelievable. Her mouth agape, she instinctively glanced at Su Xian, feeling a deep-seated conviction that such a face could not lie. Thus, she accepted the truth of his words. Nyo not just stand there, my wife. Dr. Su has not only cured my ailment, but has also done so without charge. Ha ha! It is already midday. You must go buy some good meat and prepare a feast for Dr. Su. The young woman was taken aback once more. Not only had Su Xian cured her husband's lameness, but he had also not charged a fee. If it were some other divine doctor, a common family would likely have to exhaust their entire fortune for treatment. This thought filled her with even greater gratitude and admiration for Su Xian. Recognizing not only his outstanding appearance and demeanor, but also his kind heart. Moreover, she felt a surge of hope for the future. With Nyo able to work without a limp, their productivity would surely increase. Allowing them to earn more silver, their lives would improve, all thanks to Su Xian. Uncle Nyo, you are too kind. I should really be heading back now. Su Xian intended to leave, but Nyo and his wife urgently held him back. Dr. Su, you must stay, otherwise old Nyo will feel guilty. Yes, Dr. Su, you have healed my husband and charged nothing. If you do not stay for a meal, our neighbors will surely laugh at us. Absolutely not. You must stay. Faced with such earnest hospitality, Su Xian had no choice but to remain. At a quarter of an hour later, Nyo's wife brought out several enticing dishes. Dr. Su, I hope my cooking is not too embarrassing. On the table lay braised beef, stir-fried pork, and sweet and sour fish. Su Xian, feeling quite hungry after awakening his memories and creating cultivation techniques, eagerly dug in. Madam, your culinary skills are exceptional. Each dish rivals that of a fine restaurant. Su Xian generously praised her, bringing a mix of joy and shyness to the young woman. Dr. Su, you flatter me. Suddenly, emboldened by Su Xian's handsome appearance, the young woman playfully asked, Dr. Su, being so remarkable. You are still unmarried, are you not? At her words, Su Xian paused, unsure why she would suddenly pose such a question. I am indeed still unmarried. The young woman blinked and giggled. Dr. Su, there is a lovely girl next door, of marriageable age. Shall I help you make an introduction? With your looks and demeanor, I am certain she would fall for you at first sight. That Su Xian's lips twitched, and his chopsticks froze mid-air. Madam, you jest. Yet he could not help but think of the beautiful, gentle, and kind Xiaobai. Soon, he would likely see Xiaobai and Xiaoqing again. As Su Xian pondered this, the young woman continued teasing. I am not joking. Dr. Su, that girl truly is beautiful, with big eyes that seem to glisten with water. Your kindness is appreciated, but there is truly no need, as I currently have no plans to marry. Su Xian's face flushed slightly, and he could only bury himself in his meal. Dr. Su, do not be shy. Discussing marriage is completely normal. Ha ha ha. If I had your looks and abilities, I would have married several women in my youth. Old Nyo, how dare you? You will get a beating. Wife, I was wrong. I truly wouldn't dare. The atmosphere was filled with merriment. Chapter 3, Nurturing the Soul and Body, Advancing in Cultivation. Thank you, Uncle Nyo and Aunt Nyo, for your hospitality. I have other matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Half an hour later, having enjoyed a hearty meal and tea, Su Xian rose to bow in farewell to the warmly insistent couple. Returning to his own small courtyard, curing Nyo's ailment had been a simple act for him, also a way to repay a past kindness. However, the pressing matter at hand was to devote himself to cultivation, striving to elevate his abilities as much as possible. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he defend against Fahai and protect Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. That Su Xian's expression firmed as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to meditate. The I Ching's marrow cleansing and bone-breaking technique began to operate. This technique not only enhanced one's innate qualities, but also nourished the body and even had the capability to repair the soul. 5 centuries ago, a Xian made a fateful bargain with the master of Baoqing in a desperate bid to transform into a demon, which ultimately led to a grievous impairment of his spirit. Fast forward 500 years, he has become a timid, frail scholar, perhaps a consequence of that ancient transaction. However, under the profound influence of the unique cultivation technique created by Su Xian, known as the I Ching bone cleansing technique, he can distinctly sense that his damaged spirit has been wholly restored to its former glory. His spirit and physique are not only nourished and strengthened, but exceed their previous state. A faint smile graced Su Xian's lips as he murmured to himself, Indeed, this technique of mine is formidable. It not only purifies the bones, but has also revitalized my wounded spirit and fortified my body, rendering me reborn, transcending the limitations of an ordinary mortal. Su Xian's extraordinary insight has birthed a technique of unparalleled prowess, elevating his own cultivation potential to unprecedented heights. As time flowed by, and the sun began its descent, Su Xian sat serenely in his backyard, his aura swirling around him, and his internal energy growing ever more robust. Gradually, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy, the 3rd grade perfection. After an afternoon of diligent practice, Su Xian's cultivation had advanced, achieving the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. At this moment, he exuded an air of striking handsomeness, clad in flowing white robes, radiating vitality and brimming with power, capable of wreaking significant destruction with mere gestures. To test his newfound strength, Su Xian retrieved a piece of aged timber, roughly the size of a water bucket, from a pile in the kitchen. Such a substantial log would typically require an axe to chop into manageable pieces for firewood. Yet, with a clenched fist, Su Xian struck down with ease. Boom! Wood splintered in all directions. To his astonishment, his fist effortlessly penetrated the timber, creating a gaping hole. With a subsequent crack, the residual force of his strike split the wood in two, causing it to clatter to the ground. The power of a 3rd grade perfection was indeed formidable. With a casual punch, Su Xian had obliterated a log of considerable girth. The days of being a frail scholar, devoid of strength, were now a thing of the past. What a delightful sensation it is to possess such power! Su Xian exclaimed with a chuckle. That moment, a series of boisterous calls erupted from outside the courtyard. "Little brother Su Xian, are you there? Ha ha! Today the magistrate rewarded me with 50 taels of silver. Let us go out for a drink." The voice belonged to Li Gongfu, affectionately known as Daodu. 5 centuries prior. Daodu had been a Xian's loyal canine companion, but now, reincarnated as a human, he had become Su Xian's brother-in-law, characterized by his straightforward and jovial demeanor. Even before his arrival, his voice heralded his presence. Squeak! Without regard for Su Xian's response, the courtyard door swung open, and a stout, middle-aged man clad in constable's attire strode in, his face aglow with delight. None other than the exuberant Li Gongfu. Today, he seemed particularly merry, eager to invite Su Xian for a drink to brother-in-law. It has been far too long. Su Xian greeted him with a warm smile, appreciating his brother-in-law's steadfast and amiable nature. Li Gongfu, who had entered with a beaming expression, suddenly paused, his face registering surprise. He leaned closer to Su Xian, his naturally keen nose sniffing around inquisitively. "How curious! Su Xian, why do you appear so invigorated? You once looked quite frail, but today, while not exactly radiant, you seem remarkably lively, even more so than I, a martial artist." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Li Gongfu circled around Su Xian, perplexed. Did you perhaps consume some extraordinary elixir? In his memory, Su Xian had always been the bookish type, possessing a smattering of medical knowledge. Yet his constitution had been so fragile that a mere breeze could knock him over, starkly contrasting with Li Gongfu's robust physique. Yet today, Su Xian appeared dramatically transformed, vibrant, and spirited, exuding an air of confidence that belied his previous demeanor. "That I ventured into the mountains today to gather herbs and fortuitously stumbled upon several precious plants. Upon returning, I combined them with some prescriptions I had, and my vitality has improved considerably." Su Xian fabricated a plausible explanation. In a world filled with spirits and supernatural beings, the notion of rare herbs enhancing one's health seemed entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Li Gongfu's eyes lit up with understanding, and he erupted into hearty laughter. "Oh, that is the case. Ha! With your improved spirit and constitution, I shan't need to worry about you falling ill suddenly anymore. But tell me, Su Xian, do you have any herbs left? Perhaps you could share some with your brother-in-law? With such miraculous aids, I might elevate my martial prowess even further and become invincible in the magistrate's realm." Leaning in conspiratorially, Li Gongfu raised his eyebrows with eager anticipation. "Alas, they have all been consumed," Su Xian replied nonchalantly. "There are no miraculous elixirs, merely a fabrication of my imagination." A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Gongfu's face, but he quickly regained his jovial spirit. "No matter. After all, my martial skills are already formidable. The presence of miraculous elixirs is merely a bonus. By the way, today is indeed a double delight. You have procured rare herbs to restore your vitality, while I, on the other hand, have apprehended a cunning fugitive. This is a significant achievement, and within the constabulary, who does not hold me, Li Gongfu, in high regard, the magistrate has even rewarded me with 50 taels of silver." Li Gongfu continued to regale Su Xian with tales of his cunning and strength, boasting of how he had utilized his unique martial arts, Dog Fist, to subdue the notorious criminal, although the fugitive had a partner who managed to escape. Li Gongfu was confident that it was only a matter of time before he captured him, stating, let us celebrate tonight at a tavern and indulge in merriment." Li Gongfu had come solely to invite Su Xian for drinks. However, Su Xian's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he interjected, "Aren't you still indebted to Fengla Tower for 300 taels? In the original text, Su Xian and Li Gongfu indeed owed that amount to Fengla Tower. Given Su Xian's character and principles, it was highly unlikely that he would indulge in drinks there while bearing such a debt. It was probable that the debt was Li Gongfu's own doing. Perhaps he had been unable to resist the allure of frequenting taverns. Or as a constable, he often needed to entertain superiors or others related to his work to air. Li Gongfu scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping across his face. After a moment, he clapped his thigh and declared, "We needn't necessarily go to Fengla Tower. There are plenty of taverns in Linen City. The newly opened Sohua Tower has excellent food and drink. Tonight, I shall treat you. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." With that, Li Gongfu seized Su Xian's arm and began to pull him out, that Su Xian, though somewhat resigned, did not refuse. Yet, he could not shake the thought of the 300 taels owed to Fengla Tower. Although the debt was not his, he worried that if he were to encounter Bai, and she were to discover that he still owed the proprietor 300 taels, it might lead to an embarrassing situation where she would have to pawn her jewelry to settle their debt. Clearly, he needed to devise a way to earn some silver to pay off the debt to Fengla Tower. As Su Xian contemplated this, he realized that despite his initial disinterest in worldly wealth due to his commitment to cultivation, some matters in the mundane world still required monetary solutions. Naturally, with his exceptional medical skills, accumulating a few hundred taels would pose no challenge. For now, however, he resolved to enjoy a night of revelry and feasting. Chapter 4. An Enemy's Ambush. A perilous moment. As night descended, the streets remained lively and bustling that Su Xian and Li Gongfu strolled down the thoroughfare, vendors hawking their wares, their calls blending into a harmonious symphony of commerce. While passers-by mingled in a scene of serene contentment, sweet candied hawthorn, a treat that delights the heart. Do not miss it as you pass by. Succulent meat buns, 2 for 10 coins. I assure you, you'll crave more after tasting. Rare fabrics of the finest quality. Would the esteemed guest care to take a look? "Come in, Li Constable. I think of you daily," set against the backdrop of the prosperous Song dynasty. Particularly within the vibrant city of linen, Hangzhou, the atmosphere was undeniably thriving. Many of the surrounding townsfolk recognized Li Gongfu, greeting him warmly, to which he responded with enthusiastic nods and smiles. Turning to Su Xian, he grinned and said with a hint of pride, "Su Xian, you must hasten to achieve your scholarly aspirations. Just look at me, a mere constable, and see how warmly everyone regards me, that if you were to excel in the imperial examinations and become a high-ranking official, the scene would be simply unimaginable." In the original narrative, Su Xian was portrayed as a scholar with a rudimentary understanding of medicine, likely to pursue the imperial examinations to bring glory to his family. However, in this present context, Su Xian merely offered a faint smile. As a practitioner of cultivation, the allure of fame and fortune no longer held any sway over him. His sole desire now was to cultivate his strength and eventually reunite with Bai and Qing. Living a blissful life together to brother-in-law. Where is the Sohua Tower, and how far is it? Su Xian deftly shifted the conversation that Li Gongfu paused momentarily before pointing ahead. "Just half a li down the road. We shall arrive shortly. Let me tell you, Su Xian," he continued, a mischievous glint in his eye, "the young lady at Sohua Tower, named Chui, is in the bloom of youth, with a beauty that is simply enchanting. She is the innkeeper's daughter, and I think you should consider pursuing her. You scholars always have a saying." "What was it again?" With a sudden realization, the Dudu exclaimed, "Ah, that is what one calls a graceful lady. And a gentleman's perfect match. That little Chui is indeed a refined lady, and you, a true gentleman, are well suited for one another. As your brother-in-law, I dream each night of your swift transition to wedlock, so that I may honor your sister." The Dudu, while walking, gesticulated dramatically, speaking earnestly that Su Xian could not help but twitch his mouth. The Dudu truly seemed to have his best interests at heart. Su Xian merely smiled. Choosing not to respond, they drew closer to the tavern. 2 young servants trailing behind them were hastily guiding a robust boar, weighing around 200 to 300 pounds, which they had purchased from a farmer to serve as a culinary delight at the tavern. Just then, an almost imperceptible silver glimmer shot forth from the shadows, as a silver needle pierced the boar's flesh. Ouch! The boar, in pain, let out a thunderous, anguished roar that it immediately went berserk, breaking free from the grasp of the 2 servants. Rampaging through the streets like a wild stallion, toppling stalls and wreaking havoc, the entire street erupted into chaos, with people fleeing in terror. This was a frenzied boar weighing nearly 300 pounds. A mere collision could result in broken ribs, if not worse. "Oh my goodness! Run for your lives! The wild boar has gone mad." The crowd scattered in a frenzy, while the 2 young servants turned pale, trembling and clutching their heads. What on earth has caused this boar to go wild? We are in deep trouble. The boar they were tasked to procure had unexpectedly turned into a disaster, leading to an uncontrollable situation. They were certain they would face dire consequences. They wished to intervene and halt the rampaging beast, Yet their legs trembled so violently that they felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Xian and the Dudu quickly sensed the turmoil behind them. What a massive boar! The Dudu turned around, seeing the boar charge wildly, and felt a surge of fear. However, recognizing the imminent danger to many innocent bystanders. As the county's head constable, he resolutely shouted, "Everyone, step aside! Allow me to subdue it!" The Dudu sprang into action, leaping onto the boar's back with the agility of a vigilant bulldog, his eyes sharp and intent. As the head constable, he possessed a modicum of martial prowess. "Little piglet, prepare to witness the might of my unique dog fist technique." The Dudu unleashed his signature dog fist, landing rapid, forceful blows upon the boar's body. Ouch! The boar roared in agony, thrashing about. "By heavens, it possesses quite the strength." The Dudu nearly lost his balance atop the boar, gripping one of its ears tightly while delivering fierce strikes to its head with his other hand. After a quarter of an hour, the boar lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, convulsing, utterly incapacitated. The Dudu sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking quite disheveled, in his endeavor to subdue the rampaging beast. He had exhausted all his skills but fortunately emerged with only fatigue and no grave peril to Xian, initially intending to assist, suddenly experienced a revelation upon witnessing the Dudu's dog fist technique. While the Dudu's movements appeared comical, this technique concealed profound intricacies. Observing the entire process, the exceptionally perceptive Xian grasped its essence. Ding! You have observed the Dudu's unique dog fist technique and attained an epiphany. Unlocking the Tiger Dragon Fist. The Tiger Dragon Fist. With fists like dragons and tigers, it can unleash tremendous power. Perfected, it can shatter mountains and rocks. Xian was astonished to discover that he had gleaned a more formidable technique from the Dudu's dog fist. A delightful surprise. With his current cultivation at the third rank's peak, and now possessing the Tiger Dragon Fist, he realized that if he were to encounter another 300-pound wild boar, he would likely be able to subdue it with a single punch. Oh dear, that nearly cost me my life. Thankfully, everyone is unharmed. That is what matters, the Dudu said, one hand clutching his waist as he slowly rose. The surrounding crowd finally grasped the situation, collectively exhaling in relief while applauding. Thanks to Constable Li's intervention, this wild boar could have wreaked havoc beyond measure. What a stroke of luck! Constable Li, your skills are unparalleled. Hearing the praises from those around him, the Dudu's spirits lifted, and he beamed with pride, patting his ample belly. Ha! Just a mere piglet. Maintaining social order and protecting the safety of the citizens is the duty of this constable. It was but a trivial matter. The two young servants, who had initially despaired at the thought of inciting a disaster, now appeared utterly relieved, rushing forward to express their gratitude to the Dudu. Each of them fished out their entire savings, amounting to over 10 taels of silver. Had it not been for the Dudu's intervention in subduing the boar, the consequences could have been dire. Had there been casualties, they might have faced legal repercussions that neither could bear. Thus, in their eyes, the Dudu was akin to a savior, and offering him a token of gratitude was a worthy endeavor to foster goodwill, beneficial for both themselves and their tavern. The losses incurred by other merchants and pedestrians were secondary. As long as no lives were lost, reparations could be made. Constable Li, this is but a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, the two young servants murmured, deftly slipping the silver into the Dudu's clothing. The Dudu smiled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. However, considering his financial plight and the debt he owed to Feng Le Tower, along with the fact that he had risked danger to subdue the mad boar, accepting a token of gratitude seemed reasonable. Ahem. Then I shall not be modest, he declared, clearing his throat and adopting a righteous demeanor. While the Dudu conversed with the crowd, Xian suddenly sensed a wave of malicious intent. His gaze sharpened. The boar's sudden frenzy had been too peculiar that he noticed a small silver needle hurtling towards the Dudu's forehead from the shadows. The boar's earlier madness had indeed been instigated by the silver needle. In this moment, the Dudu, perhaps fatigued from battling the boar and engrossed in conversation with those around him, failed to perceive the imminent danger. The situation was dire, as it seemed that the next moment the Dudu would be pierced by the needle. In a critical moment, Xian's expression remained calm. He scoffed lightly, a mere parlor trick. He, too, took action in a dark corner beside the street. A figure cloaked in black with a conical hat obscuring half of his face stood. Gaunt and revealing a menacing scar across his visible cheek. that he grinned maliciously, exposing his pearly white teeth, giving him an even more sinister appearance. Swiftly, he released a small silver needle aimed directly at the dude's forehead. Li Gongfu, this time you are doomed. You have thwarted our plans and captured one of my brothers. Now, your life shall be the price. This black-clad figure was none other than the cunning fugitive the Dudu had previously mentioned. Today, the Dudu had utilized his keen senses and unique martial arts to crack a major robbery and murder case, capturing one of the culprits, while the other had escaped. This black-clad scoundrel was that very fugitive. Now, he had returned for revenge. He had previously used a hidden silver needle to incite the boar's madness, causing the chaos, and now, having drained much of the Dudu's strength, he sought to ambush him with stealth. Such meticulous plotting, such precision. Just as the black-clad assassin believed victory was assured, Xian coldly snorted and kicked a stone at his feet. The stone soared through the air with astonishing speed, colliding with the silver needle in an instant. With a sharp clang, the needle was knocked away, vanishing from sight. That Xian's kick was executed with such swiftness that the black-clad assassin, focused solely on the needle and the Dudu, failed to notice Xian's action. He merely observed something inexplicably shoot forth, striking down his ambush. What just happened? The black-clad assassin was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered, as if his assured attack had been thwarted by an unseen force. Xian's casual kick had shattered his meticulously devised plan. The Dudu, who had been basking in the crowd's praise, immediately became alert upon hearing the sound that there's movement. Gifted with an innate sense of smell and perception, combined with his unique dog fist technique, he was no fool. However, having exhausted himself in combat with the boar and engaged in conversation, he had not detected the assassin's silver needle. Upon hearing the sharp sound of the needle being struck down, he instantly sensed danger. The Dudu vigilantly scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, when suddenly Xian shouted, "Brother-in-law, to your right." The moment Dudu turned his head, he caught sight of the cloaked assassin, whose face was partially obscured by a conical hat, and immediately recognized him. "It's you." The sight of a sworn enemy ignited a fierce animosity between Dudu and the emaciated figure in black, both glaring intensely at one another. "To brother-in-law, he just ambushed you," Xian interjected from the side. Upon hearing this, Dudu began to piece together the events leading to the current confrontation. "You are indeed quite cunning. That ruckus caused by the pig earlier was instigated by you, wasn't it? Now that your deception has been unveiled, why don't you surrender quietly? Surrender over my dead body." The black-clad assassin, realizing he had been exposed, discarded his pretense. He swept off his hat, revealing a scarred visage, and drew a large cleaver from behind him. "Li Budo, you've already exhausted too much energy. Now I shall cleave you in two with that." The assassin lunged at Dudu, brandishing the cleaver. Although he was bewildered as to why his silver needle had failed earlier, it did not deter him from seeking vengeance on Dudu. The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding chaos, turned pale and quickly distanced themselves from Dudu, fearing for their lives. The two waiters from the tavern, who had previously herded the pig, were so frightened they fled in terror. After all, they were mere common folk, and such matters were beyond their ken. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Evading danger and not complicating the situation seemed the wisest course. Dudu, taken aback by the assassin's fierce demeanor, hastily unsheathed the dagger at his waist in preparation for the confrontation. Soon, the street echoed with the sounds of clashing weapons. Strikes were exchanged, each defending and attacking in turn. Gradually, as the assassin had predicted, Dudu's earlier exertions against the boar had sapped his strength, and he now found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The black-clad assassin let out a triumphant laugh, his slender frame unexpectedly wielding great strength. A powerful swing sent Dudu staggering backward. Following that, a fierce kick struck Dudu in the abdomen, propelling him several meters away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and even his weapon slipped from his grasp. "Cursed be you! If it were any other time, I could defeat scum like you with one hand tied behind my back, you despicable fiend." Dudu clutched his pained abdomen, seething with indignation. Had he been at full strength, this black-clad assassin would have stood no chance in close combat. Yet now, having expended much of his energy, he found himself unable to overpower his foe. Despicable or shameless, it matters not. In any case, Li Butu, your time has come. The assassin advanced slowly toward Dudu, licking his lips, an expression of savage delight on his face today as he closed in. He suddenly chuckled darkly. "Ah, I hear you have a little brother-in-law. The frail scholar beside you, is it not?" "Ha ha ha." The black-clad assassin turned his gaze toward the scholarly Xian, sneering. "After I send your brother-in-law on his way, I shall escort you too, so you can keep each other company in the underworld." "Xian, run! Xian!" Dudu shouted urgently, though he was in dire straits himself. He could not allow anything to happen to his brother-in-law. "Listen to me and flee. If anything befalls you, how could I face your sister?" "Xian, run!" Dudu bellowed desperately, yet Xian remained unfazed, smiling serenely. "What are you doing at a time like this?" Dudu nearly erupted in frustration. "Ha ha, Li Budu. Your little brother-in-law is quite bold, isn't he? Unlike those other timid scholars who would flee in terror, he appears to possess some courage. Yet perhaps he is simply too stunned to react." The black-clad assassin assumed Xian was merely frozen in fear. Otherwise, a typical scholar would not display such calmness in the face of death. Time was of the essence. "Li Budu, your time has come." The assassin stood directly before Dudu, the cleaver poised to strike. But suddenly, he froze in surprise. He discovered that he could not lower the blade, even a fraction, as though it were ensnared by an iron vice. Immovable to his astonishment, Xian had positioned himself in front of Dudu, his left hand gripping the assassin's blade. This unforeseen occurrence startled both the assassin and Dudu. Neither had noticed when Xian had interposed himself between them. Had they overlooked him, or was Xian's speed so remarkable that they had failed to perceive it? Xian, now at the pinnacle of his cultivation, stood as a third-grade master, while Dudu and the black-clad assassin were, in essence, merely slightly more formidable than ordinary individuals, vastly outmatched by a true practitioner. The distance between Xian and Dudu had been but a few meters. With his prowess and swiftness, it was a trivial feat for him to intervene and stop the assassin's blow. "Xian, I beg you, do not act foolishly." "Run!" Dudu, astonished by Xian's sudden emergence, nevertheless urged him to flee. Dudu, his brother-in-law, who often appeared feeble, would never stand a chance against such a dangerous adversary as the black-clad assassin. Better to escape and perhaps save his own life. "What strength do you possess, you wretched scholar?" The assassin marveled at Xian's formidable grip, which rendered his own hand immobile. "Die!" He swung a fist towards Xian's chest with tremendous force. "Ah!" Xian sighed, then flashed a radiant smile at the assassin. "Why are you still so oblivious?" With that, Xian reached out and easily grasped the assassin's oncoming fist, twisting it with force, causing the assassin's hand to rotate a full 360 degrees. Breaking it in the process. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the assassin. But the assault was not yet finished. Xian then unleashed a punch aimed at the assassin's face. This punch was the culmination of Xian's understanding of the dog fist from Dudu's unique martial arts, transformed into the dragon tiger fist. The strike appeared unremarkable, seemingly slow and lacking force, yet upon impact with the assassin's chin, the assassin's entire face contorted grotesquely. Boom! The black-clad assassin was propelled backward like a cannonball, his teeth and blood scattering through the air, as he crashed to the ground several meters away, blood pouring from his mouth, convulsing briefly before his eyes rolled back. Unconscious that he could not fathom how this seemingly frail scholar possessed such overwhelming strength. With a single punch, Xian had dispatched a cunning fugitive who had roamed the underworld for years. Committing countless atrocities, that Xian retracted his fist, casting a glance at the unconscious assassin sprawled on the ground, shrugging his shoulders, and inwardly lamenting, "I have truly held back, only using a fraction of my strength. I never expected this fellow to be so fragile." Chapter 6. Improvement. The 13 Fists of Dragon and Elephant. In that moment, the entire scene fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Dudu and the surrounding common folk, who had taken refuge, were profoundly shaken by the sight of Xian sending the black-clad assassin flying with a single punch, their faces etched with disbelief. That was a fearsome and skilled fugitive. Even Dudu struggled against him, yet he was vanquished by Xian's single blow. The onlookers felt as though they were in a dream, struggling to accept the reality that Su the doctor is actually this formidable. Those who had regained their senses gasped in astonishment. For a time, everyone in the village and beyond had believed Xian to be merely a frail scholar with some medical knowledge. Never suspecting he also possessed a masculine side, it turned out that Dr. Su not only healed and saved lives, but also had some martial prowess. Thank goodness for Dr. Su's intervention. Otherwise, it could have turned fatal. Dr. Su is truly remarkable, excelling in both literature and martial arts. Dr. Su looks so dashing. The crowd buzzed with excitement, with many young women casting flirtatious glances at Su Xian. For such a handsome and cultured figure, adept in both the arts and martial skills, was undeniably captivating. That Su Xian surveyed the surroundings, slightly bowing, hands clasped in a gesture of humility, and smiling serenely. You flatter me. Good folks that I am but a novice in martial arts, merely taking advantage of an opportunity presented by my brother-in-law's earlier struggle with this man. Please do not mock me. That Su Xian's modest words only endeared him further to the townsfolk, who lavished praise upon him. Dudu, still astonished, stood up, having just moments ago urged Su Xian to flee, yet now witnessing him effortlessly dispatch the assassin with a single strike. The rapid turn of events left Dudu momentarily speechless. He approached Su Xian, scrutinizing him carefully, even pinching his arms and calves, muttering in disbelief, "Your muscles and physique have indeed become more robust." Su Xian, how have you grown so powerful? How could that assassin not be your match? Dudu pressed, eager to uncover the mystery. That Su Xian chuckled. Of course, it was because you had exhausted the assassin during your fierce battle, allowing me to seize the moment and strike him down. That Su Xian had intended to remain humble. But Dudu rolled his eyes in disbelief. You little rascal, stop spinning tales. I only exchanged a few blows with that unconscious fellow on the ground. How could he possibly be exhausted? In fact, it was I who was nearing exhaustion. Could it be the result of consuming some miraculous herb? Previously, Daodu had observed that Su Xian's complexion had improved significantly. That Su Xian concocted an excuse about consuming celestial herbs to brush it off. Now, Daodu felt that Su Xian's strength had remarkably increased, capable of sending an assassin flying with a single punch, and this was surely the reason that Su Xian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Yet he merely smiled and nodded. Perhaps it was true. Haha, Su Xian, you truly are fortunate. That celestial herb is indeed a marvelous thing. Not only has it revitalized your complexion, but it has also augmented your strength tremendously. Tistiske, I must admit, I envy you. Daodu was completely convinced. After all, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Just a moment ago, he had almost thought he would meet his end here. Daodu still felt a lingering fear. Had it not been for Su Xian's swift action in dispatching the dark-clothed assassin, he might have faced dire consequences to brother-in-law. How do you intend to deal with that man? Su Xian pointed at the unconscious assassin lying on the ground. Daodu glanced over and couldn't help but gasp in horror. The fallen assassin's face was so mangled that it was almost unrecognizable, with most of his teeth missing and blood smeared around his mouth. His expression frozen in disbelief. Such a sight was truly dreadful. Daodu swallowed hard. Su Xian, your strength is quite extraordinary. He then picked up the rope he had originally used to lead pigs and swiftly bound the unconscious assassin tightly before hoisting him onto his back. Su Xian, it seems we cannot share a drink tonight. I must first take this fugitive back to the magistrate. With countless eyes watching, Daodu carried the fugitive toward the magistrate's office. Along the way, many unsuspecting citizens, or those only half aware of the situation, showered Daodu with praises, extolling him as brave and heroic, a master of cases, and a deliverer of the people from harm. This made Daodu feel a bit embarrassed, as he knew that capturing the cunning fugitive was largely due to Su Xian's efforts. After Daodu departed, Su Xian, not knowing the location of Tsuehua Tower and feeling disinclined to visit an inn for a drink, simply found a small restaurant and ordered a couple of dishes to satisfy his hunger. As for the earlier incident, he had long since cast it from his mind, completely unconcerned. After all, swiftly eliminating an assassin was merely a trivial matter for him. Just as Su Xian finished eating and was about to leave, a few young women approached, some bold and others shyly looking down, timidly asking, "Young Master Su, are you married?" The moment these women laid eyes on Su Xian, they were smitten, and having just witnessed his bravery on the street, their hearts fluttered, prompting them to muster the courage to confess their feelings that Su Xian could only awkwardly and politely decline, insisting he was not fated to marry, and then hurriedly made his exit. That a quarter of an hour later, Su Xian returned to his courtyard. He practiced the Longhu fist he had just comprehended. This set of martial arts appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed unfathomable power. Earlier, Su Xian had only utilized a fraction of his strength to render the dark-clothed assassin unconscious, but he felt there was still room for improvement. Closing his eyes, he contemplated deeply, recalling Dao Du's striking techniques, and reviewing every martial art he had encountered in his past lives. Suddenly experiencing an epiphany, he discovered a brand new martial art. Ding! You have improved the Longhu Fist into the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists. Dragon Elephant 13 Fists. Each punch possesses the strength of a dragon and elephant, increasing power tenfold, and upon mastering all 13 punches, one can wield the might to move mountains and fill seas. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, feeling quite pleased he had derived the Longhu Fist from Dao De's unique techniques, and now he had transformed it into the even more formidable Dragon Elephant 13 Fists. He immediately began to practice the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists. With each punch and palm strike, he unleashed a powerful momentum. As he threw a punch into the air, the atmosphere crackled ominously as if on the verge of exploding. He ventured to the backyard, where a large willow tree stood beside a tranquil lake that in the future, when he married Xiaobai, Xiaoqing would rest beneath this grand willow, gazing at them from afar, facing the lake. Su Xian's hair stirred as if caught by an unseen wind. Suddenly, he unleashed a fierce punch, the Dragon Elephant First Punch. Bang, bang, bang. The previously calm surface of the lake erupted with waves, and the branches of the willow danced as if caught in a tempest. Such was the might of the Dragon Elephant First Punch. If he were to cultivate it to the 13th punch, it would surely possess the power to reshape the world. He pondered whether his Dragon Elephant 13 Fist could shatter Fa Hai's golden bowl. Su Xian reflected, for Fa Hai remained a thorn in his side, that if he did not grow strong enough, he would be unable to alter the tragic fate that awaited him. Therefore, he was determined to seize every moment to strengthen himself. One day, he would shatter that bald monk's golden bowl with a single blow. Just wait and see. Fa Hai. Chapter 7. Cultivation progresses, achieving the second grade, great perfection. Su Xian continued to train by deep night. He had successfully cultivated the Dragon Elephant 13 Fist to the second punch, its power exponentially greater. Su Xian, I'm back. Dao De's jubilant voice rang out from outside. Creak, do, ever unceremonious. Push the door open. Su Xian, are you asleep? Ivy, it brought you something wonderful. Su Xian stepped out of the room, feeling Dao De's excitement even through the door that I was just about to rest, brother-in-law. Upon seeing Su Xian emerge, Dao De quickly pulled out a large silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it to Su Xian. Here, this is 50 taels of reward money from the government. Earlier, Dao De had captured a fugitive and received 50 taels as a reward from the magistrate. Tonight, having apprehended another cunning fugitive, he naturally earned another 50 taels. You mustn't refuse, Su Xian. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would I have failed to catch that clever fugitive, but I might have even put myself in danger to brother-in-law. Just accept it. You've earned it. Su Xian hurriedly caught the silver, smiling. Then I shall not be polite. Although Su Xian did not place much value on wealth, being in the mortal realm, he was aware that Dao De still owed 300 taels to Fengla Tower, which could affect his future meetings with Xiaobai. Otherwise, knowing Dao De's nature, he would quickly squander it again, so Su Xian decided to keep these 50 taels for now. Oh right, I almost forgot. Dao De slapped his thigh, feigning a sudden realization that Su Xian, do you want to learn martial arts? I can teach you my unique dog fist technique. It's quite formidable. If I hadn't exhausted so much energy fighting that wild boar tonight, I could have dispatched that dark-clothed assassin with just my dog fist without drawing my sword. Dao De had been thinking that Su Xian might be a promising candidate for martial arts since he had been contemplating teaching him throughout their journey. Without waiting for Su Xian's response, Dao De immediately showcased his technique, demonstrating the moves of the dog fist. Although Dao De's dog fist appeared somewhat comical, it indeed possessed some skill. His strikes were fierce, and his footwork nimble. The wind generated by his punches and palms was remarkable. However, to Su Xian, who had already comprehended the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists, Dao De's dog fist seemed rather trivial. That Su Xian chuckled and shook his head. No, brother-in-law, your dog fist is indeed a unique art, but I wouldn't be able to learn it. That Su Xian politely declined. Some martial arts were indeed unique, much like Dao De's inherent dog fist, which was difficult for anyone else to master. Additionally, the cultivation methods Su Xian had comprehended, such as the I Ching's marrow-cleansing bone-breaking technique and the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists, could scarcely be taught to others. They could only be cultivated individually. Well, it seems you truly cannot learn my dog fist. Dowda sighed, though his face bore no significant disappointment, that he then added, practicing martial arts has little future. Someone like me can only aspire to be a beloved constable among the common folk. The true path lies in studying and taking the imperial examinations. If our ancestral grave were to emit green smoke and you were to succeed as a top scholar, how grand and impressive that would be. During the Song dynasty, the emphasis was on civil over military pursuits. Studying and passing examinations to become an official seemed to offer a brighter future. Thus, Dowda abandoned the idea of teaching Su Xian martial arts. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xian was not only practicing martial arts, but had also comprehended several techniques, rendering him already quite powerful compared to an ordinary person. Dowda looked up at the sky, now shrouded in darkness. It was deep into the night. He cleared his throat. It's getting late. I must head back. You should rest early too. Although your health has benefited from the celestial herb, you mustn't overexert yourself. That method of burning the midnight oil is not advisable. Rest is essential. That I'm leaving now. As he spoke, Dowda hummed a little tune and strode away. That it was evident he was very pleased today. Su Xian smiled faintly, closed the door, and lay down to rest. For several consecutive days, Su Xian dedicated himself to cultivation, easily breaking through from the third grade great perfection to the second grade, the second grade level. He could be considered a minor master, a rare expert. As his cultivation progressed, his dragon elephant 13 fists reached the fourth punch, and the power of his strikes multiplied geometrically. That he was growing stronger by the day. 1 midday. A knock echoed at Su Xian's door, accompanied by a slightly bashful voice. Dr. Su, are you home? The sound was recognizable to Su Xian. It belonged to the wife of Dinyo, whom he had met before. A few days prior, he had employed his extraordinary medical skills to treat Dinyo's lame leg and had partaken in a meal at their home. Becoming acquainted with Dinyo's spouse, over the days, Dinyo's leg had improved significantly, and it would not be long before he fully recovered. Dinyo, being a man of integrity, had sent his wife to invite Su Xian over for a meal several times, all of which Su Xian had politely declined. Today, Dinyo's wife had come once more. Please come in. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, she beamed with joy, hurriedly opening the door and stepping inside. Due to a large birthmark covering half her face, she typically concealed it with a cloth. At this moment, she carried a ceramic jar, steam wafting from it, filling the air with the enticing aroma of chicken soup. This chicken soup? My apologies for the intrusion. Dr. Dinyo's wife entered, placing the jar brimming with chicken soup onto the table. Upon seeing Su Xian, her eyes could not help but linger a moment longer on him. This was not due to any improper thoughts, but rather a natural human appreciation for beauty. Su Xian's appearance and demeanor were indeed captivating. Sister-in-law, is this chicken soup really necessary? Su Xian said, somewhat amused. The hospitality of Dinyo's family was overwhelming. After multiple invitations to dine with them, today Dinyo's wife had gone so far as to prepare a chicken soup from a freshly slaughtered hen. Dr. Su, you mustn't say such things. If it weren't for your intervention, my rough husband would have remained lame for life, a source of ridicule. You have healed him, and soon he will walk normally. With his legs restored, he will work more efficiently and earn more. You have not taken a single coin from us, and we are genuinely grateful to you. What is this chicken soup in comparison? Please don't be modest. It's from a freshly slaughtered hen, meant to nourish and strengthen. Su Xian still felt somewhat helpless, but found it difficult to refuse. Then I must thank you, sister-in-law. Oh, do not mention it. Dinyo's wife smiled, waving her hand. That I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave. Understanding the situation, she recognized that Su Xian was still single. Lingering too long might invite unnecessary gossip. Hence she departed swiftly after delivering the soup. Su Xian approached the table and opened the ceramic jar, a delightful aroma wafting towards him. Inside lay an entire hen. It was evident that Dinyo and his wife were genuinely grateful. The chicken was tender, and Su Xian effortlessly tore off a large drumstick. Savoring the taste, it was indeed delicious. Before long, he had consumed the entire hen, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Since taking up martial arts, his physical demands had increased significantly, leading to a greater appetite. Sated, Su Xian settled onto his bed to meditate and cultivate his skills. From Dinyo's perspective, on the 8th day, he was able to walk normally again. After 30 years of lameness, experiencing the sensation of walking as if for the first time brought him to tears of joy. The gratitude he and his wife felt towards Xian was beyond words. Nevertheless, Daniel strictly adhered to Xian's medical advice, continuing his medication for 10 days before resuming normal life and labor. Xian's medical skills had already gained him some local renown, and patients occasionally sought his help. Although he was often preoccupied with his training, he never turned away those in need of treatment. After all, a physician's benevolence is a form of virtue, a noble pursuit. Yet in recent days, Xian's home had been inundated with visitors from dawn till dusk. After witnessing Daniel's miraculous recovery, neighbors and distant acquaintances found it hard to believe. Further enhancing Xian's reputation as a skilled healer, news spread like wildfire. Soon, those afflicted with lameness from far and wide flocked to seek Xian's assistance that on particularly busy days, he operated on over a dozen patients, with some inquiring if he could also treat their twisted limbs. Of course. Yet he pondered how his exceptional medical prowess had seemingly become synonymous with treating lameness. When performing surgery, he did so with remarkable speed and openness, completing each in just a few minutes. This only served to astound many witnesses, who likened Xian's skill to that of a divine craftsman, akin to the legendary Huata. Xian did charge for his services. However, minor ailments were a mere one tael of silver, while major surgeries commanded 10. For instance, treating a child's fever was classified as a minor ailment, while operating on a dislocated limb was a major one. These fees were quite reasonable, and all patients Xian treated experienced complete recoveries without exception. The income was earned honestly, and both parties were satisfied with the arrangements. Gradually, many began to refer to Xian as a miraculous physician. Xian remained indifferent to such titles, viewing them as mere vanity, neither essential nor detrimental to. As weeks passed, Xian continued his dual pursuits of cultivation and healing the local populace. His progress was remarkable, achieving the pinnacle of the second rank, with only a step remaining to reach the first rank. He had mastered the seventh form of the Longxiang 13 fist. Beneath the first rank, no one could withstand a single blow from him. The recent days spent practicing medicine had garnered him both accolades and silver. Coupled with the 50 taels earned from capturing a fugitive, Xian had accumulated over 500 taels, that he converted this wealth into silver notes, ensuring that should he encounter Xiaobai in the future, he could dine at Fengla Tower without the burden of debt. Chapter 8. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing in his modest home. Xian spent his days in meditation and occasionally treating patients. Leading a life of simplicity, in his leisure, he often strolled along the corridor bridge at West Lake, in the original tale. The first encounter between Xian and Xiaobai and Xiaoqing occurred on this very bridge. Regrettably, despite visiting for several consecutive days, he had yet to meet either of them. Perhaps fate had not yet aligned. In the distant mountains, far from Linen City, a rushing waterfall concealed a hidden paradise. Here, fragrant flowers bloomed, and a warm spring bubbled, enveloped in mist, creating a harmonious earthly utopia. Within the spring, two beautiful maidens frolicked and splashed, engaged in a playful water fight, their laughter echoing joyfully. These two women were none other than Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Gradually ceasing their playful antics, Xiaoqing swam over and embraced Xiaobai from behind, their bond resembling that of deeply affectionate sisters. Sister, we have now cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, perhaps in the future. We shall both transcend to become immortals. Both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing were serpent demons, and the ultimate goal of every demon's cultivation was perhaps to attain immortality. 500 years prior, Xiaobai had already possessed centuries of cultivation, and now she had amassed 1,000 years of mastery. While Xiaoqing's skills were slightly inferior at this rate, it appeared likely that both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing would eventually achieve great success and ascend to immortality. Xiaoqing, you are always so mischievous. Xiaobai, held in her sister's embrace, did not resist but merely playfully admonished her. Subsequently, she removed the red hairpin from her head, her thoughts drifting to a figure from 500 years ago. A Xian. The memories of her time with a Xian 500 years ago remained vivid in Xiaobai's mind, a recollection she could never forget. This memory was filled with joy, sorrow, and deep emotion. Holding the jade hairpin, her thoughts seemed to transport her back in time. I wonder how he is after all these years. Even if I achieve immortality, I could never forget him. Xiaobai would forever remember how a Xian had risked everything to become a demon for her, and how he had been frozen into an ice statue to protect her. That a Xian, Su Xian, was a knot in Xiaobai's heart. Unless resolved, it would be difficult for her to ascend to immortality. Sigh, sister is thinking about that fellow again. Xiaoqing sighed, releasing her embrace and transforming into a half-human, half-demon form, gliding gracefully to stand before Xiaobai, gazing at her with deep affection. After centuries of companionship, they had endured countless trials together. Their bond profound. Observing Xiaobai's longing for Su Xian, Xiaoqing felt a twinge of discomfort. That I really don't understand you, sister. What is so special about that guy? Xiaoqing remarked, her tone laced with playful irritation. Xiaobai continued to gaze at the jade hairpin in her palm, remaining silent. Xiaoqing leaned closer, pouting. Fine, I admit that guy has deep feelings for you. Although he lacks power and cultivation, he has helped us. And his actions have been worthy of you. While Xiaoqing might not have been particularly fond of a Xian from 500 years ago, she certainly did not harbor any strong dislike for him either. More often than not, she was simply sharp-tongued with a soft heart. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, a radiant smile bloomed on Xiaobai's beautiful face, akin to a breathtaking flower, as she chuckled and said, "It's rare to hear you speak so kindly of him." Xiaoqing, caught off guard, turned away, muttering, "That guy is useless. He just loves to show off. I dislike him." However, with her proud nature surfacing, she was careful not to speak too harshly, fearing it might hurt Xiaobai. Instead, she gazed tenderly at her sister and gently said, "Besides, it has already been 500 years. Why should you dwell on that fellow, jeopardizing our path to enlightenment?" Xiaobai delicately reattached the green hairpin to her hair, shaking her head gently. "Xiaoqing, you do not understand that I wish to find him to repay the kindness he once showed me." Xiaoqing wore an expression of exasperation, as if she might spit blood in frustration at so, after all that I've said. "You have not absorbed a single word. Have you, sister?" "Sister?" Xiaoqing glared. 500 years have passed, and you have no idea what that fellow has become in his reincarnation, regardless of how he has changed. "My love for him remains steadfast," Xiaobai interjected with unwavering determination. She gazed towards the waterfall, her eyes seemingly penetrating the void to glimpse the mortal realm. "And no matter what, I must find him." Irritated, Xiaoqing turned her head away, sulking that "I will not speak to you, sister." Xiaobai smiled tenderly, fully aware of Xiaoqing's temperament. This time, she embraced Xiaoqing from behind, softly comforting her. "Xiaoqing, let us descend the mountain in search of him." "Shall we?" Xiaoqing wanted to voice her objections, but was unable to resist her sister's gentle persuasion. "Fine, I will obey you, sister." Xiaoqing realized that Su Xian was indeed an unshakable bond in Xiaobai's heart. Even if they did not seek him now, repressing such thoughts would inevitably affect their future cultivation. Thus, despite her reluctance, she agreed to her sister's proposal to descend the mountain in search of Su Xian. "Xiaoqing, you are truly wonderful." Noticing that Xiaoqing no longer opposed her, Xiaobai's smile broadened, and she embraced her tighter. Xiaoqing felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, then gritted her teeth, muttering, "If that fellow has turned into a weakling who cannot protect my sister and makes her suffer, I will give him a good thrashing." Thus, the two maidens transformed into human form, stepping out from the waterfall. Descending towards Linen City, as they walked through the streets of Linen, the bustling scenery felt like a new world to them. "Wow, sister, the city is so lively. Is that a candied hawthorn? I want to try one." "What? It costs money." "Wow, sister, thank you for buying me the candied hawthorn. That it's so sweet and delicious. And look at the sugar figurines, they are also delightful. 2 sesame cakes and aged wine. Truly fine wine. The fabric at this shop is of such exquisite quality. A dress made from it would surely look splendid." The city was far more vibrant than the mountains, and the lively Xiaoqing, now having descended, momentarily forgot their purpose of searching for Su Xian, indulging in the pleasures of the mortal realm. After savoring candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, sesame cakes, and fine wine, she felt an immense joy, having also purchased new fabric for clothing. Of course, the funds for these delights came from Xiao by exchanging a golden ornament from her hair. Xiaobai allowed Xiaoqing to enjoy herself, perhaps allowing any lingering resentment towards Su Xian to dissipate. "By the way, sister, in this vast sea of people, how are we to find that fellow?" After consuming several skewers of candied hawthorn, Xiaoqing finally recalled their objective, asking in confusion, with hundreds of thousands of mortals. Finding a specific person without special means is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Xiao Bai smiled, pointing to the green hairpin in her hair, that if I encounter him, my hairpin will react. The hairpin possessed the ability to absorb others' internal energy. 500 years ago, when Xian was on the brink of losing his soul, Xiao Bai had preserved his spirit with this very hairpin. Even if Xian had reincarnated multiple times, should they meet again, the hairpin would exhibit a subtle response to no. Xiaoqing replied nonchalantly, then cheerfully declared, regardless, since we sisters have made the effort to descend the mountain, let us enjoy ourselves while searching for him. After all, the most important thing in life is happiness. To Xiaoqing, searching for someone did not seem overly crucial. It was more important to revel in joy. Xiao Bai laughed heartily, delighted by Xiaoqing's happiness as well. As they walked, Xiaoqing observed that many women in the city favored carrying oiled paper umbrellas. Upon passing an umbrella shop, she could not resist entering to browse. Sister, this oiled paper umbrella seems rather nice. I've noticed that the women here love to use them for both sun and rain. The sky looks as if it might rain. Shall we buy one to play with? Xiao Bai chuckled softly, as long as it makes you happy, Xiaoqing. They each purchased an oiled paper umbrella and, mimicking the women of the city, began to twirl them gracefully. Xiao Bai held a beautifully embroidered umbrella, enhancing her elegant allure. Xiaoqing playfully leaned in, jesting, my sister is truly stunning. Flattery will get you everywhere. You are beautiful too, Xiaoqing, Xiao Bai replied, covering her mouth with one hand while holding the umbrella with the other. Both girls laughing joyously. The pleasures of mortal life were indeed delightful. That moment, Xiao Bai's expression suddenly changed, and she halted in her tracks, her beautiful eyes fixating ahead. Sister, what is wrong? Xiaoqing immediately inquired upon noticing Xiao Bai's unusual demeanor. The hairpin has reacted. Chapter 9. A Vision of Celestial Beauty. Xiaoqing's inquiry, the green hairpin atop Xiao Bai's head quivered slightly. She quickly removed it, placing it in her palm. The hairpin began to spin like a compass, its pointed end directing her gaze forward, that he is ahead. He is right there. Xiao Bai was instantly filled with excitement. The Xian she had yearned for over 500 years was just ahead. Holding the oiled paper umbrella, she swiftly moved forward. Sister. Xiaoqing, taken by surprise, called out before hastily following. She had not anticipated that they were about to encounter the reincarnated Xian. Following the hairpin's guidance, Xiao Bai jogged for a short distance before finally stopping. Ahead of her, dozens of meters away, stood a covered bridge. In the misty rain, passers-by hurried across the bridge, and there, in the center, stood Xian, facing Westlake, radiating grace. Xiao Bai felt as if she had parted the clouds to see the moon. With a single glance, she recognized Xian on the bridge. That is Xian. That is a Xian. At that moment, her gaze became fixed upon Xian, entranced, her eyes glazed over with joy and contentment. Sister, you are running too fast. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? I can barely keep up. Xiaoqing complained about her sister's frantic pace upon discovering Xian, feeling a pang of jealousy at her sister's current state of rapture. With a huff, she thought, I want to see what kind of figure has captured my sister's heart for 500 years. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other on her hip, she proudly raised her chin to follow Xiao Bai's gaze toward the bridge. Suddenly, she too froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Almost popping from their sockets, before her stood Xian, his appearance strikingly handsome. His brows were like ink, slanting into his hairline, and his eyes resembled stars falling into a clear spring, deep and bright, sparkling with light. His high nose was like a majestic peak, the lines sharp yet soft. The corners of his slightly upturned lips held a faint, elusive smile, warm and elegant. His refined demeanor exuded an extraordinary charm. Furthermore, Xian lacked the frailness typically associated with scholarly types. That he stood tall and straight, with hawk-like brows and starry eyes, projecting an aura of vigor. In terms of both appearance and presence, he was utterly flawless. Merely standing on the bridge, he appeared transcendent, akin to a celestial being. No wonder Xiao Bai could not tear her gaze away after just one look. This fellow is remarkably handsome. Even Xiaoqing could not help but marvel at Xian's extraordinary looks and charm. With the elegance of a scholar and the prowess of a warrior, such a striking man was a rarity that Xiaoqing had not encountered in nearly 1,000 years. She even found herself contemplating that. Even among true celestial beings, none might possess Su Xian's stunning looks and grace. Sister, I truly did not expect that after 500 years, he would turn out to be quite presentable, she remarked, feeling a bit more favorably inclined towards Su Xian. Perhaps in her eyes, this version of Su Xian was worthy of her sister. Otherwise, if Su Xian had reincarnated into a burly, slovenly man, Xiaoqing might have immediately pulled Xiaobai away. Refusing to let her sister suffer any indignity, Xiaobai reattached the hairpin, her heart brimming with joy at seeing Su Xian. It is often said that lovers see beauty in their beloved. And how much more so with a figure such as Su Xian? Haha, it's quite rare to hear you praise him, Xiaoqing. Xiaobai chuckled, fully aware of her sister's disposition. Xiaoqing, hearing her sister's teasing, felt a blush rise to her cheeks, her pride flaring up. She crossed her arms defiantly and huffed. Humph, sister, I admit that fellow is quite handsome, but their essay saying, I said either. Something about a flowered pillow? Xiaobai corrected her. It's a flowered cushion. Xiaoqing smacked her thigh in realization. Yes, that's it. Don't be fooled by his handsome appearance. If he lacks strength, he has just a pretty face, an empty vessel at most. Wouldn't you agree, sister? The rules of the demon clan are starkly straightforward. The law of the jungle prevails, where the strong dominate the weak, and power is revered above all, perhaps in the course of her several centuries of existence. Xiaoqing has witnessed far too many tragedies resulting from a lack of formidable strength, which has led her to hold power in high esteem. That a person who is merely pleasing to the eye yet lacks substance is indeed akin to a decorative pillow. Xiaobai smiled gently and softly explained, Xiaoqing, you must not think this way, that we reside in the realm of mortals, where scholars strive for academic achievements, and common folk seek a stable life without the need to engage in warfare. What purpose does such overwhelming strength serve? By your reasoning, does that imply that all who do not cultivate themselves in this mortal world are but decorative pillows? Thus, Xiaoqing, even if he were truly a decorative pillow, as long as he reciprocates my affection and never deceives me, that would suffice. Xiaobai spoke with a tender tone, patiently elucidating her point. However, Xiaoqing remained unconvinced, especially as it pertained to her sister's happiness. Sister, perhaps you are right. These mortals may lack power, but they must possess some integrity, mustn't they? I have heard of many scholars who espouse virtues such as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, claiming to be paragons of virtue. Yet behind the scenes, they engage in all manner of unsavory deeds. Sister, I must test him. I need to ascertain his character. Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she pondered various ways to evaluate Su Xian's moral standing. Xiaoqing. Xiaobai's tone bore a hint of reproach. She wished to prevent Xiaoqing from causing a ruckus, which could lead to an awkward situation for both parties. Yet Xiaoqing, undeterred, insisted, Sister, do not impede me. I am doing this for your own good. There are countless men in this world who are greedy and lustful. What if that fellow is also a covetous and lascivious man? Besides, true gold fears no fire. If his character is indeed commendable, he should have no fear of my tests. Xiaoqing's reasoning had merit. One cannot solely judge by appearances. Character is equally paramount. Thus, for her sister's sake, she felt compelled to unveil Su Xian's true nature. Xiaobai found herself unable to argue further. How do you plan to test him? Xiaoqing patted her chest confidently, declaring, Sister, have no worries, just watch me. I shall first test whether he is greedy. With a playful giggle, Xiaoqing gestured toward the corridor bridge, employing a certain technique imperceptible to mortal eyes. Suddenly, a passerby's pouch, which hung at his waist, plummeted directly at Su Xian's feet. That Su Xian, fortunate enough to notice, bent down to retrieve it, while the original owner remained oblivious. Sister, do you think that fellow will pick up the pouch and claim it as his own? Xiaoqing giggled mischievously at Xiaobai, her face alight with playfulness. Xiaobai's expression was tinged with concern as she chided softly. Xiaoqing, you delight in mischief, but I trust he is not a greedy person. Xiaoqing's scheme to gauge Su Xian's avarice made Xiaobai uneasy. How could someone as ethereal as Su Xian be tempted by such trivial wealth? Surely, he would not succumb to it. Sister, your opinion does not count. Let us see how he behaves. Together, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai observed from a distance as Su Xian reacted to the pouch that had fallen. Having been gazing into the distance on the bridge, Su Xian indeed heard the sound of the pouch hitting the ground, and upon glancing down, he found it at his feet. That a pouch, Su Xian mused. Slightly puzzled, as he bent down to pick it up, as he held the pouch, he was reminded of the original tale where he first encountered Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing on the misty bridge of Westlake, where Xiao Bai had purposefully dropped a red hairpin for him to find, leading to a beautiful encounter. Today, under the hazy sky, he too stood on the bridge, and although the item he picked up was not a hairpin but a pouch, could this not also foreshadow the imminent arrival of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Xian felt a surge of joy, a smile spreading across his face. This smile did not go unnoticed by Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing from afar. Xiao Qing immediately exclaimed, "He smiled! He smiled, sister. Look, he is smiling after finding the pouch. He must be thinking of claiming this wealth for himself. See, he truly is a greedy man. Haha." Xiao Qing laughed heartily, reminiscent of a child who had just won a bet. Xiao Bai, however, felt somewhat taken aback. In her eyes, someone with Su Xian's extraordinary demeanor should not be of such base character. Yet here he was, smiling with joy after picking up the pouch. Could it be that Su Xian might truly disappoint Xiao Bai? Sister, this man lacks integrity. He lacks integrity. I knew it. He appears so refined. But surely he must have some flaws. Xiao Qing continued to gloat, pointing at Su Xian on the bridge, but suddenly her laughter ceased abruptly, and her words faltered, for she observed that after smiling at the pouch, Su Xian did not claim it for himself. Instead, he stood up and called out to the owner in front of him, "Brother, you dropped your pouch." The pouch was promptly returned to its rightful owner. This scene took both Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai by surprise. That hadn't he just smiled upon finding the pouch? Why, in the next moment, did he return it? Su Xian was not adhering to the expected script at all. Chapter 10. What a surprise! One could almost break into a cold sweat. Had this fellow truly been so easily swayed by the sight of money? Xiao Qing's face was a canvas of confusion and disbelief. Just moments ago, Su Xian had smiled at the sight of the pouch, which Xiao Qing interpreted as greed. Yet the next moment, he returned it without even a hint of hesitation. This proved that Xiao Qing had misjudged him. Su Xian was not a greedy man. Haha, Xiao Bai covered her mouth, unable to suppress a laugh that sounded both gentle and enchanting. Xiao Qing, you have wronged him. I always knew Su Xian would not be that kind of mundane person. A radiant smile blossomed on Xiao Bai's face, clearly satisfied with this outcome, or perhaps with Su Xian's character. The more she observed him on the bridge, the more he resembled a gallant scholar, even a celestial being. Humph. Xiao Qing remained unconvinced, though she knew not why. Nevertheless, she resolved that this man had passed her first test, but she had one more trick up her sleeve. A wicked grin appeared on her face as she determined to uncover Su Xian's flaws. If greed was the first test, then lust would be the next. Sister, the books say that heroes often fall prey to the charms of beautiful women. Surely your beloved is no exception, that if he is not greedy. I refuse to believe he can remain unperturbed. With that, Xiao Qing prepared to cast another spell. Xiao Qing, do not act recklessly. I believe in him. Xiao Bai implored, attempting to stop her, but Xiao Qing had already unleashed her magic. On the bridge, a young and beautiful passerby suddenly dropped her silk handkerchief, which, caught by a gentle breeze, landed perfectly in Su Xian's hands. That Su Xian was momentarily startled, glancing at the handkerchief in his grasp and feeling an odd dissonance. He, now a practitioner of the second rank, had not sensed Xiao Qing's subtle spell. He merely felt something was off. Just moments ago, someone had dropped a pouch, and now a handkerchief. Was this mere coincidence? Su Xian pondered. Yet soon, he broke into a smile that had no need to overthink it. Regardless, it is best to return a lady's handkerchief to her. He swiftly approached the young woman, addressing her politely as he presented her lost item. Miss, your handkerchief has fallen in ancient times. It was not an exaggeration to say that a handkerchief was a woman's intimate possession, sometimes even serving as a token of affection, holding special significance that if a woman's handkerchief was picked up by a man, she might feel it had been tainted or sullied and choose to discard it. However, when the young woman turned to see Su Xian's angelic face, resembling that of a celestial being, the words she almost uttered were suddenly swallowed back. Her eyes fixated on Su Xian's visage as if she were admiring a flawless gem, unable to tear her gaze away. Ahem, miss, is this indeed your handkerchief? Su Xian cleared his throat, interrupting her reverie and bringing her back to reality. The young woman's cheeks flushed as she replied in a sweet, melodious voice, Indeed, this is my handkerchief, but since you found it, kind sir, please keep it. With that, she even winked at Su Xian, her eyes sparkling with unreserved affection. What a spectacle! Su Xian had merely returned her handkerchief, and she was already smitten. Su Xian felt a twinge of helplessness as his lips twitched. It seemed that being exceptionally handsome came with its own set of troubles. From a distance, Xiaoqing watched this scene, her teeth clenched in indignation. "Pa, how utterly shameless!" Xiaoqing secretly scolded the woman for being shameless, boldly confessing her feelings to Su Xian like that, moments ago. She had cast a spell to make the woman's handkerchief fall into Su Xian's hands, merely to test whether he would exhibit any peculiar preferences, such as cherishing the handkerchief or seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation with the woman, perhaps showering her with sweet words. However, the outcome was entirely beyond Xiaoqing's expectations that Su Xian did not take the chance to flirt with the woman. Instead, it was the woman who confessed her feelings upon seeing Su Xian. "I came to test Su Xian, not to let you confess your feelings to him." "Sister, that woman is so shameless. Who confesses like that? It's utterly indecorous. Don't you agree?" Xiaoqing continued to grumble. Yet Xiao Bai remained silent. Turning to look at Xiao Bai, Xiaoqing noticed that the smile had vanished from her sister's face. Her eyes were fixed intently on the woman, her gaze seemingly filled with a murderous intent. Xiaoqing's cheeks twitched slightly. It was as if she was seeing this side of her sister for the first time, that a sense of fear crept into Xiaoqing's heart. She felt she had gone too far. If she truly facilitated a match between Su Xian and that random woman, would she not be betraying her sister and becoming a sinner? Cough, cough. At this point, all she could do was hope that Su Xian would not be bewitched by beauty. Xiaoqing could only pray that Su Xian would withstand the test and not be captivated by that stranger on the corridor bridge. Su Xian still smiled and shook his head, gently rejecting the woman's affections. Since it was the lady's silk handkerchief, it should be returned to her. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, the infatuated woman was momentarily stunned. She was naturally beautiful, with countless suitors. Yet Su Xian had turned her down. "My lord, won't you reconsider?" The woman's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, appearing pitiful. Any ordinary gentleman would surely wish to embrace her, and it would be difficult for any normal man to refuse. Unfortunately, he was Su Xian, who could hardly be considered an ordinary my lady. "We are not fated," these words. The stranger's tears streamed down her cheeks as she snatched back her handkerchief and ran away, weeping as she covered her face with the silk. Su Xian felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. However, he could do nothing. After all, matters of the heart cannot be forced, can they? In the distance, Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai were both astonished and relieved. My heavens, he actually passed such a test. It's hard to believe. Xiaoqing's eyes widened as she stared at Su Xian on the bridge, her expression one of utter incredulity. She had intended to test whether Su Xian was lecherous. Yet the situation had shifted. It was the woman who had boldly confessed her feelings, raising the difficulty of the test manifold. If it were an ordinary man, he would surely have faltered. But Su Xian? He actually refused. This left Xiaoqing utterly astonished. Xiao Bai also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She had genuinely been anxious. What if Xiaoqing's cleverness backfired and led Su Xian to fall in love at first sight with that stranger? What would she do then? Would she have to silently bless them on her first day, descending the mountain? It was indeed a cold sweat moment. Thankfully, such a scenario did not unfold. What a close call. Su Xian remained the same Su Xian. A gentle smile returned to Xiao Bai's face as she held her oiled paper umbrella and softly spoke to Xiaoqing, who was also holding an umbrella. "All right. Xiaoqing, you have tested him and can prove he is neither greedy nor lecherous. Let us go meet him." Chapter 11. A beautiful encounter, meeting again after 500 years. It was truly unexpected that this fellow was not only handsome, but also not greedy or lustful. Very well, I tentatively acknowledge him. After these two tests, Xiaoqing had preliminarily accepted Su Xian, that in terms of both appearance and character, Su Xian was impeccable. Xiaoqing murmured, "Only a man of his caliber deserves my sister." In Xiaoqing's heart, Xiao Bai would always be the most beautiful. She felt that perhaps only a man as virtuous and handsome as Su Xian could be worthy of Xiao Bai. "What are you mumbling about, Xiaoqing? Hurry, come with me. I feel a bit nervous." Xiao Bai, holding the oiled paper umbrella, walked ahead. Just the thought of meeting Su Xian again after 500 years made her heart flutter with anxiety. Even though Xiao Bai had cultivated for 1,000 years and possessed profound skills, she could not quell her apprehension. Ha, sister, I didn't know you could feel nervous too. Xiao Qing, feeling in good spirits, teased as she quickly caught up with her sister, the two of them walking side by side under their umbrellas. Sister, don't you think it would be too abrupt if we just went up to him like this? In the language of city folk, it wouldn't seem natural or romantic. How dull. Xiao Qing chirped like a little sparrow, chattering incessantly in Xiao Bai's ear. Xiao Bai paused, realizing that Xiao Qing had a point. If they simply approached Su Xian on the bridge to greet him, it would indeed be a typical encounter. Their first meeting after 500 years should not be so sudden and mundane. The initial impression is crucial. It could very well affect future developments, and they could not afford to be careless. Turning to her smiling sister, Xiao Bai gently asked, then Xiao Qing, how do you suggest we meet him? Hee. Xiao Qing leaned closer to Xiao Bai's ear and whispered, Sister, let us do this and then that. After hearing Xiao Qing's suggestion, Xiao Bai patted her sister's head and chuckled. You really have a lot of clever ideas. Xiao Qing. Hee, as long as sister agrees. The two girls, holding their oiled paper umbrellas, made their way toward the bridge down on the corridor bridge. Su Xian scratched his head, looking somewhat puzzled. How strange. Today it's either someone dropping a wallet or a handkerchief. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Su Xian glanced around. The bridge was crowded with people, and he noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Although his cultivation was quite respectable, at the second rank of perfection. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were snake demons who had cultivated for 1,000 years, possessing greater mastery than he. Thus, despite the earlier spell Xiao Qing had discreetly cast, Su Xian merely felt an odd sensation without realizing its source. Moreover, with the misty rain falling, the sky drizzling, and pedestrians sheltering under their oiled paper umbrellas, he failed to catch sight of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing at first. Su Xian shook his head with a smile. Thinking he must be overthinking things standing at the center of the corridor bridge, he turned to gaze at the lake. Just then, he heard a crisp sound that was a clear chime, neither the sound of a wallet dropping nor a handkerchief, but more akin to jade falling to the ground. Of course, Su Xian did not dwell on it and couldn't help but grumble. Why is it that today so many people are dropping things? Yet he turned around and saw a jade-green hairpin lying on the ground. That moment, Su Xian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, lost in thought that was Xiao Bai. Su Xian silently exclaimed, his face inevitably filled with excitement that he is a time traveler. He remembered the original storyline, and as Su Xian himself, he could never forget this jade-green hairpin from 500 years ago. Thus, the sense of incongruity he had felt earlier was indeed accurate. The dropped wallet and handkerchief were likely the doing of Xiao Qing, and Xiao Bai. A smile crept onto Su Xian's lips as he bent down to pick up the fallen jade-green hairpin. Simultaneously, he forced himself to suppress the joy bubbling within him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. After all, it would be quite out of place and unreasonable if he were to excitedly find Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing holding the hairpin. Therefore, the best course of action for Su Xian was to pretend he knew nothing and return the hairpin to Xiao Bai. Holding the hairpin, Su Xian raised his head and immediately spotted the two graceful figures, one in green and the other in white, under their oiled paper umbrellas. That moment, Xiao Qing was joking with her sister, that fellow must be too foolish to realize the hairpin was deliberately dropped by us. And I wonder what expression he will have when he sees you. I can't wait. It turned out that Xiao Qing's earlier suggestion to Xiao Bai was to create a beautiful encounter by dropping Xiao Bai's hairpin. Just as in the original story, Xiao Qing felt quite proud, believing Su Xian would not figure it out and would be completely in the dark. Little did she know, Su Xian was fully aware. Sure enough, the next moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind the two girls, accompanied by a warm, jade-like voice from My lady, your hairpin has fallen. With both hands cradling the vermilion hairpin, Su Xian slightly bowed and returned it to the two women. That moment, Qing and Bai, who were holding an oiled paper umbrella, had their backs turned to Su Xian upon hearing Su Xian's voice. Bai trembled slightly. This was the first time in 500 years that she had personally heard his voice. That a surge of emotions, excitement, anxiety, and joy washed over her. Bai tightened her grip on the umbrella's handle, composed herself, and blossomed into a captivating smile as she turned to face Qing. Bai's countenance radiated warmth and grace. That fleeting smile seemed to overshadow everything else in the vicinity, even though Su Xian had mentally prepared himself. He found himself momentarily entranced by Bai's smile. In that instant, he thought Bai's smile is so beautiful, tender, and enchanting. Observing Su Xian's astonished and dazed handsome face, Bai covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. She leaned slightly forward and spoke softly. "This is indeed my vermilion hairpin. I thank you, young sir, for retrieving it." Qing could hardly contain her laughter. "Haha, you're not as impressive as I imagined upon seeing my sister. You still can't help but gaze at her with such infatuation. Of course, I can't entirely blame you. My sister is simply too stunning." Qing, nearly doubling over with laughter at Su Xian's embarrassment, was clearly pleased with herself. Her expression seemed to proclaim that while he remained indifferent to other beautiful passers-by, he was utterly captivated by her sister, thus affirming her unparalleled beauty and charm. "Qing, don't speak nonsense," Bai chided, giving her sister a gentle nudge. Though Qing continued to giggle merrily, "My sister is just a bit mischievous. Please don't take her words to heart," Bai added, her tone soft at Su Xian, regaining his composure and feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized. "Miss Qing is correct. I have been remiss, and I beg your pardon." His moment of distraction was not due to a lack of self-control. Though he was an otherworldly traveler, having assumed the identity of Su Xian, he was indeed Su Xian. 500 years ago, he had shared a profound bond with Bai, enduring trials and tribulations together. TOC Bai once again, after such a long separation, was a wondrous reunion that stirred the depths of his soul. It was only natural that he would momentarily lose himself in the moment. Certainly, Qing was merely jesting without malice. "Well then, since you two are meeting for the first time and seem to hit it off quite well, shouldn't you introduce yourselves properly?" Qing chuckled as she playfully snatched the vermilion hairpin from Su Xian's hand and placed it upon Bai's head. Bai and Su Xian were relatively reserved, allowing Qing to act as the catalyst. "I find you quite approachable, fair maiden. May I inquire your name?" Su Xian feigned curiosity, fully aware that Bai was Bai, yet the customary pleasantries must be observed for his claim of finding her approachable. It was genuine. Bai's beautiful eyes sparkled as she replied softly, "I perceive that you two possess a kind demeanor. Young my name is Bai, and I have come here from afar to escape calamity. This is my sister Qing. May I ask how you are addressed?" Bai's assertion that she and Qing were fleeing from disaster was clearly a fabrication. One would hardly believe such a charming lady had been through hardship. Nonetheless, such details were inconsequential, as both were merely engaging in polite exchanges. "Miss Bai, I am Su, with the single character Xian. Hailing from Linen, Hangzhou," Su Xian introduced himself with a graceful bow, his every gesture exuding elegance. "Su Xian, greetings to you, young master," Bai acknowledged, having learned his name. Qing, reveling in the unfolding drama, exclaimed with a grin, "So your name is Su Xian? I thought you were still called a Xian." Bai quickly covered Qing's mouth, preventing her from continuing. With a hint of apology, Bai remarked, "Please forgive my sister, Su Gongzi. She has had a bit too much to drink today, so her words should not be taken to heart." Watching the amusing scene of Bai covering Qing's mouth, Su Xian couldn't help but smile, finding their antics quite endearing. After a moment, Qing pouted playfully and stepped aside, saying, all right, I'll listen to my sister. I won't interrupt you two." Bai and Su Xian exchanged knowing smiles. 500 years apart, their eyes seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. Yet, just as their conversation was about to deepen, a hurried voice interrupted, "Dr. Su, at last, I've found you." Chapter 12. Qing. This fellow possesses both admirable medical skills and ethics. A breathless old woman, her hair as white as snow, rushed up behind Su Xian. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand, her face etched with urgency. "Dear Su, my husband went up the mountain to gather firewood today and was stung by a venomous bee. Now half of his face is purple and swollen beyond belief. Please, you must see if there is any hope for him." Su Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. This was just like the original tale. After encountering Bai and Qing, someone immediately sought his medical help. Why must it happen at this moment? Su Xian's expression became somewhat awkward, torn between Bai and Qing on one side and the urgent need of the patient on the other. Just as Su Xian hesitated to speak, Bai interjected with a smile, "Saving lives is of utmost importance. Su Gongzi, please go and take a look." The old woman, hearing Bai's words, quickly expressed her gratitude. "You are truly understanding, my dear." "I thank you." In fact, Su Xian had a bamboo medicine box at his feet, a companion he always carried when going out. Earlier, while gazing out from the corridor, The box had been beside him. However, this box did not contain books but rather medicinal herbs, small knives, silver needles, food, and other miscellaneous items. In modern terms, it was akin to a doctor's toolkit, but he typically took it with him when foraging for herbs or going out, prepared for any sudden medical emergencies. Such situations, where someone sought his medical expertise in the streets, were not uncommon, but it was particularly fortuitous that it occurred while he was with Bai. Thus, Xian hurried to the old woman's home to treat the patient who had been stung by the bee. Bai and Qing quietly followed at a distance. Qing, visibly displeased, defended her sister, saying, "Sister, that old woman really is something," appearing just when she did, interrupting your conversation with Xian. Such a spoilsport. How infuriating. Bai, however, remained unperturbed, gently guiding her. "Qing, do not speak so. Human lives are at stake. Saving a life is paramount, but I am not in haste to converse with him." Upon arriving at the patient's home, Xian found an elderly man lying on the bed. Half of his face grotesquely swollen and discolored. The situation was indeed dire. Without prompt treatment, the toxin could infiltrate the nerves and brain, potentially resulting in death. Time was of the essence. Xian immediately made an incision on the swelling of the patient's face to relieve pressure, then retrieved some medicinal items from his box to apply to the wound. The swelling and toxins visibly receded at a remarkable pace. The elderly woman, with her hair white as snow, watched in astonishment. Her anxious heart finally at ease that I will prescribe some medicine. You should fetch the herbs from the apothecary for 3 days, and your husband will recover, Xian instructed as he handed a prescription to the elderly woman. To his surprise, she promptly knelt down, bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Su. If it weren't for you, I truly would not know what to do." The elderly couple, having lived together for many years, were now alone, their 2 sons having perished in battle. They were left to face their twilight years in solitude. Had Xian not intervened to treat the poisoned elderly man, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The old woman did not stop there. Healing the sick was the duty of a physician. Xian helped the old woman to her feet. Ultimately, he understood their hardships and charged only a small fee of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Bai and Qing had been observing from outside, witnessing the entire process of Xian's healing. Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Who would have thought? This guy's medical skills are quite impressive. That bee venom is no joke. Yet he treated it in no time at all. He truly possesses some talent." Although Xian appeared to be a mere scholar, Qing had not anticipated that his medical prowess would be so commendable. Many folk healers might have managed the situation, but none could have done it as effectively and swiftly as Xian. And oh wonder people frequently sought him out for treatment. Bai, pleased by Qing's praise of Xian, added with a gentle smile. Not only that, but he also took into account the old woman's plight. Charging her only 1 or 2 taels, 1 or 2 taels of silver, would be roughly equivalent to 300 yuan today. In a relatively prosperous place like Hangzhou, while it couldn't be deemed insignificant, it was certainly not excessive. This clearly illustrated that Xian's medical skills and ethics were as commendable as his character. The more Bai observed Xian, the more she felt satisfied. Qing rolled her eyes in playful exasperation, muttering, "Yes, yes, your ideal partner is the best." "Qing." Bai's face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded. "Sister, come quickly. He is coming out. He is going to discover us." Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai were determined to keep their covert observation of Xian a secret, as they sought to orchestrate another chance encounter that I end the next moment. Around a corner, Xian unexpectedly came upon Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. With a subtle smile, Xian feigned surprise and exclaimed, "What a coincidence, Miss Xiao Bai. Miss Xiao Qing, we meet again." Xiao Bai smiled shyly, her lips curving into a gentle grin. "Indeed, such a coincidence. Young Master Su, it is delightful to see you once more." Xiao Qing, hands resting on her hips, playfully chimed in, "Yes, it is quite a coincidence. There are hundreds of alleys by West Lake. And yet here we are, serendipitously encountering young Master Su. How fortuitous. Haha." Xiao Bai felt a pang of discomfort. Xiao Qing's words rather brazenly suggested they had been following Xian. Fortunately, Xian did not expose their pretense. Instead, laughingly remarked, "Perhaps this is indeed a form of fate, that I am destined to meet with both Miss Xiao Bai and Miss Xiao Qing." Xiao Qing stroked her chin, pretending to ponder. "It truly is quite fateful." However, this moment of fate was soon interrupted as another individual approached Xian, seeking his medical expertise. "Dr. Su, My child has caught a chill after playing in the water and has a high fever that won't subside. Please, could you help? Another voice pleaded. My second child has a fishbone lodged in their throat. The situation is dire. Please assist us. Dr. Su Xian diligently treated numerous patients, each time achieving miraculous results that he regarded healing and saving lives as a means of accumulating virtue, albeit at the cost of his time with Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. After attending to 7 or 8 patients, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, no one else would seek his assistance today? Just then, he encountered Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing once more around a corner of an alley. Young Master Su, we are here. Xiao Qing, no longer attempting to conceal her excitement, waved to him. Xiao Bai, still modest but uncertain of how to express herself, echoed, "What a delightful coincidence, young Master Su. We meet again." That Su Xian's lips twitched, and he responded with a bow. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. How disingenuous that sounded. Any reasonable person could see this was no mere chance encounter. "Do you have other plans, young Master Su?" Xiao Bai inquired, her eyes sparkling with a mix of shyness and curiosity. Su Xian was about to respond in the negative when a frantic figure rushed toward him, urgency palpable in her tone. Dr. Su, a woman, her face wrapped in a scarf, dashed to his side, breathless and distressed. "Dr. Su, I have finally found you." This woman was Dinyo's wife. She had been searching for Su Xian everywhere and, upon learning he was in the vicinity, wasted no time in locating him. Feeling as if she had found her last ray of hope, that Su Xian, puzzled, wondered what could be the cause of her distress. "Sister, please do not rush. Speak to me calmly." Hearing Su Xian address the scarf-clad woman as sister, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing felt their anxieties dissipate. Xiao Qing patted her chest, murmuring to herself, "Thank goodness." Dinyo's wife then noticed Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, her first reaction being one of admiration for their beauty. Xiao Qing exuded a vibrant and heroic aura, while Xiao Bai was the epitome of grace and elegance. She mused privately, "Perhaps only girls as stunning as these could be worthy of Dr. Su. That I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meeting with Dr. Su, but the situation is exceedingly urgent. I must not delay. That I hope you will not take offense. You are too kind, madam." Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing Dinyo's wife's frantic demeanor indicated a pressing matter. Moreover, her courteous demeanor alleviated any ill feelings. Without further ado, Dinyo's wife turned to Su Xian, her tone nearly pleading, "Dr. Su, please, you must come quickly. Arya is in critical condition." Arya was the wife of a young man from the Chun family, residing next to Dinyo. She was pregnant and had often shared a bond with Dinyo's wife, with both families frequently helping one another as good neighbors. That Arya was nearing 10 months of pregnancy. But today she had unfortunately fallen and now lay unconscious, bleeding profusely. The midwife, Granny Wang, assessed Arya's condition, shaking her head in despair. "Alas, alas!" A young man clad in a long gown fell to his knees before Granny Wang, addressing her as Granny, pleading for her to save his wife. That he was Arya's husband, in his early 20s, earning a living by fishing. That he was diligent and earnest, having hoped for a decent life with his wife, but now faced the grim reality of her condition. "Granny Wang, please, you must save Arya. She is still so young." The young man implored, his face a mask of desperation. "I am willing to offer all that I possess if you can save her." Neighbors nearby echoed similar sentiments, offering their support. "If money is insufficient, I can lend some." Yet Granny Wang shook her head. "This is not merely a matter of money. It is beyond my capability." That I in ancient times, medical knowledge was limited, and childbirth was perilous for women. Some would even lose their lives in the process. The current situation is dire. Though Granny Wang was a midwife with some medical knowledge, she understood that she might not be able to save either mother or child. That I in a moment of urgency, after a heavy sigh, Granny Wang concluded, "I cannot help Arya. I can only attempt to save the child. A cesarean section is the only option." Upon hearing the term cesarean, the young man's face turned ashen. In ancient times, such a procedure often signified death. "How could this be?" "No, Arya, no," the young man cried, heart-wrenchingly. Just yesterday, they had shared laughter and dreams for their future, and now this cruel reality unfolded before him. The surrounding crowd fell silent, sharing in his anguish. That I know this choice is agonizing, but there truly is no other option. If you do not decide soon, the child will be lost as well. Granny Wang placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, urging him to make a decision swiftly. There truly no other way. Granny? The young man asked, a desperate smile of despair creeping onto his face. It felt as though fate had dealt him a merciless hand. The onlookers felt sympathy for him, their hearts heavy with sorrow. With tears streaming down his face, he closed his eyes, as if uttering the most difficult decision. Granny, proceed as you suggest. I am sorry. This was the suffering of humanity. Bystanders could not help but wipe their tears. I cannot guarantee that a cesarean will save the child. I can only try my best. Granny Wang retrieved a sharp knife from her birthing tools, the atmosphere thick with dread. Everyone, please avert your eyes. As she prepared to act, the onlookers averted their gazes in trepidation. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the Xian household. Wait! The voice seemed to carry a mystical force, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Granny Wang's knife paused in midair, and all eyes turned to the entrance. There stood Xian, clad in white, carrying a medical kit. It is Dr. Su. The crowd murmured in recognition that Xian, having already earned a reputation as a skilled healer, was now regarded as a miraculous doctor by many in the area. Xian entered the room without hesitation, immediately assessing Ya's condition. His esteemed reputation allowed him to proceed without opposition. However, whispers filled the air as people speculated. Dr. Su is renowned for his skills, but has anyone heard of him delivering babies? Do you think he can help in this situation? Although Dr. Su possesses remarkable medical skills, even Granny Wang has stated that in such a predicament as Ya's, one can only attempt to preserve the fetus. What can Dr. Su possibly change? Not only Dr. Su, but even a deity would find it difficult to intervene. Many whispered among themselves, acknowledging that despite Xian's exceptional abilities, they harbored little hope for a different outcome in such a challenging situation. Niu and his wife held their breath, afraid to disturb Xian. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing wore grave expressions, for the circumstances within the room were dire indeed. Sister, do you think we could attempt to use magic to save that poor woman? Xiao Qing contemplated employing sorcery. Yet not even she, nor the millennium-old Xiao Bai, felt assured of success. Xiao Bai shook her head and sternly advised, Xiao Qing, do not act recklessly. Magic is not omnipotent. Furthermore, the techniques we practice are more suited for combat and destruction rather than healing. Should we cast spells haphazardly, we might worsen the situation. All eyes turned to Xian, who bore the weight of everyone's hopes. His expression was solemn as he meticulously examined Ya's condition. What is it, Dr. Su, my wife? Chen Xiao's heart raced with urgency. That Xian's arrival had sparked a flicker of hope within him, albeit a faint one. Xian raised a hand, signaling Chen Xiao to refrain from speaking. I will do my utmost. The situation was dire. Even Xian could not guarantee success, but he was resolute in his commitment to save her. I possess some knowledge of gynecology, Granny Wang. Please allow me to handle this. Xian said, requesting Granny Wang to step back for the moment. Very well. I trust Dr. Su, she replied, nodding in agreement. After all, she had only one option left, the most drastic one, to perform a cesarean section to save the child. Xian opened his bamboo box and retrieved a dozen silver needles, which he proceeded to insert into the acupuncture points on Ya's body. His approach differed from Granny Wang's. He aimed to preserve life first, using the needles to stabilize Ya's breath and vital energy. He abhorred the notion of making choices. He intended to save her entirely. With the art of the Tong Tian unfolding, Xian's gaze sharpened, and his movements were decisive. Then, the onlookers witnessed Xian's fluid motions, culminating in him gathering his inner strength in the palm of his hand and gently pressing it against Ya's abdomen. Moments later, the room was filled with the sound of a baby's cries. Wow, wow! The infant's wail shattered the previously somber atmosphere, leaving everyone in utter shock. They had never anticipated that Xian would manage to facilitate the delivery of the unconscious and weakened Ya. Remarkably, there had been no surgical intervention, no cesarean section. They had scarcely grasped what had transpired. The crowd was left in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment, as if they were witnessing a dream. Chapter 14. Who says there's no hope? A miracle reborn. Everyone stood in awe, rendered speechless by the scene before them. The only sound in the room was that of the newborn's cries. The entire situation felt surreal. Earlier, Granny Wang had claimed that only a cesarean could possibly save the fetus. And even then, the odds were uncertain. Yet, what had Su Xian accomplished? With skill akin to divine craftsmanship, he had enabled the comatose area to give birth to her child without any surgical intervention. How marvelous, sister, his medical skills are extraordinary. Xiao Qing exclaimed from outside, unable to contain her admiration. Even though she and Xiao Bai felt nearly powerless in such dire circumstances, Su Xian had achieved the miraculous in an instant. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai were left in disbelief, astonished that Su Xian had accomplished what they could not. Su Xian, a Xian. Xiao Bai gazed at Su Xian, who was meticulously tending to the newborn's umbilical cord. Lost in thought in that moment, Su Xian seemed to merge with the fearless Xian of 5 centuries ago. Xiao Bai found herself entranced. Gradually, the others regained their composure, marveling at the sight. Dr. Su truly possesses remarkable medical expertise. His skills are awe-inspiring, Granny Wang exclaimed, feeling inadequate in comparison. She had assisted in childbirth for over 30 years and was renowned in the vicinity, yet she could not hold a candle to Su Xian. It was not a matter of her lacking skill. Rather, Su Xian's medical prowess was simply beyond mortal comprehension. The Daigneau's wife felt a mix of sorrow and joy. At least Su Xian had ensured the survival of Eria's child. Chen Xiaohua, the husband, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, almost kneeling in gratitude. That is my child. Thank you, Dr. Su. Thank you. Given the dire situation, Chen Xiaohua had prepared himself for the worst, possibly losing both mother and child. Now, witnessing the successful delivery of his child, he was moved to tears. To save one is already a stroke of luck. Chen Xiaohua murmured through his tears, I dare not ask for more. He gazed at Aria, lying unconscious on the bed, her breathing imperceptible, yet she still had her life intact. Earlier, Granny Wang had declared Aria beyond salvation, insisting on a cesarean. Now, with Su Xian's arrival and his extraordinary skills, Aria had managed to give birth without the need for surgery. For Chen Xiaohua and the others, this was indeed a blessing. At least she had retained her physical integrity, departing in a manner befitting her dignity. With the child safely born, nearly everyone believed the ordeal had come to an end, accepting that Aria's fate was sealed. Upon hearing Chen Xiaohua and the others, Su Xian felt a surge of frustration. Did I ever say the patient was beyond salvation? Upon his utterance, the surrounding individuals were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Since arriving, Su Xian had not once claimed that Aria was irretrievable. That assertion had originated with Granny Wang and had no connection to Su Xian. For Granny Wang, the situation seemed hopeless. However, for Su Xian, it was an entirely different matter. His initial action of inserting over a dozen silver needles into Aria's meridians had been to ensure her survival. The onlookers simply could not comprehend this, mistaking it as merely a means to facilitate the delivery of the child. Dr. Su, are you saying there is still hope for Aria? Chen Xiaohua gasped. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at the nearly lifeless heir, yet at Su Xian's words rekindled a flicker of hope within him. In that moment, Su Xian became a savior, the sole beacon of light in his life. Is it possible? That woman is already half in the grasp of death. The specters of black and white must be drawing near. Can Su Xian truly have a solution? Even Xiao Qing outside was filled with astonishment. At this juncture, not even Granny Wang, nor the most renowned physician in the entire Song dynasty, could save a patient who had been unconscious for so long and was losing blood. Yet Su Xian seemed to possess a way. Su Xian gently handed the newborn to Daigneau's wife, who nervously accepted the child, glancing at it. It's a boy. In ancient times, the preference for male offspring still prevailed. A son signified the continuation of the family line. If Aria were to awaken and see her child, she would surely be overjoyed. Su Xian then began rummaging through his bamboo box, retrieving various herbs that others would find incomprehensible. He meticulously mixed them to create the most potent hemostatic powder. Handing the mixture to Granny Wang, he requested her assistance in applying it to Aria to staunch the bleeding. Granny Wang hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding, accepting the hemostatic powder from Su Xian to treat Aria. The scene was grim. Blood had already pooled on the floor, a shocking sight. Yet, as soon as Granny Wang applied the medicine, the bleeding ceased immediately. What? The efficacy of this medicine is astonishing. Both Granny Wang and everyone present were taken aback. The hemostatic powder Su Xian provided worked with such ferocity that it halted the bleeding instantaneously. Could this truly be an earthly concoction? It could just as well be called a celestial elixir. Su Xian nodded slightly. Now that the bleeding has stopped, I shall prepare additional medicine for her. Initially, he had used the silver needles to protect Arya's meridians and breathing. Now, with the bleeding controlled, he would concoct a potion to awaken her. After some time, Su Xian prepared a new set of herbal ingredients, grinding them into a fine powder. Bring a bowl of hot water. A small bowl will suffice. Chen Xiaohua rushed to fetch a bowl of hot water at once. Here, Dr. Su, this is hot water. That Su Xian took the bowl, mixing the powdered herbs into the water until well combined. He then handed the concoction to Granny Wang. Granny Wang, I kindly ask you to administer this potion to the patient. Very well, I shall handle this task. Wang gently propped up the unconscious Arya. Carefully open her mouth and meticulously administer the medicine. That it was not a large quantity, merely a small bowl. The feeding process was not arduous. Within a few minutes, the entire bowl of medicine was successfully ingested into Arya's stomach. The atmosphere in the room was thick with anticipation, as everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. They all hoped for a miracle to manifest once more. Indeed, under Su Xian's astonishing medical skills, Arya's pallid complexion gradually transformed, miraculously regaining some color after swallowing the medicine. Even her breathing began to stabilize. Wang Pe, who was closest to her, could now hear the rhythmic breath and heartbeat of Arya. Wang Pe was astounded. The hemostatic powder Su Xian had previously prepared stopped the bleeding instantaneously, and this bowl of herbal concoction showed results with such swiftness, akin to a miraculous elixir that could bring one back from the brink of death. A minute later, Arya suddenly coughed, expelling some congealed blood, and then slowly awakened from her stupor, opening her eyes. The miracle had indeed occurred again. Su Xian had saved Arya with his celestial medical prowess, helping her defy fate and ensuring the safety of mother and child. Where is my child? The first words that escaped Arya's lips upon waking were a desperate plea to find her baby, a testament to a mother's profound concern for her offspring. The wife of Dinyo, cradling the child, looked towards Su Xian, who nodded slightly in agreement. Arya, here is your child. It's a boy. Dinyo's wife approached with small steps, presenting the child to Arya. Look, isn't he adorable? Upon seeing her child, Arya was overcome with emotion and tears streamed down her face. It was Dr. Su who helped deliver him, and it was also Dr. Su who saved us. Dinyo's wife succinctly explained the situation. Slowly, Arya lifted her gaze towards Su Xian, her voice weak. Thank you, Dr. Su, for your immense kindness. That Su Xian raised a hand and exclaimed, Stop. There is no need for excessive gratitude. It is a physician's duty to heal and save lives. You have just awakened and your body is still weak. Focus on recuperating. Since beginning his practice, Su Xian had heard countless expressions of gratitude, to the point where his ears felt calloused. Arya had just returned from the gates of death. Thus, any thanks were unnecessary to Arya. Her husband, Chen Xiaohua, trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Impulsively wanting to rush over to see his wife, Su Xian restrained him with a hand. Calm down. The patient needs to rest now. She has escaped the clutches of death, and with proper recuperation, she will fully recover in about 10 days to half a month, depending on her constitution. Wang Pe, Nyo Sa, please stay here and tend to the patient. The rest of you may leave, Su Xian instructed, dismissing the onlookers to allow the patient to recuperate properly. Yes, yes, I will follow Dr. Su's orders. Chen Xiaohua, in his current state, would not hesitate to obey Su Xian, even if it meant running headfirst into a wall. Thus, Su Xian and the others exited the room. Once outside, Chen Xiaohua repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Su Xian, who could only helplessly allow the display. The remaining onlookers marveled in awe, addressing Su Xian as a divine physician. Dr. Su is truly extraordinary, a contemporary miracle worker. Not only is he adept at treating chronic ailments, but he is also proficient in obstetrics. Indeed, to have saved both mother and child in such circumstances is truly admirable. Dr. Su, when my wife is due, may I request your assistance in the delivery? Su Xian's lips twitched. While he was indeed dedicated to healing, he preferred to avoid the usual delivery work. Chapter 15 Xiaoqing. Are you not afraid that my sister and I might consume you? While Su Xian was surrounded by neighbors proclaiming him a divine physician, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing stood beneath a tall phoenix tree in the courtyard. "Sister, your suitor possesses quite remarkable skills." That woman was already 1 foot in the grave, yet he managed to pull her back from the brink. Xiao Qing spoke softly, her face unconsciously reflecting admiration. Her thoughts were more direct and pure, revering strength, for it is only through possessing great power that one can protect others in times of peril. Although Su Xian had not revealed his cultivation, could his extraordinary medical skills not be considered a form of strength? The ability to heal and protect others is indeed a remarkable talent. Thus, Xiao Qing held Su Xian in even higher regard. Xiao Bai stifled a laugh, glancing at Su Xian's figure clad in white, still stained with blood, a testament to his heroic efforts that it was through Su Xian's diligent work that tragedy was transformed into joy, allowing the Qin family and their neighbors to revel in laughter and harmony. Xiao Bai's kind heart delighted in witnessing such warmth and unity in the world. She turned to Xiao Qing, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, teasingly saying, "Xiao Qing, you were just praising him again." Xiao Qing, upon hearing this, stomped her foot in indignation, retorting, "I did not praise that fellow. But you, sister, have been gazing at your charming suitor with a smile far brighter than usual. Xiao Qing, you are being ridiculous. I simply speak the truth. I'll hit you, sister. Come and try. If you can catch me." "Xiao Qing, don't run." Meanwhile, Chen Xiao hurriedly approached Su Xian, clutching a coarse cloth bag filled with glistening silver coins. "Dr. Su, thank you for saving Arya and the child. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the consequences. This silver is but a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Su Xian glanced at the bag, estimating it contained around 60 to 70 taels of silver, likely all of Chen Xiao's savings. The man intended to offer his entire fortune as a reward for saving their lives. Money can be earned again, but the gratitude owed to Dr. Su must be acknowledged. That if you find this insufficient, I can borrow more. Chen Xiao insisted. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. "You are being overly generous. My friend, in my practice, I have my own principles. For minor ailments, 1 tael. For major ailments, 10 taels. That I shall accept only 10 taels from you." As he spoke, Su Xian took 10 taels from the bag and returned the remainder to Chen Xiaohua. The latter was left in disbelief. Many would eagerly seize wealth, and some doctors even refused to treat without upfront payment. Yet Su Xian had saved both Chen Xiao's wife and child. And after being offered everything, he only accepted a mere 10 taels. After all, Su Xian had never sought wealth or personal gain. His sole aim was to alleviate the tragedies of the world with his extraordinary medical skills. "Dr. Su, this simply won't do. 10 taels is too little. You must." Chen Xiao attempted to offer more, but Su Xian shot him a stern look, countering, "What? Do you wish to undermine my medical principles?" Chen Xiao felt embarrassed and relented. However, he then knelt before Su Xian, bowing 3 times in gratitude. That Su Xian, covering his face, felt utterly helpless. Creaking open, Wang Po and Dinyo's wife emerged from the room. The patient, Arya, remained quite weak and needed to rest. As they walked, Wang Po expressed her admiration for Su Xian's medical skills. "Dr. Su's abilities are truly beyond comprehension. In all my years, I have never seen such mastery." Su Xian's expertise had indeed reshaped the perceptions of Wang Po and the others. Not only Wang Po, who possessed some medical knowledge, but even the most renowned physician of the Song dynasty would feel inferior in comparison. "Thank goodness for Dr. Su." Dinyo's wife, cradling Arya's child, felt immensely grateful. She was relieved she had sought out Su Xian, thus saving the family. Mother Wang, upon seeing Wang Po and Dinyo's wife exit, Chen Xiao hurried over. After all, the safety of Arya and her child was also due in part to their efforts. "Mother, sister, you have both worked hard." As he spoke, Chen Xiao attempted to offer silver as thanks. Wang Po quickly refused. No, I have done nothing to assist. It was all Dr. Su's doing, and I feel too ashamed to accept any reward. Saving both mother and child was primarily Su Xian's accomplishment. Wang Po felt guilty for almost committing a grave error by suggesting a cesarean. She was too embarrassed to ask for a reward. Su Xian approached Wang Po, smiling as he reassured her. "There is no need for such humility. That I merely had the fortune to save them both. Furthermore, you were the one administering the medicine and care. How can I accept a reward?" Su Xian's words and actions were quite appropriate. He did not elevate himself above others due to his remarkable skills, but instead accorded Wang Po the respect she deserved. Indeed, mother, it's merely a token of appreciation. Please do not refuse, Chen Xiaohuo insisted, attempting to press silver into Wang Po's hands. Since Dr. Su had spoken, it seemed improper to decline the reward. Thus, Wang Po accepted 1 tael of silver. After all, Su Xian had only requested 10 taels. And her acceptance of 1 was already generous that the Nyo's wife also received a substantial reward. In the end, everyone was satisfied with the outcome. The matter had reached its conclusion, and Su Xian rose to take his leave. Bai and Qing followed closely behind him, exchanging brief greetings with others as they exited the Qin residence. However, the keen-eared Qing caught whispers from behind. Those 2 young ladies are truly stunning. They must be Su Daifu's companions. Right? No doubt about it. They certainly are such beautiful girls. It's only fitting that they belong to Su Daifu. Su Daifu is remarkably handsome, with unparalleled character and medical skills. Perhaps only such gentle and beautiful ladies could be worthy of him. Indeed, only such girls deserve Su Daifu. Listening to the conversation behind them, Bai merely smiled lightly. Yet Qing felt a twinge of displeasure, nearly turning back to scold them. Aggrieved, she transmitted her thoughts to her sister with magic. Venting her frustrations, "Sister, how can they say that only a girl like me is worthy of that fellow Su Xian? My sister is so beautiful, kind-hearted, and possesses formidable magical prowess. Shouldn't it be that Su Xian barely deserves to be matched with her?" "Sister, do you not agree with me?" Qing passionately defended Bai, for in her eyes her sister would always be the most beautiful and exceptional. Even if Su Xian were indeed extraordinarily handsome, dignified, of exemplary character, and possessed remarkable medical skills, he should still only be considered a modest match for her sister. Those people had it all wrong, misplacing their priorities. She was in the right. Qing fumed. Bai couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Qing, why bother getting worked up over this?" Qing, with a haughty tilt of her chin, retorted, "No, I insist on being upset. I am merely correcting them." All right, as long as you're happy, Qing." Bai continued to chuckle softly. Qing rolled her eyes. "Sister, you are so dismissive." Su Xian's expression was somewhat peculiar. Although he could not hear the sisters' exchange, he could infer their banter from their gestures and expressions. With a smile, he paused. Bai and Qing halted as well. Qing pouted and exclaimed, "Come on, Su Gongzi. Why have you stopped?" Su Xian's mouth twitched. Having been followed by Bai and Qing all afternoon, it was becoming rather inconvenient. He turned, clasped his hands, and smiled. "Miss Bai, Miss Qing. I must return home to change into fresh garments and cleanse myself of the stains." Having saved someone earlier, Su Xian's clothes had inevitably become soiled with blood, necessitating a change. Upon hearing Su Xian's intent to return home, Qing turned to Bai, asking, "Sister, this fellow is heading home. Should we accompany him?" Bai lightly tapped Qing's forehead. "That I end this day and age? What kind of girl just goes to a man's house uninvited?" With a hint of shyness. She gazed at Su Xian's handsome face and inquired, "Su Gongzi, do you have other plans for this evening?" "None at all," Su Xian replied with a bow. "Can I invite Su Gongzi for a stroll by Westlake tonight to enjoy the beautiful scenery?" A blush crept onto Bai's cheeks as she boldly extended the invitation that if Su Xian was not going to take the initiative, then she would have to. What a fool! Qing pouted, her lips nearly resembling a soy sauce bottle. Su Xian, of course, had no reason to refuse. Being invited by Miss Bai was a stroke of fortune for him. He spoke with an elegant flair, prompting Qing to roll her eyes again. "Indeed." Then, adopting a playful demeanor, she mischievously added, Su Gongzi, are you not afraid that my sister and I might devour you?" "Qing, do not frighten him," Bai said, growing anxious that Qing's jest might go too far. Yet Su Xian showed no fear. Standing tall with a smile, "Miss Qing is jesting. I know you are not that sort of person, Dutto." "How do you know?" Qing asked curiously. Su Xian looked at the sisters seriously. "Both of you, with beauty and kindness evident on your faces, could never be villains." Bai and Qing were momentarily taken aback by Su Xian's compliment, with Bai secretly delighted, feeling a wave of sweetness that Su Xian was praising them, and who wouldn't relish such flattery, especially from a desirable suitor? "Oomph! Flattering tongue," Qing scoffed. Bai slightly inclined her body, smiling warmly. "Tonight at the hour of the dog, 8 p.m., at the bridge, I look forward to Su Gongzi's arrival." Bai specified the time and place for their rendezvous. Su Xian beamed brightly. responding confidently, "I shall certainly honor our appointment." Chapter 16. Breakthrough in Cultivation. First grade Diamond Realm. Su Xian, along with Bai and Qing, returned home. It was now evening. The sun had dipped low on the horizon, and there were still several hours until his meeting with Bai at 8 o'clock. But he set down his bookcase, shed his soiled garments, and prepared a large pot of water, soaking in a wooden tub. The thought of the gentle and enchanting Bai and the lively and adorable Qing caused a subtle smile to grace his lips. Everything was truly wonderful. Thus, he felt the need for greater strength to safeguard this beauty. In the tub, Su Xian began to channel his cultivation techniques, meditating to strengthen himself. His cultivation level had reached the second grade peak, and he was close to breaking into the first grade. Today, he would attempt to achieve that breakthrough. Su Xian immersed himself fully in the state of cultivation. The water in the tub remained undisturbed, while the surrounding air seemed to respond to his call, slowly gathering around him like wisps of smoke. An hour passed, and Su Xian's body quivered slightly. The meridians within began to flicker with a faint glow, his entire being flushed with warmth as heat rose, permeating the room, the temperature only increasing. Su Xian's eyes were tightly shut, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks and splashing into the water. His internal energy became frantic, like a wild horse breaking free, rampaging through his meridians in search of a breakthrough. This state persisted for an unknown duration. Suddenly, a low, muffled sound resonated from within him, akin to a spring thunderclap, and his entire being erupted with radiant light. As the brilliance gradually subsided, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with vitality, that he exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been reborn, a surge of power far beyond his former self coursing through him. So, this is the first grade Diamond Realm. What overwhelming strength! Su Xian had finally cultivated to the first grade realm, his physical prowess and strength significantly enhanced, as was his perceptiveness. Even a fly outside could now be seen clearly, with its hairy legs and sharp stingers. The second grade is considered a minor master, while the first grade can be termed a martial arts master. The first grade has several tiers: Diamond, Xian, Celestial Phenomenon, and Earthly Immortal. Su Xian now stood at the initial stage of the first grade Diamond Realm. Earlier today, at the bridge, whether Bai or Qing had employed their magical arts, he had been unable to perceive it, only sensing a hint of discord. Now that he had reached the first grade Diamond Realm, he believed he could detect any such occurrences should they arise again. That Su Xian recalled the scene at the bridge, when he had only possessed the second grade peak cultivation and could not see Qing's magical spell. Now, with the gap between their cultivation levels significantly reduced, he felt more confident in facing FA high in the future. Su Xian rose, donned his garments, and, dressed in a pristine white robe reminiscent of a scholarly figure, glanced outside at the now completely darkened sky, his expression shifting. "Oh no, I am going to be late." He had promised Bai to meet at the bridge at 8, but the time had evidently passed. He immediately grabbed his bookcase and set off toward the bridge to the Westlake Bridge. Lights illuminated the scene, where two graceful figures stood. "Sister, that fellow's words are indeed untrustworthy. He claimed he would surely arrive on time, yet look now. We have waited nearly half an hour, and not even a shadow has appeared. How infuriating! That fellow's words are utterly unreliable." Qing fumed, cursing Su Xian repeatedly. Bai, on the other hand, displayed greater patience, rational and gentle, comforting her. "I believe in him. You saw today. He is a busy man. Perhaps a neighbor sought his assistance with an ailment, which caused the delay. Waiting a little longer is not a burden. Sister." Qing pouted, her expression full of discontent. "What time is it? You still trust him? Perhaps he is off flirting with other girls. Don't let his serious demeanor fool you. Sometimes he can be quite slick with his words, clearly not a good person, deceiving my sister's feelings." Qing added embellishments, criticizing Su Xian. Bai gazed at the serene surface of West Lake, her smile returning. "I believe in him." All right, sister. You believe in him." Qing placed her hands behind her head, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Let us wait for another half an hour. If that fellow still doesn't show, when we meet again, I'll give him a proper thrashing. What do you say, sister?" "I believe he will come." Xiaobai continued to smile. Indeed, at the very moment Xiaobai's words faded, a dashing figure clad in white appeared upon the corridor bridge. Su Xian approached Xiaobai and Xiao Qing, clasping his fists in a gesture of apology. My sincerest apologies, Miss Xiaobai, Miss Xiaoqing, that I was delayed due to certain matters and caused you both to wait. I hope you will not hold it against me. Upon seeing Su Xian, Xiaobai would never dream of blaming him for his tardiness. Her heart was filled with joy instead. I am overwhelmed with gratitude that you could honor our meeting. Young Master Su. Gazing upon Su Xian's handsome visage, she could not harbor a shred of doubt. Even if he had made them wait an hour, she would understand without a hint of grievance. The reason was simple. She would always believe in him. Hey, sister, how can you so easily forgive this fellow? He was quite late. Xiaoqing's cheeks puffed in indignation, ready to hold Su Xian accountable to Su Xian, well aware of Xiaoqing's temperament. Acknowledged his fault in being late, and thus had prepared beforehand. He produced 3 skewers of candied hawthorn from behind him. These were the finest candied hawthorns in linen, which Su Xian had specifically gone out to procure. Here you are, Miss Xiaobai, and you too. Miss Xiaoqing. Su Xian smiled as he handed the candied hawthorns to them. That as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, especially when it belongs to the remarkably handsome Su Xian who had brought them treats. The candied hawthorn. Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with delight, her earlier grievances evaporating in an instant. She snatched a skewer and took a hearty bite, her face radiating satisfaction. Delicious. Oh, how delightful. Indeed, Xiaoqing remained a lover of food and fun. Xiaobai also accepted a skewer of candied hawthorn. Expressing her gratitude to Su Xian as she took a bite, both her mouth and heart were filled with sweetness, sweet as honey. In mere moments, Xiaoqing had devoured her skewer and was eyeing the last one in Su Xian's hand. Su Xian smiled slightly, understanding Xiaoqing's intent, and offered her the final skewer. Miss Xiaoqing, if you enjoy it, please have another. Really? Xiaoqing swallowed hard. Then I shall not be polite, just as she reached for the last skewer. Xiaobai gently tapped her. Xiaoqing, we should each have one of the 3. Let the last one be for young Master Su. Xiaoqing reluctantly withdrew her hand. Indeed, it made sense that each of them should have 1 skewer. Su Xian, however, did not mind. He had purchased these candied hawthorns as an apology for his tardiness, and no worries, I already had one earlier. Since Miss Xiaoqing likes them, let her have it. Saying this, Su Xian directly placed the last skewer in Xiaoqing's hands. With the candied hawthorn in hand, Xiaoqing's face lit up with glee. Sister, this is not my fault. He insisted on giving it to me. I'm going to eat it now. Xiaobai was at a loss. Her smile tinged with helplessness. Xiaoqing merrily munched on her candied hawthorn. She mumbled, Su Xian, you are quite a good person. So delicious. As for your tardiness, I shall let it slide and forgive you. Truly, one's mouth is sweetened by food. With just 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, Su Xian had won over Xiaoqing. Chapter 17. A night stroll on West Lake. Su Xian's talent. Su Xian stood with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing upon the corridor bridge, gazing at the enchanting night scene of West Lake. Many talented scholars and beautiful ladies floated on boats, enjoying the scenery and reciting poetry, while candlelight flickered that it was now April, having entered early summer. And tonight the sky was filled with stars, the moonlight shimmering like water. It seemed as though a delicate and ethereal garment was draped over West Lake, accentuating its picturesque beauty, having cultivated in the mountains for over 1,000 years. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing had seen some beautiful sights, yet they lacked the lively human touch of the world below. In this moment and setting, they could not help but marvel at the breathtaking beauty of West Lake at night. Sister, I want to ride a boat on West Lake. Let us go now, right now. Xiaoqing exclaimed like a child, brimming with impatience that a visit to West Lake surely called for a boat ride. Xiaobai had mentioned to Su Xian her desire for a night cruise on West Lake. Her gaze fell upon Su Xian, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Young Master Su, shall we take a boat out onto the lake? Su Xian, with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, replied, Of course, Miss Xiaobai, Miss Xiaoqing, please follow me. Being a local of Linen, Su Xian was well acquainted with West Lake and its surroundings, making him the perfect guide for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, that he led them down the corridor bridge to the edge of West Lake, where numerous boatmen awaited to rent out their vessels to tourists. That Su Xian rented a black awning boat from an old boatman, missing 2 front teeth, tossing him a tael of silver while stating there was no need for change. Nor did he require the boatman to row, that he would manage that himself. The old boatman was overjoyed. He could rent out his boat without having to exert any effort, pocketing a tael of silver effortlessly. As Su Xian and the 2 ladies boarded the boat, he took charge of the rowing. The boat swiftly glided away from the shore, and the old boatman's cheerful voice could still be heard. Ha ha. May the young master and the two ladies have a splendid time. Although Xian had never rowed a boat before, he possessed an extraordinary aptitude. He learned quickly by merely observing. Thus, even on his first attempt, he managed quite well, steering the boat smoothly. Who would have thought you could row a boat? And quite skillfully, too. Xiaoqing exclaimed from the stern, clearly impressed that Xian chuckled. Miss Xiaoqing, you flatter me. I merely grasp the basics. With 2 oars in hand, he rowed with fluidity, while Xiaobai joined him at his side, extending her delicate hand. Young Master Su, may I lend a hand? Xian, not one to refuse, passed her the other oar. I shall teach you how to row, Miss Xiaobai. You hold the oar like this, and then like that. Xiaobai, quick-witted, learned swiftly. They each took hold of an oar, rowing in perfect synchrony, as if they were of one mind. Before long, they found themselves in the very center of Westlake. Xiaoqing lay comfortably at the stern, her hands cradling her head, a blade of grass nestled between her lips. She looked at the two before her and teased. You two are quite the harmonious pair, just like the oars. Made for each other. Xiaobai froze, pausing her rowing, her face flushed instantly. Although she harbored feelings for Xian, and he for her, it was their first meeting today. Xiaoqing needn't be so blunt. Embarrassed yet silent, Xiaobai did not retort. Clearing his throat, Xian smiled awkwardly. Such a comment was difficult to respond to, so he changed the topic. Miss Xiaobai, Miss Xiaoqing, do you see how beautiful the scenery around us is? At that moment, the three of them were in the heart of West Lake, beneath a sky brimming with stars, moonlight cascading like water upon the surface of the lake, creating a shimmering spectacle. It was indeed a rare and beautiful sight. Aside from Xian and the ladies, numerous other boats dotted the lake, with many talented scholars and beauties engaged in poetic exchanges that as Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings. Her gaze inevitably returned to Xian's silhouette. Xian turned back, their eyes meeting, a silent understanding of mutual affection enveloping them, the atmosphere tinged with subtle intimacy. Perhaps they both recognized the feelings nestled within each other's hearts. Yet in that moment, words eluded them that it seemed as though everything was conveyed without utterance. Suddenly, Xiaoqing sprang up, shattering the tranquility. Hey Xian, you are a scholar. I wonder about your talents in such splendid scenery. With my sister by your side, why not follow the tradition of poets and recite a couplet? In the Song dynasty, there was a strong emphasis on literature over martial prowess. Many talented individuals would recite poetry while enjoying the sights. Having witnessed Xian's medical skills, Xiaoqing was curious whether he possessed any literary talent as well, which would certainly alleviate the boredom. That Xian smiled slightly and replied, Poetry is something every traveler should know a bit about. It comes quite naturally to me. I have some knowledge in this area, Both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing perked up with interest that Xian then strutted around the boat, pacing 7 steps before gazing skyward and reciting slowly, drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water. The whole boat filled with dreams pressing down on the Milky Way. Upon hearing these lines, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief, though they were not well versed in poetry. The couplet Xian had recited resonated with a profound elegance. Xiaobai savored the words. Drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water, depicted a person inebriated, oblivious to the stars reflected on the lake's surface. The whole boat filled with dreams pressing down on the Milky Way evoked the image of drifting on a serene dream upon the starry river. After contemplating the couplet, Xiaobai clapped her hands, her eyes brimming with admiration for Xian. Young Master Su, you truly possess unmatched talent, unrivaled in this era. Who among the literati can craft such a fitting verse? Of course, this was not originally Xian's composition. He had merely borrowed lines from a poet of the Yuan dynasty. After Xiaobai's analysis, Xiaoqing gained a deeper understanding of the couplet's meaning. It was as exquisite as a perfect quatrain, far surpassing the clumsy verses of pretentious poets. Young Master Su, you truly have a knack for poetry. You can heal and save lives, row a boat, and compose verses. What on earth can you not do? Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, her curious gaze sweeping over Xian. From the moment they encountered him, he had already left them in awe. His appearance and demeanor resembled that of a celestial being, his character and medical ethics impeccable. possessing extraordinary healing skills that saved lives, and even his ability to row a boat was remarkable. Now, with a casual recitation of poetry, it seemed as if he were proclaiming an immortal masterpiece. This made Xiao Qing reflect, what else could Su Xian possibly be incapable of? Su Xian's smile bore a hint of awkwardness, for the verses he recited were borrowed. You flatter me, dear Xiao Qing. This line of poetry is natural in its essence. I merely stumbled upon it through my humble efforts. Xiao Qing shot him a disapproving glance. Even someone as unrefined as I can discern the extraordinary quality of these lines. Why must you feign modesty? Covering her chin with one hand, she pondered aloud, however. There is one aspect I find perplexing. The phrase unaware of the heavens and the water. How should we interpret drunk? There is no wine here. And we haven't indulged, so how could we be drunk? It makes no sense. Curiosity ignited within her, compelling her to seek answers. That Su Xian's lips twitched slightly, his smile tinged with helplessness. Yet a spark of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly turned to glance at Xiao Bat that moment. The moonlight bathed her in a soft glow, the stars reflected on the lake's surface, embellishing her grace even further did I end this world. It is not only wine that can intoxicate, that Su Xian gazed into Xiao Bai's captivating eyes, maintaining an impassive facade while forcing himself to elaborate, much like the enchanting beauty of Xiao Bai, whose presence eclipses even the moon and flowers, causing fish and wild geese to sink into oblivion. With such a splendid companion beside me, I too am inevitably intoxicated, as soon as the words left his lips. Xiao Bai's face blossomed into a radiant crimson, resembling a ripe apple ready to burst. Xiao Qing, completely taken aback, regained her composure only to erupt in exasperation. Ah, you, how utterly shameless. Chapter 18. The Reeds. Teaching Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing to enjoy grilled fish and crabs ahem. Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, this is the essence of the poetry. Su Xian coughed lightly, striving to maintain a smile that was tinged with embarrassment. After all, it was the first time he had mustered the courage to utter such sweet nothings. Conversely, Xiao Bai's face was flushed like a steaming apple, and she shyly lowered her head. Su Xian had praised her beauty, comparing her to the moon and flowers, as he gazed at her tenderly, declaring himself entranced like the fish and geese. Women are often more reserved. Such saccharine words could overwhelm anyone. And besides, didn't this sound remarkably like a confession? Was Su Xian truly declaring his feelings? What a sudden revelation. She wasn't prepared for this. Xiao Bai's face turned even redder as she lowered her head further, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she summoned her courage, raising her gaze to meet his, her eyes filled with shyness. At Su Xian, you truly possess exceptional talent. Meanwhile, the Xiao Qing sitting at the back of the boat was on the verge of madness. She sprang up, pounding her chest in a frenzy. Ah, Su Xian, how could you utter such cheesy lines? Shameless. Utterly shameless. The boat trembled with her agitation. That Su Xian's lips twitched, responding awkwardly. Xiao Qing, you were the one who requested an explanation of the poetry. I asked for an explanation, not for you to sweet-talk and tease my sister. Brother, you must be a rogue. A rogue. Suddenly, Xiao Qing found herself feeling a mix of annoyance and regret for having asked Su Xian for an explanation. For otherwise, she would not have been subjected to such embarrassing declarations. Xiao Bai, her expression still sweetly amused, covered her mouth and giggled, silently reveling in Su Xian's words. Xiao Qing grew increasingly agitated, shaking the boat with her hands. Suddenly, with a loud splash, Su Xian lost his balance and fell into the lake, sending waves splashing everywhere. This unexpected turn of events startled Xiao Bai. Su Xian, she instinctively moved to help him. Although it was early summer, the night waters were still quite chilly. A fall could lead to a cold, or worse. Sister, it wasn't intentional. Xiao Qing realized her antics had gone too far, having shaken the boat too much, causing Su Xian to topple into the lake. Despite saying this, she muttered, that thick-skinned guy will surely be fine. He can't drown easily. Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai scolded lightly, he is but a mortal, and the water is cold. How could he withstand it? Quickly, we must save him. As they prepared to jump into the water, Su Xian's head suddenly broke the surface, clutching a sizable grass carp weighing 7 to 8 pounds. Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, look, I caught a grass carp. We can grill it later. Su Xian tossed the fish onto the deck of the boat, the sound of its thrashing filling the air. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing stared in astonishment. Moments ago, They had worried for his safety, and yet here he was, lively and even holding a large fish. One fish isn't enough. Let me catch more, Su Xian declared, diving back into the depths of the lake. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing exchanged bewildered glances. Sister, you just said the water is cold, and he is a mere scholar who can't handle it, right? Well, theoretically. Xiao Qing mused, who would have thought his swimming skills would be so remarkable. He's better than many fishermen, sister. Were we just overreacting? Do you think he might have jumped in on purpose? Before long, to the astonishment of the two women, Su Xian resurfaced with several fish and 2 large crabs in hand. Today, he had just reached the first-grade realm and had come out to meet them without having eaten. Remembering the abundance of fish in Westlake, he had simply dove in to catch some for dinner, leaving Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing unnecessarily worried. Wow, Su Xian, you are truly a master at catching fish. You managed to do it barehanded, even better than many seasoned fishermen. Xiao Qing praised, giving him a thumbs up. Feeling a mix of guilt and admiration, Xiao Bai quickly approached Su Xian, crouching down to take out her silk handkerchief to wipe away the water from his face and body. Having just emerged from the lake, Su Xian was drenched, and Xiao Bai feared he might catch a chill. That Xiao Bai carefully dried him off. Su Xian's wet clothes clung to him, highlighting his well-defined physique. This was the first time Xiao Bai had such close contact with him. Feeling the warmth radiating from his body, causing her cheeks to flush, in truth, for someone of Su Xian's caliber, merely diving into the water posed no risk of catching a cold. He could evaporate the moisture from his skin at will. Noticing Xiao Bai's shyness, he gently pushed her hand aside and said, "Thank you, Xiao Bai, that I am but a rough man. It is of no consequence." Rising to his feet, he inquired of the two ladies, "Do you both enjoy grilled fish?" "Oh, I love all delicious food." Xiao Qing nodded enthusiastically, like a little foodie. Xiao Bai, however, cautioned, "Su Xian, your clothes are still damp, that it would be best to start a fire to dry them off, lest you catch a chill." Her concern for Su Xian was evident, albeit unnecessary. Su Xian smiled and nodded. "There is a reed marsh on the north side of West Lake. We shall go there." Thus, he rowed the boat to the reed marsh by the lake. Here, reeds grew abundantly, rustling in the wind, that Su Xian found a suitable spot, using dry reeds as kindling to start a fire, that he then retrieved tools from his travel chest, preparing the fish for grilling. His chest contained not only medicinal supplies, but also provisions and seasonings, prepared for his previous excursions into the mountains. The fire crackled, illuminating the faces of the trio as the fish sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. With Su Xian's extraordinary talent, even his first attempt at grilling fish turned out exceptionally well. Once seasoned, the fish became a feast for the senses. "Here you are, Xiao Bai." Su Xian offered a perfectly grilled, tender bass to her. The fish was succulent, and with Su Xian's impressive grilling skills, anyone would be tempted to take a bite. "Thank you, Su Xian." Xiao Bai's cheeks flushed as she accepted the bass. Taking a delicate bite, the flavor was delightful and sweet, reminiscent of honey. "Hey, what about mine?" Xiao Qing swallowed hard, eagerly reaching out her hand, having long been anxious to savor the grilled fish. "These two are ready. You may help yourself." Xiao Qing. Su Xian was fully focused on grilling the fish. Xiao Qing scoffed, muttering under her breath, "Sister gets handed hers, while I have to fetch my own, right?" Su Xian, who was in the midst of grilling, froze momentarily, a wry smile spreading across his face. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai exchanged a knowing glance filled with mild reproach. Xiao Qing feigned ignorance and then, with deft movements, seized a skewer of grilled fish, opening her mouth wide to take a bite. Instantly, her taste buds were treated to the delightful crispness of the fish's exterior and its unique texture, the tender meat crumbling between her teeth, releasing a subtly charred aroma. Each mouthful was extraordinarily delicious. With a skewer of grilled fish in both hands, Xiao Qing found herself momentarily stunned. "What is wrong, Xiao Qing?" Xiao Bai inquired, puzzled. "Wow, this is unbelievably delicious. Su Xian, your grilled fish is exquisite." Xiao Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she transformed into a little glutton, devouring the fish as if she hadn't eaten in days. "Haha," Su Xian and Xiao Bai laughed in unison. Under the warmth of the campfire, Su Xian's clothes had dried completely, and he was relishing a fragrant grilled big grass fish. The fish meat was utterly delectable. After finishing 2 skewers of grilled fish, Xiao Qing craved more. She smacked her lips and gazed longingly at the 2 brilliantly red crabs on the grill. Can we eat those crabs too? Of course. Upon receiving Su Xian's affirmation, Xiaoqing eagerly grabbed a large crab and attempted to bite into its claws. Suddenly, she discovered that she couldn't get through. Ugh, it's so hard and tasteless. I can't eat this thing. Having never encountered a crab before, Xiaoqing was at a loss. Seeing her gnawing at the crab with abandon left Su Xian both amused and exasperated. Haha, hold on, Xiaoqing. You shouldn't eat a crab like that. Then how should I eat it? Xiaoqing spat out the crab claw as Su Xian picked up another crab to demonstrate, while the shell was indeed too hard to consume. The succulent meat inside was a different story. He deftly removed one of the crab's claws, revealing the tender crab meat within, which he offered to Xiaobai. After a moment of surprise, she accepted it. Xiaoqing, imitating Su Xian, tore off a crab leg, and indeed, she discovered the delicious crab meat inside, biting into it eagerly. The crab meat was genuinely delightful. Even without any seasoning, Su Xian continued his explanation, after enjoying the meat from the claws and legs. One should lift the crab shell to savor the crab roe and more meat, ideally with some dipping sauce for enhanced flavor. So that is how crabs are meant to be eaten. It is quite an art. Su Gongzi, you truly know so much. I have learned a great deal. Thanks to Su Xian's guidance, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing finally understood how to enjoy crabs. Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of her earlier antics with the crab. Relieved that no one else had witnessed her folly. Beneath the star-studded night sky, the three of them savored the aromatic grilled fish and slurped crab meat, enjoying the gentle breeze rustling through the reeds. Engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Perhaps this was what life and existence were truly about. Chapter 19. Observing the thunder, comprehending the 5 thunder laws. Beneath the night sky, Su Xian, feeling satiated, reclined comfortably on the reeds. Gazing up at the heavens, Xiaoqing mimicked him, lying back with a blade of grass in her mouth, her face radiating satisfaction. This is truly blissful. Xiaobai looked at Su Xian, the campfire casting a warm glow on his features, accentuating his handsome visage, leaving her momentarily entranced. Sharing good food and merriment with a beloved companion made her feel that life was indeed beautiful. Su Gongzi, she said earnestly, to be frank, your grilled fish is quite remarkable. I must commend your culinary skills. You could easily open a shop in the neighborhood and surely thrive. Xiaoqing, patting her slightly bulging stomach, suggested to Su Xian that he should consider opening a grilled fish restaurant. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she added, then my sister and I could help out. I won't need any wages. Just food. Su Xian understood all too well what this little glutton was truly thinking. If he did open a grilled fish restaurant, Xiaoqing would likely be more interested in eating than assisting that I won't open one. I fear it wouldn't be enough to satisfy your insatiable appetite. How stingy. Xiaoqing pouted, turning to Xiaobai with a pitiful gaze. Sister, don't you think this fellow is quite miserly? Xiaobai remained silent, but wore a cheerful and gentle smile. Having cultivated together for hundreds or even thousands of years, they had often spent their time in monotony, making this moment of joy all the more precious. Xiaoqing, who initially opposed Xiao by descending the mountain to seek Su Xian, fearing it would distract her from her path, now found that spending time with Su Xian was indeed delightful. Life among mortals was undoubtedly far more engaging than the dullness of cultivation. Reclining back, a smile unconsciously crept onto Xiaoqing's lips. Perhaps her sister was right. In just a day, Xiaoqing had undergone a swift transformation. The change was indeed remarkable. The trio quietly relished this beautiful moment. However, the heavens were not inclined to be kind. The summer weather shifted abruptly, and suddenly dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the starry sky. Thunder rumbled ominously as ferocious winds whipped through the land. It's going to rain. Let us hurry back to the boat. Su Xian rose, extinguishing the fire before leading Xiaobai and Xiaoqing back to the black-sailed boat. Just as they settled into the boat, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by fierce winds. Thankfully, though small, the boat provided shelter from the rain, keeping the elements at bay. Why does the weather change so suddenly? It was just a sky full of stars, and now we have this storm. Does the heavens not want us to be happy? Xiaoqing remarked bluntly, voicing her thoughts. However, Xiaobai's expression turned pale. They had indeed been enjoying themselves, but could their joy have incited the heaven's wrath, causing the storm? After all, they were demons, and Su Xian was human. Was it destined that humans and demons could not coexist? Did they risk divine retribution? The downpour and the thunder seemed like a warning to her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of fear, trembling slightly, dreading the thought of losing Xian and being unable to be with him. The cabin was already cramped, and Xian quickly noticed Xiao Bai's unease that he opened his arms and embraced her tightly. Xiao Bai shuddered at the sudden warmth, feeling his breath and the comforting rise and fall of his chest. "Do not fear, Xiao Bai. It's merely a common rainstorm, that I am here for you," Xian said with a gentle smile, his soft voice bringing a measure of reassurance to Xiao Bai. "Sister, what is wrong?" "Su Gongzi is right. It's just an ordinary rain and thunder," Xiao Qing added, puzzled. Although it was true that many beasts feared thunder, Xiao Bai's cultivation level was slightly higher than hers. Given that the storm was merely a natural occurrence, why was she so frightened? Noticing Xian holding Xiao Bai in his embrace, Xiao Qing's eyes filled with disdain as she muttered under her breath, "Shameless fellow." Time passed slowly as Xiao Bai lay in Xian's arms, and she felt an inexplicable sense of safety enveloping her. Perhaps she had been overly concerned. Though she was a demon, she had never harmed anyone, and Xian had saved countless lives as a healer, amassing great merit. Perhaps the heavens had no objections to their union. Indeed, the heavens had no objections. According to the original narrative, Xiao Bai would later bear a child, the reincarnation of a celestial star. However, the bald monk at Jinshan Temple certainly had his objections. At this moment, Xian could largely guess what was weighing on Xiao Bai's mind and the source of her fear. He tightened his embrace around her, his gaze drifting through the boat's window to the tumult outside. The wind howled, and thunder roared ominously. Boom! Another tremendous bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the night as if it were day, causing countless creatures to tremble in its wake. That Xian lifted his gaze to the depths of the dark clouds, his eyes devoid of fear, only determination shining through. Even if fate were to oppose him, he was resolved to protect all that he cherished. In that instant, another blinding flash of lightning, like a silver serpent, sliced through the thick clouds, followed by a cacophony of thunder, reminiscent of celestial war drums, shaking the earth beneath them. The arcs of lightning intertwined, each one brimming with the raw, destructive power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, casting the sky into brilliant light before plunging it back into darkness. The interplay of light and shadow, showcasing the might of the cosmos, that Xian gazed at the awe-inspiring display of thunder in the heavens. Each bolt of lightning seemed to narrate the laws of nature, resonating deeply within his soul, awakening a profound insight. Ding! While observing the rolling thunder by West Lake, you have achieved enlightenment, creating the 5 thunder laws. Xian possessed an extraordinary talent for understanding the cosmos. In that moment, he was not daunted by the thunderous roars. Rather, he gleaned new secrets of cultivation from the thunderous might. The 5 thunder laws. Thunder magic. Quite impressive indeed. Xian was filled with joy. Now, he had mastered the 5 thunder technique, a new martial art following the dragon elephant 13 fists. With a mere thought, he could unleash the palm thunder of the 5 thunder technique, harnessing the might of lightning. His strength had ascended to new heights. With such formidable power, he would be able to protect Bai and Qing in the future. The summer storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Soon, the dark clouds dispersed, the howling wind ceased, and the thunder faded from the horizon, restoring tranquility to the surface of West Lake. "Sister, I told you it was just an ordinary rainstorm. No need for alarm." "Haha," Qing declared, stepping out of the cabin first. The lake's surface was as still as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. Bai, too, had regained her composure, yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt reluctant to part from Xian's warm embrace. Xian cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, Miss Bai. Startled, Bai quickly broke free from Xian's hold and stood up. "Thank you, young Master Su." Her cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of having nestled in Xian's arms moments ago. Xian chuckled softly and exited the cabin. That it was now early morning. Although the clouds had dissipated, the stars and moon were nowhere to be seen, casting the lake into darkness. That it's getting late. "We should head back," Xian suggested as he rowed the boat back to the shore, returning it to the old man who had lost 2 front teeth, before guiding Bai and Qing on a dry land. The recent downpour and the late hour rendered the usually bustling linen city exceptionally quiet, with hardly a soul in sight. "Sister, what shall we do now?" Should we continue following this fellow? Qing inquired softly from behind Bai. Young Master Su, Bai gazed at Su Xian's handsome profile, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Despite her reluctance, it seemed they were not quite at the point of returning home with Su Xian. Forget it. Let him say goodbye. Su Xian, sensing her unspoken feelings, smiled radiantly and clasped his hands together slightly. Since it is rather late, I shall take my leave from both young ladies here. The night is dark. Please take care on your journey home. Su Xian hoisted his bamboo box filled with numerous medicinal items and waved farewell to Bai and Qing. Bai stood rooted, watching Su Xian's retreating figure. Also waving goodbye. Young Master Su, please be careful on your way. Qing, crossing her arms defiantly and lifting her chin, added with a hint of pride, that fellow is such a fool, thinking my sister and I are delicate flowers. As if we need to be cautioned. We should be the ones warning him. As she spoke, Qing noticed the reluctant expression on Bai's face and mumbled, actually, it's he who should be careful. He might get kidnapped by some rich young lady. Otherwise, my sister would be heartbroken. Though Qing's voice was low, Su Xian, with his exceptional hearing, caught her words. Pausing mid-step, Su Xian's lips twitched, inwardly mocking. What nonsense is this about being taken by a wealthy young lady? Qing, your imagination is quite vivid. Without turning around, he added, by the way, I truly enjoyed the time spent with Miss Bai and Miss Qing today, that I look forward to our next meeting. Both Bai and Qing were taken aback. Su Xian found joy in their company. How could they not feel the same? They, too, anticipated their next encounter with him. Chapter 20. Bai, I can't help but worry. Bai watched until Su Xian's figure vanished from sight. Sister, stop staring. He's gone far away. Are you really so reluctant to part with him? Qing teased, playfully waving her hand and blinking, laughing. Or are you genuinely worried that your ideal man might be snatched away by some rich young lady? Ha! Unexpectedly, after a moment's thought, Bai nodded slightly. That you're right. Qing, that in this dark night, there may be unscrupulous individuals lurking, and I can't help but worry about young Master Su returning home alone. Or perhaps Qing nearly toppled over. No way, sister. Are you seriously concerned about that guy? I was just joking. What rich young lady would be shameless enough to take him away? To Qing's surprise, Bai appeared genuinely worried about Su Xian's safety. After all, to Bai, Su Xian was still an ordinary person. Qing scoffed. Besides, he's a grown man. Who besides me would dare to take him? Bai gazed into the distance where Su Xian had disappeared. Qing, I still can't shake off my worries for him. With her hands behind her head, Qing sighed dramatically. All right, if you're that concerned about your ideal man, what should we do now? Should we chase after him? Bai pondered for a moment, then shook her head. It wouldn't be proper to say goodbye and then chase after him. Instead, let us follow him discreetly. Having just bid farewell, it would be embarrassing to suddenly pursue him, and it would be difficult to explain. Thus, Bai resolved to covertly escort Su Xian home. Qing burst into laughter. Haha, my sister is too shy, worrying about that guy's safety, yet too timid to face him, so you'll sneakily follow him. Haha, I get it. I understand. With a reassuring pat on her chest, Qing declared, Sister, leave this small matter to me. I can handle it alone. Qing eagerly volunteered for the task of escorting Su Xian home, though in truth, she simply relished the adventure. Bai nodded in agreement, feeling at ease since Qing had nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. With Qing accompanying her, she felt reassured. Thus, quietly, a nimble shadow trailed behind Su Xian. Qing maintained a distance of several dozen meters, alternating between admiring the scenery and keeping a watchful eye on Su Xian, ensuring she was neither too close nor too far. After a while, feeling a bit bored, she began to grumble. Sister just loves to worry for no reason. Meanwhile, Su Xian, burdened with his bamboo box, continued his steady pace. However, his expression grew peculiar as he sensed Qing trailing behind him. Since entering the first-grade Vajra realm, both his strength and perception had undergone a qualitative leap, allowing him to easily notice Qing's not-so-skillful stalking. That Su Xian chuckled softly, surmising the situation without turning around, and continued on his way, as if nothing were amiss. That in the pitch-black night, as Su Xian passed by a residence, he observed that the lights within were brightly lit, accompanied by intermittent sounds of weeping from women and maids. Two physicians resembling wandering doctors emerged from the gate, one with graying hair and the other in his prime, both shaking their heads repeatedly. That it's truly embarrassing. I've practiced medicine for over 40 years and have never seen such a condition afflicting the Liu family's youngest daughter. I can discern nothing. Alas, I am at a loss, unworthy of the title of a renowned physician. The middle-aged physician patted the elderly doctor on the shoulder, offering comfort. There is no need for Master to blame himself. With countless ailments in the world, how can we possibly diagnose every condition or treat them all successfully? Xian halted in front of the residence, his ears catching the conversation. It seemed the young daughter of the household was afflicted with a mysterious illness that even these doctors could not identify. As a practitioner of the great heavenly medical arts, Xian pondered whether to intervene. To save a life seemed a noble endeavor, regardless of the circumstances. Without much hesitation, he approached the two physicians, clasping his hands in greeting. Greetings, esteemed masters. I am Xian, the ASA healer. Xian found it impossible to turn a blind eye to such matters. The two physicians were taken aback upon hearing his name, for Xian had garnered quite a reputation in Linen's medical community. Having treated stubborn ailments like lameness and recently rumored to be skilled in gynecology, his patients often recovered as if by magic. They assessed Xian's remarkable appearance and demeanor, quickly returning the greeting. "Oh, it is Dr. Su. I have long heard of your name. Seeing you in person, you truly are impressive." Xian smiled. "Thank you for the compliments. Masters, might you enlighten me about the situation concerning the Liu family's youngest daughter?" Thus, the two physicians recounted the peculiar illness afflicting the Liu family's daughter. Aged 6, she had been lively and healthy just a month prior. However, for reasons unknown, her health had rapidly deteriorated, leading to frequent fainting spells and prolonged unconsciousness. The family head, Liu Yuanwei, had summoned numerous renowned doctors, even reaching out to those in the capital, yet none could determine the cause, leaving them all helpless. They had even consulted Taoists and monks to perform rituals to exorcise evil spirits, but to no avail. Everyone was shaking their heads, and it seemed they were preparing for the worst. "Thank you for the information, esteemed masters." That Xian gathered the details and narrowed his eyes slightly. This situation might be more than mere illness. How could a previously healthy little girl suddenly become so weak? And why had the other doctors failed to detect any symptoms? Strange indeed. There must be something peculiar. "Dr. Su, you cannot possibly be thinking." Xian smiled and nodded. "I am but an unworthy individual. Yet I still wish to give it as expected." Both physicians guessed that Xian's inquiry about the Liu family was driven by a desire to uncover the truth. However, they merely viewed Xian as a young man brimming with youthful vigor. After all, even seasoned practitioners like themselves, or even the renowned physicians of the capital, had failed to discern the underlying issue. What could a young man like Xian possibly uncover? Dr. Su's compassionate heart was commendable enough. "We shall take our leave now." The old physician's eyes reflected admiration, believing that Xian's benevolent disposition was commendable, while the prospect of diagnosing the peculiar ailment of the Liu family's youngest daughter seemed nearly impossible. After bidding farewell to the two physicians, Xian approached the entrance of the Liu residence and bowed respectfully to the steward on guard. "I am Xian, arriving uninvited. I hope for your understanding." Chapter 21. It is quite simple. Find and eliminate it. Xian. Upon hearing Xian's name, the steward suddenly perked up. "You are the esteemed Dr. Su?" "Indeed," Xian affirmed. The steward quickly raised his voice. "Calling inside, Master. Dr. Su requests an audience." Inside the residence, Liu Yuanwei was engulfed in sorrow. His beloved youngest daughter, who had been well just a month ago, now required preparations for her final rites. "Dr. Su?" Liu Yuanwei had sought various physicians and had heard of Xian's reputation as a young man capable of treating numerous perplexing ailments. What if Dr. Su could save his daughter? Even the slightest glimmer of hope was something Liu Yuanwei did not wish to overlook. "Quickly invite Dr. Su inside." He commanded the steward to let Xian in while he himself went out to greet him personally. Upon entering the Liu household, Xian was met by the portly figure of Liu Yuanwei, who beamed with enthusiasm. "Dr. Su, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Seeing you in person, you truly are a remarkable figure. A dragon among men." Liu Yuanwei exchanged some pleasantries, but Xian paid little heed, stating directly, "Take me to your youngest daughter. Time is of the essence in saving lives." Xian did not wish to delay even a moment. "Dr. Su, please follow me," Liu Yuanwei said, Bending slightly and respectfully guiding Su Xian, as Su Xian entered the Lu residence, Xiaoqing stealthily slipped in as well. Soon, Lu Yuanlai led Su Xian to his youngest daughter's room. There, he beheld a pale 5-year-old girl, her lips cracked, lying unconscious on the bed. Lu Yuanlai's wife wept at her side, while several maidservants quietly sobbed in the background. Upon Su Xian's arrival, Lu Yuanlai's wife, suppressing her tears, implored Dr. Su, "Is there any hope for my daughter? Please, I beg you to save her. She is only 5 years old." Lu Yuanlai immediately scolded, "You woman, cease your weeping. What if you disturb Dr. Su?" Su Xian closely examined the girl's symptoms. With his current mastery at the first-grade level, he perceived a lingering mass of dark energy on the girl's forehead, an ominous and malevolent presence. Such a thing would be invisible to an ordinary person. Su Xian's eyes narrowed. The affliction plaguing Lu Yunlai's daughter was not a mere illness, but rather a sinister entity. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, having stealthily perched herself on the roof, lifted a tile to observe the situation below. Upon seeing the unconscious girl, her expression turned grave, possessed by malevolent spirits. She too could see the residual dark energy on the girl's forehead, a clear sign of possession. Yet, how would Su Xian, an ordinary person, contend with such supernatural malevolence? It was no wonder Lu Yuanlai had sought numerous renowned physicians, yet none could discern the true nature of her condition. Xiaoqing remained vigilant, watching every movement below, ready to protect Su Xian at a moment's notice. "Dr. Su, can you discern anything?" Lu Yuanlai inquired cautiously, his anxiety palpable that he had spent a fortune on renowned physicians and even invited monks and Taoists to perform rituals. Yet his daughter's condition showed no signs of improvement. That Su Xian raised his hand and calmly replied, "Please, madam, and others, kindly step aside." Without hesitation, Lu Yuanlai acquiesced, calling out to the others, "Did you hear that? Depart at once. Your lamentations will only hinder Dr. Su." Once Lu Yuanlai had ushered his wife and the maidservants out, only he and Su Xian remained in the room. That Su Xian then slowly stated, "Your daughter is afflicted not by an illness, but by a malevolent entity." Lu Yuanlai was taken aback, his corpulent body trembling. "That my daughter, possessed by a malevolent spirit." Indeed, Su Xian affirmed calmly that on the rooftop, Xiaoqing was equally astonished, her expression one of disbelief. He can actually see it. She and Xiaobai had always believed Su Xian to be an ordinary person. Typically, such individuals could not perceive spirits or malevolent entities. Yet here was Su Xian, pinpointing with precision that Lu Yuanlai's daughter was indeed beset by a malevolent spirit. "But I have summoned Taoists and monks several times to exorcise the malevolent spirit. Why did it not work?" Lu Yuanlai questioned, his anxiety mounting that if what Su Xian said was true, that his daughter was possessed by a malevolent spirit. Why had the rituals failed? Xiaoqing could not help but roll her eyes, thinking, "Fool, what else could it be? You've been duped by charlatans." The Taoists and monks Lu Yuanlai had hired were likely nothing more than quacks, lacking any real skill, and their so-called exorcisms were mere tricks of deception. "Dr. Su, does that mean the malevolent spirit still resides within my daughter?" Lu Yuanlai was both panicked and desperate. That Su Xian's gaze shifted from the patient to the room's surroundings, as if searching for something. The malevolent spirit was cunning. It had already concealed itself. Indeed, the malevolent entity possessing Lu Yuanlai's daughter was quite crafty. It had evaded detection when Lu Yuanlai summoned the Taoists and monks for exorcisms. "What shall we do?" Lu Yuanlai asked tremulously. After scanning the room, Su Xian's gaze finally settled on a white jade statue of Guanyin on the table, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It is quite simple. Find the malevolent spirit and eliminate it." Lu Yuanlai's daughter was not afflicted by an illness, but was instead ensnared by a malevolent spirit, consuming her very essence. The most straightforward solution was simply to identify and eradicate the spirit. "Where is the malevolent spirit? Can you find it, Dr. Su?" Lu Yuanlai quivered at the mention of malevolent spirits, feeling a chill run down his spine. Su Xian, however, remained composed and unflustered. He pointed to the white jade Guanyin statue on the table, declaring, "The malevolent spirit is hiding within that." Xiaoqing, observing from the rooftop, was taken aback, nearly widening her eyes in disbelief. Su Xian claimed that the malevolent spirit was concealed within the white jade Guanyin statue. Just moments before, upon learning that a spirit was at play, Xiaoqing had begun to scan the room for any signs of hidden entities. Yet, perhaps due to her distance, Su Xian had discovered the malevolent spirit's hiding place before she could. Xiaoqing focused intently on the white jade guanyin statue below, and indeed, she noticed faint wisps of dark energy clinging to it. It was truly hiding there. At this moment, Lu Yuanwei stood in stunned silence. He was typically benevolent and had a penchant for collecting oddities. The white jade guanyin statue had been an acquisition from an antique market a month prior, intended as a gift for his daughter, to protect her and ensure her healthy growth. Yet he never expected that within the statue lay not a deity, but a malevolent spirit. His well-meaning gesture had inadvertently endangered his beloved youngest daughter. "Come forth at once," Su Xian thundered, his voice reverberating like thunder. Despite his command, the white jade guanyin statue remained still, unresponsive. Su Xian wasted no time. He approached and hurled the statue to the ground. Crash! The statue shattered into pieces. Instantly, tendrils of dark energy swirled forth, coalescing into a grotesque visage, an evil spirit. The malevolent entity emitted a chilling laugh. You possess some skill, young one, to perceive my presence. Since you can see me, I shall have no choice but to consume you." Chapter 22. Xiaoqing thought, "Well done, Su Xian. You have truly concealed your abilities well." Lu Yuanwei, an ordinary man, could neither see the evil spirit nor hear its voice. Yet he could distinctly feel the temperature plummet after Su Xian shattered the white jade statue, an overwhelming chill enveloping the room, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his back. There truly are spirits. Lu Yuanwei was so frightened he could hardly stand, and no wonder Su Xian had asked others to leave. Otherwise, the scene would have descended into chaos, hampering his efforts. The evil spirit loomed menacingly over Su Xian. Gazing at him as though he were a sumptuous feast, it licked its lips, pondering, "I do not know how you can see me, but you are no monk or Taoist, lacking any mystical powers. Thus, you shall willingly allow me to possess you, so I may slowly feast upon your soul. Judging by your complexion, your soul should be quite delectable." Ordinary individuals are unable to perceive malevolent spirits, and thus, they are naturally incapable of inflicting harm upon such entities. These spirits possess an immunity to most physical damage. Only spells can prove effective against these supernatural beings. Upon witnessing the emergence of a wicked ghost, the little green figure atop the roof, Xiaoqing, was prepared to leap down and assist Su Xian in vanquishing the fiend. However, she was taken aback when Su Xian calmly inquired, "Have you finished speaking?" Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned that Su Xian exhibited no fear of the ghost. A typical person would likely be paralyzed with terror at the sight of a specter, yet Su Xian remained astonishingly composed, with not a trace of trepidation upon his countenance. Why was he unafraid of the ferocious and hideous ghost, despite being able to see it? Xiaoqing could not fathom this at the moment. The ghost hovering in the air was equally astonished, wondering if this young man truly feared him. "Once you finish speaking, you may proceed to your demise," it declared ominously. Suddenly, golden lightning erupted from Su Xian's palm. This golden lightning harbored an extremely violent power, the very essence of the 5 Thunder Palm technique that Su Xian had comprehended by the West Lake. The ghost was instantly struck with terror, its fear reaching unprecedented heights. Yet Su Xian did not afford it the opportunity to react. With a single palm strike, the golden lightning obliterated the ghost entirely. This malevolent spirit, if gauged by rank, was scarcely a third-tier entity. In stark contrast, Su Xian was a first-tier Vajra master, and with the 5 Thunder technique specifically designed to counter such spirits, it was only natural that he dispatched it in an instant. Following the ghost's vanquishment, the temperature of the surroundings returned to normal. Lu Yuanwei could feel the chilling malevolence dissipate completely. "Dr. Su, have you eliminated that evil spirit?" Though Lu Yuanwei could not see the ghost that had just been present, he observed Su Xian unleashing golden lightning with a single strike. Su Xian nodded, revealing nothing that warranted concealment. After dealing with the ghost, he approached the bedside to assess the condition of Lu Yuanwei's daughter. "How is she, Dr. Su? Is my little girl still salvageable?" Lu Yuanwei leaned in anxiously, his face filled with urgency. Just as Su Xian was about to respond, a tile unexpectedly fell from above. Su Xian's lips twitched. Wishing to feign ignorance, However, in the next moment, Xiaoqing stumbled and plummeted directly to the ground. "Ouch! That hurts!" she exclaimed as she landed awkwardly, her voice filled with pain. This sudden turn of events left Lu Yuanwei bewildered. Struggling to comprehend why someone would suddenly fall from the sky, his mind racing to catch up that in truth, Su Xian had been aware that Xiaoqing was eavesdropping from the rooftop, but he chose not to expose her, feigning ignorance. Yet now, with her having fallen, it was impossible to pretend not to see her. "Cough, so it is Miss Xiaoqing. We meet again," Su Xian greeted, his expression somewhat peculiar. Internally, Xiaoqing lamented her misfortune. She had initially intended to discreetly escort Su Xian as per Bai's instructions. But now she had been discovered. Yet, she could not solely blame herself. The shocking display of Su Xian's thunderous magic had startled her, causing her to tumble from the roof. Hastily rising to her feet, Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. "I was just passing by," she declared, crossing her arms defensively, attempting to maintain an air of arrogance while uttering the most unconvincing words. "Is it not permissible to just pass by? How could one fall from the sky while merely passing by?" Su Xian smiled warmly, choosing not to expose her ruse, observing Su Xian's innocuous and radiant smile. Xiaoqing recalled the moment he had unleashed thunder to eliminate the ghost, leaving her both awestruck and irritated. How foolish she and her sister had been to worry for Su Xian's safety, fearing he might be abducted by nefarious individuals or wealthy young ladies on his nighttime stroll. Now, not even the most malevolent spirits would dare approach him. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, puffing out her cheeks and exclaiming indignantly, "You can wield thunder as well. Su Xian, you've been concealing your true abilities. You can heal, navigate boats, roast fish, and now you can also vanquish ghosts with thunder. What else are you capable of?" This was Xiaoqing's first glimpse of Su Xian's prowess. Previously, she and Bai had regarded him merely as a handsome, charming, and exceptionally skilled physician. Thus, witnessing Su Xian's lethal display of thunderous might against the ghost was utterly astonishing. Amused by Xiaoqing's fierce demeanor, Su Xian could not help but chuckle, a hint of helplessness in his smile, that he mused that he had never claimed to lack knowledge of thunder or any other martial arts. Could it be considered deceit? Of course, he felt compelled to offer some consolation. "Miss Xiaoqing, I indeed possess a rudimentary understanding of the less esteemed thunder techniques. It is nothing of great significance." Xiaoqing gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at Su Xian. "You are being modest. The golden lightning you wield is terrifying even to me." She intended to convey that Su Xian's golden palm lightning was so fearsome that it instinctively evoked dread. Even in her, an 800-year-old serpent demon, how much more would it terrify other spirits? Su Xian could only offer a sheepish smile, unable to refute her claim that it was evident that the five thunder technique he had comprehended was highly effective against various malevolent entities. "So you and Dr. Su are acquainted," Lu Yuanwei remarked, initially perplexed by the sudden appearance of an individual from the sky. However, upon recognizing the connection between Xiaoqing and Su Xian, he felt a sense of relief. After all, if Su Xian could eliminate ghosts, it seemed quite plausible that his acquaintance could descend from the heavens. Xiaoqing huffed a few times. While she was still shocked, she quickly accepted the reality of Su Xian's magical abilities. Moreover, she felt that such a Su Xian was more deserving of her sister's affections. Xiaoqing had always revered strength above all else. She despised those who had noble intentions but lacked the means to act. For when disaster struck, such individuals were rendered utterly useless. Strength was paramount. Though she was unaware of the origins of Su Xian's thunderous abilities, they were undoubtedly a delightful surprise to her. I can't wait to tell my sister when I return. I wonder what her reaction will be." Xiaoqing thought joyfully, eagerly anticipating her sister Bai's response upon learning of Su Xian's thunderous prowess. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Xian meticulously examined the condition of Lu Yuanwei's daughter. Although the ghost had been vanquished, she had been tormented by it for nearly a month, resulting in significant depletion of her vital energy and even damage to her soul. The situation was grave. A 5-year-old girl should be in a phase of lively cheerfulness, yet Xiaoqing gazed at the frail child lying on the bed, her heart swelling with compassion. There's still hope for her? Lu Yuanwei, too, observed Su Xian with a face full of anxiety, knowing that the next words he uttered would determine his daughter's fate. Both of them looked at Su Xian, eagerly awaiting his answer. Su Xian lifted his head and gently uttered two words. Xian. Chapter 23. Why does this seem like a quarrel between young lovers? Su Xian first employed the acupuncture techniques from the great heavenly medical arts to preserve the last vestiges of the little girl's life. Next, he merely needed to concoct a formula capable of restoring her soul. The girl, having been ensnared by the malevolent spirit for a month, had primarily suffered damage to her soul, with her physical body being minimally affected. However, due to the erosion of her soul, her breathing was now faint, barely clinging to life. In such a condition, even the most renowned physicians of the Song dynasty would only shake their heads in despair. Utterly helpless. But who was Su Xian? He was a master of medicine, possessing extraordinary insight into the great heavenly medical arts. It was a trivial matter for him to pull the little girl back from the brink of death. Upon hearing Su Xian's assurance of salvation, Lu Yuanwei exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground in relief. After all, this was his most cherished daughter, and due to his acquisition of a white jade guanyin statue at the market, which harbored the malevolent spirit, his good intentions had inadvertently led to his daughter's perilous plight. Had Su Xian not appeared, once the spirit consumed the girl's soul, the rest of the Lu family might have suffered dire consequences as well. Thus, Su Xian's presence could be deemed a savior for both Lu Yuanwei's daughter and the Lu household. The Xiaoqing's previously anxious expression also relaxed. Young Master Su, your medical skills truly leave even my sister and me in awe. Though Xiaoqing typically possessed a hasty temperament, she was inherently kind-hearted. Witnessing the lamentable state of the 5-year-old girl, her compassion surged within her. Yet, even with her formidable powers as an 800-year-old serpent demon, she was powerless to help. It was all up to Su Xian. Su Xian's medical expertise was indeed worthy of reverence. Hearing such praise from Xiaoqing, Su Xian turned with a smile, feigning ignorance. Does this imply that both Miss Xiaoqing and Miss Bai also possess knowledge of medicine? According to Xiaoqing's earlier words, it seemed as though she and Bai were also versed in medical arts, albeit not to Su Xian's extent that Su Xian was intentionally teasing her. Sure enough, Xiaoqing froze momentarily, her expression stiffening. She quickly waved her hands in denial. No. Young Master Su, you misunderstood. I meant to say that your medical skills are remarkable. Su Xian's smile bore a hint of mischief. Then I thank Miss Xiaoqing for the compliment. It is quite rare for you to offer praise. After spending the day together, Xiaoqing exhibited a personality characterized by candor, a voracious appetite, a touch of tsundere, a penchant for mischief, and a sharp tongue. Even in the presence of a remarkable man like Su Xian, she often found herself astonished and praising him in her heart, though she seldom voiced such sentiments aloud. In her haughty demeanor, she quickly turned her head away and pouted, declaring, "In no way." Su Xian merely smiled in silence. Fearing that her previous words might arouse Su Xian's suspicions, she abruptly added, "Both my sister and I are merely delicate maidens. We lack medical knowledge and do not possess the remarkable skills to vanquish evil spirits like you." Dr. Su, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing descended the mountain in search of Su Xian, with Xiaobai hoping to repay the kindness Su Xian had shown 500 years ago and to rekindle their bond. Thus, it was preferable for her to disguise herself as an ordinary woman. After all, what would happen if a normal person were to discover their true identities? Su Xian's smile faltered slightly as he quietly questioned. "Delicate maidens? I have no doubt that Miss Xiaobai fits that description, but Miss Xiaoqing, you do not seem to align with this portrayal. Which ordinary delicate maiden possesses such a forthright character? Furthermore, it is quite implausible for one to tumble from a rooftop and remain unscathed." Xiaoqing immediately glared, insisting, "I am, my sister is, and so am I." Su Xian maintained a smile, understanding her stubborn nature, and refrained from further teasing. Nodding in agreement, yes, Miss Xiaoqing is indeed a delicate maiden. However, his tone carried an air of dismissiveness. Seeing Su Xian acquiesce, Xiaoqing did not concern herself with whether his acknowledgement was sincere or feigned. She had achieved her goal. With a victorious hum, she crossed her arms, puffed out her chest, and tilted her head back, wearing a triumphant expression. That's more like it." Internally, she mused, "If only you knew that my sister and I are formidable demons, you would surely be terrified." Moreover, her sister's abilities surpassed her own. The revelation would undoubtedly frighten him. The playful banter between Xiaoqing and Su Xian left Lu Yuanwei, who was standing nearby, with a peculiar expression. It struck him that their exchange resembled the playful banter of young lovers, clearing his throat. He thought, though it may appear so, I am no stranger to such matters and possess enough insight to keep silent. Su Xian rummaged through his medical box, retrieving various herbs. What is this? Xiaoqing inquired, pointing at a thumb-sized red mushroom in Su Xian's hand. Blood lingji, known for its potent ability to nourish one's vitality. Su Xian replied without looking up, continuing to sift through his box, producing a purple vine next. In this, Xiaoqing asked, still unfamiliar with the herb. Heavenly immortal vine, its sap is purple and beneficial for the soul. And what about this, divine soul grass? Xiaoqing and Lu Yuanwei were taken aback, for most of the herbs Su Xian presented were unfamiliar to them. Having traversed time, Su Xian had spent considerable time mastering the art of medicine, placing him several levels above his contemporaries in the Song dynasty, naturally granting him knowledge of a greater variety of herbs. He occasionally ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal plants, collecting them when encountered. The ailments he typically treated were far less severe than that of Lu Yuanwei's daughter, allowing him to manage with common herbs. Thus, he had managed to retain a modest collection of these rare ingredients that I recognized this black lump. It's Shou Wu. After a while, Xiaoqing finally spotted one herb she recognized. Excitedly, she pointed at it, her face brimming with anticipation, akin to a student awaiting affirmation from a teacher. Indeed, Su Xian nodded slightly. Haha, I do possess some discerning vision, Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully, nearly bouncing with glee. At least she recognized one herb, akin to not scoring a 0 on an exam, instilling her with a sense of pride. Lu Yuanwei, on the other hand, gasped in astonishment. Even as a collector of various treasures and well-versed in many things, he was only familiar with a few herbs, such as he showed Wu. In the midst of their astonishment, Su Xian combined the various herbs, grinding them into a powder, that he then divided the powdered herbs into 9 portions, instructing that they should be dissolved in boiling water, stirred, cooled, and consumed 3 times daily for 3 days, ensuring sufficient dosage for Lu Yuanwei's daughter. But he explained that, under normal circumstances, she would awaken by noon after the 3rd application of the medicine the following day. However, given the severity of her soul's damage, she would require continuous treatment for a fortnight to fully recover. Lu Yuanwei nodded vigorously, attentively memorizing every word Su Xian spoke. Yet he grew puzzled. Su Xian had provided only 9 portions of medicine, while his daughter would need to take it for half a month. What would happen to the remaining doses? Even with Lu Yuanwei's vast wealth and connections, it would be challenging to gather the rare herbs Su Xian had just mentioned. Su Xian anticipated this concern and produced paper and a pen from his box, meticulously noting all the herbs he had used and providing alternatives for each, with 1 to 3 substitutes for each herb. While the efficacy of the substitutes would be somewhat diminished, the treatment duration would extend by a month. Excellent, excellent, Lu Yuanwei exclaimed, nodding fervently as he carefully accepted the prescription from Su Xian. His expression suggested he was on the verge of kneeling in gratitude. Su Xian halted him, stating, "There is no time to waste. We must administer the medicine to your daughter immediately. You may open the door to allow others in." "Very well. Thank you, Dr. Su." "Thank you." The plump Lu Yuanwei scurried like a rolling ball, hastily unlocking the previously barred door with an exuberant demeanor, calling for assistance. "Steward, steward!" The steward and Lu Yuanwei's wife stood anxiously nearby, having refrained from approaching for fear of disturbing Su Xian. Upon witnessing Lu Yuanwei's animated demeanor, they exchanged glances of hope. Could it be? The steward rushed over. "My lord, I am here." Lu Yuanwei's wife halted her weeping and wiping of tears, reigniting her hope as she leaned on 2 maidservants for support. Hurrying over to ask incessantly, "My lord, how is our little one? Does Dr. Su have a solution? Please, speak quickly." Chapter 24. A virtuous man like you surely deserves a beautiful wife in the room. Xiaoqing scrutinized Su Xian as he organized his medical box, inwardly pondering, "This fellow possesses the thunderous arts that leave even me in awe. I wonder how profound his true cultivation is. Is it half as great as mine?" Shaking her head, she promptly dismissed her own speculation. After all, she was an 800-year-old serpent demon. Could she have cultivated for so long without progress? Even though humans generally possess higher, innate talents than demons, how many in the Song dynasty truly practice cultivation? Most likely, the majority were found in renowned sects like Shaolin or Wudong, or within the court. As for Su Xian, a commoner. Even if he understood some thunderous arts, how formidable could his true cultivation be? Moreover, with his extraordinary medical skills honed through diligent study and practice, along with his remarkable poetic talent and fish-grilling technique requiring time to master, Xiaoqing concluded that Su Xian's cultivation could not possibly surpass hers, let alone reach even a quarter of her level. Calculating this, it was evident that Su Xian's current cultivation was indeed inferior to Xiaoqing's. However, having cultivated the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists to the 9th level, his physical prowess was exceptionally formidable, and coupled with the 5 Thunder Righteous Law that countered numerous demons and monsters, his overall combat strength was not to be underestimated. Xiaoqing smiled with self-satisfaction, thinking herself quite impressive, at least capable of defeating 10 Su Xians. Of course, her and Xiaobai's descent from the mountain was primarily to experience human life, not to engage in battles. This fellow, with his innocent demeanor, would likely never comprehend the extent of her power, which was a pity. Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, pondering that perhaps Su Xian would never witness her true might. She turned to Su Xian, blinking her eyes and inquiring, "Mr. Su, do you not feel any remorse for expending such precious celestial herbs to save this little girl?" Xiaoqing's question stemmed from both curiosity and anticipation for Su Xian's response. Su Xian maintained his composure, showing no signs of regret or sorrow. "Celestial herbs, you say? They are merely some herbs that the common folk are not well acquainted with." Su Xian paused, adopting a serious tone. "As for why I save lives, does a healer need a reason? Or could I, Su Xian, stand idly by and allow someone to perish, despite being a time traveler? He retained fundamental values and could not be cold-hearted and unfeeling. Moreover, perhaps it was a way to accumulate that elusive merit in the grand scheme of things. Certainly, if it involves a villain, then that is an entirely different matter." Xiaoqing cast a deep glance at Su Xian, and she discovered that in this guise, Su Xian indeed possessed a certain charm. It was no wonder her sister held fond feelings for him, lingering even after 5 centuries. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, you truly are quite the simpleton." She added, "However, I must admit, you are becoming increasingly agreeable to my eyes." Initially, when descending the mountain, Xiaoqing had opposed the idea. After all, this would impact Bai's cultivation, though. In reality, it would affect her regardless of whether they descended or not. And after 500 years, who knew what form Su Xian had taken in his reincarnation? Moreover, her profound feelings for Bai, not of a romantic nature, may have stirred a hint of jealousy when Bai sought out Su Xian, leading her to harbor some biases against him. Yet, Su Xian's appearance, demeanor, talents, medical skills, and even his strength far surpassed Xiaoqing's expectations. After a series of events, she had largely come to accept Su Xian, the initial resistance and prejudice having long since dissipated, though her nature allowed for the occasional teasing. Xiaoqing then thought of Bai and suddenly doubled over with laughter. "Haha, a virtuous man like young Master Su truly deserves a beautiful wife sent by the heavens." Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a jest from Xiaoqing. Or perhaps it was not a jest at all, that it was evident how much Xiaoqing had come to acknowledge Su Xian. Su Xian merely smiled, saying nothing. Meanwhile, outside, Madame Lu, filled with excitement, rushed in and immediately spotted Su Xian and Xiaoqing. She halted, her desire to check on her daughter momentarily forgotten, for the presence of the 2 living beings in the room compelled her attention. The expression on Madame Lu's face was one of bewilderment, filled with questions. "Who is this?" The old steward followed closely behind Madame Lu, entering the room and also noticing Xiaoqing, his keen eyes catching sight of the roof's damage. Leading him to some conjectures that Mr. Lu quickly pinched Madame Lu's arm and shot her a fierce glare. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Not only Madame Lu, but even he dared not inquire. After all, Su Xian was a formidable figure capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits. And Xiaoqing's temper seemed equally formidable. More importantly, Su Xian had saved their daughter, for which he felt immense gratitude. That it was best to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. "Oh, I understand," Madame Lu replied, her arm still stinging, bending slightly as she awkwardly smiled and expressed her gratitude to Dr. Su and this young lady. Outside, Mr. Lu had already informed her and the steward of how Su Xian had revived their daughter. Yet he had omitted any mention of Xiaoqing, leading her to burst in immediately. "Madam, please do not thank me. I have done nothing. It is Dr. Su who deserves your thanks. He is the one who saved her. Xian gestured to Su Xian, albeit with a slight smile, clearly enjoying the comedic turn of events. Subsequently, the steward hastily prepared a concoction, using boiling water to dissolve the medicine Su Xian had prescribed. Stirring it thoroughly before Madame Lu carefully administered it to her daughter. As the medicinal broth filled her stomach, the faint breaths of their daughter gradually strengthened, her pallor shifting from a ghostly white to a healthy hue. Effective. Dr. Su's medicine is truly effective. Madame Lu and the others were overwhelmed with excitement, having spent a month in despair over their daughter's peculiar ailment, even reaching the brink of hopelessness. Yet, Su Xian's arrival had miraculously turned their fortunes around. Was there anything more delightful, exhilarating, or worthy of gratitude than this? Thank you, Dr. Su, for saving our daughter. Mr. Lu wanted to express more gratitude and polite sentiments, but Su Xian raised his hand to interrupt. Let us forego the thanks. Since your daughter's condition is no longer dire, I shall take my leave. Indeed. Mr. Lu nodded fervently in agreement, casting a knowing glance at the steward, who immediately understood and went to fetch the silver. 10 taels will suffice, Su Xian reminded him gently. For Su Xian, healing and saving lives was not motivated by monetary gain. It was primarily driven by his medical ethics and the accumulation of merit. Furthermore, he had already amassed enough silver for the establishment of Fengla Tower to owe him. Earthly riches were little more than ordinary stones, of no greater significance than one another. Chapter 25. Incredible sister, your husband possesses magical abilities. 10 taels. Mr. Lu was taken aback, but upon realizing Su Xian was neither joking nor had ulterior motives, he recalled Su Xian's unparalleled medical skills and formidable martial prowess in slaying evil spirits. Surely, he regarded mundane wealth with disdain, satisfied with just enough that he instructed the steward to comply. However, Su Xian's gaze fell upon a disarray of books scattered throughout the room. He pointed to an ancient and yellowing tome, inquiring, "May I have that book?" Xiaoqing followed Su Xian's gesture and was momentarily taken aback. The golden snake sword technique. Given the existence of demons and monsters in this world, there were certainly also enlightened monks like Fa Hai, and naturally martial arts manuals. However, martial arts texts that had fallen into the hands of the common folk were typically mediocre at best, often fabricated by those seeking profit. Xiaoqing couldn't help but question its reliability. Is this truly trustworthy? Oh, of course. I will fetch it for you right away. Mr. Lu immediately dashed over, presenting the golden snake sword technique to Su Xian. Dr. Su, here it is, if you need anything else. Feel free to ask. Mr. Lu was secretly pondering that this sword technique was likely a mere trinket, given as a bonus when purchasing a decorative item for 1 tael of silver, which he had brought for his daughter to amuse herself with. Su Xian took the book, flipping through its pages briefly. Xiaoqing leaned in with curiosity, only to express disappointment. I had hoped for some extraordinary martial arts manual, but it appears to be nothing more than mediocre tricks, suitable for childish play. Perhaps the elderly could practice it for fitness. Mr. Lu had held on to a glimmer of hope that this might be a remarkable tome, only to realize he lacked Su Xian's discerning eye. Hearing Xiaoqing's remarks, he felt his lips twitch in dismay. Indeed, it was merely a subpar sword technique, which he had indeed brought for children's entertainment, that Su Xian did not argue, tossing the golden snake sword technique into his bookcase. Then, the old steward hurriedly presented a pouch filled with coins, which Mr. Lu received with great reverence and handed to Su Xian. Dr. Su, you saved my daughter. I truly do not know how to repay you. Should you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it is within my ability, I shall certainly comply. Mr. Lu vowed, patting his belly with one hand while swearing an oath with the other. Mr. Lu was a well-known affluent family in Linen, known for his benevolence and trustworthiness, with an excellent reputation to owe him. The meager sum offered as compensation was woefully inadequate. He was at a loss as to how to repay Su Xian's kindness. Thus resorting to making promises, Su Xian smiled and waved his hand. Departing with Xiaoqing from the Lu residence, Mr. Lu insisted on escorting them to the gate. As Su Xian and Xiaoqing exited the Lu estate, she turned to him, her tone inscrutable. I shall return now. Su Xian, in a pleasant mood today, playfully asked, Are you not going to escort me home, Miss Xiaoqing? You? Xiaoqing turned sharply, her expression one of indignation. You who frightens even ghosts, expect me, a frail woman, to escort you home. Ridiculous. Xiao Qing recalled how Bai had worried about Su Xian's safety, which only fueled her irritation. Protect Su Xian? Let him encounter ghosts instead. Even the spirits would flee from him. Su Xian smiled, his expression as warm as spring sunshine. Then please be cautious on your way, Miss Xiao Qing. At least you possess a semblance of conscience, Xiao Qing retorted, feigning aloofness before turning her back to him, waving her hand as she walked away. With a swift motion, Xiao Qing dashed off, her legs moving faster than a galloping steed, her lips curling into a secretive grin. Hee, I must hurry back to tell my sister. I can only imagine the astonished expression on her face when she learns this fellow possesses magical abilities. I am so looking forward to it. Even though Xiao Qing had run several dozen meters away, her voice, though faint, still reached Su Xian's ears. He nearly stumbled in surprise, reflecting on how Xiao Qing, despite her feigned indifference as she departed, was actually racing back to inform Bai of his magical prowess. Haha, how endearing, albeit a touch prideful. Su Xian chuckled to himself as he headed homeward. Meanwhile, Bai remained in a small courtyard in linen. After she and Xiao Qing descended the mountain and avoided a gold ornament, they had found a place to stay in the city. The small courtyard she rented was located on the outskirts of Linen, in an environment both beautiful and tranquil, costing 3 taels of silver per month. At this moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety as Xiao Qing had yet to return after a considerable time had passed. Why hasn't Xiao Qing returned? It's been over half an hour already. With her speed, she should have been back by now. Xiao Bai, restless and anxious, paced back and forth in the small courtyard, her face etched with worry. This afternoon, after Su Xian had rescued the mother and daughter of Arya, he returned home to wash and change his clothes. She and Xiao Qing stealthily followed him, but at that time, Su Xian had not yet reached the first rank in his cultivation and remained oblivious to their presence. Both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing knew Su Xian's address, which was not far from the Lang Bridge of Westlake. Logically, it should not have taken this long. Could it be that a Xian and Xiao Qing encountered some misfortune? That seemed unlikely, as Xiao Qing possessed over 800 years of cultivation. There should be no formidable adversaries in Linen City capable of harming her. No, I must go and see for myself. Xiao Bai was burning with anxiety, unable to wait any longer, and prepared to fly out the door. Suddenly, she heard the nimble sound of footsteps skillfully traversing the rooftops. She recognized that sound instantly and felt a surge of joy. Xiao Qing. She saw Xiao Qing leap over the wall without even opening the door. Perhaps too excited and impatient, she nearly stumbled. Xiao Bai quickly steadied her. Huff, huff. Having rushed back at great speed, even Xiao Qing was panting, out of breath. It was as if she were delivering an urgent military report, which only heightened Xiao Bai's tension and concern. What has happened? Xiao Bai asked anxiously. Could it be that Su Xian truly faced some danger or was forcibly abducted by some shameless young lady? Wait a moment, sister. Let me catch my breath. After taking a couple of breaths, Xiao Qing finally managed to speak in a fragmented manner. It's bad, sister. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's face turned paler. Only then did Xiao Qing notice Xiao Bai's pallor and realize she had misspoken, quickly correcting herself. No, I misspoke. It's not bad, it's serious, sister, it's truly serious. What on earth is it, Xiao Qing? Speak clearly. Xiao Bai was still burning with anxiety. Sister, don't panic, it's not a bad thing. Hearing that it was not a bad thing, Xiao Bai's frantic emotions eased somewhat, though she remained unclear about what Xiao Qing was trying to convey. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bai endeavored to calm her racing heart. Xiao Qing gradually regained her composure. Her expression suddenly took on a hint of mystery as she leaned close to Xiao Bai's ear, her lips parting slightly. Sister, I must tell you this first. Don't be frightened. Xiao Qing, stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me. Xiao Qing grasped both of Xiao Bai's hands, looking earnestly into her eyes, and finally blurted out, It's incredible, sister. Your husband can perform magic. Ah? Xiao Bai's lips parted slightly, her hair disheveled, her face a canvas of confusion. My husband, Chapter 26. Xiao Bai. No matter what, I love him. My husband. Xiao Bai stood frozen in place, and after a moment, she suddenly realized, Xiao Qing, are you saying? He, of course I mean Su Xian. I said to Su Xian, your husband. After all? Xiao Qing playfully made a face that a blush crept onto Xiao Bai's cheeks, and she placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger as she glared at the mischievous Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing. Sister, you look so lovely even when you're angry, giggled Xiaoqing. She had rushed back eagerly to share the news of Su Xian's magical abilities with Xiaobai, relishing the sight of her sister's shocked and bashful expression. We haven't even married yet, Xiaobai murmured, her cheeks flushed, and besides, Su Gongzi might not even like me. Xiaobai undoubtedly harbored deep feelings for Su Xian, yet today was their first meeting, and neither had fully expressed their sentiments, let alone gotten married. Thus, the title of husband felt somewhat abrupt. Xiaoqing could not help but roll her eyes. Sister, what are you saying? That guy practically couldn't take his eyes off you when he first saw you. Looking all infatuated. And when we were on the boat at West Lake, he even composed a couple of shameless verses, praising your beauty as being comparable to the most exquisite flowers, leaving him entranced. And during the thunderstorm, when he saw you were frightened, he held you close. Honestly, even a fool could tell he likes you, sister. As for the title of husband, Xiaoqing waved her hand nonchalantly. It's only a matter of time. That guy will definitely be your husband. Xiaoqing rambled on, already considering Su Xian as her brother-in-law. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai playfully scolded, though her tone was increasingly shy. She raised her hand as if to hit her. But her delicate hand fell gently like a feather. How could she bear to strike Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing, you weren't like this before. You even opposed me coming down to find him. How come now? Xiaoqing pouted. I just thought he seemed decent. When Xiaobai had expressed her desire to descend the mountain to find Su Xian, Xiaoqing had opposed it. Yet now, just a day later, Xiaoqing had already taken it upon herself to regard Su Xian as her brother-in-law. This clearly indicated that she had come to accept Su Xian wholeheartedly, though her pride prevented her from admitting it outright, merely stating he was decent. Xiaobai smiled warmly, brushing Xiaoqing's hair. You mentioned he can perform magic? Yes, sister. Xiaoqing nearly bounced up, animatedly recounting how Su Xian had vanquished the evil spirit at Lu's residence, demonstrating the process with gestures. Sister, you wouldn't believe how terrifying it was. He suddenly conjured a ball of lightning. And the evil spirit didn't even have time to react before it was obliterated. That lightning magic was truly formidable. Even I was astonished. Xiaoqing recounted the events, omitting her own embarrassing tumble from the roof. Vanquishing an evil spirit, powerful lightning magic. Xiaobai listened, her face a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Initially, she and Xiaoqing had thought Su Xian was merely an ordinary resident of Linen, never imagining he possessed such formidable abilities, capable of wielding powerful lightning to annihilate evil spirits. My expression was just like yours, sister. I found it utterly astonishing. Xiaoqing rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Xiaobai. After a moment of surprise, a gentle smile returned to Xiaobai's face. I never expected him to be so remarkable, not only skilled in medicine, but also proficient in lightning magic. Xiaoqing smirked. Sister, aren't you curious where you learned that lightning magic? Xiaobai chuckled and shook her head, her gaze resolute. I don't care. Even if he couldn't wield lightning, his literary talent and medical skills were mediocre. As long as it's him, I will love him forever. For Xiaobai, even if Su Xian were ordinary and weak, just as he had been 500 years ago, as long as he continued to love her, that would be more than enough. Power was never a concern for her. Ugh. Xiaoqing couldn't help but shrink her neck, pouting. My sister is so infatuated with that guy. I really don't know what kind of fortune he must have amassed over the years. Xiaobai smiled sweetly, affectionately ruffling Xiaoqing's hair. By the way, Xiaoqing, did he ask you anything, or did he notice any abnormalities? Has he suspected us? Since Su Xian understood lightning magic to some degree, Xiaobai was more concerned about whether he might suspect them. After all, they were demons. They wished to live peacefully in the human world and needed to conceal their identities. Haha, don't worry, sister. That guy didn't suspect anything at all. He thought we were all just weak women. Xiaoqing laughed freely, recalling how he had said, Sister, you must be a weak woman, unaware that his sister was even more formidable than her. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiaobai felt a bit more at ease. Since descending the mountain, Xiaobai had been extremely cautious, never using any magic and behaving like an ordinary woman in Su Xian's presence, so there should be nothing suspicious. However, Xiaobai suddenly looked seriously at Xiaoqing and spoke earnestly. Xiaoqing, we must be even more careful in the future and not casually use our magical powers. That I know. Sister is afraid that Guy will get scared if he finds out. We're just weak women, utterly helpless. Xiao Qing snuggled into Xiaobai's embrace, feigning a spoiled demeanor. Xiaobai smiled as she gently stroked Xiao Qing's hair. "You are truly my dear sister. In order not to raise Su Xian's suspicions and to ensure they could continue their lives together peacefully." Xiaobai and Xiao Qing decided that unless absolutely necessary, they would never use their magical powers in truth. Su Xian was aware of everything. By the way, Xiao Qing, what color is Su Gongzi's lightning magic? Xiaobai suddenly inquired. Xiao Qing nestled in Xiaobai's arms, her face radiant with happiness, dreamily replied, "Golden, golden." "Why do you ask, sister?" Earlier, Xiao Qing had merely mentioned that Su Xian could wield lightning magic, but had not specified its color, thinking it rather inconsequential. Upon hearing this answer, Xiaobai was delighted. "Golden? That is truly wonderful." Xiao Qing became curious. "Sister, does the color of lightning magic hold any significance?" Xiaobai covered her mouth with a smile and did not withhold her explanation. "I once read in some ancient text that if a man who learns lightning magic has never been with a woman before, then the lightning will be a brilliant yellow or gold. Conversely, if he has, it will be gray or black." Upon hearing Xiaobai's explanation, Xiao Qing was instantly struck with disbelief, her expression conveying the incredulity that the fellow had never ventured near the allure of women. Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. In ancient times, courtesans were plentiful, and linen was no exception. Many scholars and young men frequented such establishments, yet Su Xian had maintained his virtue for 18 years. This was a stark contrast to the mediocre scholars of his kind. This revelation was utterly unexpected for Xiao Qing. Unbelievable. "Ha! That fellow, who sometimes spoke with such smooth eloquence and was adept at sweet-talking. It turns out I had misjudged him. Ha!" Xiao Qing clutched her belly, laughing so hard that she could barely stand. "Xiao Qing, don't be so unruly," Xiaobai admonished. That moment, Su Xian, walking along the dimly lit path, sneezed several times. "How strange, the weather is not even cold." Chapter 27. Epiphany. The sword technique at the Lu residence. The lights shone brightly. The previously somber atmosphere had vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. My lord, what ailment afflicts our daughter? How did Dr. Su manage to cure her? After Su Xian rescued the Lu family's youngest daughter, Madame Lu had finally ceased her weeping, her swollen eyes having subsided somewhat. Yet she yearned to know the details. The old steward was equally curious. "My lord, could you enlighten us? This old servant wishes to broaden his horizons." Su Xian had not asked Lu Yuanwei to keep secrets or given any other instructions, so he was free to share. Upon recalling the scene where Su Xian vanquished the malevolent spirit, Lu Yuanwei felt a chill run down his spine. He took a deep breath, gazing skyward before speaking slowly. "My daughter was tormented by a malevolent spirit." Hiss, hiss. Upon hearing the words malevolent spirit, Madame Lu and the steward trembled, their bodies quaking with fear. A malevolent spirit. Although they had suspected that their daughter's strange illness was caused by some unclean entity, and had even sought the assistance of wandering Taoists and monks to perform rituals, nothing had worked, and no one had dared to assert that it was possession by a spirit. Yet now, confirmed by Lu Yuanwei's words, it was indeed the malevolent spirit that caused their daughter's bizarre ailment. Madame Lu, the steward, and several maidservants were all filled with terror. Some of the maidservants even clung to one another, trembling uncontrollably. What of the malevolent spirit? Is it still around? Look at how frightened you all are." Lu Yuanwei stood tall, exuding an air of composure. "That malevolent spirit has certainly been dealt with by Dr. Su." Upon hearing that the malevolent spirit had been vanquished, Madame Lu and the others finally relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted. However, astonishment lingered on their faces. Dr. Su vanquished the malevolent spirit. They found it hard to believe. Malevolent spirits were typically fearsome entities that sent shivers down one's spine, let alone confronting one. And Su Xian was merely a physician, resembling a delicate scholar. Could he truly slay a spirit? How lacking in discernment you are." Lu Yuanwei huffed. "You did not witness Dr. Su's prowess. He effortlessly located the cunning malevolent spirit's hiding place. That spirit roared ferociously, yet was obliterated by a single punch from Dr. Su." Listening to Lu Yuanwei's account, Madame Lu and the steward could not help but gasp in astonishment. So Su Xian was so formidable, not only capable of healing, but also of subduing demons and vanquishing wicked spirits. Truly, they were indebted to Dr. Su for slaying that malevolent spirit. Otherwise, Miss Lu's health and abilities would surpass all the previous practitioners hired by Lu Yuanwei combined. The old steward was moved to tears. Madame Lu, too, sincerely exclaimed, "Dr. Su is indeed unparalleled in valor." Lu Yuanwei huffed, "From now on, when you encounter Dr. Su, you must show utmost respect. Understood?" Of course, Madame Lu." The steward and the other servants nodded vigorously. At that moment, Lu Yuai's 10-year-old son approached, unafraid and brimming with curiosity. "Father, can you tell me what that malevolent spirit looked like?" The child, undaunted by the malevolent spirit, inquired with eagerness. However, Lu Yuanwei's expression stiffened. The malevolent spirit was quite fearsome. Indeed, very fearsome. "Father, be clearer. What does very fearsome mean? I want to know." The boy's curiosity only intensified, yet Lu Yuanwei stammered, unable to articulate a description after much hesitation. In truth, he had never seen the malevolent spirit himself. Finally, he could only scold, "Go play elsewhere. What business do you have with such matters?" The little boy pouted and walked away. Madame Lu and the steward exchanged skeptical glances, questioning whether their master had truly encountered the spirit, given his earlier grandiloquent claims. "Humph, what nonsense!" Lu Yuanwei snorted in disdain before tossing the old steward a prescription. "This is the prescription left by Dr. Su. You are to procure the medicinal ingredients from the various apothecaries in Linen." "Yes, my lord." The old steward quickly bowed to accept the prescription and hurriedly took several servants from Lu's household to scour Linen's apothecaries for the ingredients. However, despite searching every apothecary in Linen and finding many substitutes, the steward still could not gather the necessary components. Meanwhile, after returning home, Xian retrieved the book on the serpent sword technique from his bookcase. He perused it for a while, gaining some insights, yet it was insufficient to create a new sword technique. So he set it aside that in addition to this mediocre sword technique, the bookcase also contained the pouch of money he had received earlier at the Lu residence. Upon opening the pouch, he found it filled with gold. Lu Yuanwei had paid 10 taels as per Xian's suggestion, but rather than silver, it was gold that Xian paid it no mind, for gold and silver held no significant difference to him. He then began to meditate and cultivate. After a while, Xian sensed a slight improvement in his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes that Xiaoqing's cultivation should be somewhat higher than his own, likely at the late stage of the Vajra realm, or even achieving perfection. Today, he had deduced Xiaoqing's approximate cultivation level from certain details that Xiaobai's cultivation surpassed Xiaoqing's, likely having entered the finger insight realm. In this narrative, Xiaoqing's current cultivation is at the perfection stage of the Vajra realm, while Xiaobai is at the mid-stage of the finger insight realm. However, even when both exerted their utmost efforts, they could not defeat Fahai, who was probably at the celestial phenomenon realm. Fahai was indeed a highly enlightened monk of Jinshan Temple, possessing formidable powers, and it was likely he had reached the celestial phenomenon realm. The mere thought of Fahai instilled a sense of crisis and urgency within Xian that I must become stronger swiftly and reach the celestial phenomenon realm as soon as possible. Xian's gaze was resolute, his determination unwavering. Only by cultivating to a level beyond Fahai could he hope to protect Xiaobai and Xiaoqing and alter the tragic fate of the original tale. Xian closed his eyes and continued his cultivation until dawn. In the morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Xian in its glow. He gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He had made a small advancement in his cultivation. It won't be long before I break through to the mid-stage of the Vajra realm. Thanks to Xian's extraordinary comprehension and his self-created, remarkable cultivation method, his progress was astonishingly rapid to that moment. A knock echoed from outside the door. "Knock, knock. Dr. Su, are you there?" The voice outside was filled with respect, yet tinged with urgency. "Come in," Xian replied, rising to exit his room with a calm demeanor. Waiting outside were Lu Yuanwei and the steward, who hurried in upon receiving Xian's permission. "That we apologize for disturbing you again, Dr. Su. Please forgive us." Lu Yuanwei hurried in, the old steward carrying a large bookcase. Xian glanced at the obsequious Lu Yuanwei and calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Yuanwei's face was a mask of ingratiation. "I did not wish to trouble you, Dr. Su, but to be frank, despite our efforts to find the substitute medicinal ingredients you provided, we have scoured every apothecary in Linen and still cannot gather them all. That we had no choice but to seek your assistance. I hope you can forgive us." The ingredients listed in Su Xian's prescription were exceedingly rare. Even though he had written down some alternatives, they remained hard to find. Thus, Lu Yuanlai had no choice but to seek Su Xian's help. Su Xian showed no surprise on his face that in truth, upon seeing them, he had already surmised the situation. "What are you missing?" "Hee, we are only short of one ingredient, the soul herb. I wonder if you have any here? I am willing to pay a high price." The prescription was missing the final soul herb, and Lu Yuanlai hoped Su Xian would have one available, willing to pay any price for it. Su Xian shook his head. "I do not have the soul herb either." Lu Yuanlai staggered, nearly falling over. "What shall we do now?" "I will notify you once I obtain it," Su Xian said nonchalantly. "Good. Thank you, Dr. Su." Lu Yuanlai bowed deeply, showing great respect. Though Su Xian had merely mentioned that he would notify him once he acquired the soul herb, Lu Yuanlai dared not press further. The medicine Su Xian had prepared the previous night was sufficient for his daughter for several days. And given Su Xian's character, he would not delay in addressing the patient's needs. Following this, Lu Yuanlai's expression turned even more obsequious. "Dr. Su, this is a collection of various manuals I have gathered for you. Please accept them." Last night, Lu Yuanlai noticed Su Xian's apparent interest in martial arts manuals and had his subordinates scavenge dozens of them, filling an entire large crate. The old steward hurriedly carried the crate upstairs, opened it, and indeed, it was filled with various manuals. There were techniques for swordplay, boxing, knife techniques, and even alchemy. Although these manuals were rather mediocre and hardly classified as unique skills, they were indeed useful for Su Xian. Lu Yuanlai's approach to matters was rather commendable. Su Xian accepted the manuals, which delighted Lu Yuanlai immensely. "You may return now." "Yes, yes." Lu Yuanlai and the old steward nodded repeatedly. Bowing as they departed, Su Xian gazed at the crate of manuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was quite surprised that this rotund man could procure so many manuals. Even third-rate or lesser-known manuals were relatively rare, so Lu Yuanlai's ability to gather such a large collection was indeed a pleasant surprise for Su Xian. After viewing the Jean Snake sword technique last night, Su Xian had gained some insights, yet it was not sufficient. Thus, he began to sift through the swordplay manuals in the crate, perusing them one by one. His fingers caressed the yellowed pages, his gaze sharp. Endowed with extraordinary comprehension, he rapidly absorbed the various swordplay knowledge. His mind was akin to an alchemical furnace, melding, refining, and elevating this knowledge into myriad transformations. After perusing a dozen swordplay manuals, a flash of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. "Ding, congratulations! You have comprehended the sword control technique." Su Xian had grasped a brand new swordplay technique, the sword control technique, enabling him to manipulate swords or other metallic objects at will. However, he had no sword at home that Su Xian thought of the silver needles and daggers he used for healing. With a mere thought directed at the crate, the silver needles and daggers levitated, soaring out of the crate. They seemed to possess a mind of their own, swirling and dancing like swimming dragons. Su Xian pointed his hand, and dozens of silver needles and several daggers shot forth, piercing swiftly towards the large willow tree in the backyard or slashing horizontally like waves. The sword energy surging forth. Leaves cascaded down onto the water's surface. When Su Xian retracted his hand, the silver needles and daggers instantly returned, quietly resting back in the crate. That a smile graced Su Xian's lips, his expression one of joy. The sword control technique was indeed impressive. Chapter 28. Knowing full well the mountain holds tigers. Yet choosing to venture upwards, Su Xian had effectively transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, borrowing and blending from multiple unremarkable swordplay manuals, ultimately comprehending a formidable sword technique, the sword control technique. With a mere thought, he could freely manipulate flying swords, which could soar through the skies with tremendous force, capable of decapitating foes from 1,000 meters away. His power had ascended to new heights. The techniques Su Xian currently mastered included the supreme healing arts, muscle transformation, and bone refinement technique, the dragon elephant 13 fists, the 5 thunder rites, and the sword control technique. The first two techniques were primarily for healing and enhancing one's own abilities, while the latter three were combat skills that significantly augmented Su Xian's combat prowess, granting him a greater edge against Fahai in the future. Knock, knock. As Su Xian pondered, the door was knocked upon once more. Su Xian quickly opened the door. It was the voice of Dudu, laced with urgency. Come in, brother-in-law. Dudu immediately entered, his expression serious, followed by 7 or 8 constables who remained outside, waiting. Fortunately, you haven't left yet. Thank heavens, Dudu visibly relaxed upon seeing Xian. Xian stood by the stone table in the courtyard, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here, brother-in-law?" Dudu quickly approached Xian, his expression grave and solemn. Recently, over 20 people have gone missing in the northern mountain range. Perhaps even more. They say it's a great beast. The beast has devoured them all. Yesterday, a hunting party of 8 encountered this beast in the mountains, and only one managed to escape. That as he spoke of the beast. Dudu's face was filled with terror. The great beast referred to was, in fact, a tiger. Ancient people often called it a great beast. An adult male tiger can reach lengths of up to 23 meters and weigh between 600 to 700 pounds. Moreover, tigers are composed of sinewy muscle, inherently ferocious, with immense attacking power. Not everyone possesses the bravery of Wusong. Few ordinary individuals are unafraid of such a beast. The recent disappearances of dozens in the northern mountain range of Linen City have caused widespread panic. Xian, you must refrain from venturing out lately, especially to the northern mountains for herbs. It would be unwise to risk becoming the beast's meal. How can I explain to your sister? Duda's urgent visit was to warn Xian against foraging for herbs, lest he become the great beast's dinner. That Xian's gaze narrowed slightly. This beast must not be an ordinary tiger, right? From Dudu's words, it was clear that dozens had perished at the claws of this beast, including several adept hunters. While tigers are fierce, an assault by 7 or 8 armed hunters would likely overwhelm a single tiger. Yet it was astonishing that only one had managed to escape, while the others had met their demise. Thus, Xian speculated that this great beast was likely no ordinary tiger. It might have cultivated itself into a formidable creature that preyed upon humans, consuming their flesh and blood. That Xian contemplated. Dudu could not help but glare, sternly exclaiming, "Hey Xian, are you even listening? You must not go up the mountain for herbs. That great beast is formidable." Dudu was exceedingly concerned for Xian's safety. Repeatedly urging him not to go out, that Xian simply smiled, his expression gentle. "I understand, brother-in-law." Seeing Xian's somewhat dismissive demeanor, Dudu glared again. "There is a great beast on the mountain, one that devours humans." Xian nodded with a smile. "I truly understand, brother-in-law. Now that's more like it." Dudu's expression softened a bit. "Brother-in-law, are you about to?" Xian noticed the 7 or 8 armed constables waiting outside, and a hint of realization dawned upon him. "Today, I shall lead a team into the northern mountains to hunt down the man-eating beast, to uphold justice and protect the people," Dudu declared proudly, patting the large knife at his waist. "The duty of constables is not only to apprehend criminals, but also to protect the populace, including hunting down the great beast." Indeed, Xian's suspicion was correct. Dudu's mission was to slay the beast in the northern mountains. The head constable. Dudu possessed considerable skill among ordinary folk, which justified his position. However, that beast in the mountains was likely already formidable. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. "That I have informed you of the situation. Just avoid the mountains for now. Once your brother-in-law has slain the beast, you may venture into the mountains at your leisure. I'm off, take care." Dudu patted Xian's shoulder, waved his hand, and turned to leave. After all, he had duties to attend to and was merely passing through to offer his warning to be cautious as well. "Brother-in-law," Xian watched Dudu's retreating figure, a resolute determination growing in his eyes. The great beast was ferocious, and Dudu was an important relative. He could not help but worry. Thus, shortly after Dudu led his team away, Xian quietly stepped out. Knowing full well the mountain held tigers, Xian chose to venture towards the tiger's den. Linen City, northern mountain range. Here, the peaks stretched endlessly, lush vegetation abounded, and numerous birds and beasts roamed. At the foot of the mountain stood a tavern. Fully armed, Dudu and his party stopped here to rest. Before Dudu could speak, a young servant approached with a smiling face. "Welcome, Captain Li and esteemed officials. What can I get for you?" Dudu was somewhat well known in Linen. His stature and constable uniform made it apparent even to the most perceptive young servant. Dudu removed his sword and placed it on the table, then tossed a large silver coin to the young servant. "Bring us each a bowl of strong liquor, a large bowl. No more, no less. As the saying goes, liquor emboldens the timid." Dudu and his subordinates were about to enter the mountains to hunt the tiger. And naturally, each felt a tinge of fear. Liquor, aside from quenching thirst, serves as a good means to bolster courage. Hence, Dudu chose to linger in this tavern, so that he and his brothers could each drink a hearty bowl of liquor to bolster their spirits before heading into the mountains. Coming right up with the liquor for Captain Li, soon, the young servant returned with 9 large bowls of strong liquor, one for each of Dudu and his subordinates. They began to drink heartily. This liquor is indeed potent, refreshing. Ha! I could go for another bowl. One constable drained his bowl, but felt unsatisfied and sought another. Dudu immediately interrupted, scolding, "Stop! The liquor is meant to bolster your courage, not to get you drunk and make mistakes. If you are devoured by the beast, what will happen to your woman at home? Will you leave her a widow? Once we've slain the beast, you can drink to your heart's content." Dudu sternly reprimanded the constable. Hunting a tiger was no child's play. One careless move could lead to dire consequences, so they could not afford to drink excessively. Yes, Captain, your reprimand is just. I got carried away and almost jeopardized the mission." "I acknowledge my mistake," the constable quickly replied, smiling and nodding. The others also chimed in with flattery. With the captain leading the way, no matter how many legs that beast has, it won't escape. Not only that, even if it sprouts wings, it won't fly away. Having downed a bowl of liquor, they declared that even if faced with 2 beasts, they would still triumph, though these words may seem utterly implausible. At the very least, the bowl of liquor they consumed proved effective, instilling a newfound confidence in the group of constables, who appeared unperturbed by the fearsome man-eating beast. Dudu, patting his belly, laughed heartily. "Brothers, let us take on that monstrous creature." At that moment, the proprietor of the tavern approached with a beaming smile. An elderly man hunched with age, likely in his 60s or 70s, that he respectfully clasped his fists, praising Captain Li for his exceptional martial prowess and valor. Recalling how he had recently apprehended 2 notorious fugitives, capturing a mere beast was certainly within his capabilities. The old man extended his congratulations to Captain Li for a triumphant venture, assuring him of an effortless victory. Several other patrons occupied tables within the tavern, most of them local hunters or mountain folk who earned their living through woodcutting and herb gathering. The emergence of the beast had rendered them too fearful to venture into the mountains, severing their means of livelihood and often leading them to this establishment for solace and drink. Upon hearing that Dudu and his companions intended to enter the mountains to hunt the tiger, their eyes sparkled with hope, wishing fervently for Dudu to slay the beast. With Captain Li in the lead, the small creature would surely have no escape. They hoped for Captain Li to swiftly eliminate that monster, which had already claimed dozens of lives. As long as the beast remained, they dared not set foot in the mountains. With Captain Li's formidable skills and the exceptional abilities of the other officials, that insignificant creature poses no threat. Yet the beast was fierce, and one must not underestimate it, as Dudu and his 8 subordinates basked in the praises and expectations of their fellow villagers. They could not help but feel somewhat elated. The subordinates reassured the townsfolk that they would not let them down. Dudu, filled with bravado, puffed out his chest and laughed. "Rest assured, everyone, await our good news." The brothers rallied. "Let us confront that beast." Thus, Dudu and his company departed from the tavern, bearing the hopes of many as they ventured into the mountains. That no sooner had Dudu's group departed than 2 figures entered the tavern, one clad in white, the other in blue. The woman in white exuded grace, while the woman in blue radiated boldness and freedom. Who else could they be but Xiaobai and Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing strode confidently into the tavern, plopping herself down on a long bench and bellowing, "Waiter, hurry up and bring the wine." Chapter 29. Xian, I fear you will scare away the little tiger. 2 young ladies, how many bowls would you like? The tavern's young attendant rushed over with a smile. Xiaoqing lifted her foot onto the bench, striking a relaxed pose that embodied the spirit of a heroine. How could a few bowls suffice? "Bring me 2 jars of fine wine. Remember, 2 jars. Xiaoqing, a lover of liquor, demanded her 2 jars right away. "Are you truly certain about 2 jars? Our tavern's wine is potent. Even the stoutest of men can manage only 3 large bowls. Any more and they are bound to get drunk." The attendant chuckled nervously. Xiaoqing, upon hearing this, became displeased. Having practiced for over 8 centuries, her magical prowess rendered her impervious to the effects of mere wine. Just as she was about to respond, Xiaobai, seated gracefully like a refined lady, Interjected. "1 jar of wine and a pot of tea, if you would be so kind." With a gentle smile, Xiao Bai requested only 1 jar. "Sister, why do you only order 1 jar? I would still find 2 jars insufficient." Xiaoqing exclaimed, puzzled. She could easily handle 10 jars, let alone 2.1 jars already quite sufficient. "Xiaoqing, just drink it," Xiao Bai replied with a soft chuckle. "We are delicate women. We must maintain our image." "Understood, understood," Xiaoqing retorted, pouting slightly. The attendant soon returned with a jar of wine and a pot of tea. "Ladies, please enjoy." Xiaoqing immediately seized the jar, uncorking it, and the intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. "Wow!" Her eyes sparkled as she tilted her head back and drank heartily from the jar, as if it were water. Delightful. The liquor was sweet as honey, and Xiaoqing relished every drop. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai maintained her composure, elegantly pouring herself a bowl of tea, sipping it delicately. "Good wine. What a thrill!" Xiaoqing exclaimed, rapidly finishing the jar. Though she remained sober, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, indicating the potency of the wine. "Sister, I want more to drink." Xiao Bai poured a cup of tea for Xiaoqing, urging her, "Stop drinking, or you truly will get drunk." "Here, have some tea to sober up." Xiaoqing scoffed, "How could I possibly get drunk? I just haven't used my magic." "Xiaoqing, drink your tea," Xiao Bai insisted, pushing the full cup toward her. Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then playfully accepted it, downing it in one go. "Tea poured by my sister is the best." Xiao Bai merely smiled in response to a tea that moment. A young man in white attire, handsome and carrying a bamboo book box on his back, entered Xiao Bai's line of sight. Her face instantly lit up with joy as she recognized Su Xian. "Young Master Su, we meet again." Xiao Bai waved, greeting him warmly. "Younger brother Su, this way, my sister is calling for you." Xiaoqing chimed in, waving at Su Xian with excitement. That Su Xian, momentarily taken aback, wore a look of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing here. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced their likely intentions. Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing must have known he was coming to the northern mountain range to gather herbs, thus intercepting him beforehand. "Haha, sister, look at that fellow's expression. He is genuinely surprised to see us here. He truly is a bit simple-minded," Xiaoqing chuckled. Earlier that morning, shortly after Su Xian's departure, Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing had visited his home and, finding it empty, immediately set out to track him down. They pieced together clues to conclude that Su Xian was either gathering herbs or protecting Du. Thus, they took a detour to the foot of the mountain to await a chance encounter. Xiao Bai, Xiaoqing, Su Xian greeted them with a warm smile as he stepped into the tavern. "Young Master Su, please take a seat," Xiao Bai invited. Her voice as gentle as flowing water, the Su Xian expressed his gratitude to Xiao Bai and settled down. His smile as inviting as a spring breeze. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Bai. His grin sincere. "Xiao Bai, you look as lovely as ever today." This time, it was Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing who were taken aback. They had not expected Su Xian to greet them in such a manner that Xiao Bai's face flushed with shyness. Yet her heart swelled with joy, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "I thank you for your kind words." Young Master Xu received praise from the one she held dear, felt as sweet as honey on her tongue. Xiaoqing, on the other hand, displayed unabashed disdain. "You lecherous scoundrel, shameless." Su Xian paid no heed to her remarks and turned to Xiaoqing. Speaking earnestly, "Xiaoqing, you look beautiful today, as well did I." Xiaoqing stiffened, momentarily lost in the sincerity of Su Xian's charming smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. She turned away, pouting slightly. "Well, that's more like it. Young Master Su, please enjoy some tea." Xiao Bai poured a cup of tea, presenting it to him with both hands. "How can I accept such kindness? I can serve myself." "Thank you, Xiao Bai." Su Xian graciously accepted the cup. "Sister, I want a cup too." "I want a cup too." Xiaoqing chimed in eagerly. Xiao Bai poured another cup for her before turning to Su Xian, inquiring softly, "Young Master Su, are you heading into the mountains to gather herbs?" Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing were already aware of Su Xian's intentions, so her question was deliberate. That Su Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I plan to venture into the mountains to collect some medicinal herbs. Have you not heard? There is a fearsome beast in the mountains. One that devours men," Xiaoqing exclaimed, mimicking a clawing gesture, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she looked at Su Xian. "Are you not afraid, young Master Su?" Su Xian's lips twitched. It was evident that Xiaoqing was teasing him. "Of course, I am afraid, he replied, though his demeanor betrayed no hint of fear. You are lying. You are not afraid of ghosts. Why would you fear a mere beast? I don't believe you, Xiaoqing scoffed, aware that Su Xian was not being entirely truthful. Xiaobai chuckled softly. Young Master Su knows of the beast, yet still insists on entering the mountains? I must go, Su Xian replied. Several patrons overheard the exchange and quickly interjected with warnings. Dr. Su, please do not venture into the mountains. The beast has already harmed dozens of people. Until the beast is dealt with, you must not enter. Captain Li and his men had already ventured into the mountains to hunt the beast. It would be wise for Dr. Su to wait. The tavern's old proprietor approached, urging caution. Young man, do not be foolish. The beast is merciless, and life is precious. Numerous voices in the tavern echoed their concerns. Yet Su Xian maintained a warm smile, bowing in gratitude for their well-meaning advice. I appreciate your kindness, but I truly need to gather herbs for my patients. I cannot delay, even in the face of danger. I have no reason to abandon my mission. Su Xian's words resonated with a sense of righteousness, akin to a doctor who, undaunted by hardship and peril, sought to heal the afflicted. His noble image and lofty ideals commanded respect from all present. Seeing Su Xian's resolute determination, the others hesitated to press further, offering their blessings instead. Dr. Su is truly a modern-day Huatua, a compassionate healer. With Captain Li having entered the mountains first, perhaps the beast would dare not show itself. Allowing Dr. Su to gather herbs without incident, that I in a remarkable act of valor. Dr. Su braved peril to venture into the mountains in order to heal the sick and save lives. Truly a tale worthy of both admiration and tears. The patrons of the tavern were profoundly moved by Su Xian's words, bowing in profound respect. Observing the foolish expressions on their faces, Xiaoqing couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain, exclaiming, "Such grandiloquence, I nearly believed it." Meanwhile, Xiaobai merely smiled in silence. After sipping a bowl of tea, Su Xian rose once more. Miss Xiaobai, Miss Xiaoqing, there are man-eating monsters in the mountains, which are extremely perilous. You should not accompany me, lest I worry for your safety. Xiaobai's heart fluttered slightly. That Su Xian's insistence on their staying behind was a testament to his concern for their well-being, fearing for their safety. How touching! A warmth enveloped Xiaobai's heart as she replied softly, "Thank you, young Master Su, for your concern. Xiaoqing and I are well aware of the dangers within the mountains." The mischievous Xiaoqing winked at Xiaobai, casting a playful gaze at Su Xian. "Sister, you are unaware of young Master Su's formidable martial prowess. He can surely protect us, two delicate maidens. Should we not accompany him? What do you say? Young Master Su?" Su Xian's lips twitched slightly. He was not afraid of the mountain's beasts. An untransformed tiger, at best, possessed merely 200 or 300 years of cultivation, far inferior to Su Xian's strength. His reluctance to let Xiaobai and Xiaoqing follow was not due to concern for their safety, but rather fear that they might startle away the small tiger. "Xiaoqing, cease your antics," Xiaobai chided, tugging at Xiaoqing's sleeve, then gazing at Su Xian with gentle eyes. "Young Master Su, please take extra care. Rest assured, Miss Xiaobai, I shall return safely," Su Xian assured, settling the tavern bill for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing before stepping out. His figure gradually disappearing into the depths of the mountains. "He even paid for us. This fellow is rather kind." Xiaoqing marveled, then quickly leaned toward Xiaobai. "Sister, are you truly at ease letting him venture into the mountains alone?" "Of course not. Shall we go after him?" "Yes, let us go now." I knew you wouldn't be able to resist secretly following to protect him, that he'll not get too close. Be cautious not to be discovered." I know. We are delicate maidens. He surely won't notice us." Concerned for Su Xian's safety, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing stealthily followed him into the mountains. Chapter 30. The white-forehead tiger. Once Su Xian entered the deep mountains, his movements were swift, darting through the forest with the ease of a breeze, that he was several times faster than even the most seasoned hunters. Anyone witnessing this would find it hard to believe that such speed belonged to a cultured scholar. Su Xian needed to hasten his pace to catch up with the tiger cub, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing trailed discreetly behind, careful not to draw too close for fear of being detected, maintaining a careful distance. However, this led to a new dilemma. Su Xian's speed was simply too formidable. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing nearly lost track of him several times. How infuriating! I never expected this fellow to be such a sprinter. Leaping about like a monkey, I truly underestimated him. Xian grumbled as she followed. Initially, she thought it would be a simple task to stealthily trail Su Xian, yet reality proved to be quite the contrary. With Su Xian's remarkable speed and their desire to remain undetected, they could not reveal their true forms to unleash their full potential. Thus, tracking Su Xian became a challenging endeavor, even for them. Xiaobai remained fixated on Su Xian's figure ahead, her gaze seemingly locked onto him. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's remarks, she stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Xiaoqing, didn't you say last night that he only knows a bit of thunder magic and lacks any real skills? That you could defeat him with one hand? Last night, Xiaoqing had relayed to Xiaobai that Su Xian possessed some knowledge of thunder magic, but her prideful nature, having cultivated for over 800 years, led her to believe that Su Xian's abilities were far beneath her own. Yet now, it appeared Su Xian was not as feeble as she had claimed. At the very least, his speed was impressive, far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. He merely possesses decent speed that if I weren't concerned about exposure, I could surpass him in an instant, leaving him in the dust, Xiaoqing boasted, confident in her own speed and strength. Xiaobai merely smiled, choosing not to respond. The two continued to trail Su Xian from behind. Ahead, Su Xian moved like lightning through the woods, a subtle smile gracing his lips that in truth, before he entered the mountains. He had anticipated that Xiaobai and Xiaoqing would undoubtedly follow him. Sure enough, after several discreet tests, his keen senses informed him of their presence trailing behind him, but he feigned ignorance and continued on his path. Soon, Su Xian spotted the group led by Du Do ahead. He halted, pondering briefly before calling out, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." His voice resonated through the forest. The group ahead was taken aback, turning to see Su Xian, their eyes widening in disbelief. Su Xian? The other 8 constables also recognized the bamboo basket carrying Su Xian. Momentarily stunned, that Su Xian jogged up to them. Arriving behind Du Do to brother-in-law and esteemed constables, Su Xian pays his respects. That Su Xian wore a warm smile. Clasping his fists in greeting, his manners impeccable. It is indeed Dr. Su. The constables were astonished, never expecting to encounter Su Xian here, especially since their leader, Du Do, had explicitly instructed him not to enter the mountains. "Oh dear, Su Xian, why have you come? Did I not tell you to stay at home?" Du Do exclaimed, a mix of anger and anxiety evident on his face. That Su Xian responded with a gentle smile. "The youngest daughter of Lu Yuanwei is in need of a rare herb for her ailment. Saving lives is of utmost importance, so I came." Upon hearing this reason, Du Do was furious, pounding his chest and puffing out his cheeks. "Oh dear Su Xian, I clearly warned you of the dangers posed by the beasts in the mountains. Even if you seek herbs, there is no rush that if anything were to happen to you. How would I explain it to your sister?" Su Xian chose not to elaborate further, merely shrugging his shoulders. "Well, I have already entered the mountains, brother-in-law." Sigh, Du Do sighed heavily, relenting. "You stubborn fool, I do not wish to scold you further. It is safer for you to stay with us, but you must not wander off again." Since the decision was made and Su Xian had already entered the mountains, there was no point in further admonition. Du Do could only allow Su Xian to accompany them. Should any danger arise, they could protect him at a moment's notice. "Rest assured, Dr. Su, with us around, we will ensure your safety." "Indeed, Dr. Su. Have no worries. We are all skilled in various arts, and should we encounter any beasts, we will make sure they leave empty-handed." The constables, well aware of Su Xian's familial ties to Du Do, boasted of their ability to safeguard him. That Su Xian smiled appreciatively in response. That 100 meters back, in the branches of a large tree, Xiaoqing was laughing so hard she could barely stand. "Ha ha, sister, did you hear that? Those fellows actually claimed they would protect Su Xian. Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard in days." If Su Xian were to unleash his thunder magic, he could easily obliterate those constables. Yet they remained blissfully unaware of who was truly protecting whom. Ha ha, the constables were indeed skilled, but only compared to common folk. To Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, they were merely mediocre, hardly worth considering. Indeed, Xiaobai thought quietly. She and Xiaoqing had previously speculated that Su Xian had entered the mountains to protect Du Do, and now it seemed their assumptions were accurate. Xiaobai's gaze settled on Du Do, who was leading the group with a large knife, her expression suddenly shifting to one of curiosity. "That I feel as though I have seen this brother-in-law of a Xian somewhere before," she mused. recalling the little yellow dog that had followed Su Xian 500 years ago. Da Dudo. He is Dudo. Xiao Bai's smile was warm, her memories of that little yellow dog vivid. Oh yes. Sister, I too felt a sense of familiarity when I first laid eyes on that chubby leader. It's the little yellow dog Dudo. Haha, 500 years ago, he was so frightened of me that he could only cower in a corner. Trembling. Now, he had been reincarnated as a human, becoming Su Xian's brother-in-law, and he had even become the head of the constables, living quite well, it seemed. Xiao Qing laughed until she nearly doubled over. They had just seen Su Xian yesterday. And today was their first encounter with Dudo. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Dudo has now become Su Xian's brother-in-law and the head constable, which is quite amusing. Xiao Qing, do not mock him. Who knows, perhaps Dudo possesses martial prowess similar to that of a Xian in this life. Xiao Bai chuckled lightly. Xiao Qing laughed until tears streamed down her face, her hands repeatedly hitting the tree trunk. Sister, you truly jest. That little yellow dog, martial prowess? Ha! Forgive me, but I simply cannot imagine it. Should keep your voice down lest we be discovered. Oh, how amusing. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing quietly followed behind. This time, they felt remarkably at ease. After Su Xian joined the group led by Dudu, their pace slowed down by more than tenfold, which was a speed more befitting an ordinary person, allowing for effortless tracking. Dudu, along with two constables, forged ahead with their large blades, while the other constables intentionally or unintentionally shielded Su Xian in the center. As the procession moved forward at a leisurely pace, that Su Xian showed no objection. He simply strolled along with the others, casually gathering herbs encountered along the way. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the vegetation grew denser, and the atmosphere turned eerily silent, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Captain, why does this forest feel so unnaturally quiet? A slight, timid constable swallowed hard, growing increasingly anxious. Look at you, scaring yourself. Although Dudu felt a twinge of fear, he maintained a facade of calm and scolded his subordinate. Su Xian's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any hint of tension, though his eyes narrowed slightly, that he too sensed the unsettling silence in the woods and, more alarmingly, detected a faint scent of blood in the air. Human blood. It seemed suddenly, one constable stumbled over a round object and fell. Dudu was about to reprimand his careless subordinate when he tripped over something as well. What on earth is this? Dudu exclaimed, rising and glancing down, his face paling instantly as fear gripped him. A corpse. Indeed, amidst the overgrown weeds lay a lifeless body, the very thing that had caused Dudu to stumble. The cadaver was unrecognizable, having been gnawed upon by beasts, with flesh and bones still intact, presenting a horrifying visual shock. The round object that had tripped the constable was none other than a human skull. The area was littered with multiple corpses, many of which were dismembered, limbs scattered haphazardly. Dudu and all the constables screamed in terror, their faces drained of color. Everyone, do not panic, steady yourselves. The great beast may be lurking nearby. Though Dudu's teeth chattered, he urged his men to remain calm. All the constables drew their blades, their fear palpable, yet they remained vigilant. Su Xian, stay close to me. Du, amidst his trepidation, reminded Su Xian. Unlike everyone else, Su Xian showed no signs of fear. His countenance remained strikingly composed. He scrutinized his surroundings, suddenly hearing a rustle ahead. Swoosh, swoosh, creak, creak. The faint sounds continued, akin to a beast feasting on its prey. To brother-in-law. To the right front. Su Xian alerted. All eyes turned in that direction. And indeed, the great beast was there. A massive creature, nearly 3 meters long and weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, was voraciously devouring a corpse. That it turned its head upon noticing Su Xian and the others. Its large head boasted a conspicuous white patch on its forehead, with stripes forming the character for king, and its eyes shone with a fierce, predatory glint. This was a golden-eyed, white-browed tiger. Its sharp gaze was menacing. Its mouth smeared with blood from its recent meal, and it gnawed on a human rib, crushing it with a snap. The sight of the beast filled Dudu and the constables with paralyzing fear. The Great Beast. Chapter 31. Comprehending the Eye of Deception. The sword technique manifests, and with a single stroke, it slays. Often, hearing tales and witnessing reality are two entirely different matters. The ferocity of the great beast was something many had only heard of. yet never truly encountered. Now, a formidable golden-eyed, white-browed tiger was fixated on Dudu and his entourage. It bared its fangs, its mouth dripping with human blood, the sound of flesh and bones being chewed sending chills down their spines. "Captain, the great beast!" Several constables trembled, their legs quaking, nearly dropping their weapons. Before entering the mountains, they had been confident, but now, faced with the sight of this man-eating creature, they could barely stand if anyone remained unafraid. It was Xian. His expression was devoid of panic or dread. He remained calm and collected, assessing the golden-eyed, white-browed tiger ahead. Indeed, it had yet to fully transform, yet it likely possessed a degree of intelligence. With an estimated cultivation of 300 to 400 years, that Xian deduced from the tiger's gaze that it had developed intelligence, but had not attained human form like Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Thus, its cultivation was only 300 to 400 years. With over 800 years of cultivation, Xian was likely at the pinnacle of his strength, his combat prowess slightly superior to that of the present Xian. However, this tiger, with its 300 to 400 years of cultivation, posed no threat to him. Therefore, what was there to fear? Although Dudu felt a pang of trepidation, now was not the time for panic. He shouted with all his might, "Stay calm. Everyone, keep your composure. Panic will lead to our demise. We must first regain our calm and maintain our formation to confront the great beast. Draw your blades." Forward! With swift movements, all the constables suppressed their fear, brandishing their weapons and forming a semicircle. This was a battle strategy they had devised beforehand, relying on their numerical advantage to gradually encircle and slay the beast. "Fear not, we are many. The beast is but one. We shall undoubtedly slay this creature. Indeed, follow the captain's lead. We shall vanquish this man-eating fiend. No matter how fierce it is, it remains but one. Let us slay this beast." As the adage goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how skilled one is, they remain vulnerable to a blade. The constables regained their confidence, bolstered by their numbers and wielding weapons. Dudu led the charge, and all the constables advanced step by step to encircle the great beast. However, faced with the 9 hunters, the tiger's large, bright eyes revealed a profound disdain, its expression filled with scorn and derision. This beast indeed possessed intelligence. It comprehended human speech and regarded its would-be attackers with utter contempt. The next moment, a blue light suddenly flickered in the tiger's eyes. This azure glow seemed to hold a peculiar magic, freezing Dudu and the other 8 constables in place, rendering them motionless. Their expressions dulled, their gazes vacant. They stood silently, as if deprived of consciousness. Even Xian, upon witnessing the blue light in the tiger's eyes, found himself ensnared in a strange state. The surrounding scenery faded, replaced by a myriad of illusions. Illusions, how intriguing. The tiger's eyes could indeed unleash illusions, inducing hallucinations. Dudu and the others, their expressions vacant, were ensnared in a mirage. This great beast had not only attained sentience, but also possessed the power of illusion. It was no wonder that so many had perished at the jaws of the tiger. Such a power was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even if more constables were to come, they would merely become fodder for the beast. Of course, even if Xian were to fall under the illusion, he would quickly regain his composure, for the tiger's cultivation was still relatively shallow. While Xian's realm was higher, and his comprehension exceptional, illusions were far too simplistic for him. Yet at this moment Xian did not awaken immediately, as if still entrapped in the mirage that 100 meters behind Xian. Xiaoqing suddenly regained her senses. "I was just trapped in an illusion. What a terrifying power." Xiaoqing had been careless. Despite being over 100 meters away from the beast, she too fell victim to the blue light that erupted from its eyes. Becoming entranced for a brief moment, it was alarming to think that if the beast possessed such illusionary prowess at only 300 to 400 years of cultivation, it would be even more formidable should it encounter someone like Xiaoqing, who had over 800 years of cultivation. Xiaobai, with her superior cultivation and greater magical prowess, was less affected. However, her expression was now fraught with urgency as she swiftly darted forward to Xian. In that moment, Xiaobai was truly alarmed. Earlier, she had deliberately kept her distance from Xian, trailing him at 100 meters, neither too close nor too far. She had believed that with Xian and Dudu's numbers, They could handle the beast, especially since Su Xian's lightning magic was formidable enough to startle even Xiaoqing. Coupled with Dudu's substantial force, she thought they could at least manage the situation. Yet events had unfolded unexpectedly. The beast possessed the power of illusion. The strength of this illusion was such that even Xiaoqing had fallen prey to it, let alone the others that in Xiaobai's view. She saw Su Xian standing still, seemingly entrapped by the illusion, unable to awaken. Even more alarmingly, the beast's gaze had fallen upon Su Xian. This was dire. Xiaoqing's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly rushed from the rear. The great beast first cast a dismissive glance over the crowd, its contempt unmistakable, before focusing on Su Xian, who lingered in the background. With a powerful leap, it soared over the others, its massive form landing directly in front of Su Xian, who it scrutinized with keen interest. It recalled that every human who had encountered it thus far had been stricken with terror, even those like the skilled constable with the belly wrap. Yet, to its astonishment, it found no trace of fear in Su Xian's demeanor. This perplexity compelled it to disregard the others and approach Su Xian directly, eager to discern what made this young scholar so unique. However, it was met with disappointment, for Su Xian appeared unremarkable, seemingly entranced in a dreamlike state, perhaps too stunned to feel fear. With this realization, the great beast lost interest in Su Xian. Nevertheless, among all present, Su Xian's flesh seemed the most tender and delectable. The tiger licked its lips, gazing at Su Xian as though he were a sumptuous feast. It opened its enormous jaws, preparing to take a bite. Suddenly, however, Su Xian, who had seemed lost in a trance, awakened. His eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce and uncanny violet light. In that instant, the great beast was taken aback, frozen in place, its mouth agape, eyes dazed and unfocused. It too had fallen into a trance. While others succumbed to its illusion, it found itself ensnared by Su Xian's gaze, a more potent enchantment that enveloped it entirely, rendering it unaware of its delusion. Su Xian smiled and raised his hand to the beast's head, which offered no resistance. With the eye of illusion, he had gained a new supernatural insight. It became evident that after experiencing the beast's illusion, Su Xian, endowed with extraordinary understanding, had gleaned the power of the eye of illusion. This ability allowed him to see through all forms of illusion in the world, ensnaring anyone who gazed into his eyes in a dreamlike state, unless they possessed significantly greater prowess. That Su Xian could even manipulate the consciousness of others. The power of the eye of illusion was immensely formidable, surpassing the illusions of the fierce tiger by several degrees. He could control the actions of those entrapped in his dream, such as the bewildered tiger before him. With a mere thought, Su Xian commanded the tiger, which had been frozen with its mouth agape, to close it. He then directed it to open and close its jaws repeatedly. This spectacle left Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing, who were rushing to the scene, utterly astonished. Initially in a state of panic, they had nearly transformed and unleashed their full strength to rescue Su Xian, yet now they found the great beast motionless. Even allowing Su Xian to touch it, its jaws opening and closing inexplicably. Despite their extensive experience, they were momentarily at a loss for words. That Su Xian suddenly raised his hand and pointed forward. An incredible sight unfolded before them. The massive cleaver in the constable's possession seemed to be under Su Xian's control, soaring through the air toward him. This was the art of sword control. Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. They struggled to comprehend the beast's unusual behavior when Su Xian showcased the rare skill of sword control. Not only could he wield lightning, but he also mastered the art of sword control. Just how many extraordinary abilities did Su Xian possess? They exchanged astonished glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, those ensnared by the beast's illusion, including the constable, suddenly regained their senses. As the tiger fell under Su Xian's control, its illusion faltered, and the others gradually awakened. They gasped for breath, still haunted by their recent experience. Where was the great beast? As they regained their composure, their gazes fell upon the colossal creature before Su Xian. Compared to the beast's immense size, Su Xian appeared fragile, as if he would be devoured in an instant. However, a moment unfolded that none present would ever forget. Unbeknownst to them, Su Xian had seized a knife, his expression indifferent as he brought it down with a swift motion toward the beast's head, with a sound akin to slicing through tofu. The knife severed the great beast's head cleanly. Its massive cranium rolled to the ground, blood spilling forth and staining the earth crimson. That a stunned silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness prevailing. Chapter 32 Xiao Bai. Oh dear. I didn't stop in time. This is quite embarrassing. That moment. All were rendered speechless, astonished to the point of disbelief. Su Xian still grasped the bloodied knife, while beneath his feet lay the enormous body and severed head of the beast. The great beast was dead. It was truly dead. Who would dare believe that the fearsome, bloodthirsty creature had been slain by Su Xian's hand? Even its massive head had rolled away, its body cleaved in two. Dying on the spot, the silence was deafening, a stillness akin to death itself. Only the sound of rustling leaves in the forest broke the quietude. After a prolonged moment, the constable and others finally regained their ability to speak. Emerging from their state of shock, the constable's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Su Xian killed the great beast? It felt like a dream. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at Su Xian holding the knife and the lifeless body of the beast on the ground, and he gasped in astonishment. Earlier that day, he had specifically warned Su Xian about the great beast, advising him to stay indoors. Yet Su Xian not only disregarded his warning, but had also taken the initiative to slay the creature. A scholar, seemingly incapable of harming a chicken, had dispatched a 500 or 600-pound man-eating beast. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, who would believe such a tale? Su Xian's prowess was astonishing. That was a great beast, the constable marveled, still shaken. Moments ago, he and the others had been entranced in a peculiar state of stupor, utterly defenseless. Had it not been for Su Xian's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Thank goodness for Su Xian. How had he become so formidable? Could it be the result of consuming the celestial herb? The constable pondered, stroking his chin. Not long ago, he had encountered a cunning fugitive and was saved by Su Xian, who had knocked the fugitive down with a single punch. That time, the constable had found it hard to believe when Su Xian claimed to have picked a celestial herb in the mountain's end. After consuming it, felt rejuvenated and stronger. And no wonder Su Xian could sever the great beast's head with a single stroke. The constable nodded to himself, only to realize his hands were empty. Where was his knife? Glancing at the weapon in Su Xian's hand, he recognized it as his own. How had it come into Su Xian's possession? When had he taken it? The constable was bewildered, filled with questions. The great beast was dead. Su Daifu had slain the beast. My heavens, I thought I was dreaming. It was Su Daifu who killed the great beast and saved us. Unbelievable. How had Su Daifu managed to accomplish such a feat against a creature weighing several hundred pounds? Earlier, we had said we would protect Su Daifu. Yet it turned out he had protected us instead. That I am truly ashamed. This is utterly humiliating. The 8 constables gasped in astonishment, realizing they had entered the mountains to hunt the beast, only to find that Su Xian had slain it and saved them. That it is worth noting that Su Xian was merely a scholar and physician, while they were trained constables, martial professionals, yet it was Su Xian who had safeguarded them. Had Su Xian not intervened, they would have likely fallen victim to the beast's jaws. They had boasted of protecting Su Xian, yet it was he who had come to their rescue. The constables' expressions were laced with embarrassment, their faces flushed as though scorched by fire. Suddenly, a gleam sparked in Su Xian's eyes. He noticed something within the beast's severed head. He swiftly bent down, snatching a glimmering object with astonishing speed. It was none other than a demon beast's inner core. Such cores are typically found within magical beasts that have cultivated their essence. They're the crystallization of their powers and should prove useful to Su Xian. After securing the inner core, Su Xian feigned nonchalance, smiling as he tossed the bloodied knife into the air. "Brother-in-law, your knife." The constable jumped in alarm, too frightened to catch it that he waited until the knife struck the ground, embedding itself in the earth, before daring to retrieve it. Su Xian, be careful. You mustn't throw knives around. It's dangerous. The constable admonished. That Su Xian replied with a smile, promising to be more cautious next time. His smile radiated warmth, akin to the sun in spring, comforting the heart. However, to the other constables, this smile evoked an unsettling sensation. They were acutely aware that the fearsome great beast lay severed at Su Xian's feet, and he had proven himself more formidable than the beast. Thus, even as he smiled like a gentle spring breeze, an undeniable aura of intimidation surrounded him. one cannot help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Dr. Su's martial prowess may indeed surpass that of the leader. Without a doubt, while the leader is formidable, he has never been seen to vanquish a great beast with a single stroke. Yet Dr. Su has accomplished just that, affirming his superior skill. Dr. Su possesses remarkable ability, and we are left feeling shameful in comparison. That it is a pity that Dr. Su does not serve in our precinct. If the previous deference and respect shown by the constables towards Su Xian were merely due to his attire, now it is heartfelt and sincere. For Su Xian, being a master of martial arts and having slain the great beast to save them, commands reverence wherever he goes. As the constables murmured around him, Dudu felt a surge of happiness. After all, Su Xian is his brother-in-law, and it is pleasant to hear praise for him. However, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, for his subordinates claimed Su Xian's martial arts were superior, which cast a shadow on his own standing as the brother-in-law. "Hey, what nonsense are you all spouting? Seeking a fight, are you?" Dudu exclaimed, his face darkening with frustration. The constables quickly fell silent, their laughter stifled. In the meantime, two figures raced towards Su Xian that moment. Xiaoqing's face was etched with shock. She could hardly believe that Su Xian had managed to awaken swiftly from the great beast's illusionary spell. Even she, from a distance of 100 meters, had succumbed to its effects for a moment. Yet, not only did Su Xian recover, he seemed to have taken control of the beast, rendering it immobile and dazed, ultimately severing its head with a single strike. Who truly held dominion over whom? Xiaoqing was engulfed in questions. The beast, adept in illusion, had bewitched Su Xian, yet how had he suddenly turned the tables? Moreover, she and Xiaobai had witnessed Su Xian wielding his sword with ease. Just a mere gesture, and Dudu's large blade had soared into his hand. Had Dudu and the others not awakened in time, Su Xian would have effortlessly dispatched the beast without lifting a finger. Why do I feel increasingly unable to fathom this individual? Xiaoqing took a deep breath, realizing her understanding of Su Xian was slipping away. Not only could he wield formidable lightning techniques, but today he had inexplicably controlled the great beast, rendering it powerless, and he could summon a sword at will. Can I truly defeat 10 Su Xians with one hand? For the first time, doubt crept into her mind. Just yesterday, she had boasted confidently to Xiaobai about her ability to single-handedly defeat 10 Su Xians. Yet after witnessing him slay a formidable tiger of centuries, she began to question her own assertions. Not to mention using one hand. Even two might not suffice. Xiaoqing found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Xiaobai's lovely visage mirrored her astonishment, yet also delight. Initially, upon seeing the great beast approach Su Xian, she had rushed in a frenzy, almost revealing her true form. However, she had not anticipated the sudden reversal of fate, where it appeared as if Su Xian had taken control over the beast before dispatching it. Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over her, astonished and pleased by Su Xian's prowess. He truly is remarkable. Her gentle, spring-like eyes were filled with images of Su Xian, gazing at him in a trance. Utterly captivated. Although Xiaobai and the beast were both creatures of the supernatural, she felt no compassion for the great beast that Su Xian had slain. In the realm of beasts, rivalry and hostility are commonplace, with life and death struggles often fought over resources and territory. Furthermore, the great beast had committed numerous atrocities, devouring countless lives, and its demise was justly deserved. In Xiaobai's heart, there was only Su Xian. Had the beast so much as harmed a single hair on Su Xian, she would have torn it to pieces without hesitation. Xiaobai's thoughts were consumed by Su Xian, her mind racing with fantasies. Suddenly, she realized she was still in motion, soaring towards him at an alarming speed. Oh no! Xiaobai hastily attempted to halt her momentum, but the speed was too great, and she could not stop in time. She collided with Su Xian, landing squarely in his embrace. Su Xian stumbled back a few steps before regaining his balance, now cradling a stunningly beautiful woman in his arms. Little did he know whether to deem her gentle or reckless. Xiaobai, nestled against Su Xian, resembled a docile but wayward lamb, momentarily at a loss. Su Xian couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of the flustered young woman in his embrace. Ahem, Miss Xiaobai, it is good to see you again, he greeted. Chapter 33. Su Gongzi's Nobleberry. Versatile in both arts and arms, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Dudu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed at how such a beautiful lady had suddenly appeared and thrown herself into Su Xian's arms. It is said that beautiful women are drawn to heroes, and Su Xian's triumph over the tiger indeed marked him as a hero, yet the arrival of this beauty was far too sudden and swift. At that moment, Xiaobai rested against Su Xian, relishing the warmth of his chest, which only made her face flush hotter, akin to a steaming pancake. She had intended to rush in to rescue Su Xian, yet by a twist of fate, she had ended up in his embrace. How could she explain this? If Su Xian were to question her reckless entry into the mountains, what could she possibly say? Xiaobai found herself at a complete loss. Still savoring the bliss of the moment, she buried her head deeper into Su Xian's embrace, causing her to miss his words of greeting. That Su Xian smiled gently. Likely surmising that Xiaobai was in a state of delightful disarray, that he reached out to tenderly stroke her hair, murmuring softly, "Miss Xiaobai ahem." Du's cough abruptly interrupted the blissful reverie of the two. Xiaobai snapped back to reality, retreating from Su Xian's warm embrace. The thought of having been observed by so many made her cheeks burn crimson. Du's eyes darted, assessing Xiaobai. Her beauty was striking. Her demeanor as gentle as flowing water, and with each glance, Du grew increasingly astonished. When had Su Xian become acquainted with such a moonlit, flower-like maiden? More perplexing was the inexplicable sense of familiarity he felt upon seeing her. This feeling was elusive and unexplainable, as if they had known each other before. Yet he was certain he was meeting Xiaobai for the first time. How could he feel such a sense of closeness? How strange! Du shook his head, dismissing the thought. Ahem, Su Xian began to speak when suddenly a sharp voice pierced through the air. You fat fool. Why are you coughing? Why are you ruining someone else's good fortune? A figure clad in green charged forward, demanding to know why Du had interrupted Su Xian and Xiaobai. Who dares to call me a fat fool? Dudu's eyes widened in indignation to ask the captain of the precinct. He was accustomed to respect and no one dared to insult him. Yet upon seeing Xiaoqing, whose aura seemed to eclipse his own, he felt as if his very spirit had deflated, his bravado evaporating in an instant. Dudu was so frightened that he found himself on all fours, retreating several steps. The moment he laid eyes on Xiaoqing, he felt his soul quiver, his teeth chattering, and his scalp prickling with fear. This terror seemed innate, coursing through his veins like a primal instinct, an absolute suppression. The other constables were equally startled by Xiaoqing's sudden appearance, retreating in trepidation. Xiaoqing's presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Who are you? Dudu stammered, still crouched on the ground, every limb trembling in fear. Xiaoqing did not intend to intimidate Dudu. She had merely been irked upon witnessing Xiaobai's blissful expression in Su Xian's embrace, and thus confronted Dudu in that moment. The playful and mischievous Xiaoqing found Du's panicked demeanor utterly comical. Haha, Captain Li, your skills are impressive. You must have mastered them while wearing that outfit. She laughed heartily. The sudden laughter from the previously fierce Xiaoqing left Dudu and the others utterly bewildered. Xiaobai reached out to grasp Xiaoqing's arm. Xiaoqing, stop it. You're scaring Captain Li. My sister has a rather straightforward nature. Please forgive us, Captain Li and esteemed officers. Xiaobai offered an apology. Upon hearing Xiaobai's voice, Dudu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Between the two sisters, one evoked a sense of warmth, while the other instilled an instinctual dread. Dudu stammered, standing up hurriedly, waving his hands. Miss, you flatter me. It's nothing, nothing at all. The other constables nodded in agreement, smiling nervously. That Su Xian chuckled softly. Allow me to introduce them, but he stepped forward, gesturing towards Dudu and the others. This is Miss Xiaobai, and beside her is Miss Xiaoqing, both my friends. Xiaobai smiled radiantly and slightly bowed. I have the pleasure of meeting Captain Li and esteemed officers. The Xiaobai smile is gentle and gracious, and her voice and gestures are so poised that they evoke the impression of a refined lady from a prestigious family. In contrast, Xiaoqing stands with her arms crossed, tilting her head disdainfully. Humming, with Captain Li's exceptional martial skills, does this young lady still need to introduce herself? No need, no need. Dudu hurriedly shakes his head, his face brimming with a sheepish grin, thinking that Xiaoqing should express herself however she pleases. He genuinely fears Xiaoqing and dares not utter a single word of dissent. Upon hearing Su Xian mention that both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing are his friends, Dudu suddenly breaks into a silly grin. He muses, indeed, It is time for Su Xian to settle down. Although I am unsure how he came to know these two young ladies, their relationship seems quite significant. Xiaobai is truly wonderful. She is beautiful and gentle. If Su Xian can, well, I suppose I would be fulfilling my duty to his sister. Dudu wears a foolish smile, nearly drooling. Xiaoqing, of course, can guess what Dudu is thinking and shoots him a scornful glance, inwardly calling him a silly yellow dog. Once Dudu regains his composure, he bows to Xiaobai and says, "My uncle, Su Xian, is indeed fortunate to know a lady like you. Xiaobai, that it is only a blessing if you do not find him lacking." "Haha, I love to hear that." Xiaoqing bursts into laughter, candidly remarking that Captain Li can be quite eloquent, seemingly not as foolish as he appears. That Su Xian and Xiaobai exchange glances, their foreheads adorned with dark lines. Realizing Xiaoqing's frankness, "Sister, young Master Su, what expressions are those?" "I am merely praising Captain Li." Xiaoqing believes she has spoken no ill words, considering her statements to be sincere compliments about Du. Dudu scratches his head sheepishly, acknowledging that whatever Xiaoqing says goes. He dares not contradict her. Earlier, he claimed that Su Xian's acquaintance with Xiaobai was his good fortune, and naturally, Xiaobai must respond. Captain Li is jesting. Young Master Su is not only handsome, but possesses exceptional medical skills to heal the sick and can wield a blade to slay fierce tigers. He is indeed accomplished in both literature and martial arts, and it is a blessing for me to know him. Dudu scratches his head, chuckling, finding Xiaobai's words delightful. Moreover, upon reflection, he realizes that what Xiaobai said holds truth. What woman would not steal a few glances at Su Xian's appearance and demeanor? With his extraordinary medical skills and ability to slay tigers, he is indeed a paragon of talent and virtue. Beyond reproach, that my uncle is quite remarkable. Dudu belatedly realizes just how exceptional Su Xian truly is. He thinks that finding a bride should not pose much difficulty. He considers Xiaobai to be quite suitable. Dudu continues to daydream, grinning silly. That moment, Su Xian gazes at Xiaobai, his smile warm, and poses a question that causes both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing's hearts to skip a beat. "Xiaobai, the mountains are dangerous. What brings you both here?" Earlier, at the tavern outside the mountains, Su Xian had cautioned Xiaobai and Xiaoqing not to follow him, to which Xiaobai had agreed. But now, of course, Su Xian is feigning ignorance. Xiaobai finds herself at a loss for words. Xiaoqing, however, is bolder. She places her hands on her hips and exclaims, "Of course, we were worried about you. Young Master Su, my sister couldn't rest easy, so she came into the mountains to find you." Xiaoqing gestures at the enormous insect corpse at Su Xian's feet and scoffs. But as it turns out, my sister's worries were unfounded. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing ventured into the mountains solely out of concern for Su Xian's safety. But how could they express such sentiments in front of so many people? Xiaobai's cheeks flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of the evening glow, as she lowers her head. That Su Xian gazes at the bashful Xiaobai before softly saying, Su Xian is grateful for the concern shown by both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Xiaobai, even more embarrassed, cannot muster the courage to look up. This scene elicits hearty laughter from Dudu and the others, as it is evident to any onlooker that Xiaobai harbors feelings for Su Xian. Otherwise, why would she risk danger in the mountains? Dudu increasingly perceives the compatibility between Su Xian and Xiaobai, encapsulating it in the phrase, "A match made in heaven." Ladies and gentlemen, since the giant insect has been slain, we should return now. It will worry our families if we tarry too long. Su Xian, ever considerate, deftly shifts the topic, alleviating Xiaobai's embarrassment. Xiaobai observes this with heartfelt gratitude. Xiaoqing gives Su Xian a thumbs up, acknowledging his kindness towards her sister. Yes, if you lot don't head back soon, your wives will surely be in tears from worry. Hurry up. Dudu begins instructing his subordinates. You, go chop down some sturdy logs to carry the giant insect's body back. Several constables followed Dudu's orders, chopping wood and crafting a wooden frame with branches and vines to transport the insect's body and head. One seemingly simple-minded constable asks, "Captain, why do we need to bring the giant insect back?" Dudu promptly taps his forehead, exasperated. How can you be so foolish? If we don't bring it back, how can we prove we killed it? The constable suddenly comprehends. I see. Another constable interjects. Captain, we didn't kill the giant insect. It was Dr. Su who did. Dudu glares. Less talk, more work. Thus, the constables bind the insect corpse to the wooden frame, with 8 of them working together to carry it back. This giant insect is enormous. And even with blood spilling everywhere, it weighs nearly 600 pounds. Fortunately, all 8 constables are robust men, so lifting it is not overly taxing. Su Xian, Xiaobai, and Xiaoqing follow behind the group, chatting leisurely and collecting useful herbs as they go. Young Master Su, why did that giant insect remain so still before? How did you manage that? Teach me, Xiaoqing exclaims, mimicking Su Xian's earlier swordplay. And why didn't you use your thunder technique? My sister hasn't witnessed your thunder technique yet. I heard it's golden because you haven't. All the while, Xiaoqing chirps like a little sparrow, teasing Su Xian intentionally. That Su Xian mostly smiles in silence or responds nonchalantly. Xiaobai is as obedient as a devoted wife, diligently searching for herbs alongside Su Xian. This is Poria, and that is Rhizoma chuanxiong. This white herb should be attractalodes, right? Pull it out, let us take it all. Young Master Su, look, there is a cluster of bright red mushrooms beneath that dead tree. Can we pick them? Absolutely not. They are poisonous. What are they then? Soul herb. It is beneficial for the soul. Xiaobai and Su Xian work in tandem to gather herbs, and in no time, they fill their bamboo box to the brim. Chapter 34. Festive Parade. Hero Su Xian slays the tiger. At the tavern outside the mountains, a dozen patrons are drinking. Most of them are villagers from nearby, whose livelihoods have been disrupted since the appearance of the giant insect in the mountains. Preventing them from hunting or gathering firewood and herbs, they find themselves despondent, drowning their sorrows in drink. That giant insect has claimed dozens of lives. Do you think Captain Li's expedition will succeed? Will he be able to slay that detestable beast? Someone suddenly asks at the table that in recent days, the giant insect has become a source of anxiety for them, and they dream of a capable hero emerging to vanquish it and bring peace to the people. Perhaps Dudu and his party, who ventured into the mountains to hunt the tiger, are their saviors. A drunken man downs a large bowl of liquor, his tone despondent. It's hard to say. That giant insect is no easy foe. Yesterday, old Zhang and his group of 7 or 8 all went into the mountains armed. You know their skills, yet only the youngest, Xiao Li, managed to escape. The others were devoured. That giant insect is terrifying. Even Captain Li and his men. The dread of the giant insect is well known among the people. However, such defeatist talk is unwelcome, and several patrons spat in disdain, angrily retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting that Captain Li and his men would also be eaten by the giant insect if they encountered it? You must be out of your mind. As long as that giant insect is alive, we cannot hope to live in peace. Captain Li is skilled in martial arts and leads a strong team. Let alone one giant insect. Even 2 would be a piece of cake for them. You fool, stop spreading such negativity. If any officials hear you, you'll be in serious trouble." The drunken man, scolded by the crowd, quickly sobers up, realizing some things should not be said lightly. His face flushed. He hastily grins and explains, "I didn't mean that. I just think that the giant insect is cunning and might hide away at the mere sight of Captain Li. That I meant no offense. He that I in the vast mountains. If the giant insect truly wanted to hide, it would be challenging to find. But it no longer has the chance to hide, for it has encountered Su Xian, now a lifeless corpse, being carried out by Dudu and his party. Waiter, another bowl of warm liquor." A customer called out, "All right, my good sir, the wine is here." The young attendant hurriedly brought over a bowl of spirits. However, he suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning, standing motionless with the drink still in his hands, oblivious to the spillage. His gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly unable to move even a fraction. "What are you standing there for? Put down the wine. It's all spilled on the table. You must replace it," the customer reprimanded. Yet the young attendant remained completely oblivious to the customer's admonition, still in a daze, stammering, "BB Big Bug." He was facing the entrance of the mountains. And at that moment, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever, that a gigantic creature, as large as a bull, was being hoisted onto a platform by 8 constables. Thankfully, the beast was already dead. Its severed head, larger than a basin, hung in the center. Otherwise, it would have surely been a frightful sight. Nevertheless, anyone who laid eyes upon it felt a jolt of terror. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelming. Everyone in the tavern was startled by the young attendant's words, turning in unison to glance towards the mountain entrance. Their expressions instantly mirrored that of the young attendant, frozen in shock, Some patrons even dropped their wine bowls. The sound of ceramics shattering echoing through the room. All present in the tavern were utterly astonished. After a brief moment, their astonishment gave way to exuberance, and they erupted into cheers. Heavens! It truly is a great bug. Captain Lee and the others have indeed slain the beast. Ha! The bug is dead, struck down by Captain Lee. Oh my goodness, I've only seen such a creature in books. I never imagined one could be so immense. Its eyes are larger than eggs. Its whiskers and fangs are utterly terrifying. I always said Captain Lee was exceptionally skilled. Dealing with such a creature must have been a piece of cake for him. Right. Ha ha. The crowd, both shocked and delighted, momentarily forgot about their drinks, rushing out of the tavern, including the young attendant and the elderly innkeeper, whose hair had turned gray with age, to behold the spectacle. Thus, the young attendant and the constables carrying the bug were soon surrounded by a throng of onlookers. In my 60-plus years, this is my first encounter with such a fearsome creature. Today, my eyes have been opened. Death holds no regrets, the old innkeeper remarked. What you say is true. I, too, am seeing a great bug for the first time. With such a physique, who wouldn't be frightened? No wonder it could devour humans. Ha ha, Captain Lee is indeed a paragon of strength. Such a trivial bug is laughable. Congratulations to Captain Lee for slaying the beast. Ridding the people of a great menace. As the crowd gathered, they congratulated one another. Surrounded by so many appreciative townsfolk, the young attendant and the constables felt elated. Nevertheless, the young attendant tried to maintain a serious demeanor. Clearing his throat, "Dear villagers, please do not get too excited. You may look at the bug, but do not touch it to do not obstruct official duties. The books say that the flesh of such a creature is highly nourishing. And to prevent anyone from harboring ill intentions or damaging the corpse, onlookers were only permitted to observe, not to touch. Rest assured, Captain Lee, we all understand." They responded, "Just coming to take a look," grinning at this moment. Most of the onlookers were nearby villagers, who upon witnessing the bug's corpse, were filled with astonishment and excitement, hardly daring to entertain any improper thoughts. "Captain Lee, how did you hunt down this great bug? Can you share your story? We would love to hear." "Yes, Captain Lee, this beast must have been incredibly cunning. How did you manage to capture it?" The crowd's curiosity surged. The ferocious bug had claimed the lives of 7 or 8 hunters just yesterday. How had the young attendant and his companions managed to slay it? Hearing this, the young attendant felt a bit awkward. Why did everyone assume he was the one who killed the bug? Ahem, it wasn't me who killed the bug. The crowd paused in surprise that it wasn't the young attendant who killed the bug. But they quickly realized that, oh, Captain Lee must mean it wasn't a single person's effort. Rather, it was a joint endeavor with the constables, but we understand. The crowd believed the bug was a formidable foe, defeated in collaboration, interpreting the young attendant's modesty as a denial of personal glory. This left even the constables carrying the bug's body feeling somewhat embarrassed. For the truth was that it was not the young attendant, nor even they who had slain the beast, but rather Xian. While they enjoyed the villagers' praises, the reality remained that Xian was the one who had vanquished the bug. With them having little to do with why, dear villagers, you have misunderstood, the young attendant said earnestly. The great bug was not slain by us. It was my brother-in-law, Xian, who did it. Upon hearing this, all the onlookers' faces froze in disbelief. The image of Xian, the refined gentleman they had seen drinking tea in the tavern not long ago, flashed in their minds, polished, elegant, and with a warm smile. Xian killed the bug. That was simply inconceivable. How could such a 600 or 700-pound man-eating beast be slain by Xian, who appeared to be nothing more than a cultured scholar? No one dared to believe it, let alone imagine it. Indeed, it was Xian who did it. We saw it with our own eyes. The bug was right before Xian, and with a single stroke, he severed its head. The constables chimed in unison, affirming that Xian had indeed killed the bug. This left the onlookers exchanging incredulous glances, struggling to process the information that Xian killed the bug. And with a single blow, some looked at the severed neck of the bug on the platform, noting the remarkably smooth cut. Experienced hunters could tell that the head had indeed been cleanly severed in one stroke, leading to such a pristine incision. Everyone gasped, swallowing audibly, and no one could believe that the usually gentle Xian could strike down a ferocious beast with a single blow. Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice rang out from behind the crowd. Xiao Qing, with a mischievous smile, gestured dramatically, And here is your tiger-slaying hero, Su Xian, the esteemed gentleman." Su Xian shrugged in mild exasperation. Xiao Qing seemed eager to announce his feat to everyone. Xiao Bai smiled gently, softly encouraging him. "Go on, Su Xian. This is the honor you rightly deserve. Sister is correct. I want to celebrate as well." Xiao Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With no other option, Su Xian acquiesced to the parade. It wasn't such a terrible fate, after all, that a quarter of an hour later, Su Xian and the others returned to Linen. Upon their arrival, they instantly drew a multitude of curious onlookers. After all, the sight of the bug's corpse being carried by the constables was simply too striking. No one could pass by without stopping. The young attendant purchased the necessary decorations for the parade, including bright red flowers, signs, copper drums, and horns. The procession began. Su Xian positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Adorned with a garland of red flowers around his neck, akin to a triumphant scholar from ancient times, the young attendant stood to Su Xian's left, holding a sign that read "Tiger Slayer Su Xian." As they passed, he called out to everyone, "The Tiger Slayer is my brother-in-law, Su Xian." Xiao Qing stood on the other side of Su Xian, joyfully striking a small bronze drum while wearing a beaming smile. Calling out to the passers-by, "Dr. Su has slain the great beast. Do not miss this chance. Come and take a look." Xiao Qing was thoroughly enjoying herself, that Su Xian walked calmly at the forefront, his face adorned with a smile. Yet internally, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. 6 constables were positioned in the middle of the procession, shouldering the carcass of the great beast, while 2 others brought up the rear, beating gongs and blowing trumpets. Xiao Bai chose not to participate. Unlike Xiao Qing, she did not relish the commotion. Instead, she simply watched Su Xian and the others from the crowd, feeling happy for them and wearing a beaming smile. As Su Xian and his companions made their way from North Street to South Street and then to West and East Streets, the onlookers were left in awe wherever they went. "Ha ha ha, what joyous news! The great beast has been slain by Dr. Su. Such a terrifying creature. How fortunate that it has been vanquished. Who knows how many lives it would have claimed otherwise. Wait, how did it come to be that Dr. Su killed the beast when Captain Li and the others went to hunt it down? I cannot fathom. To think that Dr. Su could slay such a creature. Truly, he is a dragon among men. How admirable. The heroic Dr. Su, so valiant. He is indeed a handsome figure, capable in both the arts and martial prowess. A rare gem indeed. Sisters, what are we to do? My heart flutters, mother. That Dr. Su is truly handsome. When I grow up, I too shall slay great beasts like him to protect everyone." That Su Xian became the center of attention in Linen City. His remarkable medical skills had already earned him a modest reputation. But now, upon returning from slaying the beast, he was known by all. Throughout the journey, he was met with countless admiring gazes and innumerable praises. Naturally, some held a skeptical attitude, that Su Xian paid no mind to the fleeting fame of slaying the beast. He dismissed any doubts or jealous remarks without a second thought. However, he found it somewhat exasperating that perhaps due to his outstanding prowess, he attracted the affections of numerous young women, receiving countless handkerchiefs, love letters, and vibrant flowers along the way, that he even inexplicably caught several embroidered balls thrown from who knows where. In that moment, countless young men felt envy and resentment towards Su Xian. While Xiao Qing initially reveled in the festivities, her expression turned sharp upon witnessing the multitude of unsolicited gifts Su Xian received. She would occasionally shout at the women in the crowd or from the balconies above, "Stop throwing things at young Master Su. He would never take a liking to you. You might as well give up." Xiao Qing valiantly defended her position, often engaging in verbal skirmishes with the surrounding women, consequently becoming a thorn in their side. "Who is that fierce woman beside young Master Su? How rude. What does my affection for young Master Su have to do with her? That woman in green is quite coarse. Young Master Su must prefer someone gentle and virtuous like me. Haha. Beware, with such a fierce demeanor, she may end up unmarried. Dr. Su is truly my ideal partner. I have a great fondness for him." Hearing the sharp remarks from the women around her, Xiao Qing felt a surge of anger, but refrained from exploding, instead striking the drum with fervor, producing a thunderous sound. Fortunately, the parade did not last long. After making their rounds, Su Xian and his companions brought the beast's carcass to the entrance of the magistrate's office. Xiao Qing departed ahead of the others. Upon seeing the beast's body, 2 guards at the entrance nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. "This is the great beast. Captain Li, how impressive. Wait, how did it come to be that Dr. Su killed this beast? The guards were both surprised and puzzled. Unbothered by their confusion, the burly man waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Stop staring and open the door, so we can enter." The guards quickly complied, allowing Su Xian and the others to carry the beast inside. That in ancient times, the carcass of a slain beast typically belonged to the state, an unspoken rule of the feudal society. And Su Xian had little interest in delving deeper into it. After carrying the beast for so long, its essence had nearly drained from the cuts, and although the remaining skin, flesh, bones, and gallbladder held some value, Su Xian found them unworthy of his attention, having already taken the most valuable demon core for himself. Besides, considering it was a man-eating beast, its stomach surely contained remnants of human flesh and bones. A thought that made Su Xian feel quite nauseated, leaving him utterly disinterested in the carcass. Soon, the constables laid the great beast down in the main hall of the magistrate's office. As soon as they set it down, they collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply, clearly exhausted from carrying the beast for so long. "The magistrate has arrived," someone shouted, and the county magistrate, wearing an official hat, hurriedly approached. The constables quickly rose to their feet to greet him respectfully. "Ha ha! I heard that Captain Li and you all have slain the beast. I came at once to witness it." The magistrate, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with graying hair at his temples and an amiable smile that concealed his true emotions, eagerly stepped over the threshold of the hall and was immediately taken aback with joy at the sight of the beast's carcass before him. He approached it closely, examining it with keen interest, exclaiming in amazement, "This is the largest beast I have ever seen." Rising to address the crowd, the magistrate slowly spoke, "This beast has harmed the people of Linen. Captain Li and Dr. Su, your efforts in slaying it have rid the populace of a great menace. A commendable deed indeed. I shall bestow a generous reward." As he spoke, he turned to Su Xian, nodding repeatedly, his face brimming with admiration. Not only is Dr. Su skilled in medicine, but he also possesses remarkable martial strength. To have slain this formidable beast, Dr. Su deserves the highest commendation. I shall grant you a special reward of 500 taels of silver. Having paraded for so long, the magistrate was already aware of Su Xian's accomplishment from his subordinates. Su Xian's merit was unparalleled. Thus the generous reward. Su Xian maintained a composed demeanor, slightly bowing. "I thank you, esteemed magistrate." Others had also contributed, and their efforts were not to be overlooked. Captain Li received a reward of 100 taels, while the remaining constables each received 50 taels. Burley and the other constables were all delighted with their silver rewards. Once the awarding ceremony concluded, the magistrate, still wearing a broad smile, turned to Su Xian. "With such remarkable skills, would Dr. Su consider taking a position in my office?" At these words, everyone in the hall was taken aback, including Burley, who felt quite surprised. They had not expected the magistrate to extend an invitation to Su Xian so directly. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. Su Xian's ability to slay the ferocious tiger showcased his strength far beyond that of the other constables, making the magistrate's desire to recruit him understandable. Yet, Su Xian declined outright. "I appreciate the magistrate's kind offer, but I am accustomed to practicing medicine and healing. I hope not to disappoint you." The magistrate was momentarily stunned, and Burley and the others were equally surprised. Su Xian had actually rejected the offer. In ancient times, countless individuals sought positions in the government. Yet here was Su Xian, who unhesitatingly turned down the magistrate's olive branch. His refusal stemmed from a complete disinterest in officialdom. Had it not been for Burley dragging him to the parade, he would not have even wanted to step foot near the magistrate's office. Moreover, given his current formidable skills, a mere magistrate's position held no allure for him. He would refuse even if offered the role of magistrate. Disinterest was disinterest. No matter. Dr. Su aims to heal and benefit the people. It is indeed a great fortune for Linen to have Dr. Su. The magistrate, not at all offended, displayed a level of grace and understanding. He kindly patted Su Xian on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration that if the esteemed magistrate has no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, Su Xian exited the hall, leaving the magistrate's office behind. After Su Xian departed, everyone within the magistrate's office, under the magistrate's direction, began to dissect and prepare the tiger's carcass for cooking. Today, everyone at the office was in for a feast. Provided they could stomach it, Upon leaving the magistrate's office, Su Xian headed towards the Lu residence, having promised to collect the divine soul grass. Earlier, during his return journey, he had gathered several medicinal herbs with Xiao Bai, including a few stalks of divine soul grass, which he intended to deliver now that he was passing by. To his dismay, as soon as he stepped out onto the street, he was once again surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Su Xian felt utterly speechless. Eventually, he managed to extricate himself from the crowd and arrived at the Lu residence. The steward greeted him with utmost respect, and Lu Yuanwei lavished praises upon Su Xian for an extended period, declaring that his youngest daughter had awakened and that Dr. Su was truly a modern-day Huai. He continued to extol Su Xian's martial prowess, stating that he could vanquish evil spirits and slay great beasts. His words flowing like a river, relentless and effusive, that Su Xian's ears nearly grew callous from the flattery. After delivering the divine soul grass, he made a hasty exit that on this day, because of his feat in slaying the tiger, Su Xian became the most celebrated figure in Linen City, akin to a superstar, famed far and wide, known by all. In addition to the news of hunting tigers, rumors have also emerged that Su Xian revived the youngest daughter of the Lu family, claiming that his medical skills surpass even those of the physicians in the capital, which only served to elevate his reputation further. Some even asserted that Su Xian had ventured into the mountains merely to gather herbs when he unexpectedly encountered a man-eating monster and deftly eliminated it. The tales grew more fantastical with each retelling. Upon Su Xian's return home, he found himself besieged by a throng of townsfolk, eager to catch a glimpse of him. There were onlookers, visitors, matchmakers seeking to propose marriages, and aspiring apprentices wishing to learn from him. Su Xian felt overwhelmed. After considerable effort, he finally managed to disperse the crowd, shutting the door with a heavy thud, thus sealing himself away from the world. At last, tranquility had returned. Su Xian could finally breathe a sigh of relief, that he then retrieved the demon core he had obtained from the monster's head. This core, roughly the size of an egg and radiating a golden hue, exuded a potent aura that Su Xian could feel even in his hands. After all, it was the crystallization of a monster that had cultivated for 3 to 4 centuries, promising significant benefits should he consume it. A gleam ignited in Su Xian's eyes as he opened his mouth and swallowed the demon core whole. The moment the core entered his stomach, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, flowing into his limbs and bones. Instantly, he sat down to absorb and refine its energy. 2 hours later, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling a noticeable increase in his own aura. A smile graced his lips. He had reached the mid-stage of the diamond realm. Indeed, after absorbing the demon core, his power had improved significantly, propelling him directly into the mid-stage of the diamond realm. This was an unexpected delight. The purpose of his excursion into the mountains to hunt tigers had been to protect his beloved, yet he had not anticipated that slaying the tiger and consuming its inner core would lead to such a breakthrough. However, this was still far from sufficient. He needed to reach the finger profound and even the celestial phenomenon realms to be worthy of protecting Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. That Su Xian's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned resolute. Although his current cultivation was already substantial, augmented by formidable abilities such as the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists, the 5 Thunder Rites, and the Eye of Breaking Illusions, his greatest adversary, Fa Hai was a highly accomplished monk with over a decade of cultivation, possessing a greater mastery than Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing combined. That if Su Xian wished to safeguard them, he must surpass Fa Hai in strength. The mid-stage of the Diamond Realm was still woefully inadequate. Su Xian needed to ascend to the Finger Profound Realm, or even the Celestial Phenomenon Realm and the Land Immortal stage. Only with sufficient power could he free himself from all constraints and threats, ensuring the safety of those he cherished. With that, Su Xian closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. Chapter 36. The Art of Alchemy. Yang Yuan Dan. Su Xian gradually opened his eyes, feeling a further enhancement in his power. Suddenly, he recalled the box of texts that Lu Yuanwei had sent him that morning and rose to search through it. Among these texts were treatises on swordsmanship, boxing, knife techniques, and spear methods. Nothing more than mediocre schools of thought. However, due to Su Xian's exceptional comprehension, he had previously evolved and integrated several subpar sword techniques into a powerful sword control technique, enabling him to wield flying swords and other weapons. Yet he found little interest in the remaining boxing, knife, and spear texts. After all, having mastered the sword control technique and possessing formidable abilities like the dragon elephant 13 fists, further studying knife and spear techniques seemed redundant, merely wasting his energy without necessity. Ah! Su Xian suddenly exclaimed, noticing a yellowed book in the corner of the box. The cover bore the words "The Art of Alchemy." It was indeed a treatise on alchemical practices as a physician. Su Xian was no stranger to the creation and refinement of medicines, but he quickly thumbed through this alchemical text, which documented various secret formulas for concocting potions. Although these recipes were rather simplistic and unremarkable, primarily focused on creating remedies for revitalizing qi and blood, they served as a springboard for inspiration. In an instant, the extraordinary Su Xian experienced a surge of thoughts in his mind, akin to crashing waves. As diverse alchemical knowledge collided, melded, and transcended, this propelled his alchemical skills to several higher tiers. Could I perhaps develop a pill that enhances my cultivation? Su Xian mused, inspired by the potential of his newly elevated alchemical prowess to create a pill that would, in turn, bolster his own cultivation to end this world rife with monsters and rare treasures. It was rumored that Kunlun Mountain harbored numerous celestial herbs, which once consumed could greatly benefit the human body. Theoretically, Su Xian could utilize various medicinal ingredients and his newly acquired advanced alchemical techniques to concoct a miraculous elixir. Indeed, it was entirely feasible. Su Xian began a mental brainstorming session, hypothesizing and calculating the proportions of various medicinal herbs with differing effects. The mental exertion was taxing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down his handsome visage. After a while, inspiration finally struck. Ding! Through diligent effort, you have created the formula for the Yang Yuan Dan. Su Xian had indeed succeeded in crafting a new pill formula. Yang Yuan Dan. Consuming this grants the user the ability to nourish their spirit and body, resulting in an increase in cultivation. Required materials for crafting: century-old ginseng, 9-leaf lingji, tianshan, snow lotus, soul grass, zhu fruit, and Xian turtle shell. That Su Xian exhaled, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A pill capable of enhancing cultivation is truly extraordinary. I wonder how much it can actually increase my power? Without further ado, Su Xian promptly gathered an alchemical furnace and the necessary herbs, beginning the preparation of the Yang Yuan Dan in his courtyard. Soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard of linen, Xiaoqing was anxiously conversing with Xiao Bai. Previously, Xiao Bai had not participated in the street parade. She had separated from Su Xian shortly after returning to linen. Xiaoqing had left just before Su Xian entered the magistrate's office. Sister, that Su Xian fellow is now the most popular figure in linen, the most celebrated person of all. You should have seen the women by the roadside and on the balconies. Each of them gazed at Su Xian with such longing. There's a phrase to describe it. What was it? Ah, yes, with affectionate glances. That's it. They looked as if they wished to devour Su Xian whole. They shamelessly threw love letters, silks, and even tossed embroidered balls. I cannot count how many ridiculous items I ended up collecting for that guy. Xiaoqing bit her lip, her indignation palpable. It turned out she had returned early to report to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, however, was not angry. She chuckled softly, stroking Xiaoqing's hair. Sister understands. Xiaoqing, do calm down, sister, Xiaoqing exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. How can you still smile? Aren't you worried at all? What if that scoundrel is truly seduced by some vixen? Having witnessed the frenzy of Linen's women towards Su Xian, Xiaoqing was even more anxious than Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai chuckled lightly, her mind drifting to Su Xian's charming visage, his smile as warm as spring. Should we blame him for being so extraordinarily handsome, with such an exceptional demeanor? He can compose poetry and cure ailments, and he can also confront tigers in the mountains. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a remarkable man? Xiao Bai gazed at the sky, her thoughts filled with Su Xian's image, and she murmured, I trust him. Xiao Bai believed Su Xian would not be lured away by any so-called vixen. Xiaoqing grew even more agitated, adding oil to the fire. That is not certain. He is of marrying age now, and what if one day he succumbs to the charms of a wealthy young lady? Sister, you may regret it when that time comes. So, what shall we do now? Xiao Bai inquired. Naturally, we must act swiftly. Su Xian is far too sought after. Matchmakers are likely to trample his doorstep. Sister, you must be vigilant. Xiaoqing's words were not exaggerated. Today, Su Xian's doorstep had indeed been crowded with a large throng, including several matchmakers, though they had all been persuaded to leave. After hearing Xiao Qing's account, a sense of urgency stirred within Xiao Bai. You are right, Xiao Qing. Therefore, we must go find him immediately. I will keep a close watch on him to ensure he does not fall prey to those vixens. Thus, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing set out. Heading towards Su Xian's residence point 15 minutes later, they stood before Su Xian's door, which was firmly shut, adorned with a notice that read, "Closed for guests today. Please do not disturb." Xiao Qing read the 8 bold characters aloud. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, that we are not idle people, so we can disturb him. Right, sister? Xiao Bai hesitated for a moment, not nodding in agreement. Logically, Su Xian had closed his door to guests. And since they had no pressing matters, it would indeed be inappropriate to intrude that moment. Xiao Bai suddenly caught a whiff of a subtle medicinal fragrance. This aroma was soothing and delightful. Seemingly emanating from Su Xian's courtyard, Xiao Qing naturally detected the scent as well, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "What a delightful fragrance! Is he perhaps concocting something? What could smell so good?" Curiosity piqued, Xiao Qing called out loudly. "Su Gongzi, Dr. Su, are you inside? My sister and I have come to see you. May we enter?" Xiao Qing playfully reiterated, "Sister is here too." Xiao Bai shot her a playful glare from within the courtyard. Su Xian's voice rang out, "Miss Bai, Miss Qing, please come in." Xiao Qing burst into laughter, vaulting over the wall into the courtyard, teasing, "Su Gongzi, your wall isn't high enough." In the courtyard, Su Xian, who was diligently concocting elixirs, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That it was not a matter of the wall's height, but rather the absurdity of a normal person climbing over it, especially a delicate lady. Xiao Bai had always presented herself as graceful and gentle, her temperament quite unlike that of the straightforward Xiao Qing. The idea of scaling a wall was utterly beyond her. She could only softly call out, "Xiao Qing, could you please open the door?" With a suppressed chuckle, Xiao Qing thought to herself, "Sister's cultivation surpasses mine. Climbing a wall would be a trivial feat for her." However, maintaining the image of a poised and demure lady in front of Su Xian is paramount. "I understand, I truly do." "All right, sister," she replied. Previously, after Su Xian had closed the door to guests, he had locked it from the inside. Without a key, no one could enter from outside, but it could certainly be opened from within. Xiao Qing unlocked the door, and Xiao Bai gracefully stepped inside. Dressed in white, with a subtle smile adorning her face, she moved with a lightness that made her appear exceptionally charming. "That's Su Gongzi. I apologize for intruding." Upon entering, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing beheld Su Xian sitting in the center of the courtyard, a device resembling an alchemical furnace before him, in his hand. He held a small fan, occasionally fanning the flames beneath the furnace. Indeed, Su Xian was engaged in alchemy. "What brings you both to my humble abode, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing?" Su Xian inquired, his smile radiant as the sun. Although he surmised that Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing had come to see him with no particular business in mind, it was courteous to inquire, especially considering he had previously shut his door to visitors. The two ladies exchanged a glance, unsure of how to respond. They had indeed come to see Su Xian without any pressing matter, merely to check in on him and perhaps foster their relationship. Xiao Bai inclined her body slightly, her voice soft. "Xiao Qing and I have no significant matters to discuss, so please do not take offense, Su Gongzi." Xiao Qing, with her arms crossed, huffed playfully, "Can't my sister and I just drop by to take a look? We also wanted to see if you've been bewitched by any fox spirits." Su Xian shrugged, a wry smile on his face, realizing that their visit stemmed from concern. "Dear Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, you need not worry. Since returning from the magistrate's office, I have been solely focused on alchemy." That he gestured towards the furnace before him. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing could clearly discern that Su Xian was indeed concocting something. However, they were increasingly astonished as they stepped further into the courtyard. The rich aroma of herbs intensified, filling the air and evoking a sense of enchantment. It is worth mentioning that both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were serpent spirits who had cultivated for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Ordinary elixirs held little allure for them. Yet, the unknown concoction Su Xian was brewing emanated a fragrance that captivated them, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Approaching Su Xian, both ladies, filled with curiosity and awe, found themselves drawn closer. "That Su Gongzi, you truly possess a remarkable talent for alchemy. I am most impressed," Xiao Bai remarked, taking a seat beside him and speaking softly. Over the past few days, Su Xian had astonished both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing time and again. Now, discovering his prowess in alchemy left them wondering what else he could accomplish. Su Xian waved the fan in his hand and, with a congenial smile, replied, "I have merely gleaned some knowledge from books, and this is my first attempt at alchemy. It is hardly noteworthy. I fear I may have embarrassed myself before you, Xiao Bai." His humility was evident, yet Xiao Qing rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Hardly noteworthy. The aroma is so potent that I am tempted to unveil the furnace and see what miraculous elixirs you have created." The closer they drew, the more intense the fragrance from the furnace became. Both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing found it delightful and captivating. Having cultivated for centuries, they had encountered numerous magical herbs in the mountains. Yet none could compare to the allure of the scent emanating from Su Xian's current brew. Had it not been for the fear of disrupting his work, Xiao Qing would have eagerly pried open the furnace to satisfy her curiosity. Leaning forward slightly, Xiao Bai could not contain her curiosity any longer and asked, "Su Gongzi, what elixir are you concocting?" Xiao Qing quickly followed suit. Yes. What is this delightful elixir?" Their intrigue only deepened. "The Yang Yuan pill," Su Xian replied. Upon hearing this name, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing paused, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and curiosity. They had never heard of such a pill before. "That I have not encountered this elixir. What effects does it possess? If you would be so kind as to enlighten us, Su Gongzi." Xiao Qing, embodying the essence of a curious child, was eager to discover the miraculous properties of the Yang Yuan pill. "You shall find out once I complete its concoction," Su Xian assured them. As he continued his work, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing remained by his side, watching intently. With each passing moment, the fragrant aroma from the furnace grew ever more potent, transforming their mere observation into a sensory delight. After a quarter of an hour, Su Xian ceased fanning the flames and took a deep breath before extinguishing the fire beneath the furnace. A look of joy spread across his face. "It is done," he announced, lifting the lid of the furnace. Instantly, a wave of fragrance surged forth, exponentially more intense than before. Inside the furnace lay a collection of glistening azure pills, each the size of a pinky finger, radiating a rich aroma. This the Yang Yuan pill." Xiao Qing's gaze fixated on the azure pills, her mouth watering instinctively. It felt as though consuming these elixirs would bestow immense benefits upon her. Xiao Bai's expression mirrored her sister's astonishment. With her superior cultivation and experience, she could sense that Su Xian's Yang Yuan pills bore an unprecedented significance, reminiscent of a rare celestial herb she once encountered in the depths of the mountains. Did this imply that the potency of Su Xian's Yang Yuan pills could rival that of celestial herbs? Su Xian poured out the 10 Yang Yuan pills, offering 3 to Xiao Bai. "You may try these, Xiao Bai. They should be beneficial to you." Xiao Bai paused, momentarily taken aback, as she accepted the warm pills from Su Xian's hands, a comforting warmth radiating from them. "And what about me?" Xiao Qing unabashedly reached out for a share. Su Xian, his smile as warm as the sun, was unbothered by Xiao Qing's eagerness. "Of course, Xiao Qing, you shall have yours as well," he replied, handing her 3 Yang Yuan pills. With the pills in hand, Xiao Qing eagerly picked one up between her fingers to examine it closely. However, aside from the delightful fragrance, she could discern no further details. Unable to contain her impulsive nature, she simply opened her mouth and swallowed one of the Yang Yuan pills whole. The moment the pill dissolved in her mouth, Xiao Qing froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed, utterly astonished. The Yang Yuan pill melted away, releasing a robust and gentle energy that surged through her meridians like a mighty river, transforming into a continuous flow of power. Remarkably, the cultivation that had stagnated for so long showed signs of breaking through. It is vital to note that for demon beasts, unlike humans, enhancing their power required years of diligent practice. For instance, the white-eyed tiger they had encountered earlier, having cultivated for 300 to 400 years, was still no match for Su Xian's single strike. Even some ancient demons who had practiced for 1,000 years could not compare to the prowess of Fa Hai, who had only cultivated for a mere decade. Thus, for demon beasts to increase their cultivation was an incredibly arduous task, particularly for Xiao Qing, who had cultivated as a serpent spirit for nearly a millennium. Yet after consuming merely one of Su Xian's Yangyuan pills, her cultivation, which had been stagnant for decades, showed signs of loosening and potential breakthrough. How could she not be shocked? It was no wonder that even from a distance, the fragrance of the Yangyuan pill had captivated her senses so profoundly. Xiao Qing, are you all right? Xiao Bai, noticing Xiao Qing's stunned silence after taking the pill, grew concerned and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Oh! Xiao Qing snapped back to reality, though the astonishment still lingered on her face. Sister, you must try one to understand, she urged, knowing that once Xiao Bai experienced the effects, she would comprehend her earlier astonishment. Very well. Xiao Bai nodded gently, gracefully pinching up a Yangyuan pill between her fingers and placing it in her mouth. Yet, before she could savor the flavor, the pill melted away instantly in that moment. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression mirroring Xiao Qing's earlier awe. The potent energy coursed through her body, transforming into an unending flow of power, invigorating her entire being. This elixir could replenish vital energy and strengthen the body. A look of disbelief washed over Xiao Bai's face. Just as with Xiao Qing, her cultivation had seen a remarkable increase after consuming the Yangyuan pill. However, to avoid revealing their true nature, she quickly reframed her thoughts, attributing it to the replenishment of energy and fortifying her physique. Unbelievable. What had once required countless years of arduous training to achieve was now accomplished by merely one Yangyuan pill from Su Xian. A single pill could equate to decades of hard work. Su Xian merely smiled as he observed the two, perceiving their thoughts without uttering a word. The Yangyuan Dan was a creation of Su Xian himself, and he was indeed aware that consuming it could enhance one's cultivation. However, each individual could only take a maximum of 3 Yangyuan Dan. Exceeding this limit would yield no further benefit. The potency of the Yangyuan Dan was too fierce for an ordinary person with a frail constitution. Though Dudu should be able to consume one, this was also the reason Su Xian had given 3 Yangyuan Dan each to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Each person was limited to 3. He reserved 3 for himself, leaving the final one for Du. Perfect. Chapter 38. Sister, your husband is truly remarkable, Xiao Qing exclaimed. Su Gongzi, the efficacy of the Yangyuan Dan you concocted is astounding. Might I trouble you for 2 more, like a little greedy cat? She devoured what was in her bowl while eyeing the pot. Su Xian gently tapped her forehead, reminding her that one could only consume 3 Yangyuan Dan at most, and any more would be ineffective. Xiao Qing pouted, mumbling, so stingy that Su Xian's Yangyuan Dan could significantly enhance one's cultivation, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it an elixir from the Taishang Laojun, attracting great interest from any demon or cultivator. Thus, Xiao Qing still yearned for more. Yet one must not be overly greedy, as the limit remained 3 Dan per person. Xiao Bai chuckled softly, urging Xiao Qing, don't be foolish. Listen to Su Gongzi. She then turned to Su Xian, her eyes sparkling. Su Gongzi, how much silver for these pills? Since the Yangyuan Dan was indeed crafted by Su Xian, it was only reasonable for Xiao Bai to inquire about the price. That Su Xian, however, waved his hand with a sincere smile. The pills are free of charge. Consider them a gift for Miss Xiao Bai and Miss Xiao Qing. That Su Xian had never contemplated charging for them. He had long since become immune to worldly wealth. And given that he was gifting them to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, what need was there to discuss money at all? Naturally, both parties were merely engaging in pleasantries. Xiao Bai smiled gratefully, bowing slightly. Then I thank you. Su Gongzi. Xiao Qing pouted. Now that's more like it. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bai asked, Su Gongzi, given the extraordinary efficacy of this elixir, will you be concocting more in the future? Her concern stemmed from the possibility that an ordinary person might suffer adverse effects from the potent Yangyuan Dan. Su Xian had already considered this matter. After all, he had originally crafted the Yangyuan Dan solely to enhance his own cultivation, and incidentally to aid Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing in their progress, which was sufficient. He replied with a smile, the ingredients required for crafting the Yangyuan Dan are hard to come by, and I never intended to produce them for sale, so I likely won't be concocting any more in the future. This was the very first batch of Yangyuan Dan he had created, and it was likely to be the last. They had become a rare commodity. Xiao Bai nodded appreciatively, thanking Su Xian once more. She then glanced at the sky, noting that the sun had set and night was quietly descending. It's getting late. Xiao Qing, and I should head back. Farewell, Su Gongzi. With that, Xiao Bai took Xiao Qing by the hand and exited the courtyard. They had both consumed a Yang Yuan Dan and still had two each in hand, so it would be best to return and refine them. Goodbye, Su Gongzi. Remember to call us for any good treasures in the future. Xiaoqing called back, making a funny face at Su Xian before leaving. That it was evident that her spirits were high after consuming the Yang Yuan Dan and enhancing her cultivation. Indeed, they had initially come to chat and deepen their bond with Su Xian. And not only had they enjoyed a pleasant time together, but they had also received his gifted elixirs. How could they not be elated? After exiting the courtyard, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing continued to discuss Su Xian. Sister, your husband is truly exceptional. He can even concoct such elixirs. When I took a bite earlier, I thought it was an elixir from the Taishang Laojun. Xiaoqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. This is my first time witnessing such a pill. It is simply incredible. It's a pity we can only consume 3. If we could treat them like candy to enhance our cultivation, how delightful that would be. Xiaoqing, don't be too greedy. 3 Yang Yuan Dan are already enough to significantly boost our cultivation. Xiaobai replied. Sister, I think your husband is becoming more and more impressive. He can even create elixirs. You should hurry up and marry him. Xiaoqing urged, truly impressed by Su Xian's capabilities. However, Xiaobai found herself momentarily shy and speechless. Deep within, she adored Su Xian and longed to marry him. But as a demure young woman, she could not straightforwardly approach him and declare her desire. That would be far too abrupt and embarrassing. Unlike those bold women, she preferred to wait for him to express his feelings first. Xiaobai fantasized about the day Su Xian would confess his affection. And at that moment, she would surely nod in agreement. After returning home, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing consumed the remaining 2 Yang Yuan Dan and began meditating to refine their powers. Once they had digested the elixir's potency, both experienced a remarkable surge in their abilities that quantify their progress. Xiaoqing, who had originally reached the pinnacle of the King Kong realm, astonishingly broke through to the initial stage of the Xian realm after consuming the 3 Yang Yuan Dan. Xiaobai, with a higher cultivation level, did not break through, but was now only a step away from the late Xian realm. The Yang Yuan Dan crafted by Su Xian was equivalent to decades of arduous training for them. One can only imagine the extraordinary potency of the elixirs he had created. Meanwhile, after Xiaobai and Xiaoqing departed, Su Xian began to consume the Yang Yuan Dan himself, but he swallowed 3 in quick succession. Feeling the surging potency coursing through his entire being, invigorating every limb and sinew. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he had reached the late King Kong realm. Within a single day, he had broken through 2 minor stages, ascending to the late King Kong realm. With such a pace of cultivation, a breakthrough from King Kong to Xian was surely within reach. The future appeared bright, brimming with promise. As night fell, Dudu, reeking of alcohol and with a flushed face, knocked on Su Xian's door. That's Su Xian. Open up. Su Xian opened the door, allowing Dudu to stumble inside. Dudu, nearly unsteady on his feet, clutched a wine jug and took another swig. He appeared utterly intoxicated, reminiscing, Su Xian, what a pity. You left too soon. I didn't even get to taste the giant bug meat. Alas, I had intended to bring you some. But those fellows devoured it like ravenous wolves, finishing an entire giant bug. Once the giant bug's remains were taken to the yamen, they were indeed devoured by everyone there. The meat of the giant bug was highly nutritious. And Dudu lamented Su Xian's hasty departure, which had prevented him from enjoying it or bringing back any pieces. Yet Su Xian displayed no sign of regret. Firstly, he had no interest in the remains of a bug that had consumed human flesh. Secondly, the most precious demon core had already been taken and consumed by him. While the meat of the giant bug was indeed nourishing, even the entire carcass would likely be less effective than a mere 1/10 of the demon core. Insignificant to brother-in-law. I've saved something good for you. Su Xian produced a small, thumb-sized azure pill from his sleeve and presented it to Dudu. The swaying Dudu rubbed his eyes in confusion. What is this? It's an elixir. What kind of elixir? A nourishing elixir made from celestial herbs. Su Xian falsely claimed it was crafted from celestial plants. Celestial herbs? The ones you've consumed before. Have you found more? Dudu's drunken haze began to dissipate. Previously, Su Xian had dazzled him with tales of how consuming celestial herbs had increased his strength, allowing him to dispatch assailants with a single punch and slay giant bugs with a mere slice. Su Xian nodded with a smile. Then, you should keep this elixir for yourself, that I'm strong enough. No, I don't need it. Dudu patted his belly, intending to save the elixir for Su Xian, that I've already consumed one. Su Xian, wishing to avoid further discussion, directly pushed the last Yangyuan Dan into Dudu's mouth. The elixir dissolved instantly. The potency spread rapidly. Dudu's pupils dilated in disbelief, and even his inebriation vanished in an instant. He felt an overwhelming surge of power filling his body, nourishing his bones, blood, and skin. The strength coursed through him like a torrential river, unstoppable. His cultivation remarkably leaped from the unranked tier to the mid-third tier. Dudu was momentarily dazed, but once he regained his senses, he was filled with elation. Wow, this is unbelievable. This elixir made from celestial herbs truly enhances one's strength. With his newfound strength, Dudu would undoubtedly secure his position as the head of the constabulary more firmly, and would no longer require Su Xian's constant assistance with cases. Su Xian smiled, congratulating his brother-in-law on his advancement in martial prowess. After some light conversation, Su Xian stood to see Dudu off. Chapter 39 that night, Su Xian practiced the dragon elephant 13 fists in the backyard. Progressing to the 10th fist, facing the lake, he unleashed a punch. With a resounding crash, the dragon elephant fist, imbued with immense power, forcibly created a large hole in the previously calm lake surface, resembling a train tunnel. With a single punch, Su Xian could sever rivers. At present, even if he encountered a master of the Xian realm, he could engage in battle. Su Xian felt the surging power within him. Although his cultivation level was merely at the late stage of the Diamond Realm, he possessed a multitude of formidable abilities. With a single punch, he could sever rivers using the Thunderous Fist. And he wielded the 5 Thunder True Law, which was specifically designed to counteract demons and malevolent spirits. His sword technique, the sword control technique, was astonishingly lethal, complemented by the enigmatic eye of void breaking. All of these formed his arsenal, enhancing his combat prowess and granting him the potential to challenge opponents beyond his level. I also require 1 or more fine swords. I shall visit the blacksmith shop in Linen tomorrow to see if there are any available. Su Xian realized he had yet to acquire a suitable blade. Now that he could control swords, how could he possibly manage without one? Thus, the next morning, he set out early, following his memories to a well-known blacksmith shop in Linen. As soon as Su Xian appeared on the street, he immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by who paused to discuss him. I asked at the esteemed Dr. Su. Indeed, he is as handsome and impressive as the rumors suggest. Dr. Su possesses remarkable medical skills. Just a few days ago, he saved a mother and her child from the brink of death with his extraordinary abilities. Truly admirable. Dr. Su can even slay great beasts. He truly embodies the spirit of a hero, that if I were 10 years younger, I would surely marry Dr. Su. This is a delicious sauce-filled pastry I made. Would Dr. Su like one? It's a gift from me. Absolutely free. Currently, Su Xian is a celebrity in Linen. Even a simple stroll down the street garners countless greetings from the townsfolk. He smiled helplessly, wondering if the people of Linen were overly enthusiastic. With a gentle smile, he nodded in response to their fervent greetings. After much effort, he finally arrived at the renowned Xian Shui by Lian blacksmith shop. The sound of metal clanging filled the air. As Su Xian entered, a shop assistant promptly approached him with a warm welcome. Is that not Dr. Su? Your presence graces our humble establishment. May I assist you in selecting something? The shelves of the blacksmith shop were lined with an array of tools, knives, farming equipment, and kitchen utensils. While the iron products appeared rather ordinary, they mostly catered to household or agricultural needs. I would like to see the fine swords crafted by your esteemed shop. If suitable, I shall choose one. Su Xian stated straightforwardly. Swords? The shop assistant momentarily hesitated before quickly regaining his composure. I understand. Dr. Su frequently ventures into the mountains for medicinal herbs, and I heard you recently slayed a great beast alongside Captain Li and his team. Given the dangers of the forest, it is indeed wise to procure a sword for self-defense. The assistant skillfully imagined that Su Xian sought a sword for protection while gathering herbs. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Exactly as the young man suggested. Please, this way, Dr. Su. The assistant guided Su Xian deeper into the shop. The outer section displayed more commonplace tools, such as sickles for grass cutting, hatchets for wood chopping, and axes for splitting logs. The inner section, however, showcased more exquisite implements, daggers, cleavers, and fine swords. The assistant cheerfully introduced, "These are our top-quality wares. This sword, crafted from first-rate fine iron, took an entire day and night to forge. Dr. Su, do observe the blade. Does it not glimmer with a chilling radiance? Indeed, it is sharp. Just yesterday, a young master from a prominent family came to select one, likely for showmanship, but surely his flamboyant techniques pale in comparison to your prowess in slaying great beasts. This large knife is also quite popular among hunters who frequently venture into the mountains. They find it quite handy. Truth be told, Xian could discern the quality of the weapons without the assistant's commentary. Neither exceptional nor subpar. They were serviceable, but lacked a certain appeal. Are there any swords of superior quality? Upon hearing this, the assistant appeared somewhat troubled, as the finest weapons were already displayed. For an ordinary person, they were indeed high quality. Yet Xian was unimpressed at the assistant stammered. Suddenly, he seemed to have a revelation, slapping his thigh in excitement. Dr. Su, your inquiry has reminded me that our shopkeeper recently acquired a piece of superior fine iron from an unknown source. He is passionate about blacksmithing and has been tirelessly forging for 3 days and nights, so it should be completed by now. At that moment, another assistant shouted excitedly from the back, "The divine weapon forged by the shopkeeper is ready." All the staff eagerly rushed towards the forge to witness the newly crafted weapon. "Would you like to see, Dr. Su?" Xian nodded, accompanying the assistant to observe the unveiling of the divine weapon. By the great furnace, an elderly man with disheveled hair and bare shoulders was holding a freshly forged sword, his face radiating excitement and admiration. He raised the sword, laughing heartily, and boasted to the surrounding crowd. This sword measures 3 feet and 3 inches in length. With a slender, straight blade that spans 2 feet and 7 inches, its edge gleaming with a cold light. The entire blade is forged from top-grade dark iron, making it both sturdy and lightweight, with an extraordinarily sharp edge capable of slicing through hair. As he spoke, the old man plucked a strand of his own hair and gently blew on the blade, which indeed severed the hair instantly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, eyes widening in disbelief. Truly a treasure. Congratulations to the shopkeeper. After 3 days and nights of forging, the divine weapon has finally emerged. We celebrate with you. The old man beamed with pride. His joy intensified by the praise from the crowd. As a blacksmith, creating an exceptional piece is undoubtedly a source of pride and happiness. This sword, besides severing hair, can also slice through iron as if it were mud. With that, he picked up a small iron rod, the thickness of a pinky finger, and placed it on a wooden stump. With a mighty swing, the sword sliced through the rod effortlessly. The severed rod was presented to the crowd, revealing a remarkably smooth cut, while the sword's edge remained undamaged. Indeed, it is sharp enough to slice through iron. The onlookers were captivated, exclaiming praises without end. Xian nodded slightly. The sword in the old man's hand was indeed exceptional, several grades above those displayed earlier. While it may not qualify as a true divine weapon, it was nearly the pinnacle of what a mortal could forge. Xian felt a stirring of desire. With a fine sword in hand, his sword control technique would surely reach new heights. At that moment, a similarly bare-chested man approached uninvited. Old Li, I've been waiting for this sword to be ready for quite some time. It is a fine blade. Sell it to me. This man, a local butcher known for slaughtering pigs and sheep, was a close friend of the blacksmith Old Li. Having heard about the fine iron Old Li had acquired, he rushed over as soon as the weapon was completed. His intent was clear. He wished to purchase the sword. Bah! Old Li spat, glaring at him. What do you want with my sword, you old butcher? To slaughter pigs? Get lost. I want to sell it to a pig killer. This sword is my pride and joy. Just the thought of it being used for slaughter made him feel queasy. Akin to the finest poem penned by Li Bai, or the most exquisite painting by Tang Bohu being sold for use as toilet paper. An amount of persuasion would change his mind. Come on, Old Li, we've been friends for decades. What's wrong with using a sword to slaughter pigs? You could use any knife for that. Go away, I said I want to sell it. Old Li retorted, exasperated. The butcher eyed the sword with envy, having voiced his desire for quite some time, but Old Li remained resolute. Just then, 2 more individuals entered the blacksmith shop, one large and one small. The man was middle-aged and rotund, while the child appeared to be around 10 years old. Father, the sword crafted by Uncle Li should be ready now, right? I want it. Rest assured, no matter the cost. I will buy it for you, my dear. Chapter 40. Xian. Very well, let us reveal a little of its brilliance. Lu Yuanwei and young Master Lu. Immediately, someone in the blacksmith shop recognized the newcomers, identifying them as Lu Yuanwei and his son, whom Su Xian had met a few days prior. Ever since the son learned of Su Xian's prowess in slaying evil spirits, he had developed an immense admiration for him. Dreaming of mastering martial arts and swordplay to become a great hero like Su Xian, capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits and ferocious tigers. Lu Yuanwei, being quite indulgent towards his child, had heard that the blacksmith Old Li was forging a sword and hurried over to purchase it for his son. "Hey, Old Li, what is the price for this sword? Name it and I will buy it." With his ample wealth, Lu Yuanwei approached with a beaming smile. Old Li glanced at Lu Yuanwei and then at the small child beside him, narrowing his eyes. "Are you planning to buy this sword for your little one to play with? Has he even grown a full head of hair? What use does he have for his sword?" A wooden stick would suffice. Old Li, the master craftsman, had forged a magnificent sword, and he certainly did not wish to relinquish it as a mere plaything for a child. "Alas, Old Li, you are overly anxious," Lu Yuanwei remarked. "Although he is wealthy and lacks for nothing, the seller is unwilling to part with the sword. I ask this how you conduct business? I can afford the silver. Name your price. I am open to negotiation." Old Li gently wiped the sword with a cloth, stating resolutely that it was not for sale. Both Zhang the Butcher and Lu Yuanwei were eager to acquire this blade, yet Old Li remained as stubborn as an ox, refusing to entertain any offers that, "Oh, Old Li, your obstinacy has evidently not changed in decades. Did you not forge that sword with the intent to sell it? So, how can we persuade you to part with it?" "Indeed, Old Li, what would it take for you to sell?" Zhang the Butcher and Lu Yuanwei inquired with urgent expressions. "Humph." Old Li let out a soft snort before speaking, as the saying goes, among horses. "The red hair, among men, elbow. This sword of mine is the red hair. Its master need not be elbow, but must certainly be a hero of great stature, not just any ordinary person, whether it be you, Butcher Zhang, or Lu's rotund son. Even if a dandy from the capital were to come, I would not look upon them favorably, and no amount of money would sway me. This sword is the pinnacle of my craftsmanship, and I refuse to sell it to an unworthy individual, for that would tarnish its honor. This is not merely a matter of money. It is a craftsman's love for his own exceptional creation." Upon hearing Old Li's words, Zhang the Butcher and Lu Yuanwei suddenly understood. It turned out that Old Li would only sell the sword to a true hero. Butchers and children could only retreat. "Bah, so it seems you disdain me for being a butcher, deeming me unheroic." Zhang spat, feeling both angered and helpless toward his old friend Old Li. Lu Yuanwei could not help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that his intention to buy a sword for his pampered son was now impossible at that moment. Lu Yuanwei's young son spoke up, his voice still tinged with childish innocence. "Grandfather Li, who do you believe qualifies as a hero in linen?" Old Li was taken aback and fell into contemplation that he would only sell his sword to someone deserving. So who in linen could be deemed a hero worthy of such a blade? The surrounding crowd began to ponder, engaging in lively debate, each expressing their opinions. "Our linen is blessed with talented individuals. The true hero must be Captain Li from the magistrate's office. Captain Li is a master at solving cases and has captured many fugitives. Protecting the people of linen. Young Master Gu from the Gu residence recently hunted a deer on the mountain. Does that not make him a hero? Hunting a deer is nothing. Dr. Su killed a ferocious beast just yesterday. When it comes to heroes, it must be Dr. Su. He is both learned and martial. If he claims second place, who dares claim first? Indeed, it must be Dr. Su. He can heal the sick and protect the people. And his demeanor is dignified and refined. He undoubtedly qualifies as linen's foremost hero. I too support Dr. Su. He is the only one worthy." In that moment, nearly everyone thought of Su Xian. After all, Su Xian was the most renowned figure in linen, known to all. Especially after he had slain the 600-pound beast, almost all the citizens had come to witness the spectacle. The image of the beast's carcass and Su Xian's appearance was indelibly etched in their minds. Unforgettable at this moment. When they spoke of heroes, Su Xian was the first to come to mind. Lu Yuanwei's son gazed at the crowd discussing Su Xian, his eyes filled with admiration. The child had entirely idolized Su Xian. Lu Yuanwei recalled the scene of Su Xian vanquishing evil spirits at the Lu residence and nodded vigorously that a true hero of linen must be Dr. Su. However, Zhang the Butcher felt a twinge of discontent. though Dr. Su was indeed skilled. Who could say for certain that he had slain the beast? Perhaps it was his brother-in-law, Captain Li, who had done so. While most believed in Su Xian's feat, a small faction remained skeptical. Zhang the Butcher counted himself among them. Lu Yuanwei shot him a glare. What do you mean? What do I mean? Is it not reasonable for me to doubt that it was Dr. Su who killed the beast? Zhang retorted defiantly. Dr. Su has slain the evil spirits in my home. I witnessed it with my own eyes, so he can certainly slay the beast. Lu Yuanwei defended Su Xian. You speak of slaying spirits. Yet I have not seen it. How can I know if it is true? Zhang's disbelief was palpable, his tone heavy with skepticism. Following Zhang's remarks, some in the crowd began to harbor doubts about Su Xian. After all, they had not witnessed the event themselves. Who could assert its truth? Even when publicly doubted about the authenticity of his tiger-slaying exploits, Su Xian's countenance remained as tranquil as water. He was indifferent to the empty fame of killing tigers, and the skepticism of others held no weight in his mind. Naturally, Old Li had unwavering faith in Su Xian, primarily relying on his decades of honed intuition. Seeing Zhang the Butcher causing a ruckus, he felt a tinge of anger. However, directly dismissing him would only fuel further doubt against Su Xian, leading to undesirable repercussions. Old Li, we've been friends for decades. I am not here to stir trouble, but rather to ensure that your precious sword isn't given to the wrong person, rendering it a waste. Zhang the Butcher claimed that his doubts about Su Xian were for Old Li's sake. So, what do you propose? Zhang the Butcher chuckled. It's quite simple. If Su can prove he has the ability to slay the great beast, then all will accept him as a hero. How can he prove that? Old Li inquired. Zhang the Butcher scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on a chunk of iron or the size of a large water tank. This iron ore had yet to be smelted. Filled with impurities and astonishingly heavy. Zhang the Butcher laughed heartily. Approaching the earth, he knelt, arms outstretched, attempting to lift the iron ore. His face reddened as he exerted all his strength, barely managing to lift the ore a mere 2 centimeters off the ground before collapsing back. Utterly spent, goodness, this rock must weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. It's impossible to lift, despite being robust from years of butchering. Even he could only manage a fleeting lift, nearly straining his back. It's simple. If Dr. Su can lift this stone, I will believe he possesses the strength to slay the beast, indeed a hero. But if he cannot lift it, I shall never believe he can slay the great beast with a single blow. Zhang, a professional butcher, had witnessed the smooth incision on the beast's south carcass during the parade yesterday, clearly made with a single strike. The To severed the creature's head in such a manner. One would need immense strength, at least greater than Zhang himself. Thus, he proposed that if Su Xian could lift the iron ore, it would demonstrate his capability to slay the beast. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. Many onlookers nodded in agreement, finding Zhang's reasoning sound. Moreover, if Su Xian were truly a hero, he would not shy away from such a test. That Dr. Su, prove it to him. I believe you can. The crowd cheered. Rallying behind Su Xian, but he shrugged. He had little desire to prove anything to others, but he did indeed need a sword, so he might as well reveal a trivial bit of his prowess. Very well, I shall demonstrate, Su Xian conceded, slowly approaching the iron ore. Everyone held their breath, eager to see if he could lift the stone that I in the next moment. Their mouths fell agape, unable to close, as an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. Su Xian effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound iron ore with one hand, as if it were a mere brick. How could this be? Zhang the Butcher's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Just moments ago, he had struggled to lift the ore even for an instant, yet Su Xian had raised it with one hand. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Moreover, Su Xian displayed no signs of exertion. His expression remained calm and composed, even as he casually weighed the iron ore in his hand before tossing it aside, as if it were refuse. The thunderous crash of the iron ore hitting the ground reverberated, captivating all present. The earlier doubts dissipated like mist as Su Xian turned, his gaze serene. Zhang the Butcher, suddenly awakened, nodded vigorously, proclaiming, Dr. Su is incredibly strong. I was blind to not see it before. Surely, Dr. Su must have slain the beast. He is indeed a hero. Previously skeptical of Su Xian's claim to have killed the beast, Zhang now firmly believed that only Su Xian could have achieved such a feat after witnessing his remarkable display of strength. Who would dare question this now? He would confront anyone who did. accusing them of ignorance. Old Lu Yuanwei, his young son, and all the surrounding spectators were left in awe, gasping in astonishment. They never expected that the iron ore, which no ordinary person could lift, was tossed about with ease by Su Xian. Even Old Li felt a surge of pride, realizing that his sword had found a worthy master in Su Xian. Thus, after witnessing Su Xian's effortless feat, all present were thoroughly convinced. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Xian accepted the sword gifted by Old Li that he expressed his gratitude, admiring the blade with a smile and nodding appreciatively. A fine sword indeed. Chapter 41. Arrogance and Dominance. I walked the streets unburdened by coin. The sword lacked a sheath, nor did it require one, as Su Xian slung it across his back. With his handsome features and upright posture, carrying the sword only accentuated his exceptional charisma. Old Li gazed at Su Xian with satisfaction, nodding with pride that truly, heroes emerge from youth. Bestowing the sword upon Su Xian felt akin to securing a worthy husband for his daughter. Radiating warmth and contentment, the others shared this sentiment, feeling that the sword and Su Xian were a perfect match. Moreover, after witnessing Su Xian's effortless lifting of the heavy iron ore, they were left awestruck and filled with admiration. Fully convinced of his ability to slay the beast, as Su Xian departed the blacksmith's shop, he left behind 20 taels of silver, a modest sum, yet a gesture of appreciation, walking the streets of Lin and with his sword. He drew significant attention. Young women, upon catching sight of Su Xian, found themselves entranced, unable to look away. The sight of him bearing the sword added an enchanting allure, captivating countless admirers. Some bold women even cast flirtatious glances his way, their eyes sparkling with affection to Su Xian, adhering to the principle of passing through a garden of flowers without being touched by a single petal, simply smiled and shook his head. Apologies, but he had already chosen someone special. Meanwhile, not far down the street, a voice rang out. "The great beast is coming! The great beast is coming!" Upon hearing this, many merchants along the street turned pale, hastily packing up their wares to flee. Those unable to vacate the premises stood frozen in fear. "Haha, some fellows seem to be running quite fast. Fearing me, Lord Rat-Air. Am I more terrifying than the great beast?" 3 ruffians swaggered down the center of the street, causing the nearby merchants to bow their heads in trepidation, too afraid to breathe. The great beast mentioned earlier did not refer to the actual creature, but rather to the ruffian, Lord Rat-Air, who led the group. Lord Rat-Air, with his sharp features reminiscent of a rat, was nicknamed for his appearance and for being the second of his rank, that he was notorious for bullying merchants in the streets, earning him the moniker of the Great Beast. Although not a true beast, sometimes a human beast could be even more fearsome. Strutting confidently, Lord Rat-Air reveled in the fearful glances from the surrounding merchants. Accompanied by 2 lackeys, he basked in their flattery. "Since you've arrived, Lord Rat-Air, you're the most dashing figure on the street, with everyone bowing in your presence." With Lord Rat-Air's arrival, who would dare defy him? Those who did would find their legs broken. The 2 sycophantic lackeys flanked him, grinning broadly. When they glanced at the merchants, they resembled ferocious dogs, radiating menace. Lord Rat-Air laughed heartily. Thoroughly enjoying the flattery as they sauntered along, they approached a stall selling pears. Without hesitation, Lord Rat-Air snatched the largest pear, biting into it. "This pear is quite delightful, sweet indeed." As he munched, he effusively praised the fruit, instructing his 2 lackeys, "You should try some too." Each lackey grabbed a pear and took a bite. "A fine pear, truly sweet," they echoed, laughter ringing through the street, carefree and brazen. The pear vendor, an elderly woman with graying hair, had hoped to sell some fruit from her old pear tree. Yet, she now faced the infamous ruffian, Lord Rat-Air, "That if you find it tasty, I thank you for the praise, Lord Rat-Air," even after having consumed 3 large pears. The elderly woman dared not express any dissatisfaction, merely hoping that Shuzi would fill his stomach and leave promptly. At tea times, the plight of the lower class is indeed so humbling, and life can be unbearably arduous. Yet Shuzi, with a grin full of mockery, toyed with other pears in his hands, chuckling, "These pears are both large and sweet. I shall take them all." The 2 sycophants beside him immediately understood, lifting away the elderly woman's entire basket of pears. These pears are truly sweet, weighing at least 60 to 70 jin. This will last us quite some time. Ah, what great luck today, a splendid start. The two lackeys laughed heartily as they carried off the elderly woman's basket. While Shuzi departed from the stall, everything seemed to occur as if it were a matter of course. Shuzi, what about the money? You haven't paid yet. The elderly woman summoned her courage to inquire. She had not even dared to eat a single pear from her basket, hoping to sell them for a bit of silver to support her household. Yet Shuzi had simply taken the entire basket away. Money? Shuzi slowly turned his head to regard the pleading woman, devoid of any compassion. Instead, the mockery deepened. I never carry money when I come to the market. Ha ha. Shuzi turned to leave. However, the elderly woman clutched desperately at his trousers, exclaiming, You cannot do this. My grandson is waiting for the money from selling the pears to send him to school. Shuzi, have a heart and spare a little. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to his leg. Pleading, Shuzi, however, grew cold in demeanor and kicked her aside. Get lost. Whether your grandson attends school is of no concern to me. These pears are a tribute to me, so don't be ungrateful. Ha ha. Shuzi and his two lackeys laughed wantonly. Entirely disregarding the elderly woman, the surrounding populace clenched their fists, their faces aflame with anger, yet none dared to speak out, apprehensive of Shuzi's wrath. After all, they were but ordinary folk of Linen City, trying to earn a meager living through small trades, and could not afford to provoke someone like Shuzi. Shuzi's audacity stemmed from his sister's fair looks. She had caught the eye of the county magistrate and was taken as a concubine. Since then, Shuzi had basked in her favor and behaved shamelessly. There had been attempts to report Shuzi for his bullying tactics, but each time the matter was downplayed. On one occasion, he had beaten a merchant who did not show him proper respect into unconsciousness. And although the authorities came to apprehend him, he was back on the streets in just a couple of days, as brazen as ever. Thus, the common folk kept their distance, too fearful to confront him. As Shuzi and his two lackeys continued on their way, a farmer selling watermelons attempted to sneak away, but was spotted by the shifty-eyed Shuzi, that he immediately shouted, Hold on, you, the watermelon seller, stop right there. The farmer, pushing his cart, felt his heart sink upon hearing Shuzi's voice. Turning around, he forced a smile. Shuzi, if you want some watermelon, I'll gladly give you a few. It's hot, and they're refreshing. Shuzi, exposing his belly, approached the farmer with a grin, resting his elbow on the farmer's shoulder. What were you trying to do just now? Trying to sneak away? The farmer quickly fawned. I beg you, Shuzi, spare me. Shuzi seized a watermelon and smashed it down onto the farmer's head. Let this be a lesson. The watermelon shattered, splattering everywhere. Shuzi, you've gone too far. I'll fight you. The farmer, unable to endure any longer, picked up a weapon and prepared to retaliate. Yet, Shuzi's two lackeys were quick, pummeling the farmer mercilessly. Outnumbered, the farmer soon fell to the ground, unable to defend himself, while nearby vendors dared not intervene. Still want to fight back? I'll teach you to retaliate. Ha ha. Shuzi and his companions began hurling watermelons from the farmer's cart at him, smashing over a dozen, leaving the ground soaked with juice and fragments. Once the farmer lay nearly lifeless, they ceased their assault, fearing they might kill him. Shuzi surveyed the scene with satisfaction. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. See? This is the fate that befalls anyone who dares oppose me. Shuzi. He patted his belly and disdainfully spat on the unconscious farmer. Suddenly, Shuzi's eyes brightened. Now, that water buffalo looks splendid. It could feed me for a month. He noticed a hefty water buffalo being led by an old man clad in a straw coat and conical hat. Upon catching Shuzi's gaze, the old man trembled and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Please, Shuzi, spare me. My whole family depends on this buffalo for our livelihood. If you take it away, how will we survive? The old man bowed repeatedly, pleading for his life. The old man had brought the buffalo to Linen City to sell, but his luck had turned dire, encountering Shuzi, who had taken an interest. At that moment, someone finally could no longer hold back. Shuzi, don't go too far. If you take that buffalo, how will that old man's family survive? You'll be responsible if it leads to tragedy. As others joined in to oppose Shuzi, their voices grew bolder. How can you not spare the elderly? Do you have a heart of stone? If you dare take the buffalo, we will stand against you. Faced with this mounting opposition, Shuzi frowned and scoffed. Do you know who my sister is? Who my brother-in-law is? The mention of his sister, a concubine of the county magistrate, silenced much of the crowd. They dared not challenge someone so brazen, emboldened by such connections. Shizi, feeling triumphant, turned back to the old man and his enticing water buffalo. Indeed, the buffalo was tempting enough to satisfy his hunger for quite a while. However, he was cautious not to push things too far. Seizing a buffalo was quite different from snatching pears or watermelons. Haha. Suddenly, Shizi laughed heartily and approached the old man with a friendly demeanor. Saying, "Old man, I, Shizi, am not entirely heartless. Rest assured, I want to take your buffalo." Upon hearing this, the old man nearly wept with relief, almost kneeling to thank him. "Thank you, Shizi, thank you." Others were puzzled. Could it be that today a sun had risen in the west, and Shizi had changed his ways? Wasn't he it said that one's nature is hard to alter? "Ah, of course, I, Shizi, am not a brute. I will buy your buffalo." Shizi would not seize the buffalo. Instead, he would purchase it. The old man had indeed brought the buffalo to sell, so when Shizi offered to buy it, he gladly accepted. However, in the next moment, the old man's face fell. Shizi gestured for his lackeys to produce 2 taels of silver, placing them in the old man's hand. "You shouldn't complain. 2 taels are enough for you to buy quite a bit of liquor." The old man knew his buffalo was worth at least 15 taels, and Shizi was offering a mere 2, cloaked in the guise of a purchase. Was this not akin to robbery? 2 taels? The old man fell to his knees, begging, "Shizi, please, can you add a little more? 2 taels is simply too little. Don't be ungrateful. I've told you I never carry money to the market. Be content with the 2 taels." The surrounding crowd seethed with indignation. They had hoped Shizi would spare the old man. But 2 taels for a buffalo was nearly indistinguishable from outright theft. Yet, Shizi's sister was the county magistrate's concubine. And what could they do? "I have already given you the money. Take the buffalo away." Shizi commanded one of his lackeys to lead the buffalo away. The old man struggled, but was kicked aside by the lackey. Everyone glared at the scene in resentment, yet felt utterly powerless. Today's harvest has been quite rewarding. Haha. Shizi and his lackeys walked away triumphantly, dragging the buffalo and carrying the pears, while no one dared to intervene. Vendors and townsfolk could only stand by the sides of the street. Leaving the center almost deserted that moment, Shizi spotted a figure clad in a sword, slowly walking down the center of the street. That was Xian. Chapter 42. Unyielding Disputes. The entire street lay desolate, with pedestrians and vendors retreating to the sides in fear of Shizi. That Xian, however, showed no signs of retreating, seemingly oblivious, as he strode forward. Upon seeing Xian, Shizi's shifty eyes narrowed slightly. He certainly recognized him. In recent days, Xian had been the talk of the town for slaying the giant insect, and his fame had soared to isn't this the renowned hero Su, who slayed the tiger? Shizi's smile was laced with unabashed amusement, elongating the words Tiger Slayer. Upon hearing of Xian's victory over the beast, Shizi had been skeptical. After all, how could someone who appeared as a mere scholar possibly slay a man-eating monster? He could scarcely comprehend it, suspecting foul play was involved. Furthermore, Shizi himself was known as the giant insect, and the news of Xian's triumph left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Haha, Xian truly carries himself with an air of distinction. Having slain the giant insect yesterday, he even dons a sword today. The second mouse spoke derisively, his gaze falling upon the sword that Xian carried on his back, but he expressed a slight surprise. Then approached and circled Xian, clapping his hands in approval. "What a splendid sword! Truly a remarkable weapon." The sword on Xian's back gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness. Even a rogue like the second mouse could discern its value. Suddenly, a thought struck him that Xian's sword was so extraordinarily sharp and eye-catching that perhaps it was the very reason he had fortuitously slain the great beast yesterday. After all, it was said that the creature's head had been severed in a single strike, making it highly probable that Xian was wielding this very sword. As the second mouse indulged in his speculation, the glint of greed intensified in his eyes, that he even contemplated that if he could seize Xian's sword, might he not also ascend the mountain to hunt tigers? Little did he know. The weapon Xian had used against the tiger was merely an ordinary tool. Inconsequential in his eyes, Xian seemed disinclined to engage with the second mouse and his companions, continuing on his way without a word. Yet the second mouse, having fixed his sights on the sword, would not let him pass. "Wait, Dr. Su!" The second mouse, along with 2 sycophants, blocked Xian's path, their faces adorned with malicious grins that that moment. Bystanders on either side of the street could no longer suppress their exclamations of dismay. Alas, Dr. Su has encountered the unreasonable second mouse. He is surely in for trouble. The second mouse's gaze clearly indicated his desire for the sword on Dr. Su's back, and he would certainly not let it slip away. Dr. Su was hailed as the tiger-slaying hero of Linen County. How could the second mouse dare to trouble him? After all, Dr. Su's brother-in-law was Captain Lee, yet the title of tiger-slaying hero was ultimately just that, a title. The second mouse's sister was the third wife of the county magistrate. With just a whisper in the right ear, all could be rendered futile. Many sighed and looked at Xian with sympathy. While they harbored a deep-seated hatred for the second mouse, they felt powerless against his formidable background. Besides offering their sympathy, they could do nothing to assist Xian. That Xian halted his steps. For the first time lifting his gaze to regard the three ruffians before him, "Did I ask there's something you need?" Xian's expression remained calm, his voice steady. Observing Xian's demeanor, the second mouse's beady eyes narrowed almost to slits. In this street, who would not tremble in fear at the sight of him? Yet Xian's expression conveyed that he regarded the second mouse as inconsequential, even beneath his notice. The second mouse sensed the disdain directed at him, a flicker of anger rising within him. The more he looked at Xian, the more displeased he became, muttering to himself, "So, Xian, after slaying the great beast, you dare to look down upon me." The second mouse, today, he would make Xian understand what a true beast was. "Ha ha." The second mouse laughed with a cold smile that he then glanced at Xian's sword and suddenly asked, "Dear Su, this sword of yours looks impressive. How much do you want for it?" The two sycophants beside him immediately understood and chimed in. "Dr. Su, how many taels for your precious sword? Our Lord's second mouse wishes to buy it. This sword is wasted in your hands. You should sell it to our Lord's second mouse." The surrounding townsfolk and merchants exchanged glances, silently lamenting the situation. To it was evident that the second mouse had set his sights on Xian's sword. Previously, he had offered a meager 2 taels for an old man's water buffalo. Now, with Xian's sword in his sights, disaster loomed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xian actually smiled. "Sell it? Why not?" Xian unexpectedly stated that he was willing to part with his sword. This left everyone momentarily stunned, feeling surprised. Was it possible that he was afraid of the second mouse and had thus chosen to concede? Ha ha ha! Dr. Su was indeed a straightforward man. Seeing this, the second mouse assumed that Xian must be intimidated, which was why he agreed to sell the sword. But Xian's next words left both the second mouse and all present in shock. "Only 100 taels of gold." Xian's voice was as smooth as jade, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. 100 taels of gold. The second mouse shook his head, thinking he must have misheard. The two sycophants echoed his disbelief. "Even if your sword were made of gold, it wouldn't be worth 100 taels. Are you trying to fool us? Dr. Su, you aren't being sincere. How dare you play tricks on our Lord's second mouse?" The second mouse immediately bristled, believing Xian was mocking him. The surrounding crowd exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They had thought Xian was selling the sword out of fear of the second mouse, only to discover he had quoted an exorbitantly high price, thereby outsmarting the second mouse. It seemed that Xian was not afraid of the second mouse at all. But how could the second mouse let this go? "Dr. Su, you are toying with us." The second mouse growled, ready to confront Xian. That Xian maintained his composure, a smile lingering on his lips. "How am I toying with you? No matter how sharp or excellent your sword, it is not worth 100 taels of gold. If I say it's worth that, then it is. I do not believe you. Your disbelief is of no concern to me. I merely wish to purchase your sword. 100 taels of gold, you." The second mouse argued with Xian, his face flushed, realizing he held no advantage in the exchange, that if he wanted to sell, then step aside. Xian began to walk away. Suddenly, the second mouse had a stroke of inspiration. "Ah, since you claim your sword is worth 100 taels of gold, then you must prove it to everyone. If you cannot prove it, you are merely trying to deceive me. The second mouse, if you dare to fool me, you must offer your sword as an apology." The second mouse found a reason to ridicule Xian, his voice booming with newfound confidence that he wanted to see how Xian would prove that the sword was worth 100 taels of gold. If he could not, it would give him justification to act. "Yes, how will you prove that your sword is worth so much gold? Hurry, prove it." Dr. Su, you cannot escape. You must prove it, that if you cannot, leave the sword to our Lord's second mouse as an apology. The two sycophants also put on a show, blocking Su Xian's path, denying him any chance of escape. That Su Xian, however, had no intention of fleeing, that he smiled, drew the long sword from his back, its blade gleaming coldly. I can certainly prove it. Chapter 43. Testing the sword with my own body, truly slaying without bloodshed. Su Xian declared he could demonstrate that the sword was worth 100 taels of gold. Instantly, everyone's interest was piqued. How will you prove it? The second mouse inquired. That MY sword possesses 3 distinctive features. Su Xian replied with a smile. What are the 3 features? The second mouse and his 2 sycophants leaned in eagerly for an answer. Su Xian's smile remained as he spoke clearly. The first feature. It can sever hair with a mere blow. Sever hair with a blow? What does that mean? The uneducated second mouse was momentarily taken aback. It means that if a hair is placed on the edge of the sword and you blow gently, it will be cut. That Su Xian had witnessed old Li at the blacksmith shop demonstrate this before. The sword was so sharp that even a hair would be severed with a light puff. Of course, even an ordinary sword, or even a dull knife, would have been capable of achieving this given Su Xian's skill. Oh, I see. The second mouse grasped the meaning and eagerly grabbed a handful of hair from one of his sycophants, causing the lackey to yelp in pain. The second mouse impatiently placed it on the edge of Su Xian's sword and gently blew. Indeed, the hair was neatly severed in 2 to hiss. The second mouse gasped, exclaiming, It truly does sever hair with a blow. What a sword, indeed a fine sword. The second mouse's gaze towards Su Xian's sword grew increasingly fervent. His greed laid bare, but he desired this sword even more. The onlookers were equally astonished and impressed that Dr. Su's sword is indeed remarkable. Severing hair with a blow is unparalleled in sharpness. What a treasure! What a fine sword! With just this one demonstration, everyone acknowledged this sword as a weapon of unmatched sharpness. And what are the other 2 features? Quickly, tell us. The second mouse eagerly urged Su Xian for the remaining features of the sword. Su Xian's smile remained unchanged as he continued. The second feature. It can slice through iron like mud. How does it slice through iron like mud? The second mouse pressed for clarification. Bring me some copper coins and place them on the ground. The second mouse immediately kicked one of his lackeys, who quickly produced a handful of copper coins, about 7 or 8 in total, and neatly stacked them on the ground. That everyone's eyes were glued to Su Xian, eager to see what he would do next. With the sword in hand, Su Xian struck down lightly upon the stack of copper coins. Clang! With a seemingly unremarkable strike, the stack of coins was cleaved in 2. Hiss! The second mouse's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily picked up the neatly severed coins from the ground, swallowing hard. What a clean cut! Each coin bore a perfectly smooth and even edge. It was reminiscent of how Su Xian had severed the great beast yesterday, cleanly sliced in 2, with a neat wound. Upon casting another glance at the sword held by Su Xian, it remained as chillingly radiant as ever, remarkably sharp, with not a trace of wear upon its blade. With this thought, the fervor in Shizi's gaze intensified. He was convinced that it was this very sword that Su Xian had wielded to slay the great beast yesterday. He even entertained a delusion that if he could seize this sword from Su Xian's grasp, he too would possess the ability to ascend the mountains and hunt tigers. The blade could split a hair, slice through iron as though it were mud. Indeed, this sword was a rare treasure. It could cleave a string of copper coins in half. What other weapon could boast such prowess? Alas, one could only wonder if Su Xian could safeguard this precious sword from the clutches of the nefarious Shizi. Su Xian had declared that the sword was worth 100 taels of gold, a statement not made without reason. The onlookers marveled at the sharpness of the sword in Su Xian's hand, though some felt a pang of regret and sorrow. For no matter how fine the sword, should it fall into the hands of a rogue like Shizi, it would be a tragic waste. Su Xian, does your sword possess any other unique qualities? Shizi pressed. You mentioned 3 characteristics. I accept the first 2, but those alone hardly justify 100 taels of gold. Pray, reveal the third. Impatient, Shizi urged Su Xian, eager to hear the sword's third attribute, that I, in truth. Regardless of what Su Xian might declare, Shizi would contrive some argument to claim it was not worth the gold, all the while scheming to snatch the sword from Su Xian's hands. Su Xian smiled faintly and declared, the third characteristic is that it kills without shedding blood. At this pronouncement, both Shizi and his 2 sycophants were taken aback. Even the surrounding crowd wore expressions of disbelief and confusion. Could it be that Su Xian claimed his sword could slay without bloodshed? Such a notion was somewhat alarming. No one had ever heard of a weapon that could kill without staining itself with blood. Even the fowl slaughtered at home during festivities bore the marks of blood upon the blade. How do you intend to prove that your sword kills without bloodshed? Shizi, with his shifty eyes, inquired that Su Xian, still holding the sword, approached the large water buffalo that Shizi had recently seized from the old man in the raincoat. The IT is quite simple. One need only test it. The crowd watched in astonishment, wondering if Su Xian intended to slay the buffalo. Wait! Shizi interjected, blocking Su Xian's path. That a sly grin crept across his face as he chuckled maliciously at Su Xian. It was you who claimed your sword kills without bloodshed. I have no desire to witness you butcher the buffalo. Even if you were to kill it, the bloodshed would not validate your claim. You would merely be fooling me, Shizi. Su Xian remained unfazed. What then do you propose? Shizi's grin grew more sinister. Unless you can kill a person, you cannot substantiate your third claim. You would merely be deceiving me. The crowd's expression darkened at Shizi's words. Silently cursing his shamelessness, the To assert that a sword could kill without bloodshed was a cruel challenge to Su Xian. This rogue, Shizi, was utterly detestable. It seemed inevitable that he would use this as an excuse to seize Su Xian's sword. What a pity it would be for such a fine sword to fall into his hands. Indeed, it was you who asserted that your sword kills without bloodshed. I did not coerce you. Shizi sneered, reveling in his apparent victory. His two henchmen taunted Su Xian. Hurry and prove it. Su Xian, you claimed your sword kills without shedding blood. If you cannot demonstrate this, you are merely deceiving Lord Shizi. You ought to offer your sword as an apology to him. The trio pressed forward, their demeanor menacing, applying pressure on Su Xian. With a sigh, Su Xian shook his head and smiled. Indeed, without killing, one cannot prove it. Then bring it forth, Shizi declared, as a tribute for deceiving me. Eagerly, Shizi snatched the sword from Su Xian's hands. Su Xian, this sword now belongs to me. He laughed heartily, gleefully swinging the stolen sword, exclaiming, what a fine sword. Truly a marvelous weapon. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, lamenting Su Xian's misfortune. Alas, such a good man as Su Xian has fallen victim to a rogue like Shizi, losing a precious sword without recourse. Who can he turn to for justice? They shook their heads, unable to bear the sight any longer, feeling pity for Su Xian. Today had been a most unfortunate day for Su Xian, and their hearts ached for him. Everyone believed that Shizi's theft of Su Xian's sword was a fait accompli. Su Xian, your sword is now mine. It must surely be the sword you used to slay the great beast. Yes, what a pity, for I, Shizi, am also a great beast. You may slay the beasts of the mountains, but you cannot slay me, Shizi. With the sword in hand, Shizi grew more brazen, taunting Su Xian with reckless abandon. Just then, Shizi's laughter was abruptly silenced. Su Xian's eye of delusion activated silently. Shizi, merely meeting Su Xian's gaze, found his mind instantly incapacitated. His consciousness blanked, he lost awareness, becoming a mere shell, his mind partially under Su Xian's control. Shizi, wielding the sword, muttered, kills without shedding blood, kills without shedding blood. He resembled a drunken fool under Su Xian's manipulation. I shall test this claim of killing without bloodshed. And with that, Shizi slashed at his own abdomen. With a sound akin to a watermelon being cleaved, he opened himself up. Blood sprayed forth as his internal organs were severed in two, creating a gruesome spectacle. Yet astonishingly, the sword he wielded remained untainted by blood. Indeed, it killed without shedding blood. With a thud, Shizi collapsed, breathless and lifeless, in his demise. He had unwittingly validated Su Xian's claim regarding the sword's third characteristic, the true essence of killing without shedding blood. Chapter 44. Villains run rampant. While the good must exercise caution, what a fine sword it was. Shizi had personally opened his abdomen, blood splattering, his eyes rolling back as he fell into a pool of crimson. Even in death, he could not resist offering a commendation. This transformation occurred so swiftly that the gathered crowd could scarcely comprehend it. Mere moments ago, Shizi had reveled in his theft of Su Xian's sword. And now he had taken his own life in a grotesque demonstration of its capabilities. He had proven Su Xian's assertion of the sword's ability to kill without shedding blood. All stared. Dumbfounded, as if caught in a dream. The brazen Shizi had met his end, and by his own hand at that. Shizi is dead. Ha ha, Shizi is truly dead. A voice erupted from the crowd, a tone of jubilant disbelief ringing through. An overwhelming sense of unexpected joy enveloped the crowd. All present despised the villainous Shizi, and with his demise, applause erupted in celebration. After robbing Su Xian of his sword, Shizi had foolishly tested it on himself. He had met his just end, and the heavens had indeed delivered retribution. Ha ha, he got what he deserved. Let him be arrogant and oppressive. Let him steal from Su Xian. The crowd rejoiced, their sentiments echoing in the air. They had witnessed Shizi's act of suicide. No one had harmed him, nor was it Su Xian's doing. It was Shizi's own folly. The onlookers were ecstatic, the atmosphere akin to a festival. Furthermore, over 100 people had witnessed Shizi's self-inflicted demise. It was suicide, not murder, thus absolving Su Xian and the others of any blame. That Su Xian's smile remained, and he stepped forward, disregarding Shizi's corpse, retrieving the sword that had fallen to the ground. The blade gleamed coldly, not a drop of blood marring its surface. The blood of a scoundrel like Shizi was unworthy of staining this sword, nor could it tarnish Su Xian's hands. Shizi dead? Is he truly dead? The two sycophants, once emboldened by Shizi's presence, now stood pale and trembling, collapsing to the ground in fear. That as Su Xian passed by with a reclaimed sword, one of the henchmen was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. A chill swept through him as he sensed an aura emanating from Su Xian, far more formidable than that of any beast, sending shivers down his spine. That Su Xian, however, dismissed the two with disdain. These lackeys had followed Shizi in committing dastardly deeds, and with his demise, their support had crumbled. Henceforth, they would be hunted like rats in the street, forced to repay their misdeeds. The thought of this brought their faces to ashen shades. Contemplating their grim fate, that in truth, Su Xian could have effortlessly dispatched a rogue like Shizi. However, he had opted for a more elaborate approach, using the sword as bait to lure Shizi into taking it. Then employing his eye of delusion to briefly obliterate and control Shizi's will, resulting in the latter's self-inflicted demise. That if Xiaoqing had been present, she might have questioned this convoluted method. Why not simply slay Shizi with a single stroke? The answer lay in the nature of the world in ancient times. Under the broad daylight, those with power and influence could commit heinous acts without consequence, while the virtuous had to tread carefully. Su Xian replaced the sword at his side, bent down to retrieve a basket of golden pears that Shizi had stolen, and then took hold of the cow's lead. "Grandmother, here are your pears." The elderly man smiled gently as Su Xian returned the basket of snow pears to the white-haired old lady, also leading the water buffalo back to the old man in the raincoat. He was never stingy with kindness towards the good-hearted folk. "Dr. Su, I am deeply grateful." The old lady, her hair as white as snow, wept tears of joy. Previously, she had a basket of snow pears snatched away by the rogue Shizi, and with his demise, Su Xian had personally returned the pears to her. She nearly fell to her knees in gratitude, but Su Xian supported her with a smile, saying, "Dear grandmother, you exaggerate. I have merely returned what is rightfully yours," which was taken by a scoundrel. The old man in the raincoat then knelt down with a thud, equally overwhelmed with joy. "Dr. Su, I cannot thank you enough." Earlier, Shizi had purchased the old man's water buffalo for 2 taels of silver, leaving him in despair. Yet, with Su Xian's appearance, Shizi had met his end after attempting to wield the sword he had stolen from Su Xian. Consequently, the water buffalo returned to its rightful owner, filling the old man with profound gratitude towards Su Xian. Meanwhile, a watermelon vendor who had been beaten by Shizi for attempting to flee was still unconscious. Su Xian approached and employed his extraordinary medical skills to awaken him, eliciting heartfelt thanks from the vendor. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a mix of admiration and shame towards Su Xian. After all, when Shizi had previously harassed Su Xian and seized his sword, none had dared to come forward to assist. How shameful, they lamented. Dr. Su is such a good person, yet we did not stand up for him. Alas, compared to Dr. Su, I am but a coward. I despise myself. Heaven has eyes. Thankfully, the monster met his end, or I would feel even more remorse towards Dr. Su. Many in the crowd shook their heads in regret, their expressions filled with remorse. Su Xian maintained his gentle smile, not taking their sentiments to heart. for he understood that the people around him were merely common folk, struggling to make a living, and without any backing, how could they dare to step forward? At that moment, someone in the crowd remarked, "Thanks to Dr. Su, Shuzi met his end." However, this person's words were promptly interrupted by another. "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say Shuzi's death is due to Dr. Su? He took his own life, completely unrelated to Dr. Su. Indeed, we all witnessed it. We saw Shuzi stab himself with his own sword. It was undoubtedly suicide. Yes, Shuzi stole the sword himself. It has nothing to do with Dr. Su. Shuzi's death is of no concern to Dr. Su. If someone foolishly spreads lies, I shall give him a couple of slaps." The crowd was not foolish. They understood that taking a life brings legal consequences. Although Shuzi's death was indeed linked to Su Xian's sword, they all felt gratitude towards Su Xian and agreed to testify on his behalf. That Su Xian smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude towards the crowd, saying, "Thank you all, that no matter the circumstances, a loss of life is a grave matter." Therefore, Su Xian could not leave. To do so might cast suspicion upon him or lead to accusations of fleeing from a murder scene. He remained in place, waiting. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, officials arrived at the scene. Leading them was an officer dressed in the garb of a constable, though not in the typical attire. He had rushed over after receiving reports from the populace. The officer dismounted and inspected Shuzi's corpse, confirming that he was indeed dead. "Shuzi is dead. His body shall be taken back to the magistrate's office," he instructed his subordinates. Then he turned towards Su Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of respect. "Dr. Su, are you saying that after stealing your sword, Shuzi accidentally took his own life?" "Yes," Su Xian replied. The crowd echoed in unison, recounting the events. "Honorable officer, there are over 100 of us here, and we all witnessed Shuzi's brazen act of stealing from Dr. Su, only to later stab himself, believing the sword could kill without shedding blood. Indeed, that is how it transpired. Even before his demise, Shuzi praised the sword. The entire assembly affirmed that Shuzi's death was a suicide, unrelated to Su Xian." The leading officer nodded, acknowledging their statements. "That I understand, that yes, you all assert. This matter began with Shuzi's attempt to seize Dr. Su's sword, which ultimately led to his own demise. His death is not the fault of Dr. Su." The officer was rather accommodating. Firstly, he was an associate of the magistrate, aware that Su Xian was the brother-in-law of the constable. Secondly, he had heard from colleagues about Su Xian's valor in slaying the monster the previous day, saving other constables, which filled him with admiration. He had even enjoyed a meal of the monster's flesh, grateful for Su Xian's actions. Thirdly, he had long harbored disdain for Shuzi's bullying ways. He had previously captured Shuzi for assaulting a person nearly to death. Yet due to pressure from above, he had been compelled to release him. With Shuzi's suicide, he naturally found it a gratifying turn of events. However, the officer respectfully added, "I must ask Dr. Su to accompany me back to the magistrate's office to record a statement." The final judgment rests with the magistrate. It became clear that the ultimate decision would be made by the county magistrate. "Very well," Su Xian replied with a slight smile, unperturbed. "We will go. We wish to testify for Dr. Su, affirming that he has not committed murder." "Yes, I will go too. I witnessed it with my own eyes and can testify." "Me too. We all want to go. We trust that the magistrate will render a fair judgment." In an instant, over 100 citizens clamored in unison, eager to testify for Su Xian. Known for his benevolence and heroic deeds, yesterday's exploits had earned him the admiration of many. In short, Su Xian was such a commendable person that all the townsfolk willingly offered to testify on his behalf. The leading officer stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, utterly incredulous that he had never witnessed such a scene. In many cases, individuals refrained from coming forward as witnesses due to fear of implicating themselves or causing unnecessary trouble, even when they had witnessed events firsthand. Yet now, with Su Xian's name invoked, the entire street's populace was spontaneously eager to testify for him. The magnetic charm of Su Xian's character was evident. Thus, Su Xian followed the officer to the magistrate's office, trailed by the throng of over 100 citizens. Chapter 45. Wait. Shuzi's sister Su Xian and his entourage made their way to the magistrate's office in a grand procession. The citizens of Linen were taken aback, pausing to observe and murmur amongst themselves. "What is Dr. Su and all those people up to? I heard it involves Shuzi. Shuzi accidentally harmed himself after stealing Dr. Su's sword. And now they are heading to the magistrate's office to record a statement." Good riddance to that rascal Shuzi. With so many witnesses to attest that it was suicide, surely Dr. Su won't face any trouble. Will he? Minnie and Linen began to worry for Su Xian, fearing he might bear responsibility for Shuzi's death. Soon, the officer led Su Xian and his group to the magistrate's office. Due to the overwhelming number of witnesses, the main hall could not accommodate them all, forcing most to wait outside, while only Su Xian and 30 others were allowed inside. In the hall, an elderly magistrate presided over the proceedings. Flanked by a line of constables, including the constable from earlier, that moment, he was drenched in sweat, trembling with anxiety, but oh dear, how did Su Xian get involved in this? And Shuzi is dead. His sister is the magistrate's concubine. What if Su Xian is implicated? How will I explain this to her? The constable was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, his mind racing with worry and feeling utterly powerless. As a mere constable, he had no authority to intervene in the case. Everything hinged on the magistrate's decisions. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Shuzi's sister was the magistrate's concubine, making Shuzi the magistrate's brother-in-law, which posed a risk of the magistrate unfairly punishing Su Xian out of spite. Thus, how could the constable not be worried? Su Xian and the 30 witnesses stood in the center of the hall, with Shuzi's body laid nearby. Covered by a white cloth, that Su Xian remained calm and composed, exuding an air of fearless resolve. He even gestured subtly to the constable, signaling him not to panic. Your Honor. After stealing Dr. Su's sword, Shuzi grew arrogant and carelessly swung the sword, inadvertently striking himself and meeting his demise. The officer reported to the magistrate. The magistrate nodded as he listened, casting a glance at Shuzi's body, which lay covered beside them, his expression betraying no emotion. The magistrate waved his hand, signaling the officer to step back, then turned his gaze to Su Xian and the 30 witnesses, speaking slowly. I have gathered preliminary information regarding this case. Rest assured, I shall administer justice with an impartial hand. Upon hearing this, the constable felt a slight sense of relief. The magistrate appeared to show little concern for Shuzi's fate. The crowd behind Su Xian was equally elated, erupting in exclamations of praise for the magistrate, extolling him as wise and likening him to a parental figure. Indeed, the magistrate paid little heed to the life or death of the ruffian Shu Er. While it was true that Shu Er's sister was the magistrate's concubine, she was merely his secondary wife. In ancient times, concubines were akin to mere accessories. Shu Er's sister had originally been a maid to the magistrate's primary wife, who, due to her pleasing appearance, had been given to the magistrate as part of the marriage dowry. Subsequently, she had employed some cunning strategies to win the magistrate's favor, ascending to the 3rd rank and being referred to as the 3rd madam. The magistrate had never deigned to acknowledge Shu Er, for their social standings were vastly disparate, and Shu Er's character was that of a rogue. The fact that he had married Shu Er's sister as a concubine meant that Shu Er could only claim to be his brother-in-law, a title he had to accept begrudgingly. After all, the magistrate had to maintain a respectable image as a parental figure in Linen. Now that Shu Er was deceased, he held even less value. Furthermore, Shu Er was notorious, and today's incident had begun with his unreasonable attempt to seize Su Xian's sword, leading to his own demise. He had brought this fate upon himself that if the magistrate were to heed public sentiment and deliver a just verdict, it would allow him to extract the last vestiges of value from Shu Er's demise, thereby enhancing his standing among the people of Linen and reinforcing his image as a benevolent official. Those who occupy such positions are invariably shrewd. The magistrate would never jeopardize his reputation for the sake of a deceased ruffian like Shu Er. Thus, he decisively slammed his palm on the table and proclaimed in an authoritative tone, the troublesome Shu Er caused chaos and attempted to rob Su Xian of his sword. And in the ensuing mishap, he inadvertently took his own life, that he reaps what he sows and must bear full responsibility. Just as the magistrate was about to declare Su Xian innocent, he was interrupted. Wait! A young woman, resembling Shu Er, rushed into the hall in a flurry, her heavily made-up face streaked with tears, sobbing like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Shu Er, my dear brother, woe is me! She flung herself on Shu Er's lifeless body, wailing, Your Honor, you must seek justice for Shu Er. He is my dear brother, your brother-in-law. He hadn't even turned 20 this year, and now he has gone. I am but a sister who has failed him. Your Honor, you must uphold his cause. A wave of tension swept through the assembly. The magistrate had been on the verge of declaring Su Xian innocent, but Shu Er's sister had emerged, crying and beseeching him for justice. The magistrate furrowed his brow. He was rather fond of this concubine, often turning a blind eye to her indiscretions. But now, with dozens, even hundreds, of witnesses who had seen Shu Er attempt to seize Su Xian's sword before meeting his end, could he still condemn Su Xian in such glaring circumstances? Su Xian remained composed, casting a calm glance at the young woman. Shu Er attempted to seize my sword, and I had previously cautioned him about its sharpness. Yet he refused to heed my warning, insisting on proving it himself, ultimately inflicting a fatal wound upon himself. The witnesses are plentiful. All can attest to this. Pray, madam, do you wish to hold me accountable? His voice resonated like a bell throughout the hall. The crowd behind him, emboldened by his words, began to speak out in support that I witnessed Shu Er inflict harm upon himself. No one forced him. He brought this fate upon himself for attempting to rob Dr. Su. Let the magistrate discern the truth. A chorus of over 30 voices echoed behind Su Xian, each prepared to testify on his behalf. After all, with Shu Er deceased, the law does not punish the multitude, and their fear had lessened significantly. Silence. The magistrate rapped the table, demanding quiet. Shu Er's sister wore a grim expression, her gaze fixed menacingly on Su Xian. You all claim my brother took his own life by accident, but who is to say you are not colluding to frame Shu Er? Is your word to be taken as gospel? I refuse to believe it. Her words prompted exchanged glances among those present in the hall. Many had not been there at the time. It was only Su Xian and the 30 witnesses behind him who claimed that Shu Er had taken his own life with a sword. The magistrate, Shu Er's sister, and the officials had not seen it firsthand. The notion of a self-inflicted death by sword was inherently implausible, hinting at a certain peculiarity. Thus, could it be, as Shu Er's sister suggested, that Su Xian had conspired with others to murder Shu Er, only to feign that it was a suicide? The faces of Su Xian's 30 supporters darkened, and they could not restrain their rebuttal. Shu Er committed suicide. We have all witnessed it. Indeed, it is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Any person present can confirm. A cold laugh escaped Shu Er's sister. Who does not know of your animosity towards Shu Er? We were not present at the time. How can we know if you conspired to kill my brother? The magistrate's brow furrowed slightly. The case had been straightforward, but Shu Er's sister had muddied the waters. At that moment, Su Xian smiled faintly and posed a thought-provoking question. May I ask, madam, how can you be so certain that we all harbor resentment against Shu Er? Chapter 46. Su Xian's words were pearls of wisdom. Leaving his opponent speechless, Shu Er's sister blurted out, of course, but her words faltered as she realized she could not voice them. She was acutely aware of Shu Er's notorious behavior, which had earned him the ire of countless individuals. Yet, this was a courtroom. If she were to openly acknowledge that Shu Er's misdeeds had offended everyone, it would be tantamount to admitting his wrongdoing and would serve to slap her own face as well as that of the magistrate. Her brother-in-law, speak. Why have you fallen silent? Su Xian regarded her with an enigmatic smile, and her face flushed, yet she could utter not a single word. Su Xian chuckled softly. Allow me to articulate it for you. Shu Er, emboldened by your status as the magistrate's wife, has been brazenly tyrannical, extorting and bullying the populace, inciting widespread grievances, yet the people dared not voice their anger for fear of you. Upon hearing Su Xian's assertion, Shu Er's sister immediately panicked, hastily defending, No, it is not like that. Shu Er merely liked to take advantage of small opportunities. Merely taking advantage. Su Xian scoffed again. Today, your brother Shu Er brazenly seized an entire basket of pears from an elderly woman, publicly assaulted a melon vendor, and forcibly purchased a cow for a mere 2 taels of silver, culminating in his outrageous attempt to snatch my sword. Your brother's transgressions are innumerable. Thus, you are fully aware of his misdeeds, yet have allowed him to act with impunity. As his sister, you bear significant responsibility. Su Xian's voice rang out powerfully, each word resounding throughout the hall. Shu Er's sister turned pale, drained of color. No, it is not like this, Your Honor. It is not. She hastily bowed her head in supplication to the magistrate. The magistrate's countenance darkened further, and he was cognizant of some of Shu Er's misdeeds. Yet due to his affection for the ruffian's sister, he had often overlooked them. However, Su Xian's public revelations now put him in a difficult position. After all, Shu Er was his brother-in-law, and his sister was merely a concubine who had indulged her brother's misdeeds. The populace was well aware of Shu Er's wrongdoings, and with Su Xian exposing the truth, the magistrate found himself unable to retaliate against him. Instead, he could only vent his frustration toward his concubine. The magistrate immediately scolded, "You wretched woman! What other misdeeds have you concealed from me? Your brother Shu Er has oppressed the common folk. This is a disgrace to my office." The magistrate, being astute, feigned ignorance, claiming to have been deceived by his close companion, hence allowing Shu Er's tyranny to continue unchecked. "Your Honor, please, do not be angry. It is all my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." The concubine kowtowed, slapping herself several times in a display of remorse. The magistrate's demeanor softened slightly. Seeing this, the concubine began to weep. "Your Honor, even if Shu Er has committed many wrongs, he should not have been murdered in collusion. He is so pitiable. Your Honor, you must seek justice for him, lest he rest in unrest." Shu Er's sister and Shu Er were of a similar ilk, adept at creating chaos, and she was now accusing others of colluding to murder Shu Er. That it must be Su Xian. It must be Su Xian who killed Shu Er, for he harbored resentment over the stolen sword. And thus he murdered him, while those around him, who share grievances with Shu Er, have hidden the truth for him. "You are the one who killed my brother, despite having no evidence." Shu Er's sister insisted vehemently that Su Xian had taken her brother's life. The 30-odd supporters behind Su Xian, along with everyone present at the scene, could attest to the fact that Su Xian had not laid a hand on Shu Er. That Su Xian remained calm and unruffled. "Madam, your words alone do not suffice." Seeing Su Xian's smiling visage only fueled her ire, and she retorted, "Your words hold no weight either." The case seemed to have reached an impasse, with neither side's claims being entirely credible. Yet Su Xian had a trump card that he surveyed the room and spoke calmly. "Since you do not believe that Shu Er took his own life, nor do you trust the statements of those present, surely you will accept the findings of the coroner." Yes. At this, the crowd was struck with realization. The office indeed had a coroner, a medical examiner capable of determining whether the deceased had died by suicide or foul play by examining the position, direction, and severity of the wounds. Objective facts are often the most persuasive evidence. Very well, I do not believe that a perfectly healthy individual would play with a sword and end up taking their own life. Sister Shu Er gritted her teeth. Her gaze fierce at Su Xian, however, maintained a smile, exuding an air of indifference. "Summon the coroner." The magistrate ordered the coroner to enter and conduct an autopsy. That a coroner clad in white entered, carrying a toolbox, and began his examination of the scene. That a quarter of an hour later, the coroner reported, "My lord, the wounds on Sister Shu Er's body were indeed self-inflicted. It can only be deemed as suicide." In an instant, Sister Shu Er's complexion turned ashen. Even the coroner had declared it a suicide. How could this be possible? Dozens, if not hundreds, had witnessed Sister Shu Er's accidental injury while wielding a sword. And now even the officials had concluded that it was a suicide. Despite the myriad of doubts swirling within her, she could not deny the objective truth. With the confirmation of suicide, matters became simpler. "Wait, my lord, please hold on." Sister Shu Er was not yet resigned to her fate, determined to stir up trouble. "Even if it was a suicide, it was done with your sword. That Su Xian, do you bear no responsibility?" She screamed in a hysterical frenzy, intent on making Su Xian shoulder the blame. Could all this truly be laid at the feet of Dr. Su? Such accusations were utterly unreasonable. She had seized Su Xian's sword and accidentally met her demise. Could she blame him for that? Had Dr. Su compelled her to steal the sword? Many in the crowd could no longer bear to witness this spectacle, and even the constables flanking the room shook their heads in disapproval. Su Xian remained composed, turning his gaze towards Sister Shu Er, his voice resonating with authority. "How absurd! Does the lady truly believe that a thief, who breaks into a home and inadvertently breaks a leg, should blame the homeowner for having a wall too high and demand compensation? Or that a thief, who climbs a tree to steal fruit and falls to his death, should hold the owner of the tree accountable? If a robber seizes a sword and, in a misstep, injures himself while using it, should he also have a case?" Su Xian's example struck a chord with the onlookers. That Dr. Su speaks the truth. If a thief breaks his leg while attempting to steal from me, am I to be held liable? I sell buns. If someone steals my buns and chokes to death, can that be blamed on me? Those who engage in wrongdoing ultimately face their own demise. Sister Shu'er has met her just deserts. The crowd rallied behind Su Xian, unanimously agreeing that Sister Shu'er deserved her fate. Rendered speechless by Su Xian's retorts, Sister Shu'er could find no counterargument. Thus, the case was left without doubt. The magistrate slammed his palm down on the bench, declaring that Sister Shu'er had indeed brought about her own downfall, and that Dr. Su was innocent. With that, the magistrate put an end to the proceedings. This case had not been complex, merely complicated by Sister Shu'er's obstinacy. Moreover, no one could provide a single reason to incriminate Su Xian. It was clear that Su Xian was innocent. My lord! My lord! Sister Shu'er was suddenly agitated, even throwing herself on the ground in a fit of desperation, obstructing the court. The magistrate was thoroughly vexed. His mistress had brought him considerable embarrassment today. First, her misdeeds were laid bare by Su Xian, and second, her incessant and unreasonable behavior had made them the laughingstock of the assembly. The magistrate simply wished to conclude the matter swiftly. "Remove her from my sight, my lord, my lord." Regardless of Sister Shu'er's protests, she was forcibly escorted away by 2 constables. The magistrate turned his attention back to Su Xian and the others. Though the case had been clarified, he requested that Dr. Su and the witnesses affix their signatures to the record. Each case is documented, and while this matter was settled, it still required the parties involved and witnesses to provide their marks as verification. Su Xian glanced at the so-called record, deemed it accurate, and placed his handprint upon it. The 30 or so witnesses who had come forward to support him also took turns pressing their marks onto the record. Even those who had been waiting outside the magistrate's office hurried inside to sign their names, that in the end, everyone present was left astonished. The record was filled with over 100 handprints, a phenomenon previously unseen. Such a record, brimming with handprints, was unprecedented. With that, the case came to a close that Su Xian was acquitted, finally able to release the tension that had gripped his heart. Aside from Sister Shu'er, all were filled with joy. Su Xian expressed his gratitude to all who had come to testify on his behalf. As he stepped out of the magistrate's office, he was soon hailed by a voice. "Dr. Su, please wait." An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow and bearing a basket upon her back, called out to him that it was the same woman who had been selling pears on the street earlier. In truth, besides this old woman, many others had gathered at the magistrate's door, anxiously awaiting news of Su Xian. Fortunately, with his acquittal, everyone was elated. "Granny, what brings you here?" Su Xian turned, curious as to why the old woman had called him. The elderly woman approached with a kind smile, gently setting down her basket. "It is a stroke of fortune for us in Linen to have Dr. Su among us. These pears, harvested from my family's trees over the decades, are sweet and juicy. I humbly ask you to accept them." With a smile, the old woman selected the largest pears from her basket and presented them to Su Xian, regardless of the circumstances. Today he had rid her of a great burden, aiding both her and many others in Linen. Thus, she had lingered at the magistrate's door for some time, wishing to express her gratitude with pears. "Please, Dr. Su, do not refuse this humble offering. It is but a token of my appreciation," the old woman insisted, wrapping the pears in a cloth bag and pressing them into Su Xian's hands. Su Xian smiled, replying, "I shall not be polite. Thank you, Granny Dada. There's no need for thanks. It is we who should be grateful to you, Doctor." The old woman chuckled, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Su Xian discreetly slipped 2 taels of silver into her basket. Aside from the old woman, many others also approached to express their gratitude towards Su Xian, offering him gifts. "Dr. Su, these watermelons are from my own garden, and they are incredibly sweet. Allow me to present you with the largest 2. The farmer, whom Su Xian had revived earlier, handed him 2 hefty watermelons, their combined weight likely over 30 pounds. "Here are some sour and sweet hawthorn berries, Doctor. I shall help you gather a bit." A cheerful hawthorn vendor filled a bag with a generous amount of berries. Indeed, a considerable quantity. 2 freshly caught Westlake perch. "Please accept them, Dr. Su." A fisherman grinned as he handed over the fish. "Home-brewed tofu, Doctor. Here are 2 pounds for you, free of charge." Though everyone had witnessed Sister Shu'er's demise as a result of her own actions, Su Xian's contributions were undeniable. He had boldly recounted her transgressions in the courtroom, articulating the truth with unassailable logic, rendering Sister Shu'er speechless. Many in the crowd, especially those who had previously suffered under Sister Shu'er's tyranny, were immensely grateful to Su Xian. Consequently, Su Xian found himself laden with gifts, a bag of pears, a large sack of hawthorn berries, and 2 sizable watermelons that he chuckled lightly, noting the substantial amount of food he had received. Afterward, Su Xian purchased a large basket to carry his newfound bounty that I cannot consume all of this alone. I shall take some to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, that he thought of the 2 girls, realizing he could not possibly finish such a bounty of fruit, which was best enjoyed fresh. Thus, he made his way to their residence. Having casually inquired about their address when they visited him the day before, he was well aware of their location that a quarter of an hour later, Su Xian paused before a modest courtyard. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Miss Xiao Bai, Miss Xiao Qing, are you home?" As soon as he spoke, the door swung open as if someone had been waiting behind it. "He, what brings young Master Su to visit us?" Xiao Qing peered out, her eyes sparkling with mischief and delight. "That I happened to pass by, and thought I would stop by to see you and bring some goodies." Su Xian smiled, gesturing toward the 2 fish in his hands and the large basket filled with treats on his back. Upon seeing the offerings, Xiao Qing's eyes lit up like a child's. Her excitement palpable. "Wow, so many delicious things, sister. Young Master Su says he missed you and brought a lot of goodies." She jubilantly waved her hand, calling out to the courtyard. That Su Xian's lips twitched slightly. Had he actually said that? Well, it was close enough that a gentle breeze blew by just then, and Xiao Bai appeared in the courtyard. Dressed in a flowing white satin gown, her skirt swayed gracefully in the wind, reminiscent of rippling water, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Her dark hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, clear and bright. She gazed warmly at Su Xian, her smile soft and inviting. "Young Master Su, please forgive my inadequate welcome." That Su Xian found himself momentarily entranced by the enchanting figure before him. Xiao Bai was simply breathtaking. Noticing Su Xian's dazed expression, Xiao Bai covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "The wind is strong outside. Please come in and chat." The sun shone warmly, and there was no wind to speak of. "Your sister is calling you. Why are you still standing there?" Xiao Qing directly pushed Su Xian along with the basket behind him, guiding him into the courtyard, and then she locked the door securely. The courtyard was modest in size, accommodating Su Xian, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qing. "That it is a rare occasion for young Master Su to visit us today," Xiao Qing remarked with a gentle smile, her voice imbued with tenderness. That Su Xian set down the basket he carried and produced a magnificent golden pear, offering it to Xiao Bai with a radiant grin. "Today, while practicing medicine, others gifted me some fruits that I could not consume them all alone, so I brought some for Miss Xiao Bai and Miss Xiao Qing." Xiao Bai beamed as she accepted the golden pear with her delicate hands, which seemed almost dwarfed by the fruit's size. Xiao Qing then teased, "These gifts did not come from healing the sick. They were given to you as thanks for vanquishing the monstrous creature." Su Xian chuckled helplessly. "Did you know about that, Miss Xiao Qing?" With her arms crossed, Xiao Qing wore a proud expression. "Of course. You are now a great hero who has vanquished 2 monstrous beasts. And who in Linen City is unaware of your deeds? A great hero indeed." The demise of the rat, too, had become common knowledge throughout the city, and both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were well aware of it. Many citizens witnessed the creature's demise as a suicide. However, since it was ultimately due to Su Xian's sword, a portion of the populace humorously referred to him as the one who had slain 2 monsters in just 2 days. Moreover, unlike the other citizens, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing could easily deduce that Rat 2 had been killed by Su Xian. They had quietly visited the magistrate's office earlier, contemplating intervening if Su Xian faced punishment. Fortunately, such an event did not transpire. Xiao Qing seized one of the golden pears and took a hefty bite. "Wow. The pear's juice is sweet and refreshing," she said, her face alight with satisfaction. She continued to munch voraciously, finishing one pear and immediately craving another. "Young Master Su, I would like another." Xiao Qing smacked her lips, insatiable, extending her hand towards Su Xian. With a slight smile, he picked up another pear and playfully dropped it into her palm. "Here you go, you little glutton." "Thank you, young Master Su." "Ha, this pear is truly sweet." Earlier, the old woman had gifted Su Xian a total of 4 golden pears. Xiao Bai consumed 1. Xiao Qing devoured 2, leaving him with 1. That the pears were indeed sweet, and Xiao Qing's manner of eating was quite unrestrained. She swiftly finished the second one, still longing for more. In contrast, Xiao Bai was far more demure. She cradled the pear with both hands, taking delicate bites. "That is so sweet," she thought, as the golden pear delighted her palate and warmed her heart. She smiled sweetly, her face radiating happiness. "Miss Xiao Bai, do not move." "Allow me to assist you," Su Xian said, noticing her blissful expression. Xiao Bai, holding the pear, felt both sweetness and warmth. She gazed at Su Xian's handsome profile, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection. That Su Xian was indeed strikingly handsome, with an elegant demeanor, and at that moment, he wore a warm smile that rivaled the gentlest spring breeze. Xiao Bai found herself entranced, her gaze unwavering. Lost in thought, that Su Xian, noticing her intense gaze, turned to her with a brilliant smile that radiated a perfect warmth. "Miss Xiao Bai, you are truly beautiful." Xiao Bai was startled back to reality, her cheeks, akin to finely polished jade, flushed with a rosy hue. "Thank you for your kind words, young Master Su. You possess eyes like bright stars and a face as exquisite as a crowned jade. Remarkably handsome yourself." They exchanged smiles, seemingly in sync with one another. This sight brought amusement to Xiaoqing, who teased, "He indeed. My sister is so lovely. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry her in the future." Xiaoqing looked at Su Xian with a playful smile. "What do you think, young Master Su?" Su Xian nodded graciously. "Indeed, it is true. Miss Xiao Bai is beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. Whoever marries her will undoubtedly be fortunate." Pleased by his words, Xiaoqing continued to praise Su Xian. "But young Master Su, you two are remarkably handsome and kind-hearted that I wonder how many young ladies have been captivated by you." At that moment, it was difficult to discern whether Xiaoqing's remarks were genuine flattery or playful banter. But Su Xian smiled faintly, not taking offense, well aware of Xiaoqing's mischievous nature. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 large watermelons from the basket. These watermelons had been specially selected for Su Xian by the farmer, fresh and of superior quality. "Miss Xiao Bai, Miss Xiaoqing, these watermelons are excellent. Let us indulge. Watermelon, I adore it." Xiaoqing's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. The 2 large pears she had just consumed seemed insufficient to satisfy her appetite, her gluttonous nature fully awakened. Xiao Bai, smiling, rose to fetch a fruit knife from the kitchen. Su Xian accepted the knife and gently sliced into the center of one of the watermelons. The blade glided through the vibrant green rind, producing a soft, muffled sound before a crisp snap echoed as the watermelon was neatly halved. The succulent red flesh was instantly revealed, glistening and inviting, filling the air with a sweet aroma. "Indeed, this is a fine watermelon." Su Xian cut the half into several slices and cheerfully offered one to Xiao Bai. "Miss Xiao Bai, here, please enjoy the watermelon." Though Xiao Bai had yet to finish her pear, Su Xian presented her with a slice of watermelon. She eagerly accepted it. "Thank you, young Master Su." Holding the slice in her hand, she took delicate bites, savoring the sweet, refreshing flesh that delighted her senses. Xiao Bai felt content, warmth blooming within her, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she thought, "Su Xian's watermelon is indeed sweet." Meanwhile, Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Su Xian. "Young master, you are biased. You always serve my sister first." Su Xian laughed heartily, offering a slice of watermelon to Xiaoqing as well. "Here you go." Miss Xiaoqing did no, "Thank you." Xiaoqing feigned disdain, then swiftly grabbed the uncut half of the watermelon and dove into it. That Su Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at her unorthodox way of eating watermelon. "Ah, delicious, so sweet." Xiaoqing buried her face in the watermelon, devouring it eagerly, her cheeks smeared with juice and pulp, but she paid no heed, utterly content. In contrast, Xiao Bai was far more measured in her consumption, taking her time with the slice Su Xian had given her. Having only eaten a third of it, that Su Xian suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiao Bai, who was engrossed in her watermelon. "Young Master Su, is there something wrong?" Xiao Bai inquired, lifting her head slightly, puzzled. "Miss Xiao Bai, please do not move," Su Xian said earnestly, focusing on her lovely cheeks, reaching out as if to gently touch her. "Ah." Xiao Bai was momentarily startled, unsure of Su Xian's intentions, yet she obediently remained still. Could it be? Her thoughts began to wander, and she felt a blush creeping on her cheeks. That Su Xian gently brushed his fingers against the corner of Xiao Bai's mouth, meticulously wiping away a watermelon seed. "There, the seed is gone." He smiled warmly, radiating a comforting aura. Xiao Bai's realization dawned upon her. She had accidentally gotten a seed on her face while eating, and Su Xian had kindly assisted her. Su Xian is so gentle, so considerate, she thought, her heart swelling with sweetness that surpassed even the delightful fruits she had just consumed. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes shyly blinking, repeating the sentiments in her heart. Young Master Su, you truly are so gentle and considerate. Thank you, Su Xian chuckled. Miss Xiaobai, you are too kind to at that moment. Xiao Qing emerged from her watermelon feast, her face smeared with pulp and seeds. An amusing sight. Young Master Su, I have some on my face too. Why do you only help my sister and not me? You are biased. Su Xian raised his hands in mock surrender, appearing somewhat helpless. It is not that I do not wish to help you, Miss Xiao Qing, but your way of eating watermelon is rather extraordinary. I might not be able to assist, that I suggest you wash your face instead. Wiping will not resolve the issue. Seeing Xiao Qing's state, Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle, gently advising, Xiao Qing, you should listen to young Master Su and wash your face. Otherwise, you'll look like a big spotted cat. Ha! Xiaobai's laughter was sweet and endearing. Xiao Qing paused, realizing that while she had been engrossed in her watermelon, she had indeed neglected her appearance, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being the subject of their jokes. She quickly dashed to the well in the courtyard, lifting the cover to catch a glimpse of her reflection. Indeed, I look a mess, like a big spotted cat, she thought, resolving to avoid such a messy eating style in the future. Xiao Qing quickly dipped a ladle into the well and splashed water on her face. Ta-da! I feel so refreshed now. After washing her face, Xiao Qing returned, her demeanor radiating confidence. Now my face is clean. I washed it myself, she declared triumphantly. In truth, I am not bad-looking. Who would dare to mock me as just a big spotted cat? I would be furious. Xiao Qing hummed softly, her large eyes glancing at Su Xian. A hint of pride gracing her expression. Xiaobai smiled gently, saying, Of course my sister is beautiful. Su Xian chuckled in agreement, remarking that Miss Xiao Qing was indeed a remarkable figure among women. He then pointed to the half-eaten watermelon that Xiao Qing had just been nibbling on. Miss Xiao Qing, do you wish to continue eating your watermelon? Of course I want to eat it, replied the food-loving Xiao Qing, unable to forget the sweet and delicious fruit. However, a dilemma arose. Having just washed her face, would she really bite into the watermelon again only to wash her face once more afterward? As Xiao Qing hesitated, Su Xian offered a suggestion. Perhaps you could fetch a spoon. A spoon. Both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were taken aback. Despite their centuries of cultivation, their experiences in the mortal realm were limited, leaving them somewhat ignorant of certain common knowledge. Xiao Qing retrieved a spoon from the kitchen and handed it to Su Xian. Here, a spoon. What use is a spoon? Su Xian laughed helplessly. Miss Xiao Qing, why are you giving me a spoon? The spoon is for you to eat the watermelon. Xiao Qing was momentarily stunned, while Xiao Bai instantly understood. She took the spoon from Xiao Qing's hand and placed it into the half of the watermelon that Xiao Qing had left. Like this, use the spoon to scoop out the watermelon flesh, and you won't get your face dirty. Xiao Qing quickly grasped the idea, bursting into laughter, exclaiming, Ha, my sister is so clever. She cradled the half watermelon and began to scoop out the flesh with the spoon, enjoying it immensely. This method of eating was indeed far superior to biting directly into it. It kept her face clean, and the spoonfuls of watermelon were larger and more satisfying. It is truly Su Gongzi's brilliance that reminded me of this, Xiao Bai remarked with a light laugh. Ha! Su Gongzi's mind is truly impressive. He even thought of using a spoon to eat watermelon. Xiao Qing sincerely praised Su Xian's cleverness, marveling at his ingenuity in using a spoon for such a task. Is that even worthy of praise? It's such common knowledge that Su Xian covered his forehead, bemused and in the small courtyard. The three of them were all smiles and laughter. Chapter 49. Sword control has its merits, particularly for chopping wood before long. A 10-kilogram watermelon was swiftly divided among the trio, with Xiao Qing consuming the vast majority. There was still one watermelon left for later, after wiping her mouth. Xiao Qing noticed the sword Su Xian had set aside. Curiosity piqued. She picked it up and examined it closely, nodding as she said, Su Gongzi, this sword is impressive. It is quite sharp. I like it. It was forged by old Li at the blacksmith shop. It is indeed extraordinary. Can you give it to me? Su Xian shook his head, refusing. How stingy, Xiao Qing pouted. Suddenly, she recalled Su Xian's sword control technique demonstrated yesterday. Her eyes lighting up. She and Xiao Bai had witnessed Su Xian raise his hand, and the large knife in his grasp flew into his hand. This was undoubtedly sword control, wielding the sword with a wave. 1,000 blades unleashed, vanquishing foes in an instant. So cool. Su Gongzi, you can perform sword control, right? Teach me. Xiao Qing was captivated by the idea of sword control and eagerly sought Su Xian's guidance. Xiao Bai looked on with curiosity as well. They had both been astonished when they had seen Su Xian wielding the sword. They were keen to know where Su Xian had learned such lightning techniques and sword control. Su Xian chuckled, saying, "It is true that I can wield a sword, but what I have grasped is merely a superficial understanding, hardly worth teaching." His humility was evident. The sword control techniques he had comprehended were formidable. Far from being mere trifles, that Su Gongzi, please teach me just a little, won't you? As a delicate woman, it would be perfect for self-defense. Xiao Qing pleaded, shaking Su Xian's arm like a child seeking favor. "I cannot teach you." Su Xian reiterated his refusal, adding that fighting held little interest for him. The skills he had comprehended through his extraordinary insight could only be understood and cultivated by him alone. They could not be imparted to others. "That you're deceiving me. You say fighting is uninteresting, yet you still learned lightning techniques and sword control," Xiao Qing accused, visibly annoyed. That Su Xian appeared indifferent, replying, "Miss Xiao Qing, I have already stated that my sword control was an accidental realization. I truly cannot teach it." Xiao Bai's expression shifted. That Su Xian had claimed that his lightning techniques and sword control were self-taught. If that were true, his insight was indeed astonishing. Xiao Qing, still miffed that Su Xian refused to teach her sword control, retorted, "I don't believe you. Sword control is so cool. I want to learn it." Su Xian shook his head in resignation. "Sword control really isn't that great. It's only useful for chopping wood." Suddenly, Su Xian gestured, and the sword Xiao Qing had been holding soared into the air. In disbelief, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing watched as the flying sword darted toward the pile of firewood in the corner of the courtyard, with a flurry of swift and precise strikes. The sword transformed the thick logs and dry wood into uniform, manageable pieces. These wooden strips were far superior to those chopped with an ordinary axe and were perfect for kindling a fire for cooking. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were left speechless. "So you use sword control for chopping wood?" Xiao Qing's eyes widened. She had never imagined that Su Xian would utilize sword control for such a purpose. It seemed an extravagant waste of resources. If Old Lee from the blacksmith shop knew Su Xian was using his sword to chop wood, he would surely be aghast. However, swords are meant to be used, and chopping wood is indeed one of their applications. Yet to execute sword control in such a stylish manner for chopping wood, Xiao Qing appeared even more excited. Xiao Bai paused for a moment, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Su Gongzi, your sword control is truly extraordinary." She could see that Su Xian's demonstration of sword control for chopping wood was intended to convey to Xiao Qing that it wasn't as impressive as she believed. Its practical uses were limited. "Miss Xiao Qing, you have seen for yourself that my sword control is merely—" Su Xian began, but before he could finish, he noticed Xiao Qing's eyes sparkling with excitement. Her face animated. "That Su Gongzi, after watching your sword control for chopping wood, I want to learn even more." Su Xian nearly fainted in disbelief that he had demonstrated sword control to illustrate its lack of merit. Yet it had the opposite effect, making Xiao Qing even more eager to learn. Su Xian could only shake his head in exasperation. Xiao Qing continued to pester Su Xian for a while, insisting on learning sword control. That Su Xian repeatedly refused her. After denying her request over a dozen times, Xiao Qing finally hung her head in defeat. "That if you want to teach me, then so be it. You stingy person," she complained to Su Xian, and Xiao Bai merely smiled. Then, Xiao Qing's gaze fell upon the bamboo basket resting on the ground behind Su Xian. That it was the same basket from which Su Xian had taken the snow pears and watermelon earlier. Xiao Qing approached, rummaging through the basket to see if there was anything else that might pique her interest. To her delight, she discovered a half-basket of bright red hawthorn berries. Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed a few and popped them in her mouth. However, as soon as she bit down, her expression changed to, "Oh, how sour!" Xiao Qing exclaimed, spitting the hawthorn berries out. The sourness was overwhelming, and she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Exclaiming, "Su Gongzi, what kind of fruit is this? Why is it so sour?" Xiao Qing did not recognize the hawthorn. Su Xian chuckled and explained, "This is hawthorn. It is certainly not as sweet as snow pears or watermelon." Xiao Bai smiled gently, looking at her sister with affectionate eyes. "Do you remember the candied hawthorn you had on the street?" "Candied hawthorn? Xiaoqing paused, her mind racing as she recalled the sugar-coated hawthorn she had bought before. Suddenly realizing hawthorn, so that's what candied hawthorn is made from. Exactly, Su Xian elaborated, hawthorn has a sour taste when eaten raw, but when coated in syrup and allowed to crystallize, it becomes candied hawthorn, which is much more delicious. I see. Xiaoqing nodded in understanding, feeling enlightened that candied hawthorn was made from hawthorn. The thought of the sweet and sour treat made her swallow in anticipation. That's Su Gongzi. Can you make candied hawthorn? Xiaoqing looked up at Su Xian with eager eyes, clearly craving the sweet treat. Xiaoqing, Su Gongzi may have other matters to attend to. You shouldn't trouble him all the time, Xiao Bai gently chided. Patting Xiaoqing's head, that Su Xian smiled slightly, saying, it's no trouble. I have no other plans today, and coincidentally, I can make candied hawthorn as well. Life is long, filled with joy and sorrow. Rare moments of happiness should be savored slowly. There is no rush in cultivation. Wow, Su Gongzi, you really know how to make candied hawthorn. How do you know how to do everything? Xiaoqing laughed joyfully. Xiaoqing, in her exuberance, leapt into the air, her face radiating pure joy. Crafting candied hawthorns was not a daunting task, especially with Su Xian's extraordinary talent, making it an effortless endeavor. Thus, Su Xian instructed Xiaoqing to fetch a pot, a bag of sugar, a bucket of water, and the firewood he had just hewn with his flying sword. Subsequently, Bai Xiao and Xiaoqing washed the hawthorn berries, removed the seeds, and skewered them on bamboo sticks. Meanwhile, Su Xian tended to the fire, boiling water and dissolving sugar. With a gentle flame, he patiently stirred the mixture, ensuring the sugar melted evenly. As the temperature rose, small bubbles began to emerge, and when the syrup thickened to a light golden hue, he extinguished the flame, leaving just a smoldering ember at the pot's base to maintain warmth. Su Xian swiftly dipped a skewer of hawthorn into the syrup, rotating it to coat the berries uniformly in a sugary glaze. Then placed the finished candied hawthorn on a prepared board to cool. In the end, he had crafted over 30 skewers, each encased in a crystalline sugar shell, concealing the vibrant and tempting hawthorn within. The treats gleamed enticingly, a delightful balance of sweet and sour. Half of the candied hawthorns were sprinkled with white sesame seeds, adding a fragrant touch. Xiaoqing could hardly contain her excitement, grabbing 2 skewers and taking large bites. Wow, the candied hawthorn is sweet, yet carries a hint of sourness. Perfectly delightful. It's even better than what is sold on the streets, she exclaimed, her praises flowing freely. Bai Xiao, you must try some too. Su Xian chuckled, offering Bai Xiao a skewer adorned with sesame seeds, its aroma wafting enticingly. Bai Xiao accepted the treat, delicately biting into a berry, and indeed, it was a delightful blend of sweet and sour. Her smile was captivating as she sincerely praised, Su Gongzi, your skills are truly remarkable. Haha, as long as Bai Xiao doesn't mind, Su Xian replied, savoring a skewer alongside Xiaoqing and Bai Xiao. Relishing this wonderful moment, as dusk approached, Su Xian prepared to leave. Xiaoqing and Bai Xiao reluctantly escorted him to the door, waving goodbye. Farewell, Su Gongzi, do visit us often. Su Xian, with his sword slung over his back, walked away as the setting sun cast a long shadow of him, but he did not turn back, merely raising a hand in farewell. Bai Xiao watched him depart until he vanished from sight. Sister, stop staring. Your husband has gone far away. Xiaoqing teased, playfully waving her hand in front of Bai Xiao's face. Bai Xiao smiled gently, her gaze still fixed on Su Xian's retreating figure, suddenly asking, Xiaoqing, what do you think of him? Su Xian. Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then enthusiastically nodded as if pecking at grains. That he is undoubtedly wonderful. Not only is he handsome, but his character is impeccable. And he always brings us delightful treats. Those snow pears and watermelons were simply sweet, and he can even make candied hawthorn, over 30 skewers. That's enough for me to enjoy for several days. Ha ha, sister, your husband is truly amazing. After spending a few days together, Xiaoqing was thoroughly impressed by Su Xian's character and abilities. She could hardly find any fault with him. When Bai Xiao asked for her opinion, she immediately gave a thumbs up and a glowing 5-star rating. Xiaoqing completely forgot how she had initially opposed Bai Xiao descending the mountain to find Su Xian. Now, after a few days in his company, she couldn't help but sing his praises, even referring to him as her brother-in-law. Bai Xiao playfully pressed her finger to Xiaoqing's forehead, gently chiding, I have yet to marry a Xian, and you're already calling him brother-in-law. Be careful he hears you. It would be so embarrassing. Anyway, he is far away now, so he definitely can't hear, Xiaoqing teased mischievously. Besides, it's only a matter of time before he becomes my sister's husband. Perhaps he is already planning to marry my sister soon. You little rascal. Bai Zhao's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart secretly anticipating the day Su Xian would come to claim her. Xiaoqing, Bai Zhao softly began. What is it, sister? What do you think of his talent? Xiaoqing pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. His talent is truly astonishing. She rated Su Xian's aptitude incredibly high, deeming it remarkable. Bai Zhao nodded in agreement. A smile dancing in her eyes, that I in this lifetime. Xian's talent is unparalleled. Earlier, Su Xian had mentioned that both his lightning technique and sword control were self-taught. Bai Zhao, having practiced for over 1,000 years, had never encountered anyone so young yet possessing mastery over such formidable techniques. Without a teacher, family heirlooms, or fortuitous encounters, though he had a golden finger, he had independently comprehended divine medical skills. Powerful lightning techniques and sword controlled Tio calls Su Xian a once-in-a-lifetime genius would not be an exaggeration. Of course, this was a good thing. The more extraordinary and powerful Su Xian became, the happier Bai Zhao felt. Perhaps one day he could truly protect them. A smile flickered in Bai Zhao's beautiful eyes. Seeing her sister's expression, Xiaoqing couldn't help but pout. His talent is indeed impressive, but he refuses to teach me sword control. How stingy. Chapter 50. The origin of the apron. It doesn't matter, as long as he's a good person. That evening, Su Xian returned home, reflecting on the day's events that he had acquired a fine sword at the blacksmith's shop. Suitable for practicing his sword control technique, possessing remarkable lethality, and he had also dealt with the troublesome Rat Heir, and in the courthouse had eloquently silenced Sister Rat Heir. The county magistrate's third wife would likely not let this go easily. Su Xian recalled Sister Rat Heir's seething glare directed at him in the courtroom, convinced she would not rest until she sought vengeance. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned that he would confront any challenges that arose. If necessary, he could continue being the good guy and send Sister Rat Heir down to reunite with her brother. What truly concerned Su Xian was Fa Hai. In the original tale, Fa Hai was the greatest antagonist obstructing Su Xian and Bai Zhao's union. Fa Hai possessed immense power and an unyielding character, determined to exterminate all demons, reveling in the destruction of others' happiness. Presently, Fa Hai was likely still at Jinshan Temple, but there was no telling when he might descend the mountain. Therefore, to rewrite the tragedy, Su Xian needed to cultivate to a level surpassing Fa Hai's, ensuring he could protect Bai Zhao and Xiaoqing. That Su Xian had previously deduced that Bai Zhao's cultivation was approximately mid-stage in the profound realm, while Xiaoqing was slightly weaker, having recently reached the early stage of the profound realm after consuming the nourishing elixir Su Xian had concocted. However, in the original story, even when Bai Zhao and Xiaoqing joined forces, they could not defeat Fa Hai, indicating that he had already entered the celestial phenomenon realm, wielding formidable power. Even with Su Xian mastering techniques, such as the Dragon Elephant 13 Fists, 5 Thunder techniques, sword control, and the Eye of Breaking Illusions, he would need to surpass the profound realm to contend with Fa Hai. Ideally, attaining the celestial phenomenon and earthly immortal realms would be best. Thus, even though Su Xian was aware of Bai Zhao's feelings and harbored affection for her, he had yet to formally confess and propose marriage, preferring to wait until his cultivation reached a higher level. Rushing could only lead to tragedy. He possessed an extraordinary aptitude, progressing in his training at an astonishing rate. So there was no need to hurry, that he diligently focused on becoming stronger. In his room, Su Xian closed his eyes to meditate and cultivate. 2 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, just as a knock echoed from outside the door. Su Xian, open the door, open the door. It was the voice of Du Do that Su Xian stepped out, passing through the courtyard to open the door. Upon seeing him, Du Do was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears. Su Xian, you're still alive. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your sister? Su Xian steadied Du Do, guiding him into the courtyard to brother-in-law. What happened? Is it because of today's incident? Of course. Du Do recalled the moment after Rat Heir's demise when Su Xian had been interrogated in the courthouse, his legs trembling at the memory. That Rat Heir was a scoundrel, but still. How could you? He was relentlessly pursuing me, and I got hurt while fighting back. That I understand. However, Rat Air was the county magistrate's brother-in-law, the favored sibling of the third wife. Thankfully, the magistrate was fair and declared you innocent. Or else I shudder to think what might have happened. Clearly, Dudo was quite shaken by the day's events concerning Su Xian, that Su Xian merely smiled, that it was indeed fortunate that the magistrate had ruled justly. Otherwise, more lives might have been lost, and Su Xian had no qualms about eliminating a few more. And one more thing, Su Xian, I must warn you that Dudo steadied himself, leaning closer to Su Xian's ear to whisper. The third wife dotes on her brother. Previously, Rat Air's tyrannical behavior was often condoned by her. Even when Rat Air created trouble, she would smooth things over. Now that Rat Air is dead, though not at your hands, the situation arose because of you. She may harbor resentment against you. For the next few days, it would be best if you refrain from going out. Wait until some time passes when the third wife has mourned and forgotten this incident. Perhaps then she will let go of her grudge. Being someone involved in the courthouse, Dudo, who also held the position of constable, had heard much about the third wife's temperament and was cautioning Su Xian against going out to avoid potential retaliation and any unfortunate events. Brother-in-law, I understand that Su Xian smiled lightly, appearing rather unconcerned that in truth, he did not need the reminder from the belly band. He had already surmised that Sister Mouse Air would not relent easily. Had the original Su Xian encountered such a situation, he might have been forced to cower in a corner, trembling with fear. However, he was different now. Should Sister Mouse Air continue to pester him, he would not hesitate to send another on their way. Please do not take my words lightly, the belly band admonished once more. Previously, when dealing with the Great Serpent, he had warned Su Xian to stay indoors, yet Su Xian had disregarded his counsel and followed him out. Though it was ultimately thanks to Su Xian that the Great Serpent was vanquished, this time was different. Sometimes, human hearts are more fearsome than wild beasts. The belly band reiterated his concerns to Su Xian repeatedly. I truly understand. I will refrain from going out for the time being, Su Xian promised. Seeing Su Xian acquiesce several times, the belly band felt a measure of relief, that as long as he remained within the city of Linen. Even if the third lady bore a grudge against Su Xian and sought revenge, she would have to consider the consequences. At the very least, she could not act brazenly in public to be by the way. Su Xian, I forgot to ask you yesterday while I was quite inebriated. The belly band seemed to recall something, lowering his voice. How did you come to know those two young ladies from yesterday? The ones in blue and white, that he winked at Su Xian, Su Xian's brother-in-law. He naturally hoped for Su Xian to encounter a suitable partner soon and settle down. Brother-in-law, you mean the young lady Xiao Bai and the young lady Xiao Qing? I met them recently at the West Lakes corridor, Su Xian replied. What sort of people are they? Where do they come from? The belly band pressed eagerly. Su Xian chuckled. They said they came to Linen seeking refuge from afar. Seeking refuge? Do you believe that? The belly band certainly did not believe that Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were merely refugees. No reasonable person would. How could refugees possess such beauty and grace? Su Xian merely smiled in silence. So, they are of unknown origin then. The belly band stroked his round chin thoughtfully. Su Xian's brother-in-law. He felt it was his duty to scrutinize these matters closely. However, he decided to let it go. After all, he thought Xiao Bai was a lovely person, beautiful and gentle. The question of her origins became trivial. What mattered was her character. Yet, as for that young lady Xiao Qing, the belly band recoiled slightly. Though he seemed to lack a neck, that a sudden instinctive fear washed over him. Su Xian chuckled and added, Young lady Xiao Qing is also quite pleasant. She's just a bit more straightforward. You need not fear her. I'm not afraid of her. The belly band retorted awkwardly, feigning bravado. Then, adopting a more elder-like demeanor, he patted Su Xian on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Su Xian, the young lady Xiao Bai is a good girl. It seems she has some interest in you as well. You are of the age to start a family, so you ought to seize this opportunity. Besides, you're no longer as impoverished as before. You have some savings now and are known as the tiger-slaying hero of Linen that do not worry about being unworthy of her. My brother-in-law is indeed exceptional. In the original tale, Su Xian's family was quite poor, and he and the belly band owed the tavern 300 taels of silver. But now, circumstances had changed. Although the belly band still owed that amount, Su Xian had managed to accumulate some wealth. Over the past time, he had saved several hundred taels of silver through treating the sick, and with the recent 500 taels from the tiger-slaying office, he had more than 1,000 taels in hand. Along with 10 taels of gold from treating Lu Yuany's daughter, Su Xian had long since escaped poverty. With money in hand, a reputation as a tiger slayer, and a handsome appearance, the belly band encouraged Su Xian to be confident. Su Xian nodded with a smile. I understand, brother-in-law. The belly band sighed. Why do you always say that? Su Xian replied gently. What should I say instead? The belly band waved his hand. Forget it, just refrain from going out for a while, and be more cautious in general. If anything arises, call for me immediately. According to the laws of the Song dynasty, even if the third lady harbors resentment against you, she would not dare to act recklessly. And about young Lady Xiaobai, brother-in-law. Enough! I understand, I know, Su Xian interjected, escorting the belly band to the door as he departed. Meanwhile, at the county office, the residence of the county magistrate, Chapter 51. Hire a killer, I want him dead, my lord. The third lady knelt on the ground, tugging at the magistrate's trousers, her face streaked with tears. Why do you not sentence that Su Xian to death? Sister Mouseair is dead, and he is the one who killed her. How can you bear to let your brother-in-law, Mouseair, die so unjustly that Su Xian did not even regard me in the great hall? He is the one who killed Mouseair. Do not let him off, my lord, the third lady lamented, desperately pleading with the magistrate to punish Su Xian. The magistrate, already in a foul mood, found himself further vexed by the third lady's incessant entreaties. His anger flared as he pointed at her, scolding, You unreasonable wretch! How many times must I say it? Your foolish brother Mouseair committed suicide. This morning, hundreds witnessed it firsthand, and even the coroner's examination confirmed it. You made a scene in front of so many people today. Do you not feel embarrassed? You have brought shame upon me and your brother. The magistrate was furious. Today, this incident had caused him considerable loss of face that Su Xian had publicly accused Mouseair of numerous crimes. And other citizens had also stepped forward to testify against him. Everyone knew that Mouseair's misdeeds stemmed from his sister, the third lady, who was married to the magistrate. Ultimately, Mouseair had been emboldened by the magistrate's power to act recklessly. And the magistrate bore an inescapable responsibility. Mouseair had caused the magistrate disgrace, tarnishing his reputation. His death was a relief. My lord, the third lady wept like a wilting flower, appearing pitiful as she pleaded. You sigh. The magistrate's anger subsided somewhat. He looked at his little concubine with some pity and sighed. Regardless, Mouseair is already dead. Try to move on to no. The third lady immediately objected, her eyes filled with hatred. Mouseair died because of Su Xian. My lord, I beg of you. The magistrate waved his sleeve, shaking off the third lady's grasp. He had begun to calm down, but her relentless insistence on punishing Su Xian reignited his frustration. In broad daylight, you wish for me to punish Su Xian. Do you want to drag me into a web of injustice and immorality? Do you think the laws of the Song dynasty are mere decoration? Or do you believe my seat is too secure? Wretch, if you continue to behave this way, I may just dismiss you. The magistrate angrily stormed off, leaving the third lady heartbroken. Every thought of her brother Mouseair's tragic end tore at her heart, while memories of Su Xian filled her with bitter hatred. Fine. She repeated the word twice, her expression suddenly turning resolute and ruthless, that if you will not help me seek justice, then I shall take matters into my own hands. No matter what, I will kill Su Xian and avenge Mouseair. That very night, the third lady quietly slipped out of the magistrate's office that I in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts. The night was dark and windy, with the occasional caw of crows breaking the silence. Here is 10 taels as a deposit. You shall receive another 20 taels upon completion. The third lady tossed a bag forward, which 2 cloaked figures caught deftly. One was tall and robust, while the other was short and wiry. The tall one stood nearly 2 meters tall, built like an ox, while the smaller one was agile, with sharp, hawk-like eyes, clearly a seasoned killer. They opened the bag tossed by the third lady and found it filled with glimmering gold. Rest assured, madam, we will certainly handle this matter. That Su Xian will surely perish, the burly man, eyes gleaming at the sight of money, quickly assured her. The third lady adopted a haughty demeanor, her expression cold. And no matter what, I want him dead. Make sure it's clean, understood? The wiry man chuckled maliciously. Rest easy, madam. Since we have accepted your payment, we will ensure this is done without fail. And no word of your involvement will escape our lips. These two cloaked figures were assassins the third lady had procured through various connections, unbeknownst even to the magistrate. She had hired them with the intent to kill Xian. The third lady nodded. "I believe in you." The two cloaked figures, though veiled, exuded confidence to be why tomorrow night at the hour of the pig, we shall present Xian's head. Having been in this line of work for so long, they had never failed. That night, as the hour grew late and silence enveloped the streets, the occasional bark of a dog echoed through the stillness. The two cloaked figures lay in wait outside Xian's courtyard, seamlessly blending into the darkness, undetectable. "Eagle, shall we infiltrate now and eliminate Xian?" The tall figure made a gesture across his throat, indicating a desire to strike while Xian slept peacefully. The smaller figure, codenamed Eagle, with his keen, sharp eyes that could see, well even in the dark, gazed intently at the room where Xian lay. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately shook his head to know why not. The towering figure clad in black, codenamed Water Buffalo, continued, "Even if that fellow Xian hasn't yet succumbed to slumber, he remains no match for the two of us that we shall simply enter and dispatch him with ease. You imbecile." The hawk muttered under his breath that you genuinely believes Xian to be a mere buffoon. Xian has the capability to battle formidable foes. It is said that someone witnessed him effortlessly lifting a boulder weighing several hundred pounds at the blacksmith shop. He is no ordinary adversary. Should we attempt a direct assassination, it could very well lead to a fierce struggle for survival. Even if he cannot withstand us, what if the commotion draws the attention of nearby neighbors and brings others into the fray? Such a course of action lacks prudence. In our line of work, we must approach our prey with caution, precision, and ruthlessness. One swift strike to ensure a fatal outcome is paramount. The hawk's thoughts were considerably more meticulous than those of Water Buffalo. He was unwilling to take the risk of confronting Xian head-on. "After hearing your words, I must admit, you do have a point," Water Buffalo conceded, nodding in agreement with the hawk's perspective. The Xian they intended to deal with was no ordinary individual. He would not be easily vanquished. Moreover, should they create a disturbance, they risk exposing their identities, leading to disgrace and peril. "What clever strategy do you propose, then, Hawk? How might we eliminate Xian with ease?" The hawk's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. It is unwise to confront him in the city, but should he venture into the mountains, he would be as vulnerable as a lamb. "Indeed. How did I not consider this sooner?" Water Buffalo exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Xian is a physician. He is bound to venture into the mountains in search of herbs. That moment, we shall strike, and his demise will be assured. As long as Xian entered the mountains to gather medicinal plants, they could stealthily follow and ensure a successful assassination. Yet, what if Xian chose not to venture into the mountains tomorrow? Had they not promised Madame San that they would present Xian's head by the hour of the pig tomorrow night? Is it guaranteed that we will bring back the head? Even if Xian does not enter the mountains tomorrow, there will surely come a day when he does. As for Madame San, I shall simply tell her that Xian is cunning and difficult to kill, and perhaps we can negotiate for a higher reward." "Haha, it is indeed your shrewdness that shines through." The two figures quietly disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, within a dwelling, Xian lay upon his bed. Though his eyes remained wide open, a hint of regret shadowed his face. These two mosquitoes were not as foolish as he had initially believed. Xian had long sensed the presence of the two lurking figures outside. Should they truly attempt to infiltrate and assassinate him, it would surely be their demise. Their apparent caution suggested they were seasoned assassins. Well-trained and experienced, it was imprudent to kill within the city. They lacked the confidence for a guaranteed strike and feared that any noise might attract the attention of others. Thus they awaited a more opportune moment to eliminate him. A wry smile played upon Xian's lips as he surmised the intentions of the two would-be assassins. Where would be the most suitable location for a lethal strike? Naturally, it would be in the desolate mountains. The next day, he would venture into the mountains, effortlessly ridding himself of these two nuisances. The following day, Xian strapped on a bamboo box, which contained a sword for self-defense, and set off into the mountains to gather herbs. The two figures in black were indeed filled with elation as they stealthily trailed behind him. Chapter 52. Go down and be a fool. His journey into the mountains today was a fortuitous opportunity. The two black-clad figures followed Xian from a distance of several dozen paces, quietly keeping pace. They had planned to confront Su Xian in the wilderness once he entered the mountains. With Su Xian departing early in the morning with his bamboo box, they were thrilled and immediately set out to find their chance. The two assassins chose not to rush their attack, opting instead to quietly follow Su Xian. The tall figure known as Water Buffalo fixated on the sword hanging from Su Xian's bamboo box, his lips slicked with greed. This sword was the crowning achievement of Old Li at the blacksmith shop, reputedly a gift bestowed upon Su Xian by a hero of great renown. What nonsense! Once I eliminate Su Xian, I shall be the true hero, and the sword will rightfully belong to me. Water Buffalo's gaze burned with anticipation. He could scarcely wait to strike. The smaller figure, the hawk, exhibited far more composure. Let us bide our time and wait for him to venture deeper before we act. Su Xian had only just entered the mountains, still on the outskirts, where it was likely that some villagers or hunters might be lurking nearby. For the sake of prudence, the hawk patiently awaited the opportune moment, planning to strike once Su Xian was ensconced deep within the forest. Fear not. He is already our prey. He cannot escape. In the hawk's eyes, Su Xian was merely a cornered animal, and they were the hunters poised to deliver a lethal blow at the right moment. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, who was entirely focused on foraging for medicinal herbs, he continued to gather an impressive collection in his bamboo box as he ventured deeper into the woods. Gradually, the surrounding vegetation became denser, indicating that he was well into the heart of the forest, far from human habitation. Spotting a palm-sized blood spirit mushroom growing on a decaying tree, Su Xian's face brightened with delight as he approached to collect it. At that precise moment, the two pursuers, having waited patiently, sprang into action. The smaller black-clad figure, the hawk, drew forth a bow and arrow, aiming directly at Su Xian, who was in the act of harvesting the blood spirit mushroom. Despite his diminutive stature, the hawk drew the bowstring taut with the strength of a full moon, ensuring that the arrow would be both swift and powerful upon release. Hailing from a small village in Linen, the hawk had demonstrated remarkable archery talent from a young age, having slain a ferocious wild boar at the tender age of 12, earning the admiration of his fellow villagers as a sharpshooter. However, he later grew weary of the slow rewards of hunting and sought the thrill of becoming an assassin. Over the years, he had accepted numerous contracts, relying on his cautious nature and exceptional archery skills to ensure he never missed his target, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Now, with the bowstring fully drawn, he took aim at Su Xian's head, but Su Xian remained oblivious to the danger lurking behind him, his focus solely on the blood spirit mushroom. In his mind, this shot would undoubtedly spell the end for Su Xian. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed straight for Su Xian's cranium. The arrow's velocity was astonishing. Even if someone could hear its passage, there would be no time to react or evade. That Su Xian was as good as dead in that instant when the hawk released the arrow. He had already presumed Su Xian's fate was sealed. Yet, the next moment, both the hawk and Water Buffalo were taken aback. Thud! The arrow struck true, but instead of piercing Su Xian, it embedded itself in the decayed wood. The hawk had aimed for Su Xian's head, yet the arrow had lodged itself in the very tree. Where was Su Xian? They were horrified to realize that the prey they had been tracking had inexplicably vanished from their sight. Where is he? Wasn't he just harvesting the spirit mushroom? Water Buffalo's eyes widened in shock, and even the keen-eyed hawk wore a face of confusion. They had been vigilantly focused on Su Xian, yet he had seemingly disappeared into thin air. They could not even fathom how he had managed to elude them. Just then, a leisurely voice drifted from beside them. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, they turned to see Su Xian standing mere 5 meters away from them. Their expressions mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. They had followed Su Xian at a distance of 20 to 30 meters. A range ideal for a lethal arrow shot. One moment Su Xian had been ahead of them, and the next he had silently appeared at their side, within arm's reach. How had Su Xian accomplished such a feat? They were utterly bewildered. Water Buffalo scoffed. "You do possess some skill, don't you? You must have sensed our pursuit long ago, feigning the act of gathering herbs to lure us into attacking." Water Buffalo gripped a large cleaver, its blade glinting menacingly, aimed squarely at Su Xian. "But you were a fool to come so close to me." He was as strong as an ox, wielding a formidable weapon, and excelled in close-quarters combat. He paid no mind to how Su Xian had slipped from their sight to stand beside them. It was precisely what he desired, to deliver a single, fatal blow to Su Xian. "May I inquire who sent you?" Su Xian's expression remained calm, his voice unhurried. "Apologies, but that information is classified." Water Buffalo grinned widely, revealing a row of menacing teeth beneath the black cloth, the blade reflecting the savage contours of his face. Akin to a beast poised to devour its prey, the smaller figure, the hawk, kept his gaze fixated on Su Xian, still struggling to comprehend how Su Xian had vanished from his view and reappeared at their side. Despite facing the brutish water buffalo, Su Xian remained unflustered, composed as though he were oblivious to the danger. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear by now. "It is time to send you on your way, that if you must assign blame, let it be for your ill fortune, that go down and be a fool." The water buffalo swung the large knife in his hand towards Su Xian with tremendous force. Capable of cleaving a person in two, that a sinister grin spread across the water buffalo's face as he envisioned the moment Su Xian would be bisected. The completion of the mission assigned by the third madam would grant them 20 taels of gold, along with Su Xian's treasured sword added to their spoils. Fantasies are delightful, yet reality is often cruel. Did I end the next instant? The smile on the water buffalo's face abruptly vanished, replaced by sheer horror. His eyes bulged like eggs, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. The hawk beside him mirrored this shock. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Xian was akin to encountering a ghost. How could this be possible? Both were struck dumb with fear, as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. There stood Su Xian before them, facing the full force of the water buffalo's strike, neither fleeing nor dodging, but instead extending 2 fingers to grip the blade. The water buffalo, nearly 2 meters tall and immensely strong, wielded a knife capable of severing a person in half. Yet Su Xian effortlessly pinned the blade between his 2 fingers. How could they comprehend this? It was utterly incomprehensible. The two were left speechless with terror. Without granting his opponent a moment to react, Su Xian's other hand formed a fist, radiating an overwhelming power that seemed insurmountable. The 10th punch of the dragon elephant 13 fists. His fist sliced through the air, producing a crackling sound akin to a tiger's roar mixed with the force of 10,000 Jun. With a single punch, he struck. Bang! The water buffalo's head exploded like a watermelon. Instantly reduced to dust, he remained oblivious to the reason behind Su Xian's incredible strength, why he could grasp the blade, and how a single punch could shatter his skull. The massive body of the water buffalo, now devoid of a head, slowly toppled down, just as he had earlier told Su Xian to descend and become a fool. Yet clearly, he was the true fool. Chapter 53. Revenge shouldn't wait until morning. A good person sees it through. Su Xian's speed of action was astonishing. The power of the dragon elephant fist was terrifying. And the black-clad assassin known as the water buffalo had no time to react, swiftly becoming a victim beneath the might of Su Xian's fist. As Su Xian withdrew his fist, the violent energy dissipated, and the surrounding air returned to tranquility. The 10th punch of the dragon elephant fist, while formidable, seemed an excessive use of force for this foe. Su Xian murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Having mastered the 10th punch of the dragon elephant fist, his fist now held the strength of 10,000 Jun, capable of annihilating any expert beneath the first-grade realm in a single blow. This was merely the 10th punch. The power of the dragon elephant fist increases exponentially with each punch, but if Su Xian were to reach the ultimate 13th punch, one could only imagine it could obliterate a golden mountain temple. Though these two black-clad individuals possessed some skills, their overall strength likely did not even reach the 3rd grade. Thus, Su Xian's swift defeat of the water buffalo could indeed be seen as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. To perish beneath the might of such a formidable dragon elephant fist was an honor for the black-clad assassin. The water buffalo, that moment. The small-framed black-clad figure, the hawk, stiffly turned to gaze at the headless corpse on the ground. His expression filled with sheer terror as he swallowed hard multiple times. The instant Su Xian unleashed his punch, the hawk instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger, yet he found himself frozen, unable to move as the force emanating from Su Xian's fist rendered him breathless. Only after Su Xian retracted his fist did the weighty sensation akin to a mountain pressing down on him disappear. Run, run now. The hawk was engulfed by an intense, primal fear of Su Xian. He could not bear to remain in that place for another moment, thinking only of escape. as far away as possible. The hawk took off running, yet suddenly, a faint voice drifted from behind him. "Did I permit you to leave?" The hawk came to an abrupt halt, his body frozen in place. That it was not out of compliance with Su Xian's words, but because a flying sword hovered perilously close to his forehead, less than an inch from his brow, that if he dared to move even a fraction forward, the sword would instantly pierce through his skull. He recognized that flying sword. It was the one Su Xian carried on his back. Controlling a sword? How is that possible? The hawk's expression was one of utter disbelief, akin to seeing a specter. Su Xian not only possessed seemingly unmatched strength, but also wielded sword control. The hawk's once proud title of sharpshooter paled in comparison to Su Xian's abilities. "Who sent you?" Su Xian moved with ghostly swiftness, appearing before the hawk in the blink of an eye. The hawk's face turned ashen. Before Su Xian, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to flee. Simultaneously, he was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known Su Xian was this terrifying, he would have refused the job for even 300 or 30,000 taels of gold. Regret was futile. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" The hawk trembled, his words stumbling over themselves. Under normal circumstances, they would adhere to their professional ethics, unwilling to divulge the identity of their employer. Yet now, faced with a life-and-death crisis, he could only hope that revealing the name of the person who hired them would lead Su Xian to show him mercy. Su Xian's expression turned cold as he retorted, "Do you believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? I will tell. I will tell." The hawk was stricken with terror, fearing that a moment's displeasure from Su Xian would result in the sword piercing his brow. "It was the third madam. The county magistrate's third madam paid us 10 taels of gold to kill you. You killed her brother, and she sent us to take your life. That we agreed to meet tonight at the dilapidated temple on the outskirts of Linen after the deed was done." In a desperate bid for survival, the hawk spilled all he knew, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. That Su Xian narrowed his eyes. Just as I suspected, he had long surmised that the third madam was the mastermind behind it all. After all, in Linen, she was the only one with a connection to him. His inquiry of the hawk was merely to obtain a clear and detailed answer to Dr. Su. "We are merely hired hands. Please spare me." The hawk implored, frantically bowing his head in supplication, pleading for Su Xian's mercy. Yet in the next moment, his voice was abruptly silenced as the flying sword descended, severing his head and sending it flying several meters away. Su Xian was willing to show kindness to the virtuous, but he would not be lenient with his enemies. Gazing at the two corpses on the ground, Su Xian raised his right hand. Golden lightning crackling and flickering in no time. The two bodies were reduced to ashes in the remote wilderness. He obliterated all evidence. That Su Xian shouldered his bamboo box once more, turned, and returned to harvest the blood spirit grass from the withered tree he had seen earlier. Western outskirts Temple. Su Xian learned from the hawk's words that they had initially planned to meet the third madam at the dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city at the hour of the pig. 10:12 p.m. With the deaths of the hawk and the water buffalo, reporting back was no longer an option. However, tonight, Su Xian could indeed pay a visit to the third madam, for a good person sees things through. And revenge should not wait until morning. As night fell, the third madam quietly slipped out. Accompanying her was a maidservant, who was tasked with carrying 2 lanterns as they made their way towards the western outskirts of the city. The two walked further and further, soon finding themselves in the outskirts. The night was dark and windy, with an eerie stillness enveloping the forest, the rustling of leaves creating a haunting atmosphere. Before long, a dilapidated temple appeared before the third madam. She paused when she was about 100 meters away from it. "I will go ahead. You must not follow. Otherwise, I will break your legs," without sparing a glance at her maidservant. She picked up a lantern and strode towards the crumbling temple, her face betraying a hint of excitement. The maidservant remained rooted to the spot, though puzzled about why her mistress would come to this temple so late. As a maidservant, she dared not question her in the least. The third madam had instructed her to stay put, and so she did. Creaking, the third madam pushed open the decayed wooden door of the dilapidated temple and stepped inside. The interior was overrun with weeds, littered with stones and rubble, and cobwebs covered the Buddha statues. Who in their right mind would come here at night? Weren't they supposed to bring back the head tonight? Why were those two so slow? Were they attempting to extort more silver? The third madam snored softly. The water buffalo and the hawk she had hired at a high price were exceptional assassins. and she had never expected Su Xian to survive their hands. She speculated that the water buffalo and the hawk had intentionally delayed their return, planning to claim that Su Xian was difficult to kill and that they had exerted great effort, thus demanding additional payment. They won't be able to outsmart me. The third madam scoffed. She had not brought any gold with her tonight, intending to pay them handsomely once she had verified Su Xian's demise. She was also quite astute. Having paid the hawk and the water buffalo a deposit, she meant to settle the remaining amount only after confirming the job was done. After all, she was not short on money. A delay in payment would not be detrimental. Those two ought not to spill the beans. No one knew that Su Xian was the target she had hired to kill, the reason why the third lady employed the eagle and the water buffalo. Aside from their exceptional skills and a 100 success rate in their assignments, lies in another aspect. Both are solitary figures, with few aware of their whereabouts. They are meticulous and discreet, never revealing the identity of their employers. Even if suspicions arose regarding her involvement in Su Xian's death, no evidence could ever be found. Shu heir, my dear brother, you shall soon have company in the afterlife, the third lady mused. Just then, a gentle breeze seemed to brush past her, causing the flame of the lantern in her hand to flicker, that a sudden voice arose from behind her. Madam, were you waiting for me? Chapter 54. Once the matter is resolved, one departs, concealing both merit and name. The third lady whirled around in shock, momentarily frozen in place, causing the lantern she held to fall to the ground. The flickering light illuminated her face, which had turned pale with astonishment. Her eyes wide and her mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. You are Su Xian? Are you human or ghost? The figure before her was none other than Su Xian, the very person she despised. She had been awaiting the water buffalo and the eagle, yet here stood Su Xian. With a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of mockery, Su Xian replied, Madam, what do you think? A wave of overwhelming terror surged through the third lady, rendering her complexion even more ashen. Her eyes filled with dread as her trembling fingers pointed at Su Xian. You, how are you still alive? The man before her was unmistakably Su Xian. Not a specter, but the very flesh and blood of Su Xian. Had she not paid handsomely to have the water buffalo and the eagle assassinate him? How could he appear here, so unfazed? What do you intend to do? The third lady was engulfed in panic, her body trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering to eye in the desolate temple. Under the cloak of night, what other purpose could there be besides murder? Since you long for your brother Shu heir so dearly, allow me to be a good Samaritan and send you down to reunite with him. Suddenly, an invisible radiance erupted from Su Xian's eyes. The eye of breaking illusions could pierce the heart and destroy one's consciousness, allowing for brief control over the other. The third lady felt as if her brain were being seared by a blazing lightning bolt. Her head pounding, her awareness utterly obliterated. The destruction of one's consciousness signaled imminent death. The third lady's gaze grew vacant. Her breath ceased. With a thud, her body collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her face retained the expression of terror she bore in her final moments, as if she had been frightened to death. That Su Xian did not spare a glance at the corpse on the ground. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his power, conjuring a gust of wind that swept away all traces of his presence. Even the lantern that had fallen was extinguished. For him, taking a life was a trivial matter. Moreover, whether it was the water buffalo and the eagle or the wretched Shu heir before him, all were steeped in heinous crimes, and Su Xian bore no psychological burden in their demise. He considered it a service to the people, accumulating merit in the process. With a flash, Su Xian vanished without a trace from the dilapidated temple, disappearing into the night. Once the matter is resolved, one departs, concealing both merit and name. Outside the temple, the maidservant brought by the third lady remained obediently in place. The third lady had previously commanded her to stay put, and the maid, fully aware of her mistress's temper, dared not disobey. That it was well known among the household that the third lady had a fierce disposition. Any maid who made even the slightest mistake would face either a beating or scolding. Thus, the maid stood anxiously in place, enduring the chilly night breeze that sent shivers down her spine. However, an hour passed, and she still had not seen the third lady emerge from the crumbling temple. A surge of unease washed over her. After waiting another half-hour without a sign of her mistress, her worry and fear deepened. Summoning her courage, she shakily took up the lantern and approached the temple. "Madam, are you still there?" With trembling hands, the maid pushed open the temple doors, calling out for the third lady as she ventured inside. Yet, no matter how loudly she cried, there was no response. Her anxiety reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, she stumbled over something and nearly fell. Upon closer inspection, she found it was the third lady's lifeless body. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. An hour later, the county magistrate, accompanied by dozens of constables, arrived, each wielding a torch that illuminated the surroundings like daylight. The magistrate was visibly startled upon witnessing the third lady's corpse. Her eyes bulged like those of a dead fish, her mouth agape, as if she had encountered something horrifying. It gave the impression that she had been scared to death. "Have you discovered anything?" The magistrate inquired of the leading constable. This constable was the deputy, second only to the chief, possessing considerable skill. However, after a thorough examination, he found no useful clues on the third lady's body, not even a trace of struggle. "Reporting to you, my lord, I have meticulously examined her, and there are no signs of injury. This place bears no evidence of a struggle, nor any suspicious items. It is my incompetence that Xian, of course, left no traces behind. Even if there were, they were beyond the perception of ordinary individuals." Hearing the deputy's report and witnessing the third lady's horrifying demise, the magistrate felt a chill creep down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. All the constables present also felt an icy dread. The third lady's death was too bizarre, and the absence of any clues only deepened the mystery. The magistrate took a deep breath. Attempting to compose himself, he turned to the maid who had discovered the third lady's body. The maid, overwhelmed with panic, fell to her knees. "My lord, I swear I know nothing. The lady merely instructed me to wait outside, threatening to break my legs if I disobeyed. It was only after I noticed she had not come out for a long time that I entered the temple to check. And then I found..." The magistrate and the other constables could see that the maid was not lying. This only compounded the confusion surrounding the situation. Why had the third lady come to this dilapidated temple so late? What was her purpose, or whom did she intend to meet? And why had she met such a gruesome end? "Quickly, summon Chief Li," the magistrate bellowed, startling everyone present. The chief was renowned for his exceptional martial skills and keen senses, having solved many complex cases. Thus, the constables hastened to summon him from his home, and upon his arrival, he too was taken aback by the sight of the third lady's body, having dealt with numerous cases. It was his first encounter with such a method of death that he quickly knelt to examine the corpse, but after an exhaustive inspection, he found no explanations. His gaze shifted to the surrounding suspicious items, scrutinizing the extinguished lantern that had fallen to the ground, yet still no discoveries were made. Ultimately, the chief resorted to his final tactic, sniffing around for clues, but again yielded nothing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reported, "My lord, the circumstances surrounding the lady's death are exceedingly strange. I cannot discern any clues." Upon hearing this, the collective tension in the air dissipated, if even the chief could find no leads. It was as if the third lady had simply perished without cause. The nature of her death was both eerie and unsettling. The magistrate had no choice but to call for an examiner to perform an autopsy on the third lady. But again, no abnormalities were found, and her body bore no signs of injury. "My lord, it appears she may have succumbed to fright," the examiner ventured. The absence of any wounds, along with the grotesque nature of her demise, suggested only one possibility. She had been scared to death. Instantly, a chill ran through everyone present, their skin prickling with fear. Could it be the work of a vengeful spirit? One constable blurted out. Overwhelmed by terror, the chief had found no clues, and the examiner's autopsy revealed nothing amiss, leading only to the conclusion that the third lady had been scared to death. Aside from the rumored vengeful spirits, what else could frighten a living person to death? Might it be that Xian's restless spirit had come to claim her? Some speculated that the soul of the third lady's brother, Xian, had not found peace and had taken her away. Of course, this was implausible, for when Xian had used the eye of breaking illusions to eliminate Xian and the third lady, he had shattered their very souls, leaving them no chance to become malevolent spirits. It is possible the bond between the lady and her brother was profound. Perhaps there was a malevolent spirit lurking within the temple, inadvertently encountered by the lady. The more they spoke, the more unsettling their conjectures became. each one trembling with fear. Even the magistrate himself felt his legs grow weak and his skin crawl. The third lady's death, devoid of any discernible clues, could only be explained in this fashion, that in ancient times, superstition ran rampant, with countless inexplicable occurrences attributed to ghosts and spirits. To that moment, the magistrate was seized by overwhelming fear. Though he felt a twinge of sorrow for the third lady's mysterious demise, she was merely a concubine. Her death was inconsequential. He could always take a younger, more beautiful one. That what he feared most was the vengeful spirit that had supposedly caused the third lady's fright. Worried that her restless spirit might come to haunt him, his own safety was paramount. Quickly, summon a Taoist priest to perform rituals and exorcise the evil. Hurry, hurry. The county magistrate hastily summoned 2 Taoist priests to perform rituals throughout the night until dawn, allowing him and his subordinates to breathe a sigh of relief. The mysterious death of the third lady quickly spread throughout Linen, prompting several Taoists, monks, and self-proclaimed heroes of the Jianghu to investigate the dilapidated temple. Yet all were met with the same conclusion. No trace was found. The city was abuzz with speculation. Some claimed the third lady had dreamed of Shuer during the night and had been led away to the temple, while others suggested her arrogant and tyrannical nature had provoked vengeful spirits. There were even whispers that she had been conducting clandestine meetings at night in the outskirts. As the morning sun poured into the courtyard, Xian, who was meditating at home, slowly opened his eyes, treating the events as if nothing had occurred. Ultimately, the enigma surrounding the third lady's death faded into obscurity. Chapter 55. The Pinnacle of the Diamond Realm. The early summer lantern festival days passed without incident, and Linen gradually regained its tranquil demeanor. During this period, Xian secluded himself, dedicating his time to rigorous training. The mysterious death of the third lady had instilled a sense of unease among the populace, leading many to remain indoors, thus sparing Xian from raising any suspicion that, of course, even if anyone suspected a connection between Xian and the third lady's demise, they would find no evidence to support their claims, rendering their concerns trivial. This afternoon, Xian made further progress in his cultivation, achieving the consummate level of the Diamond Realm. The term diamond refers to the essence of the mysterious, celestial phenomena and the immortal beings of the land. Xian had reached the pinnacle of the Diamond Realm, and with one more step he could transcend into the realm of the mysterious. At that point, his strength would undoubtedly become formidable. He understood that to defeat Fahai and protect Bai and Xing, he needed to grow even stronger. With a slight smile, Xian raised his hand, where a sphere of golden lightning began to coalesce. This golden lightning shone brighter and pulsed with a more ferocious energy than it had just days prior. His mastery of thunder techniques had reached a remarkable level. After this period of diligent practice, Xian's 5 thunder techniques had significantly amplified in power, surpassing their previous effectiveness by several folds. The general progression of martial arts and techniques is classified into stages: minor success, major success, perfection, and transcendence. The sword control technique had likewise reached a major level, enabling him to wield his sword with increased speed and lethality. The Dragon Elephant 13 punches showed signs of imminent breakthrough, nearing the 11th punch. With such prowess, Xian was nearly invincible within the Diamond Realm, capable of contending even against those in the mysterious realm. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Xian opened it. "It's me," came the voice of Dudu from outside. Xian hurried to the door and swung it open. "Why are you here, brother-in-law? As your brother-in-law, am I not allowed to check on you?" Dudu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You've been hiding away in here for days. I was beginning to think you were ill or depressed." Xian had indeed been sequestered at home, rarely venturing out or seeing anyone. Dudu had previously expressed concerns that Xian might be targeted for revenge by the third lady, advising him to stay indoors. It seems Xian had taken that advice to heart. "Having not stepped outside for several days, I'm just studying medical texts at home," Xian replied with a smile, "so I haven't been out much." All right, Dudu waved his hand dismissively. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "It's been 7 or 8 days since the third lady's death. While the circumstances are indeed strange, it's a good thing for you. You needn't worry about her seeking revenge anymore. Aside from this incident, Linen has been free of other strange happenings. Even if there are spirits, they won't harm the good people like us. The magistrate has summoned highly skilled Taoists and monks to perform rituals, so you need not be alarmed. You can go out freely now. Duda came to comfort Su Xian, encouraging him not to fear and to enjoy the outdoors. Little did he know that it was Su Xian who had personally seen the third lady off. Su Xian nodded with a smile, appreciating his brother-in-law's concern. By the way, Dudu suddenly winked at Su Xian. Have you sought out Miss Bai recently? Not in the past few days, Su Xian admitted, busy with his cultivation and not having looked for Bai or Qing. They had visited Su Xian quietly a few times but seemed to sense his preoccupation and refrained from disturbing him. Dudu slapped his forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, I knew it, with you cooped up at home. How could you possibly visit the young lady? This simply won't do. Relationships require nurturing. You must be proactive, invite her out for a stroll, indulge in food and fun together to foster your bond. Dudu assumed the role of a seasoned advisor, imparting wisdom to Su Xian that he was genuinely invested in Su Xian's romantic prospects. Thank you for your guidance, brother-in-law. Su Xian smiled in response that I came primarily to remind you that there is a lantern festival in Linen tonight, which is sure to be lively. You must invite Miss Bai to join you for the festivities, showcasing your best self to earn her recognition and admiration, thereby strengthening your relationship. It turned out that the Lantern Festival was an annual event held around this time, known as the Early Summer Lantern Festival due to its timing in early summer. The festival featured a plethora of enjoyable activities, including fireworks, lantern displays, riddles, nighttime boat rides on West Lake, and poetry recitations. This year, the festival would proceed as usual. The authorities aimed to mitigate the gloom cast by the third lady's death, seeking to bring joy and celebration to the people. To this end, all constables would be dispatched to maintain order and protect the citizens during the festival, ensuring they could revel freely. The Early Summer Lantern Festival? That sounds delightful, Su Xian mused. Having just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, it seemed a fitting occasion to invite Bai and Qing out for some enjoyment. At last, you're not entirely thick-headed, Dudu remarked with relief, patting Su Xian on the shoulder. While it's still light out, hurry and invite Miss Bai. She seems to have an interest in you. Perhaps she's hoping for your invitation right now. Dudu urged Su Xian to promptly extend the invitation to Bai to enjoy the festival together. What about you, brother-in-law? Su Xian inquired. Dudu waved dismissively, unconcerned that I have to stand guard tonight. All the constables will be stationed throughout Linen, ensuring order at the festival and safeguarding the citizens. You young folks should focus on having fun. If your sister could see you and Miss Bai enjoying yourselves from above, she'd surely be pleased. Su Xian replied, all right, I must return to the magistrate's office now. You should hurry and invite Miss Bai. Otherwise, she might not pay you any mind if you delay. She's a wonderful young lady, so be sure to act quickly. After giving Su Xian a few more earnest reminders, Dudu finally took his leave. That Su Xian chuckled to himself. His brother-in-law was quite concerned about his future, always eager to help him cultivate a relationship with Bai, even more anxious than Su Xian himself. Nevertheless, the Early Summer Lantern Festival in Linen was indeed worth attending. How could one miss the chance to enjoy a beautiful evening with delightful scenery and charming company? Su Xian made a quick adjustment to his attire to eye in the mirror. He appeared tall and graceful, clad in a flowing white robe that billowed in the breeze. His handsome features and ethereal demeanor made him resemble a celestial being. Just as Su Xian was about to step out in search of Bai and Qing, two graceful figures appeared at the entrance, one in blue and the other in white. The white-clad figure was breathtakingly beautiful, her enchanting eyes like shimmering spring water, her smile soft and gentle. The blue figure crossed her arms, her brows arched elegantly, exuding a spirited charm. That it was none other than Bai and Qing, leaning against the doorframe. Qing smiled languidly. Su Gongzi, long time no see. My sister has been mentioning you quite a bit these past few days. Chapter 56. Sister, we arrived early. After a prolonged absence, Su Gongzi's charisma had intensified, which explained why my sister was so concerned. Haha. Qing playfully winked at Su Xian, her laughter ringing with mischief. Bai blushed slightly, tugging at Qing's sleeve before glancing at Su Xian in the courtyard, covering her mouth with a laugh. That Su Gongzi. Please don't mind my mischievous sister's words. That moment, having elevated his cultivation and tidied his appearance, Su Xian exuded an even more ethereal aura, causing Bai and Qing, who had not seen him for days, to momentarily lose themselves in admiration. That I apologize, Miss Bai and Miss Qing, that I've been engrossed in studying medical texts these past few days, so I haven't been out. If my absence has caused any inconvenience, I hope you can forgive me, as Su Xian explained with a warm smile. He quickly approached the door to stand before Bai and Qing. Studying medical texts? Dr. Su's skills have already reached unparalleled heights. Do you still need to consult those texts? Qing's expression was playful, her skepticism evident that in recent days, both Qing and Bai had visited Su Xian several times. But he had remained secluded, leading them to refrain from intruding. They suspected he was likely engaged in focus training. Regarding Qing's doubt, Su Xian simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying her statement that he stood before Bai and Qing. His demeanor gentle. May I inquire what brings you both here today? Are we not allowed to come if we have no business? Xiao Bai had yet to respond when Xiao Qing interjected with her own answer. Su Xian disregarded this response and turned his gaze toward Xiao Bai. With a radiant smile, Xiao Bai's eyes and demeanor were imbued with tenderness as she gazed at Su Xian's handsome visage. Her eyes sparkled, and she spoke with a smile. Young Master Su, do you have time this evening? The Tsuxiao Lantern Festival is being held in Linen tonight, and I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to join me? Upon uttering these words, Xiao Bai's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head. The news of the Lantern Festival had reached Xiao Qing from the bustling streets, and her playful spirit had her bouncing with excitement. She hurriedly relayed the information to Xiao Bai, urging her to extend an invitation to Su Xian without delay, warning that the situation was urgent and that other charming maidens might seize the opportunity before them. Thus, they found themselves proactively seeking Su Xian to invite him to the festival. However, Xiao Bai's nature was inherently more reserved, and after directly inviting Su Xian, she could not help but feel a tinge of shyness. Ah, so that is the case, Su Xian realized as he had initially intended to seek out Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing himself, only to find that they had come to invite him instead. I am deeply honored to receive an invitation from Miss Xiao Bai, Su Xian replied with a smile, adding, to be candid, I had indeed planned to come out and invite both of you. Upon hearing Su Xian's agreement, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's faces lit up with joy. However, when they heard the latter part of his statement, they momentarily paused in surprise before their smiles widened even further. Xiao Qing laughed so heartily that she could hardly contain herself. Haha, sister, we came too early. We should have simply waited at home for young Master Su to invite you. That it was you who was too eager. Haha, Xiao Bai playfully tapped Xiao Qing on the forehead, scolding her with a smile. Isn't it because my impatient little sister kept urging me to hurry? Su Xian watched the playful banter between the two sisters, feeling a warmth in his heart as he smiled. Soon, evening descended upon them. The streets of Linen were exceptionally lively tonight. Lanterns and ribbons adorned the sides of the road, illuminating the area with a brilliance akin to daytime. Numerous stalls lined the streets, selling lanterns and various delicacies, alongside booths featuring riddles and prize-winning games. The sounds of bustling activity filled the air as throngs of people filled the streets, many carrying lanterns as they enjoyed the festivities with family and friends. On this joyous occasion, nearly everyone in Linen had come out to partake in the celebrations. Moreover, they were free from worries of accidents or dangers, as the local authorities had deployed hundreds of constables to safeguard the various districts of Linen, ensuring the safety of the populace so they could revel to their heart's content. That on East Avenue of Linen, Xiao Qing held a lantern shaped like a large carp, symbolizing good fortune. This beautiful lantern was crafted from paper, with a bamboo frame, housing a small candle within, creating a splendid decoration. Xiao Qing had instantly taken a liking to this carp lantern, which Su Xian had purchased with his own money, with a hint of playfulness. She walked ahead, proudly holding the lantern, while Su Xian and Xiao Bai strolled side by side behind her. Miss Xiao Bai, I believe this is your first time experiencing the Linen Lantern Festival? Su Xian inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is my first time, and I owe it to young Master Su for leading us sisters to this event, Xiao Bai replied, having spent centuries in seclusion within the mountains. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing had scarcely experienced life in the mortal realm, making this their inaugural attendance at the Linen Lantern Festival. The DOU enjoy such festivities and this joyous atmosphere. Miss Xiao Bai, Su Xian asked. Xiao Bai nodded gently. I certainly do. With such splendid scenery and the company of young Master Su, I find immense joy in this experience. Descending from the mountains was motivated by her affection for Su Xian. Having him by her side brought her unparalleled happiness, allowing her to partake in the joys of mortal life, which filled her with delight and contentment that as long as Miss Xiao Bai is happy. Su Xian replied sincerely, his eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. Observing Su Xian's genuine smile, Xiaobai felt a surge of joy, her heart blooming. "Tonghalu, sister, I wish to have some tonghalu," Xiao Qing exclaimed excitedly upon spotting a vendor selling the sweet delicacies. Previously, Su Xian had made dozens of tonghalu, but they had been devoured by the eager Xiao Qing before she could savor them. "Xiao Qing, if you want to eat, just buy some," Xiaobai said, tossing her some silver coins. "Thank you, sister." Xiao Qing beamed as she caught the coins. Shortly after, she returned with 4 skewers of tonghalu. "Here, sister," she offered one skewer to Xiaobai and another to Su Xian, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, please accept this. I am generous." She kept the remaining 2 for herself, eagerly indulging in them. As she munched, she mumbled, "These tonghalu are tasty, but I must say, they don't quite compare to the ones you made. Young Master Su, that if your tonghalu were rated a perfect score of 100, I would give this one a 70. Have you taken on the role of a food critic, Xiao Qing?" Xiaobai chuckled, affectionately watching her sister, but Su Xian gave Xiao Qing a thumbs up, seriously praising, "If you were a food critic, Miss Xiao Qing, you would be absolutely fair and objective. Of course, my taste and character are top-notch." Xiao Qing continued, but then she caught sight of the smiles on Xiaobai and Su Xian's faces and quickly realized what was happening. She pouted in indignation. "Oh, you sly young Master Su. You're just subtly praising your own tonghalu, aren't you?" Su Xian vehemently denied. "I said no such thing. It was the fair and objective Miss Xiao Qing who just expressed that opinion." Xiaobai raised her delicate hand, smiling as she added, "I can attest to that." Xiao Qing was taken aback, astonished that even Xiaobai was vouching for Su Xian. "Sister, even you?" she exclaimed, feeling exasperated yet helpless. She could only pout and mutter under her breath. Cunning and shameless." The subject of this exchange was, of course, Su Xian, that he and Xiaobai exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the sky, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. "Wow, how beautiful!" Chapter 57. Hand in hand, admiring the fireworks, Dudu feels satisfied. Truly a qualitative leap. At that moment, fireworks filled the sky, a dazzling array of colors painting the night. Fireworks and firecrackers had been a part of celebrations since the Sui and Tang dynasties. And by the Song dynasty, their variety had expanded remarkably. Naturally, the Linen Lantern Festival would not be complete without fireworks, funded by the government to ignite the festive spirit. Wow! Are those fireworks? They are stunning. Such beautiful fireworks. Truly beautiful. Xiaobai and Xiao Qing gazed at the vibrant display above, their faces glowing with delight as they became entranced by the spectacle. Having seldom experienced mortal life, this was their first encounter with such a scene, especially with their beloved by their side to share in the wonder. With splendid scenery and cherished company, it was a pity that ancient times lacked cameras to capture the moment that Su Xian observed the excitement of the 2 ladies and inquired, "Miss Xiaobai, Miss Xiao Qing, do you find the fireworks beautiful?" "Absolutely," they chimed in unison, without a moment's hesitation. Xiaobai turned to Su Xian, asking, "Young Master Su, do you not find the fireworks beautiful?" Having traversed time to the 21st century, Su Xian had witnessed countless mesmerizing fireworks displays. While the night's fireworks were certainly impressive, they paled in comparison to the grandeur of modern artistry. Thus, upon seeing the fireworks, Su Xian's expression did not mirror the exhilaration of Xiaobai and Xiao Qing. "Of course, the fireworks are beautiful," Su Xian replied with a smile, pausing for a moment as he looked closely at Xiaobai's exquisite face. "Yet, as beautiful as the fireworks may be, they cannot compare to you, Miss Xiaobai." Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Su Xian's sudden and sincere compliment. He said, "I am more beautiful than the fireworks." A blush crept across her cheeks, and her heart soared. Feeling sweeter than the tonghalu she had just eaten, Tio received such praise from the one she cherished, especially in such a romantic manner, was enough to make her heart bloom with joy. As she gazed at Su Xian, his gentle smile and clear eyes, coupled with his earnest tone, rendered her momentarily speechless. Just then, Xiao Qing, who had been enjoying the fireworks, turned her head and her mouth twitched in disbelief. "Hey, you can't just say things like that suddenly. You're so sly and shameless." Ignoring Xiao Qing's outburst, Su Xian took Xiaobai's hand. In that instant, she felt a jolt, reminiscent of the time they had shared on the West Lake, where a sudden storm had driven them together in a moment of intimacy. "Miss Xiaobai, Let us go to the bridge. The view there is higher and more suitable for admiring the fireworks. Since Xiaobai and Xiaoqing have a fondness for watching fireworks, Su Xian suggested that they go to the West Lake's Long Bridge, where the elevation is greater and the view more expansive. Before Xiaobai could fully comprehend the situation, Su Xian had already taken her hand and led her toward the bridge's entrance. Observing the scene, Xiaoqing hurriedly trailed after them, her cheeks puffed in indignation, exclaiming, "Hey, wait for me! That cunning rascal cannot possibly whisk my sister away right under my nose." Thus, Su Xian held Xiaobai's hand as they walked ahead, with Xiaoqing following closely behind. Xiaobai felt the warmth radiating from Su Xian's palm, a sensation both comforting and reassuring. Moreover, it was Su Xian's desire to find a better vantage point for her enjoyment of the fireworks that motivated him to take her here. "Da, Xian is truly considerate of my feelings. How gentle, how thoughtful, how moving." Xiaobai's heart brimmed with emotion. She yearned for Su Xian to hold her hand forever. In truth, both were acutely aware of one another's sentiments. 500 years prior, they had been a pair, sharing life and death, their feelings and memories etched deeply into their souls. Even after 5 centuries, even with Su Xian having undergone reincarnation, the memories remained inescapable, while Xiaobai's mind swirled with myriad thoughts. Su Xian skillfully navigated through the bustling crowd, leading her to the center of the Long Bridge. They stood facing the lake, the gentle breeze caressing their faces, while the sky was adorned with a dazzling array of fireworks. The lake shimmering with reflected light, a truly breathtaking spectacle. "Xiaobai, is this place for watching fireworks not better than before?" Su Xian turned his head, a warm smile gracing his features. Xiaobai gazed at Su Xian's handsome visage, mere inches away, and nodded gently, her tone laced with shyness. The two then stood hand in hand, marveling at the fireworks together. This splendid view, shared with a beloved companion, filled them with immense joy and happiness. Xiaoqing soon caught up with them. However, this time, she refrained from sulking and instead stood quietly beside Su Xian and Xiaobai, merely smiling without interrupting. Seeing her sister so blissful brought her joy as well. The fireworks, however, are fleeting. The sky full of colorful bursts did not last long, gradually fading after a quarter of an hour. After all, most of the fireworks earlier were funded by the government or by various restaurants and large shops, and the quantity was limited. The duration they had already displayed was quite commendable to this moment. Dudu and another constable were patrolling near the Long Bridge to safeguard the citizens of Linen and maintain order during the Lantern Festival. All constables had been dispatched to patrol various locales in Linen. Coincidentally, the area around the Long Bridge fell within Duda's patrol zone. The bridge was bustling with people, but his keen nose suddenly detected several familiar scents. He quickly raised his head and looked ahead. Su Xian and Xiaobai, along with Xiaoqing. Dudu, ever perceptive, had spotted the trio on the Long Bridge. Su Xian and the others turned to face him, Su Xian cheerfully greeting his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law." Xiaobai also smiled and gave a slight bow. "Greetings." Captain Duda's face broke into a beaming smile, one of uncontainable delight. Earlier that afternoon, he had specifically advised Su Xian to take advantage of the festival to invite Xiaobai out for some leisure time to strengthen their bond. And Su Xian had indeed taken his words to heart. His efforts had not been in vain. "Ha!" Duda chuckled heartily, especially upon seeing Su Xian holding Xiaobai's hand, wishing he could beat drums in celebration. "So they progressed to holding hands? What a fine lad. My brother-in-law truly lives up to his reputation." In ancient times, women were relatively more reserved, seldom allowing themselves to engage in physical contact with another man unless their relationship was already established. Thus, to Dudu, this was a significant step forward in Su Xian and Xiaobai's relationship, marking a qualitative leap that brought him immense satisfaction. But of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in Duda's heart, yet his ecstatic grin conveyed more than words ever could. "Chief, what's got you grinning like an idiot?" The constable beside him asked in confusion. "You wouldn't understand. Just mind your own business and refrain from prying." Duda shot a glare at his subordinate, then turned back to Su Xian and Xiaobai with a hearty smile. Patting his chest, "Xiaobai, this Lantern Festival in Linen is a rare occasion. Feel free to enjoy yourselves with my brother-in-law Su Xian. Take in the sights, indulge in food and fun. And if you find yourselves short on silver, I have some to spare." With that, Duda genuinely pulled out a pouch of silver and handed it over, That IT resembled a parent providing financial support for their child's romantic endeavors. That Xian, however, helplessly rubbed his forehead, waving his hand. No need for that, brother-in-law. I have enough silver. Whether you have it or not is your concern. Me offering is mine. Just take it. Dudu insisted, shoving the pouch into Xian's hands, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Evidently, his brother-in-law was genuinely looking out for him. Xiaobai stifled a laugh. Seeing Dudu's foolishly joyful demeanor, Xiaoqing felt a playful urge to rise. Captain Li, I'm in need of silver as well. Why not give me a pouch too? Xiaoqing teased, winking at Dudu. However, upon hearing Xiaoqing's words and noticing her mischievous glance, Dudu felt an inexplicable fear wash over him, his teeth chattering to, Xiaoqing, you're just joking? I still have patrol duties, wishing you both a delightful time. I must take my leave, farewell. Dudu's fear of Xiaoqing seemed to be ingrained in his very being. A primal instinct that compelled him to flee, he sprinted ahead, not stopping until he had covered a considerable distance. Xiaoqing, you frightened him, Xiaobai chided, shaking her head slightly. Xiaoqing shrugged her shoulders in innocence. Sister, it wasn't entirely intentional. I merely exchanged a glance with Captain Li and said a word, yet he ran off in fright. As Dudu hurried away, the other constable quickly followed suit. After catching up with Dudu, he expressed his bewilderment. Chief, you are typically so brave and fearless. Why do I feel like you're terrified of that girl in the blue dress? Why bring up such a topic? Dudu shot an incredulous glare, stubbornly retorting, what fear? I merely did not wish to interrupt my brother-in-law's joyful outing with the young lady, so I hastily departed to continue my patrol. The constable nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed. The chief is wise. The chief treats Dr. Su exceptionally well. Chapter 58. The ingenious Xian. Xiaobai's night after Dudu departed, Xian and the two ladies made their way down the long bridge. Strolling along South Avenue, the streets were festooned with lanterns, throngs of pedestrians bustling about, and the air filled with the incessant calls of vendors hawking their wares. The most lively of activities, however, was the riddle-guessing game. Every lantern festival had its share of riddles, with numerous shops or stalls prepared with riddles and small prizes for visitors to guess. Sister, look at all those people ahead. Shall we go take a look? Xiaoqing exclaimed upon spotting a shop crowded with patrons, its sign reading Mystery Fun Pavilion, evidently hosting a riddle-guessing event. Eager to join in the excitement, Xiaoqing was bursting with anticipation. Xiaobai glanced at Xian. But before she could voice her thoughts, Xian had already understood her intentions, smiling and nodding in agreement. Now let's go take a look. Yay! Xiaoqing joyfully squeezed her way into the crowd, reaching the forefront of the Mystery Fun Pavilion. Xian and Xiaobai followed suit. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s with a bright smile and a glint of cunning in his eyes, greeted them as Xiaoqing's gaze wandered over the many trinkets displayed in the shop, sugar figurines of the 12 zodiac animals. Osmanthus cake, plum blossom cake, green rice balls, fragrant pouches, safety charms, folding fans, and rattles, delightful treats and toys aplenty. These must be the prizes for guessing the riddles correctly. She mused. Shopkeeper, how does your riddle-guessing game work? Xiaoqing inquired with curiosity. You ask a great question, young lady. Our riddle-guessing event is quite simple. For 1 or 2 silver coins, you can participate and guess up to 10 times. Each riddle can only be guessed once. If you answer correctly, there's a prize. If not, that's the end of your turn. 1 or 2 silver coins? That's quite steep. Xiaoqing couldn't help but comment. Just to guess a riddle, and you have to pay 1 or 2 silver coins? Even though you can guess a maximum of 10 riddles, each only has one chance that if no one can answer consecutively, reaching the 10th guess is nearly impossible. The shopkeeper grinned, his demeanor that of a sly merchant. Oh, dear girl, don't say it like that. This is merely a small business, and I bear the risk of profit and loss. Besides, 1 or 2 silver coins is not a large sum if someone manages to answer several riddles correctly and walks away with multiple prizes. I might even end up at a loss. So, this riddle event is all about skill. It's only 1 or 2 silver coins. Quite reasonable. Although the Mystery Fun Pavilion boasted a rich variety of prizes and attracted many visitors. The high entry fee deterred many from participating. Numerous patrons had already paid to try their luck, only to find the riddles too challenging, resulting in no one answering more than 3 correctly, leaving them a loss. Consequently, many at the front merely observed, enjoying the spectacle without partaking. Would you like to give it a try, young lady? Our prizes are indeed quite generous and definitely worth your while. How could one refuse a business opportunity presented so readily? The shopkeeper beamed at Xiaoqing, seemingly eager to encourage her to participate in the contest. Beside her, Xiaobai tugged at Xiaoqing, fully aware that with Xiaoqing's straightforward mind and temperament, if she were to wager a few silver coins, there was a high likelihood that she would fail to decipher even a couple of lantern riddles. Effectively handing over her silver to the shopkeeper, an outcome to be avoided. The shopkeeper's keen eyes not only caught sight of Xiaobai's tugging at Xiaoqing, but also noticed Su Xian standing nearby. Realizing that Su Xian had come along with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, "Isn't this Dr. Su?" he remarked with a smile, acknowledging him with a cupped fist salute. That Su Xian, with his handsome features and outstanding demeanor, was known as the tiger-slaying hero of Linen, easily recognizable by most who chanced upon him in the streets. Dr. Su is indeed a young and talented individual, a true hero. The shopkeeper's eyes brimmed with admiration as he nodded at Su Xian, though it remained unclear whether he praised Su Xian for his impressive appearance and martial prowess or for the two beautiful women standing by his side. "Dr. Su, it seems your friend has taken an interest in the lantern riddles. Traditionally, only one person is allowed to guess, while others are prohibited from providing assistance or hints, as such would render the attempt invalid. However, I shall make an exception, as long as you engage in the activity. I will permit you and the two young ladies to think and guess together. After all, since Dr. Su has fought tigers for the people of Linen, it is only fair to extend this small concession for the lantern riddles." The shopkeeper was quite eloquent, confidently promising that as long as Su Xian and his companions participated, they could collaborate in their guessing. In truth, the shopkeeper was not merely accommodating Su Xian due to his heroic status. Rather, he was determined not to let a business opportunity slip by, confident in the challenge posed by his riddles. "Sister, let us engage with this cunning merchant's tricks. I refuse to believe that we three possess such little ability that we would be stumped by these trivial riddles," Xiaoqing declared, her expression brimming with determination and eagerness. "Ahem, young lady, your courage is commendable, but allow me to clarify. This establishment engages in modest business practices, and I am certainly not a rogue merchant." The shopkeeper interjected, clearing his throat defensively. "That's Su Gongzi. What do you think?" Xiaobai turned to Su Xian. That Su Xian smiled slightly, stating, "It's merely a matter of 1 or 2 silver coins. I seek only a bit of amusement." Since Xiaoqing wishes to play, and the shopkeeper has graciously allowed the three of us to guess together, it is a small price to pay. "Hooray!" Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully, her excitement palpable. She had longed to challenge the riddles posed by the cunning merchant. Xiaobai wore a smile, yet her expression grew serious as she prepared to tackle the riddles. That Su Xian tossed a silver coin to the shopkeeper. "Dr. Su is indeed a generous soul." The shopkeeper chuckled as he caught it, promptly reminding them, "No hints from others. Otherwise, the attempt will be deemed invalid and a new question will be posed. Each riddle allows for only one response, and the thinking time is limited to 5 breaths, approximately 105 seconds, under 2 minutes. Please consider your answer carefully. If incorrect, the round will conclude. Now, here is the first question. 10 mouths, 1 heart. Guess a character." "What?" The initially confident Xiaoqing found herself utterly flabbergasted upon hearing the first riddle point. 10 mouths. What could possibly have 10 mouths? And 1 heart? Everyone has 1 heart. What character could that be? Indeed, it seemed that Xiaoqing's mind was not suited for pondering such complex questions. The shopkeeper was quite pleased to see Xiaoqing's flustered expression as she struggled to comprehend the riddle. His riddles had been crafted with the assistance of highly educated private tutors, making them quite difficult for the average person to solve. 10 mouths, 1 heart. Xiaobai pondered seriously, seeming to grasp something. Yet Su Xian had already preemptively answered C, the character for thought. The shopkeeper's smile instantly froze on his face. Clearly, Su Xian had answered correctly. Indeed, Su Gongzi is remarkable to arrive at the answer so swiftly. "I am truly impressed." The shopkeeper was taken aback, for Su Xian had responded in less than 5 seconds. A typical person would likely still be deciphering the question. But Su Xian had answered in a flash. Why was it this character? Xiaoqing's eyes darted around, still not fully grasping the reasoning. Xiaobai chuckled as she explained to Xiaoqing. "You see, Xiaoqing, 10 mouths combined make the character for field, and 1 heart added to a heart character forms the character for thought." Wow, how did I not think of that before? With Xiaobai's detailed explanation, Xiaoqing finally understood. Congratulations to Dr. Su for solving the first riddle. You may choose a prize from among the options: sugar figurine, osmanthus cake, plum blossom cake, green rice ball, or scallion pancake. I'll take a sugar figurine. The shopkeeper handed over a sugar figurine, not forgetting to boast that it was procured in bulk from a renowned shop. Delicious yet costly. Xian ignored the shopkeeper's exaggerated claims and handed the sugar figurine to Xiaobai. Xiaobai accepted the sugar figurine, took a small bite, and confirmed its sweetness. Let us proceed to the second question. Very well, Su Gongzi. Here is your next riddle. The shopkeeper continued, still wearing a confident smile, thinking to himself that surely this question would stump Xian and his companions. Upon hearing the new riddle, Xiaoqing appeared bewildered, unable to conceive of anything that could be round when painted yet square when written, shorter in winter and longer in summer. Sister, what on earth could this be? Xiaoqing could only seek assistance from Xiaobai. Xiaobai, somewhat more astute than Xiaoqing, had already deduced the answer. Miss Xiaobai, would you care to answer? Xian smiled, aware that Xiaobai had arrived at the solution, with a smile gracing her lips. Xiaobai softly replied, the answer is sun. Sun, as in the sun. When painted, it is round, but when written, the character is square. In winter, it is shorter, while in summer, it is longer. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, utterly incredulous. This time, it was Xiaobai who had guessed correctly, and in just 10 seconds, Xian and Xiaobai were far superior to the average townsfolk who attempted the riddles. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The young lady is indeed exceptionally clever, the shopkeeper exclaimed loudly. You have answered the second riddle correctly. What would you like as a prize? Xiaobai turned to Xian, who smiled and said, Ask Xiaoqing at that moment. Xiaoqing was still puzzled, but upon receiving Xiaobai's gaze, she decided not to think further and excitedly exclaimed, Sister, I also want a sugar figurine. Thus, Xiaoqing found herself with another sugar figurine, happily devouring it. Following this, the shopkeeper posed several more riddles, and by the 8th question, every single one had been answered correctly by either Xian or Xiaobai. The shopkeeper was beginning to sweat. To have answered 8 riddles in succession and claimed 8 prizes was unprecedented. It was considered quite impressive for anyone to answer 3 in a row. Having given away 8 prizes, the shopkeeper was already at a loss. Shopkeeper, you seem a bit pale, Xiaoqing teased while munching on her sugar figurine and osmanthus cake. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. You jest, young lady. I am delighted that Dr. Su and the 2 young ladies have managed to solve so many riddles. Now, there are just 2 riddles left. The shopkeeper deliberately selected more challenging riddles, grinning as he announced the 9th question, looking up at the bright moon. Guess a medicine name. Indeed, this riddle posed significant difficulty. Being merely a line from the poem Quiet Night Thoughts by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai, and furthermore, it required guessing a medicine name. Many people were unfamiliar with various medicinal herbs, let alone guessing their names. Is this really a lantern riddle? Xiaoqing tilted her head, utterly confused, unable to formulate any thoughts. Xiaobai was deep in contemplation, her brow slightly furrowed as she analyzed and pondered carefully. The onlookers exchanged glances, all lost in thought, yet completely at a loss. The shopkeeper grinned wickedly, thinking that this time Xian and his companions would surely not be able to guess. Hey Su Gongzi, since this riddle involves medicinal herbs as a doctor, you should have some inkling, right? Xiaoqing could only place her hopes on Xian. After all, he was a doctor, naturally having an advantage in guessing medicine names. The shopkeeper inwardly chuckled, believing that even a doctor might not arrive at the answer. Xian smiled slightly and uttered 2 words. Angelica, what? The shopkeeper was instantly left dumbfounded, while Xiaoqing, and the surrounding crowd looked equally perplexed. Judging by the shopkeeper's expression and reaction, Xian must have guessed correctly. But why was Angelica the answer to this riddle? Xian did not feign mystery. Smiling as he explained, to solve this riddle, one must consider the context and sentiment of the entire poem. Looking up at the bright moon expresses the longing for one's hometown by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai, who yearns for a return home. Hence the answer is Angelica. Xiaobai's eyes lit up with understanding, and she gazed at Xian with admiration and respect that Xian's talent and insight were indeed formidable. Managing to decipher such a challenging riddle. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing still appeared bewildered. The shopkeeper inhaled sharply, then gave a thumbs up, repeatedly praising, Truly, Dr. Su is deserving of his reputation. I am in awe, in awe. Everyone around them expressed their admiration for Xian.